The first thing I did when I was reborn back to the end of the world was to deceive the school beauty Lu Ruyan to the back mountain of the school, and then slowly cut off her limbs with a knife, turning her into a human pig. This was because the blood moon apocalypse would soon arrive, at which time all humans would be digitized. 90% of humans would turn into zombies, and the remaining survivors only needed to complete their first kill to awaken their talents. As a reborn person, my chosen first kill target was my school beauty girlfriend Lu Ruyan, whom I had been licking for 10 years. In my past life, I awakened with an S-level talent, and with her, I struggled through the apocalypse, spending countless resources to elevate her mediocre strength to the top global combat power. I thought that as long as I could accompany her, I could open the goddess's heart. But unexpectedly, it was Lu Ruyan who delivered a fatal blow to me at the critical moment when I was being pursued by enemies. Now, I have been reborn to an hour before the apocalypse, and the first thing I did was to call Lu Ruyan. After a while, I heard Lu Ruyan's slightly trembling voice on the phone. Su calling so early in the morning. I'm still working out. Although she said that, Lu Ruyan was actually exerting herself on another man at the moment. Hearing the gasping on the phone, I suppressed the anger in my heart. Ruyan, didn't you always want my old house? Come to my place. I'll take you to transfer ownership, and this house is yours. As expected, after I said this, Lu Ruyan was overjoyed and even became excited. Really? Wait for me. I'll be right over. If you dare to deceive me, I'll expose your secrets online. It seems that my speculation was correct. This house was actually the inheritance left to me by my parents. An old house in the city center that a developer had set eyes on and tried to purchase from me. But I refused. Shortly after, the school beauty Lu Ruyan appeared in my life. It was all a conspiracy. Before long, Lu Ruyan appeared at my doorstep. Su, are you smoking? Don't you know that I hate the smell of smoke? Upon hearing this, I stared closely at Lu Ruyan. I found that although the path she took was carefully cleaned up, there was a faint smell of tobacco on her. She never smokes. So where does the smell of smoke come from? It's obvious. This blatant double standard is Lu Ruyan's consistent tactic. It's just that in my past life as Fei Yang, I was unaware of it. Now that I am outside of it, I can see it clearly. Staring at me with a frightened look, Lu Ruyan quickly changed the subject. What about the property certificate? I have already made an appointment online. I need to go and handle it now. I have other things to do later. Hearing this, I stood up and slapped her across the face, causing Lu Ruyan to fall to the ground. Su, you're crazy. How dare you hit me? I will call the police. Seeing this, I grabbed Lu Ruyan by the hair. It's ironic. She wants my house while enjoying herself with other men. As I slowly crouched down, I pulled out a shiny sharp knife from behind. Lu Ruyan, with an incredulous expression, quickly tried to reason. This is a misunderstanding. I can't help it if you think this way. Moreover, I just made a mistake that any normal girl would make. Everything happened because my best friend insisted I go last night. I didn't even know that person, and he used protection. What more do you want? We still maintained a distance of 1 millimeter. In fact, I am also a victim. Can't you understand and sympathize with me? I won't do this again in the future. I now realize how good you are. But just as Lu Ruyan was trying to defend herself, the vibrating sound of a phone interrupted everything. I bent down, aimed the fallen phone at her face, and forcibly unlocked it. After successfully unlocking it, the phone interface happened to be on the chat window with its owner. I've already made arrangements with the housing bureau. Just take Su and go directly there. Okay, master. You just wait for my good news. Call me a couple of times so I can hear. Master, I'm still driving. Finally, there were several 60-second long moaning voice messages from Lu Ruyan, and even a special welfare video recorded while waiting at a traffic light. You're really playing around. I slapped the phone on Lu Ruyan's pale face without any blood color, but at that moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly started screaming hysterically. Setting aside the facts, are you not at fault at all? As the campus flower of Xinjiang University, I have so many people chasing after me. Why should I choose you? An orphan? If it weren't for the master's task, I wouldn't bother to have any relationship with you. Let me tell you now, not only do I have the Lin family behind me, but I am also a member of Master Baisherhao's family. Let's see if you dare to touch me. The Lin family was also considered to be a little famous in Star City, and Ruyan Lu was the young princess of the Lin family, and the Shiraishi family she was talking about was the largest family in the neighboring country of Sakura. They expanded their power and extended their claws and teeth to China as well. Star City, which was their outpost in China, was managed by Baisherhao, the son of the family's third elder. Subordinate real estate company, Fancy Suyu's family land, the result of repeated communication to no avail. Then he thought of this no-brainer deal. which would allow him to enjoy the thrill of being the king next door and humiliate Suyu at the same time. As it turned out, by the end of the world, Suetsu still had a few tricks up his sleeve, relying on Lu Ruyan's pressure on him. Bai Shihao benefited greatly. At the end of the day, Shiraishi Hao was also promoted to the top 10 masters of China as the only foreigner, become the leader of the siege of Sotsu at the beginning of the story. That's ironic. However, after saying all this, Suyu's face did not make waves. At this moment, Ruyan Lu completely panicked. Suyu smiled faintly as his daggers stabbed out one after another. As a woman, Lu Ruyan, where than Suyu's strength, can only be slaughtered. Under Suyu's deliberate manipulation, each slash skillfully avoided the area where the pain nerves were concentrated. 2 knives, directly chopping off the popliteal veins in the back fossa of Lu Ruyan's legs. Instantly, Ruyan Lu lost her ability to move, and watched as 2 strands of dark red blood slowly oozed out of the wound. It was too late to think too much. Suyu made 2 more cuts, directly slashing the radial arteries at the left and right wrists. Instantly, 2 streams of crimson blood spurted out. Ruyan Lu couldn't feel much pain, but she could clearly feel her heartbeat, which seemed to have gotten weaker. 2 more cuts. Soon, the white clothes were dyed red, and the ground was dripping with Lu Ruyan's blood. Letting Ruyan Lu clearly feel the fading of life was Suyu's purpose. It only felt like her eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and even speaking and breathing, Lu Ruyan, became incredibly difficult. But Suyu's surging killing intent finally made her see reality. At this moment, she felt the fear of death. Suyu, you can do anything to me. Please don't kill me. Su sure, don't you want to taste me? Suyu, help. But her pleas for mercy didn't make Suetsu stop his hand movements. Finally, after a cry for mercy, she gradually lost her life. Death was just an instant, but the process of dying, Ruyan Lu experienced for a full 10 minutes. The dead eyes are 4 parts shock, 3 parts despair and 3 parts regret. The last cut, through the neck, hands up, the human head, with a hint of flesh and skin attached, drooped to the side. Suyu looked up to the sky. 10 years of dog-licking obsession. Finally, in this moment, the smoke cleared. Surprisingly, at this moment, one would feel immense pleasure from killing a person. There was another reason why he was doing this. He was trying to complete the kill the moment the end times came. As a reborn person, Suyu certainly knew. Survivors were able to awaken their talents after completing their first kill. And in the post-apocalyptic world Suyu was in, this was considered a first kill. The Awaken talent level is not only linked to the individual's physical qualities, but also to the time of awakening. Theoretically, the earlier a talent was awakened, the higher the level of the Awakened talent would be. It's part of the plan, and the ideal perfect opening. Sure enough, the moment he handily slayed Ruyan Lu, the time came to 12 o'clock sharp, and the end times descended. The familiar system sound rang in Suyu's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for killing his enemy hand-to-hand, reborn in Nirvana, completing the world's first kill, and awakening the talent Hand of Plunder, SSS rank. Chapter 3 Awakening SSS Grade Talents. The time of the Blue Star. The time of the Blue Star seemed to stand still at the stroke of 12 o'clock sharp. World announcement. Good afternoon, fellow survivors. My lord is an orderer. You may also call me Lord God. Welcome to the new world that my lord has created for you guys. Global data mining. You will be given data panels and everyone will have one chance to change their name. And the remaining 7 billion people have been turned into zombies by my lord to hunt you down. Yo, but rest assured that death is not to be feared. For every survivor lives only once. The original food and water sources of the blue planet have all been destroyed by my lord, so it's impossible to live. The next part involves spoilers, so be careful. First, all survivors will be given a bracelet, which will be an important interaction tool. Second, upon successful completion of the first kill, the survivor will have a chance to awaken the talent. Third, by defeating zombies, you are able to gain experience, gold, equipment, props and supplies. Fourth, the development period for novices is 7 days. After 7 days, the aggressiveness and evolutionary speed of the zombies will increase dramatically. In this world, anything is possible. Prepare to be challenged. Okay, after the 1-minute countdown, let's get started right away. Please enjoy these rich and desperate end times. The voice of the orderer seemed to come from an innocent child. All the information was instantly relayed to every survivor, and many thought it was just their own delusion or someone else's prank. However, Suyu knew the coldness and despair of the end times. Despite the fact that he had been reborn, it was prudent to reconfirm the rules, which were exactly the same as in his previous life. He then activated his hand ring. Survivor Suetsu, welcome to the end times. A total of 209 survivors named Suetsu have been detected on Blue Star. Do I need to change my name, or will the system automatically change the name to Suetsa 47? The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. Looking at the screen popped up, Suyu 47. Cannot help but somewhat want to laugh. I also AK-47? Sorry survivors, AK-47 is already taken. Or will the system automatically rename it AK-47B? Renamed to Lone Wolf. Suyu sighed helplessly. The current bracelet interaction system had not been developed yet, and the level of intelligence was really poor. Ding! Confirmation of name change to Lone Wolf? Confirmed. Wolves are a typical pack animal that hunts by dividing up labor and assisting each other. Moreover, wolves have a strong sense of revenge and remember their enemies fondly. Among wolves, lone wolves are even more of an anomaly. They do not want to be manipulated by others and prefer to take responsibility for their own actions. Choosing to be a lone wolf is about revenge. In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, the most terrifying thing was never the zombies, but the humans. Suyu had seen too many examples of brothers turning against each other and couples fighting each other. Even himself. Licked to the end. Nothing. Therefore, in this life, Suyu no longer trusted anyone easily. Is embarking on a solo path of vengeance. Stepping over the corpses of your enemies and getting stronger step by step. Tap the properties panel. Name, Lone Wolf. Occupation, none. Grade, 1. Experience, 0 out of 10. Strength, 10, affects physical attack power. Spirit, 10, affects spell attack power. Physical fitness, 10, affects defense. Agility, 10, affects movement. Attack speed. Luck value, 0, affects explosion rate. Chance of encounter. Storage bar, 0. 1 cubic meters. Equipment column, not yet available. Primary talent, Hand of Plunder, SSS rank. Secondary talents, none. Skill set, Fetishism, 1/1. Strength, Spirit, Physique, and Agility are the 4 basic attributes. The orderer assigns different initial attributes based on the results of the scan. The minimum is 1 point and the maximum is 10 points, while the median for the average adult is 5 points. Originally, all of Suyu's attributes were 5 points. Very ordinary, but in the 10 years of the end times, his fighting skills and physical reactions had been greatly honed. Rebirth has returned and is now at full strength. He couldn't wait to check out the talents he had acquired. World's first kill. The Awakening is still an SSS rank talent. In the post-apocalyptic world, whether it's humans, zombies or alien beasts, their growth caps are all determined by talent level. The probability of awakening gradually decreases from the lowest F-rank talent to the highest SSS rank talent. Specifically, the probability of awakening an E-rank talent is 1 in 10. The probability of awakening a D-rank talent is 1%. The probability of awakening a C-rank talent is 1 in 1,000. The probability of awakening an S-rank talent is 1 in 1,000,000. The probability of awakening an SS-rank talent is 1 in 10 million. The probability of awakening an SSS-rank talent is 1 in 1,000,000,000. And in this post-apocalyptic context, there are a wide variety of talents that can be awakened. The higher the level, the more incredibly powerful the effect. For example, the F-rank scavenging talent, plus 50% drop in survival supplies. For example, the D-ranked recovery talent, increases the recovery effect by 100%. For example, the A-ranked blood-sucking talent, which draws blood when it deals damage. Once they reached S rank or above, they were all existences that could be described as heavenly. For example, the S-ranked enchanted deliverance, the strike rate is increased by 100%, and every time it strikes, it is bound to strike. For example, SS-ranked dance of death, all attacks ignore defense and shields and deal real damage. In the post-apocalyptic world, there is a widely circulated chicken soup for the soul. There are no bad talents in the world, only people who don't work hard. This quote encourages people to delve deeper, explore their potential, and maximize their talents. As long as this is the case, you can find your own place in a certain field. In his previous life, Suyu had relied on his A-rank talent, Mage's Heart, successfully promoted to the position of the god of Chinese law. His success also became the best example for those people who preached chicken soup for the soul. However, when we turn our attention to the other masters, we find that almost none of them have S-rank or higher talents. Chicken soup for the soul. Just listen. But the hardship and dedication involved is something that only Suyu himself understands. Every growth and breakthrough was made possible by his sweat and blood. Just as some are born as cattle and horses, while others are born in Rome. Talent, Hand of Plunder, SSS level. Talent level, SSS. Unique talent. Fetishism. A survivor with this talent can loot another creature's talent once per level. The looted creature loses the talent. The probability of looting will be based on the degree of collapse and weakness of the opponent. The higher the degree, the higher the probability of looting. Special talents cannot be looted. Current number, 1 of 1. The moment he saw this place, Suyu felt unable to calm his heart. As a Dharma god in his previous life, Suyu knew the importance of talent to a person. It was important to know that the probability of awakening was only 1 in a billion for the highest ranked SSS ranked talent. What does that mean? There are a total of 8 billion people on the blue planet and 1 billion survivors. Out of those 1 billion people, only 10 were able to awaken the SSS ranked talent. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. According to the description of the talent, for every level of talent, you could plunder another person's talent once, and the rest of the survivors, except for the first talent gained on the first kill, you need to reach level 60 to awaken the second talent. This means that by the middle of the end times, they could only have 2 talents. Considering that the maximum level was 100, Suetsu could have up to 100 talents. As such, when he sees someone else with a powerful talent, he can loot them without hesitation. And there's no limit to who you can loot. Not limited to survivors. Any creature could be his target. This means that even among the survivors, the right talent cannot be found. It was also possible to turn the target to those boss-level zombies, which would be even more unbelievable in terms of the talents they possessed. The 1-minute countdown is long and short, so you took a deep breath and closed the panel. Facing the upcoming end of the world, he had both nervousness and anticipation in his heart. At the second of the end of the world, as the first survivor to obtain the SSS-level talent, Suyu welcomed an even greater harvest. Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for being the first survivor to awaken the SSS grade talent in the post-apocalyptic world, and obtaining the unique achievement, the Chosen One. World announcement coming soon. Is the name hidden? Without hesitation, Suyu replied, no. He was ready to face this whole new world with a new identity. Chapter 4, World Announcement. The Chosen One. All survivors, at the same time, received a world announcement from the Orderer. World announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has become the first person to awaken SSS grade talent in the end of the world, obtaining the world's only achievement, the Chosen One, and at the same time obtaining a huge amount of rewards. Other survivors should look up to him. The world bulletin was played 3 times enough. In the next second, the world exploded. End times? Lone Wolf? This is hilarious, isn't it? Honey, your teeth touched me. Shut up. Broken. In the hotel, a rich second generation looked at the woman underneath him who was pecking at a small chicken, with a crying voice in his words. I've read hundreds of post-apocalyptic novels, so this is hard to beat. Finished. I'm surrounded by zombies. In the office building, an intern came back from his pause and met 6 beautiful zombies head on. Lone Wolf little brother is so powerful. Come over quickly to save Stinky Bao. There are so many bad law outside. Calling. A fairy hiding in a rented house. Beeping and calling. Fuck. Lone Wolf, it's a Chinese? Wasn't I the first kill? A violent man from a pretty country, holding a compound bow, shoots the pillow man, while people marveled at Suyu. This apocalyptic apocalypse, descended. The entire blue star, in an instant, was in disarray. The originally light red sky instantly turned blood-colored as if it had reached some critical point. The transportation lost power, and with it came the sound of sirens and crashes. However, this is but a prelude to the Holocaust. Panic quickly spreads among the survivors, and the whole world, filled with panicked people, they watched, as their companions around them, transformed into zombies in the mouths of the Order in a matter of seconds. These zombies had white eyes, extremely uncoordinated trembling of their limbs, and their speed of movement far exceeded that of ordinary people. The zombie opened its bloody mouth, all the way up to its ears, and let out a creepy hiss. They rushed towards the crowd as if they were crazy. Countless zombies, letting out earth-shattering hisses, mixed with human screams and shouts, filled every corner of the city. In just a few minutes, limbs and arms, organs and blood appeared in every corner, and Blue Star was reduced to a purgatory. Many survivors were killed instantly, and more, were infected and gradually reduced to new zombies. The world announcement is not just as simple as showing your face, but more, it's rewarding. The world announcement went up in the first second of the end times. I have to say that Suetsu has won the starting line. The protagonist of this world announcement is happily receiving his massive rewards. Receive the Chosen One achievement reward, reputation *1000, gold coins *1000, bracelet storage space expanded to 1 cubic meter. Receive the title, the Chosen One. It's almost like Qin Shi Huang touching the electric door. Win is numb. Reputation, a good thing that can't be beat. This includes discounts on purchases, access to purchase special items, access to duplicates, and more. And gold coins. Needless to say, at the end of the 7-day rookie period, supplies can be purchased with gold coins in the system store in the safe zones of major cities. The bracelet's storage space expanded, finally allowing Suyu to free the backpack behind him. Be aware of the normal route to bracelet expansion. It costs quite a bit of gold, or for specific quests. 1 cubic meter is definitely enough for now. The main thing is the title, which is extremely demanding to obtain and out of reach for ordinary people. Back then, it was only when Suyu advanced to Dharma God that he obtained the first Dharma God of China, temporary title, which showed its preciousness. Unlike the first Dharma God of China, this was a permanent title. The chosen one, the world's only title, a permanent title, the first survivor to awaken an SSS rank talent in the post-apocalyptic world. Attributes, permanent +5 to all attributes. Carrying the title increases damage by an additional 10% and reduces damage taken by 10%. A permanent +5 to all attributes is equivalent to an attribute that is flat out 4 levels higher than anyone else's. And, incidentally, the noblest of percentage attributes. Though at this point in time, that 10% increase and decrease in damage is a bit underwhelming. However, the bonuses given are quite substantial by the time the endgame is late and each is a numerical monster. The only drawback is that each person can only carry one title at a time. Decisively put the title on, and God knows when you get the next one. Get it? Inside the neighborhood was the sound of running, fighting and shouting. It was too chaotic outside right now, and Suyu decided to wait until the situation settled down a bit before going out. Wouldn't it be a joke if we opened the door and got hurt by mistake? After resting, Suyu put some tools that had been prepared long ago into the bracelet. From the kitchen, again, a bone chopper. This was the only weapon that took advantage of the situation besides the dagger that assassinated Rian Lu. Before acquiring the end times weapon, one could only use this kind of equipment, which had no attributes, to attack. Suyu crossed over to Rian Lu's corpse, pondering, Rian Lu, this is just a pawn. The Lin family behind him, as well as the main owner, Shiraishi Hao, and the Shiraishi family behind him. It is the former life that is one's greatest enemy, but he knew that now that the Lin family and the Whitehead family were powerful, it was still not enough to rely on this passion alone. To seek revenge on them now by himself was no different than a moth to a flame. Right now, make use of the memories you have from being reborn, and frantically improve your strength during these days of the novice period. Then he would seek revenge on the Lin and Whitehead families and strangle them in the cradle. Those haters, whether they meant to or not, good guys or bad guys, those who have hurt themselves, one counts. They all have to die. After making up his mind, right now Suyu immediately had a target. The building he was in had just the right objects to go loot. By now, it was quiet outside the house, and through the cat's eye, after confirming that it was safe, he walked out of the room. By hand, the fire escape was blocked off, and the entire 8th floor was turned into a separate space. It's a tiny corridor, 1 story, 4 family, standard commercial residential building, but only 2 families lived there, Suyu, and a pair of old men and women from 804. The door to 804 was closed, but from inside, there was quite a bit of movement. This old couple, they moved in about a year ago. Ever since they moved in, there has been a foul odor coming through the door and windows from time to time. It was later learned that they scavenged and used the house as a dumping ground. At first, they just used the interior for stacking. Later, surprisingly, even the public corridors became places for organizing and piling up garbage. It's not waking up to an alarm clock at 6 a.m. every morning. Rather, he was awakened by the sound of their clunking and moving. They organize cardboard boxes, or the sound their feet make on bottles and cans. Even if you complain to the property or even call the police. After each visit, the old man and woman pretended to be deaf and dumb, but it was good for 2 days. But it was only for 2 days, and then it intensified, over and over again. The property owners were overwhelmed and simply left it alone, adhering to the idea that more is better than less. He instead morally kidnaps Suyu and urges him to be generous. I thought of the old man and woman privately turning on themselves, with that straight face, as if this place belonged to them. This made Suyu extremely upset. In their previous lives, they opened up as zombies and died under Suetsu. Like scratching an itch, it relieves the hate and doesn't fully relieve it. Suddenly the old woman came running out of the house, shouting as she ran, "Old herdsman, it's better to be confused. Don't be calculating. Don't worry, the baby is definitely yours. Just look a little bit like it. I just made. What normal women make mistakes. Don't you bite me ah." After saying that, the old woman kicked her handful of companions back into the house and slammed the door behind her. A short while later, there was a banging on the door from the room. Obviously not the kind of commotion a normal old man could create. And the old lady, paralyzed and somewhat stunned. Nice guy. A few short sentences almost dry burned Suetsu's CPU. This old lady is afraid that it is not 82 years of Longjing old green tea. The line, which was the same as Lu Ruyan's, and I don't know who plagiarized who. Chapter 5, Looting S-rank talents. Full luck arrives. Just then, Suyu discovered the bite marks on the old lady's arm. Apparently, It was infected by the zombie the old man turned into just now. According to the old lady's current condition, in just 1 minute, she would also fall among the zombies. However, Suyu still subconsciously checked the old lady's basic information, which was a habit that had been developed in the last days. This is the scrying technique that everyone has access to when the end times come. Personal information about opponents can be probed for opponents whose level does not exceed 3. It was only when observing the zombies that they were able to get attribute, talent, and skill information that was a bit more detailed. The fine thing is that this old lady actually completed the first kill and awakened the gift. But ultimately, he was wounded by a walker and his life was short-lived. Lee Camphor, in Zombification. LV2. No occupation. S-rank talent, full luck. Suyu knew that the old lady was surnamed Lee, but did not know that it was such a personalized name. As the name suggests, she's got the right kind of to talk about. Unlike the personal information that he was able to observe in his previous life, through his SSS rank talent, it was actually possible to directly observe the target's talent. Unexpected joy. S-rank talents only have a 1 in a million chance of awakening. I can't believe it fell on the head of such an old lady who was about to turn into a zombie. Keep in mind that among the S-rank talents, even though full luck belongs to the non-combat talents, in combat, compared to other S-rank talents, it will be slightly inferior though. But it is precisely because it is extremely rare that no one can underestimate its existence. The combined burst rate for the end times is extremely low. On a smaller scale, luck can have a direct impact on kill burst rates, with equipment, items, and supplies all included. On a larger scale, hidden quests, hidden copies, hidden professions, these chances of encounter are all tied to luck. Therefore, whenever a piece of equipment that could increase the luck value appeared, even if the other attributes were poor, it would be madly snatched up by multiple forces. If it appeared in an auction house, it would definitely be a sky-high price. Pretty Country 5-star critic MacArthur once said that if he had to choose between a trained army of 1,000 men and 1 point of lucky value, he would choose lucky value without hesitation. In his previous life, when Suyu was promoted to Dharma God, his luck value was only 2 points, which showed its gold content. Before she turned into a zombie, Suyu did not hesitate to use the Hand of Plunder. Ding! You used the Hand of Plunder on the survivor, Lee Campbell. Lee Campbell's current collapse level, 10%. Weakness level, 10%. Talent looting failed. Suyu felt that his energy value had decreased by 1/3, but luckily the looting skill didn't have a cooldown. It actually failed? This old lady watched her partner turn into a zombie and suffer a lot of injuries. I can't imagine that the collapse and weakness is now only 10%. So low? After striking out, Suyu then saw that the other party's personal information had been increased by 2 value panels, crumbling degree and weakness degree. I can't imagine that this talent has this kind of function. Cool. Then when you deal with your enemies later, you can watch them, little by little, crumble. However, if you want to loot it in the future, you can only increase the success rate to 100% and loot it again. That's good. You're going to be a zombie soon anyway, so it's good that you're practicing. At this moment, Mrs. Lee's body has been gradually infected by the zombies. Changes were being made with the naked eye, without her knowing it. Old Mrs. Lee looked at Suyu muttering something blindly and still had a smile on her face. An old comrade of over 70 years of age himself has fallen down and doesn't know how to help? Sue, what are you looking at? Don't help me up yet. Didn't your mom teach you to respect the old and love the young? Old Mrs. Lee bared a mouthful of large yellow teeth as she struggled to get up. Unexpectedly, Suyu's knee was pushed up as if it was a 4-2000 caddy. Just halfway up, her fat body trembled and she hit the wall hard again. This fall took her large gold teeth, which had just been set this year, straight out, and suddenly her mouth was full of blood. Collapse, 20%. Weakness, 20%. Current looting success rate, 40%. It's kind of fun. Suyu spread his hands out, looking a bit innocent, and said in a conspiratorial manner, a few teeth have fallen out. How could I be so careless now? I'm sorry, okay? Careless? Obviously on purpose. Collapse, 30%. Weakness, 20%. Current looting success rate, 50%. Ouch. Hit someone. They're beating people up. College students are beating up people. Come and see. Old Mrs. Lee slumped to the ground and raised her hands, crying and slapping the ground. She tried to get the attention of the others on the floor, but no one ever came. One plan doesn't work. Another one. Little Sue, my son is Lee Gang. You know that, right? He's from the street police station. He'll adjust the CCTV and blackmail you so much that you won't even be able to lift your pants. Old Mrs. Lee stretched out her finger, pointing at Suyu's nose with a grimace. In Suyu's opinion, old Mrs. Lee was practically killing herself, without any nonsense. With one strike of his blade, Suyu chopped off her outstretched hand, from the wrist. Blood gushed from the break. Ah, murder, murder. A few cuts followed, severing Mrs. Lee's limbs. When faced with a human who's about to turn into a zombie, it makes sense to chop off her limbs and render her incapacitated, doesn't it? However, strangely enough, Mrs. Lee could not feel the pain due to the spread of the zombie virus. At the moment she felt like a human pig in a pool of blood, but felt fear. I was so nervous, I actually got incontinent. Urine mixed with blood, but she couldn't do anything about it. Please, don't kill me. I'll be good from now on. Be good? In another life. Had. Actually, I still like you untamed. You, recover. Suyu smiled faintly and interrupted old Mrs. Lee's words. Collapse, 50%. Weakness, 90%. Current looting success rate, 140%. Nice guy. Chopped off a limb and the collapse is only just 50%, but the weakness goes up. The extra 40% is a gift to the system. It's that generous. Ding. You used looting hand on the survivor, Lee Campy, and the talent looting succeeded. Remaining count, 0. Ding. You've gained an S-rank talent, full luck. Crap. That's it? Talent, full luck, S-rank. God's favor. Survivors with this talent have their luck value locked at a full 9 points. Luck value will not be affected by any equipment or scenario. This means that even if you obtain certain equipment that reduces your luck value in the future, or are in certain copies that reduce your luck value, you won't be affected in the slightest. The opening full of luck can only be described in 4 words. Far ahead. Old Mrs. Lee, who had been robbed of her talent by Suyu, felt like something had been taken out of her body. And yet, I can't tell you what it feels like. Suddenly her body froze and her mind went blank. Then the world spun around before her eyes and her head rolled a dozen times before she stopped. Ding. Successfully killed zombie LV2. Gained experience *20. Gold *2. Ding. Leveled up to level 2. Gained 5 free attribute points. Ding. Talented looting hands. Number of times remaining, 1. Vaguely, a glimmer of green was seen flickering beneath the body in the pool of blood. A kick toppled the body of this first separation, and a ring, glowing green, was pressed underneath it. Suyu recognized at a glance that it was the light unique to the end times equipment. All equipment in Mordor has a grade division, in order from bottom to top. Excellent, fine, legendary, mythical, and superlative. There are 5 levels in all. Of course, there's the lowest common level, which is just some light plate equipment that doesn't provide attributes and isn't worth mentioning. The post-apocalyptic burst rate was already low, and it was almost always survival supplies, with a rather touchy burst rate for equipment items. After the 7-day novice period, if you can have 1 or 2 pieces of excellent level equipment, the cow's skin will be blown to the sky. And now the first time out. It paid off. A classic line from Dragon. Off the cuff. Wow. The burst rate is really high. Hey. It's not bad to be full of luck. It's almost as if the little sparrow pecked the cow to rejoice. The sparrow eats, indeed, the cow. In his last life, under Lu Ruyan's suppression, Suyu had been enjoying the backtime life and living a camel skin life. The slightest slip of the tongue was met with hot and cold violence from Ruyan Lu. That's why he has remained silent in few words. Perhaps it had been suppressed for too long. After consecutively handily killing the schoolgirl's girlfriend and Mrs. Lee, Suyu's long pent-up nature has also been released, and the whole person has become a lot more sunny and cheerful. As the saying goes, if you don't get bad in silence, you get perverted in silence. Refuse to mentally internalize what you want to say. What's wrong with letting yourself go? Chapter 6. The gold content of full luck. Pick up the ring on the ground and check the properties. Ring of Vitality, excellent level equipment. An eternal ring, forged with a simple spell that brings vigor to the bearer. Attribute, physical fitness +5. Passive, after getting out of combat, you can slowly restore your vitality value. Set effect, 1/2 not activated. The Ring of Vitality and Ring of Energy are one of the most cost-effective pieces of equipment in the pre-apocalyptic period. In a fight, it's inevitable that there will be some minor bumps and bruises, as long as it doesn't break bones or irreversible damage like a broken arm or leg. In one night, you can basically recover a lot. However, it was after all only an excellent level equipment, and compared to the mythic level and even super god level equipment that Suyu had previously owned, the attributes were obviously not enough to look at. But what's the point of having a bicycle for nothing? Moreover, those equipments that he had once obtained, the way of opening hidden quests and hidden copies, Suyu, as a person who had been there before, knew it all. When one is strong enough, it's just a matter of getting it again. Suyu put the Ring of Vigor on his hand. Ding! The Ring of Vitality has been equipped. Warm reminder, survivors can wear 2 rings at once. Next, 5 more free attribute points were added, all of which were added to strength. Base attributes, strength, 20, mental, 15, Physical, 20. Agility, 15. Until level 10. With a lack of skills, power restrains all fancy stuff. Anyway, the other attributes are, for now, sufficient. At this time, the security door of 804 was already a bit shaky under the continuous impact of the old man's zombie. However, these ordinary zombies at the novice stage generally relied on their sense of smell and hearing to target their prey, so when there was no movement at the door, the old man zombie stopped moving as well. After taking the door key from old Mrs. Lee's waist, Suyu unscrewed it without panic. The old man walker heard the commotion and let out a low growl. Striking first, Suyu suddenly pulled open the security door. Four eyes met. A lean walker in a basketball undershirt, bruised and battered. Hell knows what old Mrs. Lee just did to it. It danced the crippled sharp claws on its hands and grabbed towards Suyu's face. Suyu slightly sidestepped, stretched out his leg, and gently tossed it. The old man zombie stumbled and flopped right out of the way, only managing to stabilize himself. Unexpectedly, another foot deflated his old partner's head. Losing his balance, the old man walker plunged headlong into the trash of the hallway. Clunk! Instantly, cans, plastic bottles, and cardboard spilled out all over the place. Suyu took the opportunity to check the zombie's attributes. Weak walkers, grade 1. Base attributes, strength, 6. Mental, 15. Physical, 6. Agility, 3. Not bad, very spirited. Humans, when necroticized, have attributes that increase a bit from their native ones. This shows that the old man was indeed very spirited, both in life and in death. Otherwise, he wouldn't be oohing and awing Suetsu at least thunderously every day. However, 6 points of strength, 3 points of agility, means slow movement and average damage. This attribute, in Suyu's eyes, was clearly not enough. The old man walker climbed to his feet, grabbing haphazardly at the bucket of paint above his head. Coincidentally, it's still a green one. Of course Suyu would not let go of this opportunity. Arrow stepped forward and the bone chopper was aimed at its neck. The old man walker managed to remove the paint bucket and actually subconsciously used his arm to block it. The blade's force dropped slightly after the successive chops of the hands, but it still cleaved off the zombie's jaw. The zombie still did not die. Even if only the upper jaw was left, even if there were no more sharp claws, he still wanted to bite Suyu. Suyu did not panic in the slightest. The second blade was already out. The zombie could not avoid it. The head was chopped right off and smashed into a bucket of paint. It seems that the green paint bucket is the happy old home where the old man belongs. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV1. Gained experience *10. Gold *1. Suyu took a deep breath, his brain flying in the middle of the review. He was a bit dissatisfied with his play just now. What, in theory, could be solved with one slash. He himself used to. After all, in his previous life, he was a lawgiver, and it was true that he was a bit less than good at close combat. Kicking the sprawled body out of the way paid off again. What popped out this time was a universal capsule. Usually, the universal capsule, which represents the supplies of the end times, is something indispensable for the survivors. You can include everything from small candy sodas to big seafood curries and roasted whole goat. The method of use, too, is fairly simple. Just press the button at the top of the capsule and the supplies will appear. However, the capsule is disposable. There is no recycling function, and the uneaten ones can only be put into the bracelet for preservation. As a rule, all of Blue Star's original food rotted and spoiled when the end times came, due to the fact that the safe zones in the major cities do not open until after the 7-day novice period. It was then that survivors were able to purchase supplies from within the system store. Using gold coins, Go is impossible to live with, and the only way to get the necessary supplies to survive is to kill the walkers. Sure enough, on the label of the capsule, it reads, a 2L bottle of fatty happy water. According to human experiments done in the Lighthouse country, you can live for 7 days without food and only 3 days without water. In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, a clean water source becomes especially important, and fat happy water, which is both hydrating and bursting with carbs, is an excellent supply that can't be beat. Pressing the button, the capsule burst open and a bottle of fatty happy water appeared in front of Suyu's eyes. Suyu glanced around the room after slamming a few mouthfuls. Only a zombie infant fell dead on the ground, and it looked like the old lady had awakened her gift by killing it. Suyu ignored it and went straight up to the 9th floor. I was under the impression that there were 2 families on this floor as well. Sure enough, just as you approached the common area on the 9th floor, then the sound of walking back and forth and the unique roar of a walker was heard. Nice guy. 2 walkers at once. A bear walker, hanging upside down from the ceiling. The other, pushing a stroller, was an older walker. It seems to have been infected at the same time when the grandmother was bringing up her grandchildren. Suyu checked the attributes of the 2 zombies. Except for the bear child's agility, which had reached 12 points, The other attributes were not too far off from ordinary zombies. Although it was a bit stronger than ordinary people, compared to Suyu, it was quite a bit worse. The moment they saw a living person, the two zombies became incredibly excited. The zombies let out bursts of hissing sounds, one on top of the other, and lunged towards Suyu. It looks aggressive, but it's not organized. The biggest disadvantage of this ordinary zombie is that it has no intelligence. It only knows how to attack humans by instinct. Ka-ching! Instead of retreating, Suyu met him. First, he slashed and cleanly cut the slightly more agile, first to arrive, bear-child zombie into two pieces. A curtain of blood sprayed before his eyes, obscuring the sight of the ordinary zombies. When it passed through the curtain of blood, it only saw that the bone chopper had been waiting for a long time and hit the neck accurately. Once you're back in the game, you're back in the game. Suyu was also getting more and more comfortable with the use of the bone-cutting blade. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV1. Gained experience *10. Gold *1. 2 consecutive system alerts. 20 points of experience arrived. 60 experience points short of level 3. Chapter 7 Open the door. FBI pornography sweep. 2 more expendable props appeared beside the 2 zombies after their deaths. Gap. Think of a previous life where the opening started with 3 days of starvation. It's so hard to kill out and get tired of being past the newbie stage. When you take out your pockets, they're cleaner than your face. If it wasn't for a walker popping an apple, I'm afraid I'd have died in the noob phase. I was halfway through eating it before I realized that the apple, it was still worm-eaten. So you picked up the 2 props with good luck. Silver Bird's Claw, normal level consumable. Consumes a small amount of energy value to boost observation power by a small amount for 5 minutes after use. Pot of Enemy Seduction, ordinary level consumable. Consume a small amount of energy to throw the pot of enemy seduction to attract the attention of humanoid zombies. Range 10 meters. Lasts for 1 minute. Disappears after taking damage. This thing, though, is just a regular grade consumable. However, if utilized properly, it can get twice the result with half the effort in the post-apocalyptic world. Not bad, they will all be useful in a while. Suyu smiled faintly and put them all into his bracelet. A flurry of movement drew commotion from the other rooms on the floor. In room 903, a young lady with a face mask and pajamas slammed open the door. The young lady was 800 degrees nearsighted, squinted at Suyu standing in the public area, crossed her arms with one hand, and cracked her mouth. I say, are you sick? Making noise in public areas all the time in the middle of the day? The young lady was a grumpy one, and as she spoke, she picked up her cell phone to call the police station. Suyu had never been a person who liked to be reasonable in his 10 years in the end times. Reasoning in a post-apocalyptic world is laughable when you think about it. The only reason for that was that killing her would not enhance herself in the slightest. Without moving, Suyu probed her attributes. Level 1 unawakened. It seems not to have figured out the current situation, so he manipulated his bone chopper and headed for the room behind her, where a senior walker waddled out. In her blurred vision, the young lady thought that Suyu had taken the initiative to provoke, and she could not help but let her fire rise. A broomstick was at hand, cursing and ready to strike. She didn't realize it until Suetsa came closer. The man in front of him was covered in dripping blood, a great sense of oppression that suffocated her. The young lady was so frightened that she fell to the ground and tremblingly pulled her glasses out of her pocket. Finally got a good look at the common area, the bloody scene, and pissed himself on the spot. The senior walker, who had moved slowly, came to the young lady. Suyu was skeptical that this zombie was afraid that it was going to end its life in the next second. It took Missy's hand and put it right in its mouth. Presumably toothless, the nibbling was halfway done, and Missy's hands were full of drool. The scene was extremely comical and made Suyu happy. The young lady frowned as a paroxysm of pain came from her hand. With the zombie's relentless efforts, it finally rubbed through her skin. After infecting the young lady, the zombie rises to level 2, moving in broken steps, and turns to attack Suyu again. Come alive again. For this kind of delivery, Suyu naturally smiled. In 3 or 2 slashes, the 2 zombies in front of him, 30 experience points were laughed away. This pair, young and old, popped a material capsule, a fragrant spicy hot pot. Not bad. On the first day of the post-apocalyptic world, it's quite a luxury to have a Coke with spicy hot pot at night. After confirming that the 9th floor had been cleared, Suyu turned his destination to the top 10th floor. The owner of this floor rents the house to a live streaming guild. Incoming, it's rumored to be full of laid-off re-employed people from Apricot City. Men and women, plus managers, are feared to be more than 20. The anchors spend their days on regular live streaming platforms, cleaning glass, driving trains, and sledgehammers, explicitly attracting fans and brushing up on sports car yachts to buy welfare videos. At night, the anchors turn to adult platforms, Open Live Big Show, Crazy Money, There are even more in-depth exchanges for Big Brother Pungwon. Just arriving at the 10th floor, Suyu was immediately surrounded by a large number of beautiful standing signs. Beautiful anchor woman 38 years old, divorced with 2 children, please lock the room number, 9527. Star City princess at large, just turned 18 this year, room number, 02825. Do you love me? Come in and claim your first girlfriend. Guaranteed to look just like the cover, live room ID, 11037. On the stand-ups, they are all young and beautiful, but Suyu has seen their true colors. How? Most of them are the product of beauty filters or even high technology and cannot be looked at closely. However, there had been a survivor who had awakened an S-class talent here. He became the leader of the entire building in one fell swoop, but privately bullied men and women and didn't survive the novice period. Therefore, Suyu still had some impression of him. Suyu was standing quietly at the door of the room, breaking in hard, obviously not a wise choice. Prepared for this, Suyu pulled out the silver bird claw that he had just acquired. Ding! Using the consumable silver bird's claw, your powers of observation have been increased by a small amount. Duration, 5 minutes. After a system beep, Suyu only felt that his 5 senses instantly became sensitive, as if the entire world had become clear. Originally blocked by the gate, it was also possible to detect the abnormality in it through the sound. Just inside the 10th floor, the doors to several rooms were closed. Off to the side, the doors to rooms 1001 and 1002 were closed, and by the sound of it, there were 2 walkers in each of them, and the door to room 1003 was wide open and already empty. The remaining 1004, with the door to the room half open, had an extremely strong odor of blood coming from it. Inside, there should be no less than 10 corpses that have obviously been through a big battle. And deep in the room, the sound of a walker chewing, and 2 humans breathing. This is the only place in the whole 10th floor that's occupied. To prevent a long night, Suyu kicked open the door of the room and shouted, "Open the door. The FBI is raiding pornography. Behave yourself." What came into view was a pile of broken limbs on the ground, both human and zombie, but without exception, both men and male walkers were a bloody mess on their lower bodies. Crimson blood covered the floor, walls and ceiling of the entire room. A stocky, naked male zombie was turning his back to Suyu. It was sitting crouched in the aisle, and was carrying a piece of that job in its hand, ready to be brought to its mouth. And it was from this walker that the bloody scene in front of him came. It is important to realize that normal zombies, after infecting the survivors and will see them as their own kind and stop attacking, and zombies like it, which directly devour humans, are extremely rare, usually only those who, in a previous life, were extremely antisocial personalities. Some residual memories after zombification into an elite zombie. The walker was seen naked, muscular, and covered in tattoos. Fire-breathing Qilin in his left arm, 3-legged golden crow in his right hand, 9 dragons pulling the coffin on his back, and Guangdong with his eyes open on his front chest. Very informative. Nice guy. When you look at the tattoo world, each motif is pretty much a bomb. It's not a tattoo, it's a tattoo of life. This kind of tattoo, without a hard enough fate, where to carry it? You've turned into a zombie, haven't you? Chapter 8 Elite Zombies and the Chinese War Bow. At the first moment, Suyu checked the other party's attributes. Robust walker, rank, 3, elite, base attributes, strength, 25, mental, 8, physical, 22, agility, 15. The attributes were quite unbelievable, and an ordinary person wouldn't be able to get past a few moves in front of it. However, at present, Suyu's attributes were no different compared to his. Like survivors, walkers can be upgraded by hunting. To reach level 3 in a short period of time shows how strong it is. However, the spiritual value is no match for the old man downstairs, so I think this big brother must be a master of all 4 limbs and a simple mind. Although it was not as good as a boss, it was more intelligent than the average zombie. Elite walkers have a decent pop rate and are certainly worth checking out. Without any further ado, the elite zombie stood up, naked, and charged directly towards Suyu. Suyu revealed a meaningful smile and couldn't help but speak. Big brother, so it's a little bug that hasn't matured yet. This big brother was originally an agent of the Live Broadcasting Guild, looking tall and strong, but condensed into a small worm. Even taking pills couldn't wake up his little bugs. When the birds see him, they have to say, "There's food tonight." His inability to be humane created his antisocial and anti-human character. When you are a human being, you can still restrain your emotions. After turning into a zombie, the remaining memories that drove the body, it began to attack indiscriminately. It also attempts to achieve aphrodisiacs by supplementing form with form. This elite zombie was tall and big. With the weapons in the normal world, the strength of this bone chopper, trying to land a blow to its head and heart is too difficult. You can only disable it before killing it with a single blow. At this moment, the elite zombie let out a hiss, like a gust of wind, and arrived in front of Suyu. Sharp claws with a light green glow. A bear hugged to Suyu in front of him. Just at the moment when the claws were about to touch Suyu, the elite zombie's body suddenly kept going, and all of its attention, all of it, was focused on Suyu's hand. It was a jar carved with strange inscriptions that were incredibly tempting to walkers. Suyu smoothly threw the pot of enemy enticing behind the elite zombie, and its body visibly stalled. Then in an extremely bizarre position, he turned around. This stuff is a little more attractive to walkers than it is to the living. Although not very useful against bosses, it was effective against these zombies. Suyu immediately bent down, and the bone chopper in his hand also met him in a smooth manner. Bear! Boom! The long sound in front of them was the sound of a bone chopper slashing through the thigh of an elite walker. The crash in the back was the sound of the blade bouncing off the femur of the thigh. With the help of the elite zombie's impact, it hardened its left leg, cutting out a huge gash. Elite walker stumbled, but didn't fall. Suyu was not greedy for the sword and retreated with a blow. The strike just now made his hands holding the bone chopper a little numb. Even before the battle, the bone chopper had an opening. I didn't realize that after one round of fighting with the elite zombies, the gaping hole had gotten even worse. It was a good thing that Suyu had added all of his attribute points to strength, or else he wouldn't even be able to cut through its skin. This blow was very deadly to the humans of the end times, but for a walker, it only reduces its maneuverability. That's enough. Losing the muscles in its left leg slowed its movements down quite a bit, and even turning around was a bit of a struggle. The elite zombie, against all odds, pounced on the not-so-distant pot of enticement. After all, low-level zombies couldn't feel pain and naturally didn't know how to avoid harm. In its eyes at the moment, there was only that baiting pot. Suyu held the hilt of his sword diagonally, the moment the elite zombie flew at him, aimed at the knee of its right leg and chopped down hard. The bone chopper hit the joint with unparalleled precision, and this time, it even collided directly with a spark. The patella of the right leg was directly split, and the whole leg, too, bent forward at 90 degrees. The elite zombie lost its support all of a sudden and fell heavily to the ground. Still, it stretched out its sharp claws and crept forward, desperately trying to get closer to the pot of temptation that was so close at hand. Take it while it's sick. However, Suyu wouldn't give it a chance. With 3 consecutive slashes, it finally chopped its neck in two. Ding! Successfully killed elite level zombie LV3, gained experience *60, gold *6. Ding! Leveled up to level 3, gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Gifted looting hands. Number of times remaining, 2. Phew, 60 experience points? Not bad. Just in time to get to level 3 with an extra 30 experience points to spare. After hearing the familiar system beep, Suyu then relaxed. That set of movements just now was unbelievable to outsiders. But for Suetsu, who had fought for 10 years in the end times, it was just a sprinkle. After all, he had dealt with them for 10 years, and he had long known the habits of all kinds of zombies. Only that the bone chopper's blade was gaping and cracking rather badly after the continuous attacks. Obviously no longer usable. Suyu could only throw it away helplessly. Blue Star's weapons are still too much for these walkers. A kick to the body toppled the elite walker. Not bad. 1 supply capsule. 1 weapon. Picking up the capsule. It reads expansively, a hearty barbecue meal, for 4 people. Not bad. Even the late night snacks have been taken care of. Immediately after that, locking his eyes on the longbow. A bow and arrow? Interesting. Suyu's eyes lit up. Picking up his longbow, he opened his coke and took a couple swigs. Then, began to study the weapon. Huaxia War Bow, excellent great equipment. Ancient standard longbow of the Huaxia Kingdom, with high tension, high efficiency, and a certain degree of penetration and lethality. Attributes, strength +2, agility +3. Passive, ignores 10% of the enemy's defense. A longbow with 30 war arrows. The Chinese war bow has been equipped. Warm reminder, only 1 long-range weapon can be equipped at the same time. If you equip a bow-type weapon, you will have a certain chance to get arrows after killing an enemy. Not bad. At least now there's a long-range killing weapon. In his last life, Suyu's Awaken talent was the mage's heart, so the best choice, naturally, was a mage-type profession. In fact, at heart, he still wanted to be an archer. So for the study of the bow and arrow, Suyu knew quite a lot. Suyu continuously tried a few arrows against the wall before stopping his hand movements. The remaining half of the coke was then recycled into the bracelet. In the second bedroom, a man and a woman gulped through the doorway, their eyes dead set on Suyu's coke. At this point, the man was holding a 70-centimeter machete, and the blood on the blade had only recently coagulated. Behind him, on the bed, lay the body of a naked male walker. The zombie was about 40 years old in life, fat and slightly bald. It was none other than the top one big brother of their live broadcast, and everything in the bedroom, under the effect of the white and silver bird claws, has long been perceived by Suyu. Chapter 9, Odd Changes and Even Changes. The two men in the room were both in their early 20s, not looking too old, but by no means nice. The yellow-haired man was of medium build, with a mouth full of yellow teeth, and a few conspicuous knife scars and cigarette scars. The little Teiyukai had suspenders and heated pants, long chestnut hair, a petite and voluptuous body, and a very windswept appearance. The two are sort of a pair of concubines, freshly minted in the business and known for their live broadcasts that are real and bold and big. And the big brother of Pungwon, who came to exchange last night, turned into a zombie when the end times came. At that time, when big brother Punji was having an in-depth conversation with the little Teiyukai, yellow hair, who was his boyfriend and photographer, was quick on his feet, kneeling down big brother Punji to death. The two of them wasted a lot of effort before combining their efforts to kill it. I don't know if it's just luck or not, but big brother List 1 popped a supply capsule, a serving of pickles with a nest. The two of them had fought a long battle and were just hungry, so they wolfed it down. When people are hungry, everything they eat tastes good. No water and a dry swallow. The savory nest, though, only made my mouth feel dry after eating it. Just as the two were about to go out and look for water, the sharp-witted yellow hair heard a movement outside the door. Through the crack in the door, witnessed the relentless killing of that elite zombie elder brother during this time. Later, it was to see Suetsu's unilateral slaughter. Stunned, they looked at the end when Suyu deliberately pulled out that big bottle of happy water. Just hearing the sound of him swallowing, and the burp when he was done, was absolutely killer. People can do anything when they are in a desperate situation. It's called animal instinct. Thus, while Suyu studied the Huaxiao War Bao, the two began to whisper. Brother? Yes, he's the college student who lives on the 8th floor. Impressive indeed. Look at his fine skin. He actually managed to kill Jean. The Jean brother Jean Diwu they were talking about was the elite zombie from earlier. Yellow hair stretched out his finger and blocked his mouth, signaling for silence. Then using the maneuver he had only just learned, he checked Suyu's information. Basic information. Name, Lone Wolf. Title, The Chosen One. Grade, 3. Occupation, none. Vocal, Lone Wolf, the big guy that was mentioned in the world announcement just now? Sure is scary as hell. Really yeah. Brother, no wonder he was able to kill Jean in 2 hits. Little Miss Tai also followed suit and said excitedly, Brother, should we go out? He's so powerful. He'll definitely be able to protect us. Yellow hair hastily stopped and calmly said, Have you read so many post-apocalyptic novels for nothing? Even if you show up shouting for help, holding a white flag, and unarmed, you could be shot by friendly fire. Brother, you're so smart. The little Teiyukai had some hindsight and felt that Yellow hair had a point. Yellow hair gulped and continued his analysis. The one we read recently. End times villain, opening hand to the chosen one. Remember? In the post-apocalyptic world, the villain opens with a sneak attack, kills the chosen one, and collects a harem as the protagonist. I think he's using a bow and arrow as well. He can't exert it at all in this narrow place. It'll be on later. It's the end of the world anyway. Fight it out and turn your bike into a motorcycle. I'm also an S-rank talent. Kill him and I'll be this chosen son. The little Teiyukai was a bit embarrassed. Brother, this isn't too good, is it? Yellow hair remembered his enlightenment career in prison and blurted out a few sentences. I've studied the law. He's guilty of home invasion and murder. Sentence him to immediate execution. The little sister's eyes were glowing as she said, Brother, you're so powerful. You've even learned the law. Brother has learned a lot. After we finish this job, we'll be the protagonists, and we'll be able to eat and drink spicy food every day in the future. Yellow hair even fantasized about what it would be like to be at the top of life in the future. Okay, brother, I'm all yours. After explaining the tactics, Yellow hair gestured. Princess, please start your performance. The little Teiyukai nodded. Able to take on the appearance of someone else after her Awaken gift, she changed her figure and appearance, even her voice. The little Teiyukai clamped her throat and shouted, Help! 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 Yellow hair held a watermelon knife and hid behind the door. As long as Suyu stepped through the door, he would be able to swing the knife and kill. What the two didn't know was that every word they said was heard by Suyu under the effect of the white and silver bird claws. Until he heard that yellow hair say that he possessed an S-class talent, Suyu couldn't help but be overjoyed. It seemed that the other party had already completed the first kill, and had saved themselves a lot of trouble. Before, he had kept quiet and waited for himself to kill the elite zombies before making his move. So it was evident that the other party was not too smart. Suyu walked over with a steady pace, but his footsteps suddenly disappeared at the door of the room. At this point, The hearts of the men and women in the room were in their throats. If killing walkers at first was considered self-defense, this time the active ambush was an active killing. For two people who had just stepped into the post-apocalyptic world, they were more or less nervous. With a creak, the door opened. The body of the first elder brother of the list has been covered by a thick quilt. A young girl, cloaked and disheveled, huddled in the corner of her bedroom in her springtime glory. After the transformation of the little Teiyukai appearance, elegant temperament, fairy full, I see pity, but the dusty air in his bones can't be erased. Suyu immediately scanned the other party's information, and could not imagine that buy one get one free, and there was an unexpected pleasure. Miss Doll, LV1, no occupation, C-rank talent, masked disguise. That talent, even though it's only a C, it's good. You can hide your personal information and change your face at the same time. A must for the old six. Suyu held up his bow and arrow and didn't enter. Looking at the little Teiyukai in the corner from the doorway, the little Teiyukai stared wide-eyed, her eyes hovering between Suyu and Yellow Hair. Yellow Hair was holding the knife, sweating profusely at the moment, both keeping an eye on the doorway and looking backward from time to time for a hint from her. Time seemed to stand still, and the three of them fell into a delicate balance. Yellow Hair scowled at little Miss Tai, signaling for her to burn some more. So the little Teiyukai changed her position, the thin straps of her nightgown drooping to one side, legs tucked together parallel to shoulders, career line and camel toe visible. Combined with the dim lighting, one can only say that the flavor is too punchy for the kinky. Little brother, thank you, you're so awesome. I actually defeated the big monster outside. Sister, I'm a current college student who came over to do a part-time job, and I ended up in the end times. Ooh-hoo, little brother, but my leg is hurt. Can you carry me out? The little Teiyukai spread her hands with an innocent expression. This set of silky little combos made the ambushing Yellow Hair have a physical reaction and think, it's too burnt. This is a man who can hold his own. You can't even hold it if you want to. I'll make sure she transforms into this tomorrow and have a good time. Odd change, even change? Suyu suddenly opened his mouth and asked, a college student? There's always this, right? Chicken? Lotus root? Is it something to eat? My sister knows a little bit about cooking. If little brother has the ingredients, my sister will give it to you below. The little Teiyukai hadn't even graduated from elementary school and answered the question. What kind of serious college student goes by the name Miss Doll? No wonder. These people, they like to say they are college students. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Does the higher the degree, the more expensive the meat? The reputation of college students is played out by these people. Suyu didn't answer and hitched his bow and shot an arrow. Chapter 10, Looting S-rank talents. Double strike. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, Yellow Hair only felt the sound of a harsh breaking wind coming from his ears. Ah, Lori let out a heartbreaking scream. Suyu planned everything, first stacking Lori's weakness high and plundering her talent along with it. The arrow went through her left palm and then through her collarbone, nailing her directly to the wall. Suyu kept drawing the bow, and Lori's limbs were hit by arrows. The intense pain left her unresponsive, already out of breath. In the next second, Suyu silently used the hand of plunder on Lori. Ding! You used looting hand on the survivor, Miss Doll. Miss Doll's current collapse level, 50%. Weakness level, 90%. Talent looting successful. Ding! You've gained a C-rank talent, Disguise Masquerade. Talent, Masquerade, grade C. Talent level, C. Camouflage, disguise or hide personal information until the opponent's level is higher than 3 before it can be seen. Mask, transforms into another person's appearance for 1 hour. Can be used 1 time per day. After being robbed of her talent, Lori only felt that the tall body that she had manifested was gradually becoming shorter, and the original pure and lovely face, also visible to the naked eye, became heavily made up and demonic. Looking along the arrow, Yellow Hair's mouth instinctively opened wide. It all came too suddenly, and Suyu's unreasonable fighting style scared him. Have we really met those ruthless characters in the post-apocalyptic novels? It's still a death anyway. Let's see. How strong is this SSS grade talent? Yellow Hair finally couldn't help himself, holding a watermelon knife and rushing out in a murderous rage. Lone wolf, dare to touch my woman, I'll kill you. Suyu didn't move, made a backward step and flashed behind him while scanning the opponent's attributes. Trying to kill him was just a matter of faith. Except the talent wasn't there yet. Old driver scout, LV1, no occupation, S-rank talent, double strike. Hey, sure enough, it's an S-rank talent. Both are only level 1 at the moment though, so it looks like the kill was done in a combined effort. Both of them shared 5 experience points each, which is why they gained their awakenings at the same time. The watermelon knife that Yellow Hair was wielding while continuously slashing towards Suyu. His mouth didn't stop either. Is it wrong for a woman to hurt her leg and hide in her room for help? That's right. Then why did you kill her? Don't you know anything about mercy? F***CK. So what if it's SSS grade talent? Don't think I'm afraid of you. Watching Suyun fighting back. Yellow Hair even had the illusion that there was still a real chance to kill him. Suyu noticed that every time Yellow Hair swung the watermelon knife, a residual shadow could appear in midair. This is a double strike. All attacks, which do damage twice. Not bad. Suyu sold a break, and Yellow Hair slashed at the elite zombie's body. The slash was so hard that Yellow Hair's hands went numb from the shock of its hard ribs. In the next second, Yellow Hair raised his head, but the blade stayed in midair, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth kept twitching. At that moment, Suyu had already drawn his full bow, and the arrow was resting on his forehead. Yellow Hair knew that as soon as Suyu let go, his head would explode. The watermelon knife snapped and fell to the ground, and Yellow Hair immediately replaced it with a fawning smile, playing up his top-notch face-changing skills when he receives a gift on the air. He kept getting on his knees and begging for forgiveness. Big brother, I was wrong. We shouldn't have hit you. You're a big man. Big brother, I'm dog-eyed. I don't want to die yet, so spare me. Not kill you? It's not impossible. Suyu opened his mouth. At these words, Yellow Hair froze in turn. He'd thought he was certain death. After all, in post-apocalyptic fiction, one's pleas for mercy are nothing more than a walk in the park. It stands to reason that the protagonist would do it right away and lead himself off the line. Which male protagonist in a novel is not a ruthless character who kills and kills? How come this guy doesn't follow the rules? He never expected that Suyu would actually spare him. You're not lying to me, are you, Biggie? Yellow Hair's voice was trembling a bit. Of course I didn't lie to you. I'm a man who loves to tell the truth. Killing you won't do me any good. Suyu replied sincerely, smiling with incomparable sunshine. Also, big brother, I'm an S-rank talent. Leave me alive and give me to you as your little brother. I'll definitely die in the future. Yellow Hair followed suit, cackling, but he only felt that this Suyu smiled that sunny and cheerful smile. But in the next second, Suyu struck out, only to see him raise his hand and shoot, an arrow directly hitting Yellow Hair's thigh. A big bloody hole instantly incapacitated him from escaping. Ah! Yellow Hair let out a scream that, a few arrows later. At this point, Yellow Hair had completely lost his ability to move, and even his voice had become incomparably weak. His mouth crumbled. Big brother, didn't you say that you were the most trustworthy and wouldn't kill me? Right, I said I wouldn't kill you. After Suyu finished speaking, he made a predatory hand. Ding, you have used looting hand on survivor, old driver scout. Old driver scout current crash, 70%. Weakness, 50%. Talent looting successful. Remaining times, 0. Ding, you have acquired the S-rank talent, double strike. Suyu turned around and walked out of the room, leaving Yellow Hair to hold on to a strong breath and try to find a way to get out. What do you mean? Is Biggie scrapping me and trying to leave me to my own devices? Humph, 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. When I get out of this, I'll definitely seek revenge on you. I've got an S-rank talent, so I've got a flip-flop. Ha, where's my talent? Ah, here come the zombies. Suyu went out, hid in the dark, and used his bow and arrow to destroy the locks on the doors of 1001 and 1002. The zombies inside, finally liberated. They naturally targeted the two people in room 1004, who were dying. If Suyu really wanted to kill these two, it would only be a matter of minutes. But what good would it do him? Wouldn't it be better to kill them when they turn into zombies? Now that's what I call maximizing profit. While waiting for the two to be infected, Suyu had the time to check the talent he had just plundered. Talent, double strike, grade S. Talent level, S. Coke with ice. Double the pleasure, survivors with this talent. All attacks will deal damage twice. After looting 3 talents, Suyu finally obtained his first combat type talent. It was worthy of being an S-rank talent. Simple and rough, without any bends and turns. Shooting 1 arrow is equal to shooting 2. 1 cut is equal to 2. 1 shockwave equals 2 shockwaves. Since there are no constraints, it means that even big moves can be twice as happy. It's just so unpretentious. 9 cows and 10 bulls chasing, contest, bull. Suyu remembered that the first warrior god of China possessed this talent. Chapter 11 is very yellow and violent. Suyu held a longbow and stood at the 1004 entrance. The yellow-haired man and the little Taiyukai in the room were done with the infection. The attributes of the zombies are all mediocre. Only, they were wounded by Suyu's arrows and nailed in place. Unable to escape for a while, Suyu was going to try it now, to see how much this weapon, paired with an S-rank talent, really weighed. Right in front of us, the men were naked and in deep communication as the end times fell. How? What a game! It's very yellow and violent. The graphics are pretty bombastic. One pair are twin female zombies who have a prop race PK to beat the charts when the end times come. wearing a mask and covered with props, little clips, bells, sticks. I'm afraid there were 7 or 8 of them. The other pair is a man and a woman who were racing when the end times came. The moment they turned into zombies, the two pressed together and have not separated until now. At the moment, they are all together and happy. Each one rolled their eyes, opened their mouths, and left their mouths open. At first glance, 2 others are familiar faces from the stand-ups. Snap, snap. Suyu beat a rhythm with his footsteps, attracting the attention of the zombies. The pair were clearly not nimble enough and were outmaneuvered by the other 2 female walkers. The 2 men scrambled, hands up, and charged with a twist, exposed to the air. The pair of necrotic and great rabbits also hopped rhythmically, crisp little bells that followed. These 2 were used to competition in their lifetime, so now they both want to be the first to take the fresh meat in front of them. Nima. It affects the aim too much. Luckily, Suetsu doesn't have any bold ideas. Drawing the bow, aiming, shooting, and filling, the whole set of movements is incredibly silky smooth. With a whoosh sound, the arrow flew out, accurately and precisely, and shot at the female zombie's head. The female zombie's body collapsed directly to the back, limp, and the props on its body fell all over the place. A kill alert came to his ears. This arrow directly pierced through its zombie's head. It's almost like the old gods farted. It's different. Not bad. 1 arrow in a second. With a longbow as a weapon, you no longer have to worry about weapon wear and tear. Sniping zombies from a distance can only be described as easy and cozy, especially with the double strike talent. A hit to the head is basically a second kill. Moreover, Suyu's speed of loading arrows had increased considerably. From 2 seconds, it now takes only 1.5 seconds. This is almost at the limit of what can be done at the moment. Just at the moment when another zombie was about to rush out, Suyu's second arrow had also struck. This arrow went straight to the walker's heart. The female walker took an arrow to her chest and her body took several steps back, nearly knocking over the connector walker behind her. Just see the arrow shoot through the little bell on the little head and stick in the little gray ash. The expected situation of hitting right in the heart, spilling blood crazily, and killing in one blow did not occur. Didn't even see any blood. It can't be, can it? Could this be a strange man with a heart on the right side? The hand followed the heart, and when Suyu thought of this possibility, the next arrow had already struck as well. The same thing happened again. The arrow didn't enter the body by an inch and stopped. The zombie picks at the 2 arrows in his chest, but not a drop of blood remains. Why couldn't it break its defense when it could have killed it in seconds just now? Has this zombie mutated? Thicker chest armor? How come it's harder than a rock? Without further thought, Suyu raised his hand and shot at the head, instantly putting it down. What's the problem? Take a good look at it later. With the pair of walkers left, the male walker finally came by in his tank. The male walker was lean-looking in life and was one of the few male anchors here. And that tank girl is his list 1 rich girl. The weight difference between the 2 is estimated to be double. And I'm afraid that if this rich woman exerts a little bit of force, this little duck will have to karma. I didn't expect that turning into a zombie wouldn't let it go. It was really hard for this male zombie. Suyu was charitable and very sweet to send him on his way first. An arrow to the head. All that was heard was a BER. The duckling fell straight backward. 2 people on the battlefield, leaving only the list of a rich woman. This main battle tank, not up and down, all over the body. However, Suetsu's next arrow had already arrived. So I wondered if this list a rich woman could catch up with her ducklings in hell. Then, Suyu took care of the yellow-haired man and the little Teiyukai. In passing, he took all the loot and put it all into his bracelet. For level 1 walkers and 2 level 2 walkers, a total of 80 experience points and 8 gold coins were given to Suyu. However, level 3 to level 4 requires a total of 300 experience points, and you currently have 110. Looking around the world, this is considered a leader. At the moment, he finally had time to check it out. What was it about that female zombie that she could actually resist 2 arrows? When you get closer, it's exactly what it says. Look at it from a distance and want to commit a crime. Look at it up close and want to defend yourself. These twins, from top to bottom, chipped bones, nose jobs, eyelids, and Netflix makeup, a face stacked with chemical elements, plus full of hex tech. It looks gorgeous, but it has no soul. And the pair of arrows, true to form, lodged in the peaks of the mountains that remained upright after the fall. At the arrows, a yellowing liquid was oozing from the pair of big, rock-solid gray rabbits. I don't know what shady hospital I had the surgery at, but it was harder than a rock after the zombification. Suyu laughed helplessly. Sure enough, he shot on a rock, looking out the window. It was getting dark, and it was only an hour to 1800 hours. Only an hour to go. Currently, above the 8th floor, it was cleared by Suetsu, but below the 8th floor, all is still unknown. A sudden voice interrupted Suyu's thoughts. Poo. It's 1800 hours so soon? You survivors, are you having fun? Lord Ben is back with a spoiler. The daytime is for survivors. And from 18 to 6 o'clock the next day, it's zombie time. All the zombie babies. At night, step it up that much. Survivors who aren't afraid to die can give it a try. Ha! 2 simple words expressed Suyu's attitude towards the orderer. You call doubling your attributes, your desire to attack, and doubling your alert range a little bit of enhancement? What's more, most of the zombies will complete their evolution, or even mutate, during the night. They were no less strong than mutated zombies of the same level and like to bunch up. Difficulty is high and gains are not enhanced. Unless one had absolute strength, it was impossible to fight these zombies at night. Put in a previous life, it is also an unchanging truth. Looking out the window, the sky that was gradually darkening, Suyu decided to deal with the night here first. He closed the door and found a few random zombie corpses and piled them in front of the room. This, coupled with the intense blood in the guest dining room, was enough to mask Suetsu's scent. It would be a little safer. Chapter 12 Skill Book, Arrow of Punishment. After making preparations, Suyu came to the slightly cleaner master bedroom. This was the studio of the guild's head honcho, though she had died a horrible death at the hands of the elite walkers outside her door when the end times came. With a critical gaze, Suyu looked at the scenery inside the house. The house is filled with pink elements, and there are all sorts of unflattering photoshoots plastered all over the place. In the closet, an assortment of uniforms, costumes. There were even quite a few small props that Suyu had never seen before. This head card was really a high-end player. And I wonder how many battles she's been through and how many billions of enemies she's taken down in this bed. Suyu changed out of the bloodstained clothes on his body and took out the few clean clothes from his bracelet. It was only then that he couldn't wait to count the spoils of the battle he had just fought. In the battle just now, the 6 zombies, in total, exploded for equipment supplies, plus 80 arrows. Thinking of the pitifully small haul in his previous life, this burst rate, it's simply amazing. In this Ganges, let's just say that with a full dose of luck, Ganges is very much in the river. First, 2 capsules of supplies. The first one, steamed Yangchung hairy crab, genuine, not bath crab. Nice and extravagant enough. I can't imagine that something that is extremely difficult to eat on a regular basis has actually appeared in the middle of the post-apocalyptic world. The second one, 5L bottle of Wow Hip pure water. Bull ********. At least it solves the drinking water for 2 days. Next, a ring with a greenish glow. Looking closely, the patterns on it were actually similar to the ring of vigor that Suyu wore on his hand. Suyu's eyes lit up. It was indeed it. Ring of energy, excellent great equipment. An eternal ring, cast with a simple spell that brings energy to the bearer. Attribute, physical fitness plus 5. Passive, after getting out of combat, you can slowly recover your energy value. It's quite good. The ring that restores energy, and it forms a set ring with the ring of vitality. Decisively, he put the ring on, just as the energy level was now at the bottom. After all, the looting skill also required the consumption of energy. I can't imagine that on the first day of the end times, I was able to put together this pair of set rings. Ding! The ring of energy is equipped. Ding! Activate set effect, rejuvenation technique. Rejuvenation technique immediately restores a small amount of the survivor's vigor and energy. Cooldown, 1 hour. Finally, one more life-saving skill. Suyu's attributes, despite being only level 3, were now similar to his level 10 self in his previous life. Base attributes, strength, 27. Mental, 15. Physical, 25. Agility, 18. Finally locking his eyes on an ancient book that looked plain and uninteresting. Skill book. I was worried that I didn't have the right skills. Isn't this coming? In the post-apocalyptic world, there are generally 2 ways to get skills. One is that when you reach level 10 and do the transfer quest, you can learn the career skills of that profession. Then there are skill books to learn skills. The best of these skill books are auxiliary skills that can increase combat buffs, which belong to the $1 million skills. Either a generalized class of attack skill that would require a weapon to be used, or something. The worst are life skills, building, manufacturing, alchemy and the like. Theoretically, all people can learn, except that the role will vary from person to person. And whether it was that kind of skill book, it was quite precious. After all, it was too difficult to obtain. Any good combat skill or support skill, just don't be any life skills. Suyu finished begging the Bodhisattva and begged God, and only then did he open the skill book with hope. Arrow of Punishment, excellent level general purpose class skill, requires wearing a crossbow to use. Consume a certain amount of energy to start storing up power, slowly increasing the range and damage of your next shot, with a maximum storage time of 4 seconds. You can fire a phantom arrow at any time during the build-up, which can deal 150% damage at full build-up, and the damage will drop a bit each time you cross an enemy. A skill in the bow and crossbow department? However, Suyu gave his own evaluation after carefully reading the skill. For others, this skill may be a bit of a cockamamie, because once you want to use this skill, you lock your career choice to the archer class. After all, you can't expect a mage to give up spells and attack with a bow, can you? This skill is capable of both super long-range sniping and good ranged damage, quite useful for Suetsu, who lacks ranged damage and takes time to fill his arrows each time. Besides, under the double whammy of S-rank talent, at full power, it's 300% damage. Ding! Congratulations to Lone Wolf for successfully learning the skill Arrow of Punishment. Suyu had some itchy hands, but he could only shoot a shot into the air, without the need to use an arrow. After storing up power, a phantom arrow, glowing with a purplish-red color, coalesced on the battle bow, and the ability to move and turn at any time during the build-up. Not bad. You can actually look back at the moon? Suyu was getting more and more excited. With full stored power, Suyu changed the direction of his body and shot this arrow from the balcony in reverse. In the post-apocalyptic world, the attack distance of a normal bow is usually 30 meters. After 30 meters, the arrows fall sharply, with a maximum attack distance of no more than 40 meters. The phantom arrow under full stored power just now had an attack distance of 50 meters. However, the skill didn't have a long cooldown, but with his current energy attribute, a full count would only unleash the skill 6 times. If it wasn't for the fact that this skill consumed too much energy, Suyu really wanted to just stand on the 10th floor balcony and shoot the zombies downstairs. Suyu resisted the impulse in his heart. He must give it a good try tomorrow. For today's harvest, Suyu was quite satisfied. Not only had he leveled up to a small half of level 3, but he had also obtained a pair of rings and a war bow, and they were both still of excellent grade, together with those supplies obtained in 7 or 8 places. In his previous life, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Most importantly, 2 S-rank talents were looted, full luck and double strike. Never had a better start. At this moment, Suyu took out the remaining half bottle of Coke. Open the capsules of Spicy Hot Pot and Hairy Crab again and start enjoying your good life. Since returning from rebirth, Suyu had only casually dealt with a few bites and had long been starving. Needless to say, the orderlies are less reliable though, but the food that comes out of the end time supplies capsule is really something else. The second the capsule switch is pressed, the flavor instantly overflows. It still keeps the food at its best when it changes out of the capsule. The flavor and texture, not to mention the taste. It's just that Spicy Hot Pot with Hairy Crabs is a bit strange. Suyu quickly swept away the food in front of him. Finished the last sip of Coke. Burp. Bashful as hell. Chapter 13, Hidden Profession, God of Zumbu. After rummaging around for half a day, he finally fished out the pen and paper from his room. Upon awakening the SSS rank talent, the Hand of Plunder, it meant that one had countless possibilities. First, there is the choice of occupation. Mordecai made 3 simple classifications for professions: warrior, mage, Taoist. When the 7-day novice period is over, the city safe zones gradually open up. All survivors who have reached level 10 will be able to go through the quests and make a transfer. For each level up, you are able to gain 5 points of free attributes. So what kind of route you want to take depends entirely on your personal additions or equipment skills. For example, when a survivor chooses the warrior profession, if you want to go the tanky anti-armor route, go all the way to body mass. For the violent warrior route, go all points of strength. If you're a thief bow and arrow, you'll be able to double up on strength and sensitivity. The mage and Taoist professions, on the other hand, basically point spirit. However, there is also the option to play with a small amount of agility and constitution. If someone has to live the whole thing and choose the warrior, but all lit up with spirit, it's not impossible to fling skills wildly at walkers. But damage in the warrior line is basically based on strength and agility. The first part may be manageable, but soon, the desperation of scraping can be felt. Only 4 words to describe it: very spirited. Such people, who like to live the whole life, are often the first ones to die in the midst of the end times. Those who chose these 3 major professions in the end times made up the vast majority of people, and the remaining 1 in 1,000 will take another path, a hidden career. It was also a watershed line that divided the masters from the mortals. In addition to talent, 1 in 1,000 is not a lot. For example, the probability of awakening a C-rank talent is 1 in 1,000. So, if you can't even reach this threshold, let alone trying to advance into the ranks of the masters. But with hidden professions, there are also gaps. Therefore, only the top hidden professions were Suyu's goal. Necromancer? With a wave of his hand, he can summon thousands of troops and horses to fight for him. This was Suyu's hidden profession in his previous life. the hidden profession of the mage summoning department. With the talent of the mage's heart, Suyu triggered the quest chain of the hidden profession necromancer. The way of obtaining it, the process of the task, Suyu had long been familiar with it. For him to choose this, there was no difficulty to speak of. The strength of his summons, however, was only tied to the attributes of its owner, and had no connection to the many top-tier talents. Needless to think, the future will definitely not be able to utilize the strength of the Hand of Plunder. Moreover, even if you choose this profession, you have to plunder someone who has the gift of the mage's heart. Dragon Knight, Shadow Assassin, Vidra Walker, Yin Yang Warlock, Witchcraft Taoist, Corpse Catching Taoist. In one breath, Suyu listed a dozen or so hidden professions that he was familiar with. These were the occupations possessed by the war gods, Dharma gods, and Tao gods of the Chinese dynasties. None of them are famous, but they each have their own strengths and weaknesses. So far, few people have been able to stay in the position of god for a year. Since ancient times, it is difficult to fight the world and even more difficult to defend it. No one can stay on top forever, even if they are able to save for a rainy day and be prepared for danger. But surrounded by all those new people full of ambition, passion and desire, once they advanced to the godhead, they would be put under a microscope and studied by all. Their talents, equipment, and even the skills they possess will be studied quite thoroughly. So, Suetsu changed his mind, decided to start by listing those he was familiar with, the A rank and above talents. After all, these are going to be plundered in the future. Anti-damage, blood cow, defense. This type of defense talent, it's not impossible, but there aren't many of these types of talents, and standing and taking a beating, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, didn't quite fit Suyu's character. Slowed, bled, silenced, immobilized, weakened, disarm, cripple, reverse damage, splinter arrow 100% strike true damage. After lining up all the high-level talents, Suyu confirmed the profession he wanted to transfer to, the bow and arrow department. An arrow goes over and kills with a single blow. Taking a step back, even if you can't kill in one hit, wouldn't it be great to instantly stack the debuff? Suyu thought of a deceased person. The two had briefly worked together within the Star City Museum. It was only that what Suyu had awakened was a necromancer, while the other party was precisely the awakened archer's hidden profession, the god of Zongbu. The god of Zongbu belonged to the only hidden profession in Huaxia, and it was unknown how much higher than Suyu's necromancer. However, the two helped each other before the transfer, but after completing the transfer, the opponent, eyeing the equipment on Suyu, crossed the river and took the lead in turning on Suyu. That fight ended in a crushing victory for Suetsu, and the other party's dying arrow pierced through Suyu's shoulder, leaving a permanent scar. One of the strongest professions in Huaxia, the god of Zongbu, fell into the dark corners of the museum before he was even born. God of Zongbu, that's you, Suyu thought for a long time, and finally drew a circle on the name God of Zongbu. The night is late. The walkers, at night, patrolled the stairwell, back and forth, several times. Tonight, they become Suetsu's guardians. At first, some sounds of fighting could be heard, but then, it became extraordinarily peaceful. Suyu quickly went to sleep. For the first time in how many years, he didn't have nightmares. There is no more toying around, no more chasing, no more uncertainty about the future. It's amazing how good it feels to be all relaxed. Whoosh! Hiding in the stairwell, he took advantage of this gap in the fire door and shot an arrow. The arrow shot precisely into the throat, penetrating directly into the zombie's brain. The zombie could no longer make a sound and slowly fell forward onto its knees, spilling blood and brains all over the floor. Until death. The zombie doesn't know where the hell the hidden arrow came from. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV2. Gained experience *20. Gold *2. Ding! Leveled up to level 4. Gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talented looting hands. Number of times remaining, 1. Leveled up to 4 while shooting a walker in the common area on the first floor. After the night, most of the zombie levels had come to level 2. Compared to the previous level 1 zombies, their IQ had also increased quite a bit. As the zombies on the first floor sensed the death of their companions, they moved en masse toward the zombies' bodies. Suyu hitched his bow to build up his strength, and his appearance instantly attracted the zombies' attention. The narrow hallway allowed the 5 walkers to line up in a straight line. In a state of full stored power, a phantom arrow with a purplish-red glow instantly struck out. Arrow of Discipline. A simple and unadorned arrow, instantly skewering 5 zombies into a string of sugar gourds. Though the damage is weakened a bit for each one shot through, but with the gift of double blows, the first 4 zombies were killed in direct seconds, and the 5th one staggered after being hit by an arrow, and Suyu added an arrow to put it down. It seems that this skill is fine for hitting 4 but not 5. Chapter 14. Mine is big, so bear with me. According to the post-apocalyptic rules, when a survivor's level is 3 levels higher than a zombie's, they cannot gain from it. Therefore, after Suyu reached level 4, there was not much point in staying in this neighborhood anymore. After packing up the loot, Suyu left the neighborhood, though along the way, quite a few items were also popped out, mostly capsules of doomsday supplies, and in general, nowhere near the good fortune of yesterday. Then again, there are a few consumables like white-eyed bird's claw, pot of seduction, currently not being able to use it, so you put it all into the bracelet. At least now, Suetsu has sort of solved the problem of food and clothing. After eating and drinking, Suyu now had only one goal, the Star City Hospital not far from his home. This was chosen for 2 reasons. The first because Suyu had heard in his previous life that on the second day of the end of the world, Star City Hospital opened a hidden copy that lasted for 24 hours. The rewards for those who cleared the copy were quite generous. If one is able to kill the final boss, one's gains will be infinitely magnified. The second reason was because the future head of the Lin family would also be there, one of Suyu's enemies from his previous life, to strangle them in the cradle. No one would have thought that someone would choose this time to strike, which is exciting to think about. On the street, there were already groups of survivors, who began to team up to clean up the zombies. Every time he passed by these people, Suyu would check each other's talents. However, most of these people, with talent levels no higher than D, weren't much of a mess. As he passes in front of Star City Hospital, he casually shoots a walker wandering in the parking lot, stopped and picked up a supply capsule from under the pile of corpses. According to the post-apocalyptic setting, hospitals, homes for the elderly, and elementary school kindergartens, the people in these types of places would have weak physiques. However, in order to balance the intensity of each area, the chances of an elite walker appearing here would be a bit higher, and it was these elites that Suyu was looking for. If he was able to kill that 1 or 2 of them, his strength would definitely be able to increase by leaps and bounds. In the parking lot, a large luxury SUV is hiding 2 women. Both are celebrities from Star City University who happen to be going to the hospital's plastic surgery department when the end times come. They were in the car before they dodged a bullet, but they were afraid to sleep for a day and a night straight. The high level of stress combined with the hunger was causing a bit of a daze. Even though the streets, now, were devoid of many zombies, they were still afraid to step out of the car door. Miao Huan, look, that boy just obtained a capsule, the kind that can change into food. A girl pointed at Suyu and said. The two had seen nearby survivors obtaining capsules of supplies even though they were afraid to leave the car. Wan Shinran, isn't that man your dormitory, Lu Ruyan's boyfriend Suyu? It's still true. Do you think this man is reliable? Should we defect to him to protect us? What else do you need to say? Wan Shinran utilized the makeup mirror in this car and carefully applied her makeup. She knew that on weekdays, Lu Ruyan treated Suyu somewhat lovingly. Wan Shinran was confident in her looks and strength, and once she made her move, she guaranteed that this smelly man would be captured handily. Wan Shinran, Ruyan Lu's title of schoolflower was originally swiped up by the Lin family. You're much better than her. Huan continued to arch the fire. That's not true. Today, when I open my legs, will little Suetsu still obey me? Wan Shinran, you'd better put it away. Miao Huan bristled and began to apply makeup herself. In terms of looks, Wan Shinran was indeed on par with Lu Ruyan, but she was born with a charming personality, and she was this shy and uninhibited character on weekdays. In the past 3 years of college, I'm afraid I've dated no less than 30 boyfriends, but she didn't give a damn about what outsiders thought, and lived for herself, and in turn, lived openly, and Lu Ruyan looked innocent, but in reality, she had long been reduced to a toy for Bai Shihao. No one is more noble than anyone else. Suyu, wait for us, the 2 women shouted and ran to Suyu. I'm Ruyan Lu's roommate. Wan Shinran, you should have heard of me. There are zombies everywhere, and it's scary out there. I'm a small woman with no one to turn to. Can you take us? The reason why Wan Shinran was so direct was because one day and one night after the end times came, the two saw too much violence in the car. Just this morning, a homeless man burst into the parking lot. This beast has spoiled a pregnant woman, who was fleeing for her life, with extreme cruelty. It creates a great psychological shadow for such 2 people who have just come out of civilization. While saying that, she intentionally showed off her long black silk legs and thin branches. Suyu had of course heard of Wan Shinran's great name, and the implication of the 2 men's hint was already quite obvious. Seeing that Suyu hadn't been replying, Miao Huan couldn't hold back. If you're willing, I can do it too. Want to try it? All 3 of us together. You can do whatever you want. Instead of getting trashed by people with mean faces and losing their lives, might as well choose one you can see when you have a choice. Moreover, Suyu's stance and every move just now revealed a strong aura. After saying that, Miao Huanhuan followed suit and started scratching her head. It's true that those who are close to Zhu are red and those who are close to Ink are black. And these two women, they are really fierce. The two frantically spread bait, just waiting for the poor tomcat to take the bait. They believed that as long as they gave Suyu some sweetness, they would be able to take him down easily. Only, now when the opportunity was in front of Suyu, but he did not have half an evil thought. Having lived a new life, he knew that in the middle of the end times, the one thing he couldn't trust the most was people. As far as he was concerned, these two were not as attractive to him as the two walkers. After checking the personal information of the two, it was found that they had not yet awakened, and there was no need to consume them. Suyu didn't bother to say much and soon disappeared from the two's view. This enmity. This young lady has made a note of it. Wan Shinran pointed at the direction where Suyu disappeared, inserted her waist and huffed. Who made our Shinran angry? From behind, a man put his hands on Wan Shinran's shoulders, reaching into the abyss in full view of everyone. Lin Maorong, what are you doing? Wan Shinran looked at her ex-boyfriend behind her with a look of disgust, but did not push away at first. Why aren't you dead yet? Well, Wan Shinran changed into a fawning face, because she saw that Lin Maorong was leading a team of well-trained subordinates behind her. She immediately changed her mind. Lin Maorong was at least a male son of the Lin family, not too old in her opinion, but better in control. This guy was small, but the strength displayed was 100 times stronger than that Suyu. How can I die? My subordinate said that he had seen your car here, so I came over to save you. Lin Maorong casually blurted out that he had only come over to fulfill a mission at home. Hate, you are still so good at. Wan Shinran has been through 100 battles, naturally knows how to please men. A knitted brows. Well, Lin Maorong hooked out of the fire. Shinran, what are you doing? Lin Maorong was no match for Wan Shinran. His left hand was grabbed by Wan Shinran and placed his hand on his arse. Want some peaches? Watery peaches. Yo, the soft, smooth, watery kind. Baby, I can't stand it. Where's your car? Lin Maorong picked up Wan Shinran in a princess carry and went inside her SUV. Baby, mine's big. Hold it. Chapter 15, Hidden Battlefield. Star City Hospital. 2.5 minutes later, Lin Maorong then embraced Wan Shinran and came out of the car. Well, I'm good, aren't I? Wan Shinran's heart is flooded with mutterings. How can this person have the nerve to ask the export? Lin Maorong never looked for reasons on their own. So many years. Koan long did not grow did he eat well? Now Koan is not long enough. If you want to be great, it is very difficult. You're great. You're really great. Wan Shinran stretched out her slender jade finger and poked Lin Maorong's chest. By the way, which ungrateful one just messed with my baby? It's sister's boyfriend. Suyu. He just made a move on someone. Wan Shinran's eyes were red, as if she had suffered a great injustice. This next head guy didn't do anything to you, did he? For his sister, Ruyan Lu, he didn't care much, but if the other party really touched his woman, he didn't mind taking Suyu out. No, it didn't. He was just pulling and tugging, and luckily Joy showed up just in time to scare him off. You mean that best friend of yours? Lin Maorong did not hide his desire, and a greedy expression immediately appeared on his face. He praised Miao Huanhuan's body and was obviously very interested in her powerful body. Wan Shinran knew Lin Maorong's thoughts well. He had always been a man who ate from the bowl and watched the pot. In this post-apocalyptic world, where people's morals have begun to crumble, he has become even more reckless. Wan Shinran was already used to this kind of smelly man. She knew that in the post-apocalyptic world, the only thing that mattered was surviving. I'll go and ask Huanhuan. We sisters have no one to turn to. It's really heavenly luck that we can find a good man like you. After saying that, Wan Shinran cooed alone. Upon hearing this, Lin Maorong had a smug smile on his face. He, that's for sure. We'll be able to multisport together at night. Don't worry. Follow me and I'm sure I won't let you guys go hungry. After saying that, he took out a steamed bun and a small half bottle of water from his bracelet and handed it to Wan Shinran. You'll eat some of this first, and the food will be better in the evening. Aha! Wan Shinran took the food and couldn't help but feel a little lost in her heart. Nowadays, you can only come up with this stuff to pass yourself off, and you need to share it with others. So it's really a bad world. Unbeknownst to them, these are all the rations Lin Maorong has today. They had gone out this time, mainly to fulfill the mission set by the above. By the way, let's see if we can pop some post-apocalyptic supplies from the walkers. Regional announcement. Star City Hospital. There's a great little guy here. My lord has decided to give benefits to the family. My lord has placed many treasure chests in the hospital. First come, first served. Let's party. To come to power. Suyu had just sneaked into the back door and quickly resolved the zombies patrolling outside. When the voice of the orderer reached his ears, This was the hidden copy that Suyu had been pining for last night. If one can successfully complete the challenge and even become the final winner in the subsequent revenge battle, Suyu would undoubtedly have a greater chance of winning. It is important to realize that in the post-apocalyptic world, things related to the word hidden often contain extraordinary value. The system beep then rang in the ears of all the survivors who remained in the Star City Hospital. Ding! Trigger hidden battlefield, Star City Hospital. Survivors can earn points by destroying zombies or opening treasure chests. At the end of the battle, the system will be settled based on points. Settlement condition: eliminate the ultimate zombie in the scene, or automatically end the battle after 24 hours. Survivors are strongly advised to team up for the battle, but be sure to live within your means as well. As the words fell, the entire outer wall of the hospital gradually blurred, eventually transforming into a greenish transparent mosaic wall that isolated the hospital from the outside world. Young master, the system prompts that it is unable to leave the battlefield. The back road has been cut off. Lin Maoron's subordinate tried, but only received a cold warning tone from the system. Ha ha, didn't you hear? Lord Orderer said that a powerful little guy came to the hospital. Isn't it this young master? Let's go take the top spot on the list. Yes, young master. The group immediately straightened up and responded respectfully. They then formed orderly battle formations and began clearing the hospital from its perimeter. However, the interior of the hospital is still infested with walkers. They continue to compress the survivors, and from time to time there are screams of human misery. Most of the survivors lacked the courage to fight back and chose to go into hiding. Suetsu pushed open the back door of the hospital, and then vigorously performed a miracle by slamming the door shut. The sound stood out in the otherwise empty hospital. In an instant, the zombies near the first floor inside the hospital came towards the back door like a tidal wave. Suyu then quickly ran to a room a few dozen meters away and tumbled in through the half-open window. He had passed by here earlier and realized that this was the only room that showed neither movement nor signs of battle. Suddenly, Suyu felt something soft under his feet. He looked down and realized a walker was lying under the window. When the zombies saw Suyu, it couldn't help but drool. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and fiercely bit at Suyu's ankle. What the hell? You're here as a sixth wheel? Suyu exclaimed in shock and quickly jumped to the side. At the same time, the war bow in his hand quickly shot out an arrow. The arrow accurately penetrated the top of the zombie's head and plunged straight into its throat. Blood quickly filled the zombie's throat, preventing it from making a sound, and it soon collapsed to the ground. Because once its voice reaches the ears of the nearby walkers, they'll swarm over. That's not good for Suetsu. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV1. Gained points *1. Warm note: survivors can view current points and leaderboards through their bracelets. The leaderboard is anonymous by default, but you can choose to make your name public. The list is refreshed every 10 minutes. Although killing a level 1 zombie did not bring any other gains, the system still gave Suyu 1 point. In just a few minutes, a team with as many as 10 points had appeared on the leaderboard. At the top of the list is the Lin family youngster squad. Looks like they're already here. Last night, Suetsu had long ago recorded those objects of vengeance together in a booklet. The name of this Lin family young man, Lin Maoron. In his previous life, he won the first place in this copy. The Lin family was a heavy loss at the end of the descent, but under the strong support of Bai Hao, Lin Maoron became the new Lin family head, became one of Bai Hao's most loyal lackeys. He was the one who barked the loudest when he slandered Suyu's defection to China back then. However, Suyu was not in a hurry. After all, the length of this copy reached 24 hours. It's just a matter of time before you meet them. When the time comes, I'll be sure to give him a taste of what desperation means as well. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to use the C-rank talent, Disguise Mask. Makeovers can only last 1 hour per day, but changes to personal information are unlimited. So, Suetsu disguised his name as a mediocre passerby. After all, the hospital is crowded. If the news of the lone wolf in the City of Stars spread, it will not help his revenge for the time being. Looking around, the room was small, but it was an unexpected surprise that this was the hospital security department, and the body lying on the ground was the head of the defense section. As soon as he did, Saboshi ripped off the access card hanging around its neck and tied it to his small arm. With this thing, the whole hospital, it's practically unobstructed. Suyu then unlocked all the doors and windows and drew the curtains. From a drawer in his office, he rummaged through the fire maps of the entire hospital. As the old saying goes, sharpen your knives. Suetsu, who was a civil engineer, studied the map carefully. In a tease time, where there were any dark passages and places to hide people, Suyu already knew it all. At that moment, just outside the door, there was the sound of zombies running and hissing, apparently spotting prey again. Suyu watched through the doorway, saw the right moment, and pushed open the door to the defense room. Everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. Come on, battle it out. Chapter 16 Paterico's Pontifications. The time of the end of the world fell was exactly noon, and in the hospital, it was the time when the doctors and nurses were about to change their shifts, whether it's the doctors, nurses, or patients coming to see them. At this moment, the numbers are through the roof. The corridor in front of him looked gloomy and dark. The suspended ceiling fell down. Only the light steel skeleton remained. The lamps that remained on the ceiling flickered as if reciting a eulogy for the dead. A gust of cloudy wind swept through, and the smell of blood and rotting corpses, mixed with the hospital's distinctive smell of potions, swept through. The walls, the floor, the escalators, the ceiling, were covered in blood and broken limbs. The whole hospital seemed like a place of monasticism. 10 years after the end of the world, Suyu had long been surprised by these kinds of scenes, even though there were thousands of zombies gathered here. With the help of the white and silver bird's claws, Suyu's observation power was also improved. Every step was precisely calculated by Suyu, just enough to escape the gaze of the zombie patrol. Drops. The swipe was successful. Suyu had slowly groped his way into a nearby narrow alley, which was the image center on the first floor. This is a high radiation area, and the clinic inside, naturally, is made quite sturdy. This place is more suitable for Suetsu to play than the broken doors and windows in the defense room. Even in a war of attrition, you can still have a fight. Suyu's quickly mapped out the situation inside and outside the image hall. Only a few walkers were seen patrolling back and forth in the waiting hall of the imaging center. In the restroom, a few timid survivors are still hiding. Inside the image center, it was so dead that there was hardly any living thing to be seen. What really attracted Suyu was the powerful aura coming from the deepest part. Is it so lucky? The final boss is hiding here? Right now. As long as the walkers in the hall are taken care of first, they can enter the interior of the center. Saboshi leaned down and carefully moved forward. 10. This number made Suyu a little difficult. The level attributes of these zombies were both high and low, but they were basically at was a uniform pace. When one suffers an attack, all the zombies will lock onto the attacker and attack as a group. If you were an ordinary person, one person would have to use their full strength to fight against one. Facing 10 of them was no different from sending them to their deaths if there was no numerical advantage. Even as strong as Suetsu, if the weapon in his hand was a melee weapon, in the absence of skills, they will also be honored. At this moment, the advantage of long-range weapons was immediately realized, but 10 of them was pretty much the limit of what Suyu could handle at the moment. After 3 turns, Suyu was completely familiar with the zombie squad's patrol route. At this moment, Suyu held his breath. When they patrolled to the furthest distance, the lead level 3 zombie just turned around. It was then penetrated through the skull with uncanny precision by a hidden arrow 30 meters away from it. Heads exploded instantly. Before the zombie could react, it shook twice and fell to the ground. The other zombies turned their heads in unison, 9 pairs of eyes instantly staring at Suyu in death. For a while, the sounds of running and hissing echoed through the hall. It had to be done quickly or it would likely attract other walkers. Suetsu shoots consecutive arrows for a double kill. Triple kill. After completing the big kill, the zombie horde at this time had already come to Suyu's side. However, Suetoshi's stance was also extremely deliberate. He stood at the end of the walkway that ran down the hall, between the rows of chairs in the waiting area. The hall may seem open, but this walkway was never wide in the first place. Add to that the bodies lying around on the ground, and it seemed even more cramped. And the zombie's current IQ balance is significantly less than that, only understanding that a straight line between 2 points is the shortest. Very consciously lined up, and waiting for them was a phantom arrow with a purplish-red glow. Arrow of Discipline. After rising to level 4, Suyu added his attribute points to strength. At this point, the strength was as high as 32 points, which was a downward spiral for those zombies with no more than 20 points of physique. The arrow went through 5 zombies in one superb shot. Like dominoes, they fell in unison in front of Suyu's eyes, and the 2 remaining zombies, stepping on the bodies of their companions, opened their bloody mouths, one on top of the other, lunging at Suyu. It looked unavoidable. Suyu did not move like a mountain. The last arrow had been waiting for a long time. The arrow went straight through the mouth of the walker in front of it, and then through the mouth of the one behind it. 2 birds with one stone. The powerful recoil, and the impact of the zombies actually completely cancelled out in mid-air. The 2 zombies fell straight to the ground, instinctively trying to make noise, only to find his throat filled with blood and brain matter. Listening to the rhythmic footsteps and hissing sounds coming from behind him, it was clear that this place was not a good place to stay. Suyu did not have time to take a closer look, so he put all the loot he had just obtained into his bracelet. Then swipe your card and go inside the imaging center. The whole thing takes less than 30 seconds, so just tell me if it's fast. Shortly after Suyu left, two survivors hiding in the toilets of the image center. They watched the whole thing just now and their mouths couldn't close. The two had been betting on whether Suyu would be able to last 30 seconds under the zombies. It was unimaginable that the zombies that had killed so many people in the hall were like paper mache in his hands. Vocal. It's really less than 30 seconds, but it was this big guy who won. But this big guy's personal information seems to be all question marks. There should be something we don't know. How would you say this big guy compares to Lone Wolf? I stand Lone Wolf. SSS ranked talent? Sounds wow. I think the big man is stronger. 1 against 10 did not even move his feet. Look brother. He didn't find the treasure chest. He's gone. A person shouted with incomparable excitement. It was too late for them to be surprised by Suyu's power because at this moment, they already had a new target. The two scrambled and pounced on a blue glowing treasure chest in the corner of the hall. Hey, little old me. This is the treasure chest Lord Orderer was talking about. Definitely. Man, it wasn't here before. What do you think is in this treasure chest? I bet it's got supplies in it. I'm guessing it's a weapon. It can't be. How come there's nothing? As they spoke, the two had opened the treasure chest, which was empty. I don't believe it. The Lord Orderer doesn't lie. Unbelieving. Little old me stuck half his body into the treasure chest. Snap. The lid of the treasure chest closed in response, chopping the little old man's body straight into two. The broken palm slammed right into his companion's body, splattering him with blood. Help! The treasure chest kills. The living man's eyes widened, apparently dumbfounded by the nearness of death, paralyzed and crawling backwards on all fours while frantically calling for help. This action immediately attracts the walkers outside the hall. In an instant, they were swarmed by zombies and torn to pieces. Suyu, who was inside the center, noticed everything that had just happened in the hall and said faintly, Paterico, Chapter 17 just thank me with your body. Joke, with the silver bird claws enhancement. How could Suyu not discover this treasure chest? Unbeknownst to them, in the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, the usual treasure chests are dropped by boss-level zombies after they die. The harvests within these types of treasure chests are quite lucrative. Although there are also a good number of wild treasure chests, 99% of them are in the form of treasure chest monster. These treasure chest monsters are not only thick-skinned, but also unproductive. And call it a benefit? It's almost as if the order is full of malice. The treasure chest monster mimics the look of a treasure chest, but in appearance, there is still a difference. The wild treasure chest appraisal chart was then circulated among the survivors. Among the survivors, the order and the survivors, too, began a battle of wits to keep improving the caliber of the forgery. And now it's the day after the end times have just descended, and the level of fakery is way too low. In Suyu's eyes, the treasure chest was like the old man at the construction site there. Surprisingly, a freshly unearthed crystal ottoman-like from the Warring States. One more look would be an insult. Let's just say the low imitation doesn't even qualify as a fake at a glance. Suyu looked at the image center that was damaged beyond recognition, where there had obviously been several tragic battles. After flashing into an office close by, Suyu pulled out a bottle of blue potion from his bracelet. The arrow of punishment just now was the fourth shot of the day. At this point, his energy value had already been depleted by more than half. Energizer potion, normal grade consumable. Immediately restores 10% of energy value, and for the next 10 minutes, restores 2% of energy value every minute. Potion of the same type can only take effect once. This is the energy potion known as Little Blue Bottle in the end times. This is the lowest ranked energy potion that restores 30% of your energy value for 10 minutes. However, it was sold in limited quantities in the store, worth 50 gold coins, and had been monopolized by scalpers for a long time. On the black market, it can even be sold for 100 gold coins. Drinking it all in one go, Suyu only felt that his entire energy had been restored. Taking advantage of the time when his energy was restored, Suyu then had the time to check the harvest just now. 1 level 3 walker, 6 level 2 walkers, and 3 level 1s. A total of 150 experience points. 15 gold coins and 10 points were given to Suyu. A total of 11 points moved him into the top spot, in 4th place. But it doesn't matter. Suyu was inside his bracelet, rummaging through the gains he had just made. 1, 2, and it actually popped 4 capsules. 1 little red vial, 1 pot of temptation. And that's gone? Is this the burst rate of a hidden copy? It's not impressive. Orderer. Although there will be a small upward adjustment to the pop rate of hidden copies, but for the average person, performance gains so much at once. I'm afraid I'm going to have to get down on my knees and thank the orderly for his gift. And Suyu, who had a full level of luck, obviously couldn't raise much interest. Material capsules. He'd gotten 7 or 8 on the way from the neighborhood to the hospital. Chinese and Western food, alcoholic beverages, snacks and fruits, everything is available. Various kinds of consumable props, also got a lot. Finally, Suyu saw a string of necklaces, emitting a blue glow, from the corner of the bracelet. What's this? A necklace. It's still fine grade. Oh, Wong possessed. Isn't this more exciting than 10 consecutive triple yellows? I'm sorry, I was being too loud just now. Necklaces, of all the equipment, belonged to the one with the lowest burst rate. The reason why it was rare was because in addition to increasing attributes, the necklace was bound to come with an active skill, and it was a damaging attack skill. Chain of Sacred Arrows, fine grade equipment. The ranger instills the power of the ancient times into the necklace as a relic, only to purge the world of all darkness. Attributes, strength +3, spirit +2, constitution +2, agility +3. Attachment skill, Holy Arrow Slaughter, while moving freely. Fire a rain of 20 blistering arrows, plus 25% strike chance, at the front for 3 seconds. Each arrow dealing 30% damage. Weapons required, bow and crossbow weapons. Cooling time, 12 hours. Quite a powerful single kill skill. Not bad for fine grade equipment. Strikes aside, that's 600% damage if all 20 shots can hit. And with the double whammy, that's 1200%. Theoretically, against a survivor, if the opponent knows how to walk. With these 20 arrows, the opponent could dodge most of them. But against those zombies with undeveloped minds that can't dodge and only know how to charge mindlessly, one can imagine that kind of being stuck with arrows all over. Suetsu couldn't wait to bring the necklace. I can't imagine that on the second day of the end of the world, a necklace, 2 rings, and all of the jewelry type equipment had been put together. With all the jewelry, is the rest of the base gear far behind? Suddenly, from the CT room in the deepest part of the imaging center, there was the sound of a slamming door. Suyu remembered that there was the location with the powerful aura that he had sensed earlier. The powerful walker, it seems, has pressed on. It made a beeline for the innermost CT room. In the hallway outside the door, there was the constant sound of plaster ceiling boards falling. Suyu felt that the entire room was trembling with the sound of the slamming door. But the doors of the radiology department, are they that easy to break down? Ha ha ha, you come and kill me, bitch. Bit off a piece of my ear. This is a one-piece, radiation-proof lead door. You can't open it. A man, who kept screaming towards the walkers that were banging on the door. And the source of this evil all came from the CT room half an hour ago. Inside the CT room, a girl and a doctor were originally hidden. The girl is a high school student who is petite, extremely caring and dreams of becoming a pediatrician. She comes from an average family, but has earned a guaranteed place at a medical university through her own hard work. She had just come of age and had a bright future ahead of her. And that radiologist, because of his private acceptance of red packets from medical representatives, has repeatedly inflated the cost of instrument maintenance and supplies. The hospital authorities found out and gave him a serious warning and fined him a lot of money. Without this black income, the young nurse he was having an affair with has also drawn a line in the sand. All that awaited him, it seemed, was darkness. The end times are upon us and times have changed. The lone man and woman had been in the CT room all day and night, and by now they were tired and hungry. They had managed to escape the horrors of last night and thought that good times were coming. But since the order turned this place into a replica, there are more and more walkers around. The girl looked out the observation window at the zombies that kept showing their teeth at them, not knowing what to do. Unbeknownst to me, the real danger in the post-apocalyptic world is not the zombies, but the people. Uncle Doctor, what should we do? We're not going to die here, are we? Didn't they say someone powerful was coming? Maybe he can get me out. Dr. Uncle, I'm glad it was you I met. I really don't know how to thank you. Thank me? Ha, just thank me with your body. Chapter 18 Skill Necklace, Holy Arrow Slaughter. Then the doctor looked through the small window and he saw his original colleagues killing each other. The heart is unbelievably happy. Who let you guys talk too much and denounce yourselves? And the girl in front of him, with her unworldly look, finally showed him his true colors. At this moment, even if he killed this little girl, he wouldn't be punished one bit. Why don't you have some fun yourself first? The girl was terrified. Uncle, please, let me go. I'm on my period these days. The doctor's face became incredibly frantic. Yeah, regular vacation? I've never tried that before. The morality of being a human being is completely lost at this moment. The girl was trashed and curled up in the corner as if her soul had been drained from her. Suddenly, as if mad, she hit the switch from inside the CT room and flooded the doorway with walkers. The doctor closed the door with a quick eye. Despite the reaction, a walker slipped in. It almost took half a life to kill the walker in the CT chamber. Unbeknownst to him, just as he was fighting the walkers, the girl, full of despair, was infected and evolved into an elite zombie. It killed every living thing inside the image center, cleanly, with such a powerful killing aura. It was no wonder that the zombies outside didn't dare to get close. Swatoshi took a break and walked out of the office. Only a petite female zombie was seen, covered in blood. Like a nimble panther, it darted through the corridors. Using the rebound, again and again, it slammed hard against the CT room door. The door was slightly warped, but around the frame, smoke had started to come out. It wouldn't take long for the doorframe to be smashed through by this elite walker. The men in the CT room, too, sensed the difference and their shouting died down. Crashing zombies elite, rank 4, elite, base attributes, strength 30, mental 0, physical 25, agility 30, talent, soul of vengeance. Although the body is dead, the crumbling soul remains, and the desire for vengeance surpasses all. When engaging an enemy, all damage is increased by 100%. Special talent, born out of hatred, cannot be looted. Compared to Tsuyu, there was a 7-point difference in strength, but agility was a full 9 points higher. The spirit of this midnight, though, seems extraordinarily solid. 0 points of spirit? God only knows what was experienced before turning into a zombie. Tsuyu's silent appearance did not attract the attention of the elite zombies. The war ball builds up its strength just as it breaks down the door. A purplish-red phantom arrow hit the elite zombie's head. The arrow of punishment, despite being able to deal notable damage to ordinary zombies. But it's not enough for the elite walkers. But Tsuyu's second arrow, too, had already tapped and hit the zombie's left shoulder. Feeling the threat of death, the elite zombie finally puts down the shivering man in the CT room. Then, in a very bizarre position, the face, rolling its eyes, twisted around. A guttural scream followed from a drooling mouth. It was accompanied by a convulsion, as if the body was out of his control. With great speed, he jumped horizontally from side to side within the corridor and ran towards Tsuyu. Tsuyu took his bow and shot an arrow, anticipating the elite zombie's position. Just as the arrow made contact with the walker, there was a weird twisting of the body and the arrow brushed past. What a fast speed! Tsuyu couldn't help but exclaim, after forcing you into the air, let's see how you can dodge. Another arrow was fired into the small abdomen of the elite zombie. Unexpectedly, the elite zombie let out a scream of fear. It was going to be a seamless holy arrow slaughter, but the call disrupted the rhythm. As if they were birds of prey, the elite zombies dove headfirst into the ceiling's suspended ceiling and disappeared. There was a quick running sound coming from inside the ceiling, and it was much harder to shoot it. Tsuyu knew that the person that the elite zombie most wanted to kill at the moment was not himself. It was important to know that elite-level zombies that were able to awaken their talents were considered rare. In his previous life, the elite zombies that Tsuyu had killed were at least a few thousand. Vengeful heart? Looks like the one in the CT room. The man who's been screaming about it is its enemy, right? The man hiding in the shadows had seen how powerful Tsuyu was. Seeing Tsuyu walking straight towards the CT room, the man immediately greeted him. Little old me. I'm the doctor here. I know this place well. Can you take me? Oh, doctor, did you do this? Suetsu swept a glance. Ordinary attributes, ordinary talent, but took an incomparably underhanded name by Yuntao. I don't know if it was intentional or accidental. If it's a real name, it's kinda blowing up. Oh, men are, old brother. With your hands, this hospital nurses, not hand to catch, especially the pediatrics of the hospital flower little sister, not old brother to take you to taste fresh. Since it's your word, you don't have any objection to using you to fish for law enforcement, do you? Tsuyu interrupted the doctor's words and suddenly stretched out a pair of big hands and tackled the doctor's neck, carried it out like a chicken, heavy on the ground. He aimed his war bow at the man in front of him. Buddy, what are you doing? Don't kill me. Boo! The ceiling at the doctor's head was suddenly smashed. The elite zombies finally pressed on when they saw Tsuyu trying to attack the doctor. How can its enemy die at the hands of someone else? The elite zombie opened its bloody mouth and let out a piercing scream, swinging its sharp claws. Target, aim at the shivering doctor. When death came, he was actually so scared that he couldn't urinate. I was wrong. Spare me, old brother. Help! Just the moment the sharp claws touched the doctor's head, Tsuyu finally struck. Holy arrow slaughter, only to purge the world of all darkness. The elite zombie in midair had turned into a living target at the moment. 20 consecutive crystal arrows with a light blue glow in 3 seconds would all be poured onto the elite zombie's body. Its body froze in midair, forced backward one after another by the impact of the holy arrow slaughter. Even the screams became weaker and weaker, but his eyes were dead set on the doctor, who was not far away, laughing indulgently. Just as the elite zombie was dying, Tsuyu forcibly stopped his hand movements. The elite zombie's body was pierced with arrows and fell heavily to the ground without moving. Older brother, you scared me to death. You must have done it on purpose, right? The doctor couldn't care less about the fishy odor on his body and crawled towards the elite walkers behind him. I told you to often dare to kill me. Now you're dead. aren't you? Ha ha ha. The doctor mocked the lifeless zombie as he said this, and was about to kick the zombie in the body. As the light returned, the elite zombie opened his eyes. With his last ounce of strength, and with his sharp claws, he swiped at the doctor's lower body. Instantly, the man-machine separates. Chapter 19 is secrets on the 4th floor of the hospital. Only his 2 thighs were seen to be chopped off at the roots. A large amount of blood came out from the 3 breaks, gushing out. Instantly blood flowed and dripped all over the place. Ah, you! The intense pain caused him to scream and tremble uncontrollably on the floor. And the elite zombies, after completing this vengeful strike, instead, it had a look of relieved candor in its eyes. The elite zombie looked to Suyu who was on the side and finally slowly closed his eyes. Ding! Successfully killed elite zombie LV4. Gained experience *80. Gold *8. Ding! Successfully killed elite zombie LV4. Gained points *50. Perhaps, death is the best place for you. Suyu looked at the elite zombie and said blandly. 10 years after the end of the world, Suyu had his own way of dealing with the world. Not only did he help the elite zombie take revenge, but he could also turn this beast into a zombie, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Older brother, please, save old brother. The doctor, sensing the passing of life, crawled towards Suyu, his face horrified and his mouth begging for mercy. And Suyu's arrow was now aimed at his head. Saving you? What's in it for you? Suyu looked at the doctor with interest. It wouldn't be long before he would be reduced to a zombie with 3 broken legs. Older brother, in the hospital, there's a big secret hidden. It's on the 4th floor of, before the doctor could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled back in his head, the moment he turned into a zombie. An arrow that had been plunged into its brain. When the elite zombies were killed in battle, the strong killing aura suddenly disappeared for the other zombies. This territory, which originally belonged to the elite zombies, will soon be occupied by other zombies. Hearing the hissing and footsteps coming from the image hall, the number was feared to be in the dozens, and now that Suyu's energy value was all empty, he had no chance of winning the fight. The 36 stratagems. Walking is the best plan. Not being able to look at it more, Suyu directly stuffed the loot back into his bracelet. Running towards his previous office, he slammed the door behind him, but Suyu's movements still caught the attention of the zombies. At that moment, more than 30 zombies came in like a tidal wave, crashing forward and backward into that office. The door to the office was not very strong, and was quickly scrapped under the rounds of walkers. The walkers fishtailed into the modest office, filling it to capacity. What's strange is that there was clearly a man hiding in just now, so how come he's suddenly gone? They look at each other and keep looking around the room. From time to time, a low growl was emitted and information was exchanged, but no trace of the man could ever be found. Bang! More than 300 years ago, an apple fell on Newton's head, and he discovered gravity. And today, a piece of plaster ceiling board, smashed on top of a walker's head, and it can't find anything. They couldn't imagine how the elite zombies just now had inspired Suyu. He had long since left the office from within the ceiling, following the direction of the partition wall. However, there is no absolute safe zone in the ceiling. Quite a few of the suspended ceilings were quite damaged when the end times came and were at risk of collapsing at any time. What Suyu didn't know was that right after his fight just now, he had reached 62 points, currently 35 points ahead of second place. The breakaway first. Far ahead, outside the emergency hall, Lin Maorong's team, a rare substance capsule, a not-so-sweet sugar cane, was popped. At the moment, a dozen men, lined up in rows, sat on the steps outside the door, one nibbling on a piece of sugar cane. Their throats rolled and they swallowed even the bagasse they had finished chewing. One blushed and choked and rolled his eyes. Young master, the scoreboard has been updated. Buster, you don't have to ask. We should still be number 1. Young master, we have been overtaken. Old A took a bite and barely managed to chip his freshly mended tooth. Oh, interesting. Let's see. Could it be the group from the Harshima family? Looking at the list, the muscles on Lin Maorong's face kept twitching, and all of a sudden he felt that the sugarcane in his hand didn't smell good anymore. The top of the list actually says an unfamiliar name for a mediocre passerby. 62 points? No team yet? How did he do that? Does young master still remember? The strong man that Lord Orderer spoke of. Could it be him? Bull ********. The strong one can only be this young master. Hurry up and eat. Keep fighting later. As for Suyu, he found a concrete platform that was still sturdy. The battle just now had consumed a lot of his physical strength. Was chowing down on a crunchy serving of pot roast, sipping on a Gewürztraminer, and belching a few times from time to time. Every time he burps, he attracts those walkers in the office. They looked left and right, but they just couldn't spot Suyu who was blocked by the pillar. Before the meal, Suyu then took the last bottle of the little blue bottle and drank it all. In his previous life, He had only possessed the skill after he switched jobs, and throughout his novice period, his energy value was almost full. Now with 2 skills, it's draining the energy level. At the moment, he recalled what the doctor had said before he died. They say that a man's word is good, but I don't know if it's true. Secret? 4th floor? It's the end of the world. Why are you still thinking about secrets? It's worth a few bucks. However, this also aroused Suyu's interest instead. What the hell? He was going to kill himself all the way up there anyway. With a full stomach, Suyu pulled out the harvest from earlier. A capsule. Don't bother looking at it. Just put it in. Next, there was an ancient and delicate key. Master key. Well done. Master key, excellent grade consumable. The king of Yokohama locksmiths. There is no lock that cannot be opened. When used, it can open locks or mechanisms up to excellent grade. This thing, exploring hidden copies and opening hidden organs, is quite good. How many of these things come around? Suyu took out the last piece of equipment. Fine grade shoes. Suyu almost didn't laugh out loud, but when he saw the iconic red color, the smile disappeared instantly. How could it be? Tawdry red leather, but with a blue glow unique to fine grade equipment. On the side of the shoe, 2 rounded steel tubes resemble a pair of missiles launched backwards. It is the super rocket boot that has been jokingly called Russian roulette. Super rocket boots, fine grade equipment. Escape and chase. Kill people and goods must be good. The so-called come and go without a trace. Thousands of miles to kill without leaving a trace. Occasionally there will be a small failure, but this is not important. Attributes, +5 physique, +5 agility. Increases movement speed by 10%. Use, here comes the little flying stick. Spend a certain amount of energy to unleash rocket boots, which greatly increases speed for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? But in reality it's just less Germanic Europa lackluster stuff. With a failure rate of up to 1/6, every time you start it, you're gambling with your life. Sometimes it will just explode in GG on the spot. Sometimes after it starts, it won't stop. The biggest exaggeration was when someone was pushed into the air and fell to pieces. Chapter 20, Multiple Choice Questions for Kids. Although his mouth was disgusted to death, Suyu was honest and took off his sneakers. Skill pit. Just don't use it. Physique +5. Agility +5. Increases movement speed by 10%. Doesn't that smell good? After putting on the shoes, I just felt that my whole body became lighter. Only, big old man, wearing a splash of red leather shoes, like a goat farting a sheep's fart, foreign and tawdry. Wearable equipment in the post-apocalyptic world is in addition to jewelry trinkets. There is also basic and special equipment. Among the basic equipment includes weapons and protective gear. In the case of weapons, there is no need to say anything. An armor is divided into head, chest, leg, shoulder, gauntlets and shoes. 6 parts in all. The aforementioned equipment, in addition to being able to increase the basic attributes, will also come with some other attributes as the level of the equipment rises. In addition to this, there is a category of special equipment such as glasses, capes, fishing rods, and so on. They do not increase base attributes, but can provide some special effects. Things like night vision, reduced threat values, etc. After changing into his new equipment, Suyu checked his personal information. Name, Lone Wolf, Mediocre Passerby. Rank, 4. Base attributes, Strength, 35. Mental, 17. Physical, 32. Agility, 26. Lucky, 9. Storage bar, 1 cubic meter. Equipment column, Huaxiao War Bow. Ring of Vitality. Ring of Energy, Holy Arrow Necklace. Super Rocket Boots. Primary talent, Hand of Plunder, SSS rank. Secondary talents, Full Luck, S rank. Masquerade of Disguise, C rank. Double Strike, S rank. Skill bar, Fetishize, 1/4. Holy Arrow Slaughter, on cooldown. Rejuvenation, Arrow of Punishment, and Little Flying Stick to Cackle. This attribute was truly as terrifying as it was, and Suyu could not believe it. This could be quite a bit higher than back when he was level 10 and had completed his transfer. 5 pieces of equipment and 5 skills. Again quite luxurious. Looking at the entire Star City, and even China, it was impossible for anyone to reach this level on the second day of the end times. The most terrifying thing was still the talent that Suyu is currently plundering. You have to know that the S-class talent, the probability of awakening is only 1 in a million. Closing the attribute panel, Suyu took a look at the bewildering number of roaming zombies still in the office. I didn't realize it's been so long and these walkers still won't die. A flash of insight came to the point, turning his gaze to a jar within the bracelet. Pot of Enemy Seduction, ordinary level consumable. Consume a small amount of energy to throw the pot of enemy seduction to attract the attention of humanoid zombies. With a range of 10 meters, lasts for 1 minute, and disappears after taking damage. You know this stuff. 4 walkers has a fatal attraction. In hugging walkers, they will even abandon their companions for the sake of baiting the enemy's pot. Simply take advantage of the fact that the pot of booby traps has a maximum range of action. Pull out the walkers that are crammed into the office, one by one, and just break them down one by one. Say it and do it. Suyu lightly jumped into the corridor. His feet lightly stepped on the corpse of the zombie, but did not even make the slightest sound of landing. Next, pull out the pot of temptation and place it on the ground. It was exactly 10 meters from the office door. No more, no less. The originally dead zombie at the door suddenly lit up in front of his eyes and became incredibly excited. The zombie was the first to run out, looking at the baiting jug on the ground with an incredibly greedy look in his eyes. The sound stopped from its mouth, and it rushed out in a mad rush, pouncing on the pot of enticement. The moment it was about to touch the pot of seduction, an arrow blew its head off. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV2. Gained experience *20. Gold *2. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV2. Gained points *1. So you stretched out his leg and kicked the pot of enticement forward by half an inch. Another walker has escaped. Just like that, the system prompts for kill information and points information were constantly ringing in his ears. The pot of temptation lasted for a minute with dozens of messages in a row that went straight to the screen. 27 points to hand. At this moment, the ground was piled up with zombie corpses, and Suyu felt that the battle bow in his hand was going to pull smoke. Get it done. Collect the loot, and move on somewhere else. Suyu did as he had done, avoiding those groups of people on the first and second floors, and roaming around the hospital to commit crimes, hitting one shot for another. ENT on the third floor, 32 points to go. Third and fourth floor stairwells, 23 points to go. Neurosurgery on the fourth floor, 19 points to go. As Suyu kills the zombies, he also tries to find the secret that the doctor said before he died. But on the fourth floor, there were no abnormalities. However, with his persistent efforts, his level had also finally risen to level 5. At this point, Suyu couldn't gain any more except points due to exceeding the zombie level by 3 levels. Looking at the time, it's 1800 hours at night. 168 points, a distant second. Looking at the fact that there was less than an hour left, Suyu decided to call it a day. It's a good method, but it's a bit of a handful. All the way down, Suyu only felt that his arms were not his own. The energy and stamina were almost completely empty. Even the bracelet was stuffed to the brim. It is imperative that you find a safe haven in a hurry. Wait until 6 o'clock tomorrow to continue the operation. On the second floor, in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, Lin Maorong's group arrived. They decided to make this place their hideout for the night. Old bastard. Look at the leaderboard. The name and points of the top ranking. Read it to me. Lin Maorong looked at the bracelet incredulously, rubbing his eyes, thinking he had blurred his eyes. Young master, it's the mediocre passerby. 168 points. Old 8 warned in a whisper. What about our scores and ranking? Lin Maorong's face was extremely ugly. They hadn't stopped. They had been killing zombies. Young master, we are now at 68 points and ranked 3rd. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Orderly. I'm going to report it. Someone is hanging out here. Young master, then what are the arrangements for tonight? You guys take turns keeping watch, and tomorrow you'll go straight to the 4th floor. Don't forget. This time you're here with young master Shiraishi's mission. Yes. Seeing that young master was still angry, old 8 hastily withdrew. Lin Maorong's face turned blue as he paced back and forth in his office. Suddenly the 2 women in the next room were heard arguing. Seeing Lin Maorong's entrance, Wan Shinran took his arm. Hubby, you help me to judge. Who is good looking between us? Whoever looks good. I'll stay with him tonight. Lin Maorong's eyes went straight. This Wan Shinran found the uniform from somewhere. A doctor's uniform with an open top and a large red lace trimmed undershirt underneath. A little gray flouncy skirt underneath, plus black silk ripped through 2 or 3 holes. Wearing glasses and holding a stethoscope with a seductive face. Lin Xiao, you have to be good well say oh. Otherwise, we'll have to give you an injection. Following the voice, Niao Huanhuan was dressed even more boldly. A pink nurse's outfit with full breasts, obviously vacuumed. And the hem of the dress has a very distinct cutout. The height was just right and obviously well thought out. A face goddess with a tall, imperial style. I like it. A little family man with a devilish body and a soft girl style. I love it too. So who's better? The 2 women asked in unison. Who's better? You'll have to try it to find out. Children do multiple choice. Adults want it all. Of course. Chapter 21, does it sound good? Good sound is good head. Young master, here come 2 survivors who defected. Can't you see that this young master is busy? Watch yourself. Lin Maorong was in the middle of a sprint, but was interrupted by old bastard's voice outside the door, looking quite angry. Alright, I won't disturb the young master's pleasure. I didn't expect this inch stop to put Lin Maorong over the top. This one actually lasted a full 5 minutes before entering sage time. Honey, you're so brave. It took twice as long as usual. I've long heard Shinran say that young Lin is very powerful. I still underestimated you. Still calling me Lin Xiao. How unfamiliar. Lin Maorong couldn't help but feel a little fluttery as he enjoyed the two women's massages. Master Miao Huan immediately changed her words, making Lin Maorong quite satisfied. The two girls had seen today the power of Lin Maorong's group. Swift action, smooth cooperation, and vicious means. Not at all an ordinary houseguest. They had seen the reality that the men in front of them could not satisfy them in bed though. But the end times have come and gone, and they've seen too many crazy scenes. Being able to live is all that matters. As for Lin Maorong, he was the son of the Lin family, and he even had the Whitehead family behind him. That's why he decided, to the death, to follow Lin Maorong. Together, the two of them can have a lookout. In a daze, Lin Maorong fell asleep. You're all animals. Help! I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Go ahead and scream. The more you scream the more excited I get. No one will come to your rescue even if you scream your head off. Lin Maorong was suddenly awakened by the sound of a man's laughter, and a woman's cry for help, coming from next door. The trio packed up and walked out the door, only to find that the cries for help were getting quieter and quieter. Old 8. What's going on? Lin Maorong looked at Old 8, who was standing at the entrance of the room, and asked with a frown. Young master, two defecting survivors. The brothers saw that the growth is not bad. Just, son of a, what are you doing? This is the last woman. And you actually played her to death. From inside the room came an angry curse. Sorry, this ugly woman dared to bite old me, and I accidentally killed her. The abuser laughed sardonically, but not the slightest bit of apology could be heard in his tone. It's obviously not the first time they've done this kind of thing. During the day, the two women that Lin Maorong had brought with him had long since brought out the fire in the crowd. At this time, Lin Maorong led the two women to push the door in, and the group of beasts were still venting. All of them are as strong as a cow. The two little nurses. Where can they stand these men's rounds of attacks? In just over half an hour, the two survivors were actually played alive. Ding! Successfully eliminated all members of the Dermatology Mutual Aid team, and gained the points earned by the team. This accidental killing actually directly pocketed all the points earned by the Dermatology support team. So killing people, you can also get points? Lin Maorong seemed to have opened the door to a new century. Wouldn't it be better to kill the ordinary passerby? But looking at the tragic situation in front of him, he waved his hand and said, dispose of the body in a while. It's bad luck to look at it. And Wan Xinran and Miao Huan, being women, did not have a trace of pity, but instead had more than a trace of celebration. The two girls who died had a few good looks. If he hadn't stabilized Lin Maorong by himself just now, with his flowery mind, there's no telling what the whole thing might be. Stop it all. Someone's coming. The Harshima family. Old 8 shouted from the doorway. Go meet them. Lin Maorong looked meaningfully at Old 8 and made a gesture to kill him. Suyu at this time came to the storehouse in the corner of the third floor, which was an unintentional discovery of a good place to go. It was chosen because the depot belonged to the top floor of the secondary building. There was only a 10-meter-long passageway that connected to it, like an island in a hospital. After cleaning up the last few zombies that followed him, Suyu opened the door at the end of the passage. Ding! Swipe successful. This access card really works. All the way down. There's no door it can't open. Unlike the corpses outside the door, this place seemed like a paradise. Surprisingly quiet. With every step, you can hear the echo of your footsteps. With the help of the silver bird's claws, the treasury was all over the place. Just now, when he was cleaning up the zombies behind him, the two men inside the warehouse were looking at him through the cat's eye in the doorway. But at this point, they all hid. It looked like they didn't welcome Suetsu's arrival. From his bracelet, Suyu took out an attribute-less black mask. This particular piece of equipment was the loot he had just obtained. Bakura mask, special equipment. A mask developed by a crazy inventor. After 1007 trials. After wearing it, it can turn your eyes blood red. Properties, at night, when worn, it hides the aura of being a human from walkers, and any attack or movement will cancel this hiding status. Sure enough, when Suyu took the third step, the other party did make a move. Just two men, one in front of the other. In each hand was a bright scalpel, pointing at Suyu. Who are you? How did you get the access card to the depot? Cut the crap with him and kill him. A smile appeared at the corner of Suyu's mouth. There are two kinds of people he hates the most. A kind of person who holds a knife and points it at himself. The other is the one who won't let himself be pointed at with a knife. Suyu didn't answer the man, who had just killed himself at the passageway. The man should have seen it in his eyes as well. How did this man dare to make a move on himself? In the next second, both men struck at the same time, one stabbing at the neck and the other at the abdomen. The moment they were about to stab Suyu, a pair of large hands went up and down and tackled those two hands at the same time. With a whopping 35 points of strength, the two only felt as if they were being clamped by an iron vice, couldn't move at all. With Suyu's continued power, cold sweat broke out on the two men's heads and they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Eyes were about to let out a yelp and attract the walkers outside the door. Suyu fiercely exerted his strength, and the two men's arms were directly broken, pulling the two men with great vigor. Heads collided and there was a dull thud. Boo! Does it sound good? Good sound is good head. With their heads cracked and their brains buzzing, the two of them fainted straight away. It is customary to view personal information. Wear small size underwear. LV3, no occupation. E-level talent, enhanced attack. Enjoying the life of a big statue. LV3, no occupation. E-rank talent, strengthening defense. These two, except for their names, which could give Suyu some impression. Otherwise, they were useless. E-rank enhanced attack and defense talents. The value is only increased by 10%. Useless. At this level, you still think of sneak attacks, and you take yourself too seriously. The entire storehouse was rummaged through, though there had been no signs of battle. Just as Suyu was about to kill the two, the sound of heavy breathing came from the corner of the room. Just two women, who were being thrown aside in 5 pieces. From the clothes, a doctor and a nurse. It looked like they were being held hostage by the two men outside the door. I have to say, the binding was quite professional. The clothes between the ropes were cut away, revealing a white body. It seemed that it was Suyu, who had disturbed the two people outside the door. Suyu looked the two up and down in thought. Chapter 22, Meeting Acquaintances, Eating Barbecue, and Gossiping. Unexpectedly, it was actually here that I met a former acquaintance, Yin Yubing, LV2, no occupation, S-rank talent, healer's heart. The female doctor in front of her had obtained the hidden profession of ghost doctor in her previous life. Unlike the frosty face in her later life, the Yin Yubing at this time was still slightly young. The profession of ghost doctor has the ability to bring the dead to life. As long as there was still a breath hanging, she could pull someone back. Saving lives and treating the sick is the vocation of a medical practitioner. But no one knew what Yin Yubing had gone through after the end of the world descended upon her, and her temper was quite eccentric. The conditions for getting her to step in were also completely different from other healers, but anyone Yin Yubing had saved would be on her roster. In addition to demanding a hefty payment, a rather outrageous contract will be signed. It's about handily defeating any survivor on the roster within a year. So not many people come to her for treatment. Either the individual is strong and skilled, either the power behind it is strong, with a big family as backing. Otherwise it's not a good thing to be watched at all times. In his previous life, Suyu had been seriously injured once to save Ruyan Lu. On his deathbed, Suyu met Yin Yubing and was able to regain his life. In accordance with the usual practice, Yin Yubing demanded a massive reward from him and signed a contract. But when Suyu handily kills the survivor, he can't find Yin Yubing. When he saw that the contract was invalidated, Suyu realized that Yin Yubing had met an untimely end. The piker is not guilty of the crime. It was only later that she learned that the powerful medical skills she had displayed were seen by powerful families. Although the ghost doctor was able to save lives, in the eyes of those huge family people, just a more advanced therapist. If you can't get it for yourself, then no one else can. After repeated unsuccessful invitations, she was made to disappear completely. It's a small world, I must say. However, since Yin Yubing belonged to the high-strung type, compared to the childish, raggedy little nurse next to her, she was not favored by the two men, and her clothes were all still intact. But did his sudden appearance count as disturbing Yin Yubing's original process? And although Yin Yubing's talent was S-ranked, it was a healing talent. It's too specialized a talent for survivors who don't want to switch to dowsing. Chicken. Pretty much chicken. Even if they were plundered, they wouldn't be of much use. The little nurse next to her, on the other hand, was more generic. Star City Fairy. LV2. No occupation. F-rank talent, auxiliary healing. Same healing talents, 1 S-rank, 1 F-rank, 1 ceiling, 1 sewer. The same two people who had awakened together. How could the difference in being human beings be so great? When the little nurse, when she saw Suyu, was staring at them with unblinking eyes, red pupils, so scary looking. How was this strange man so powerful that he broke both of their hands directly? At this moment, her mood also became incredibly apprehensive, and she finally gathered her courage and said, "Little brother, can you help me?" And Yin Yubing had the cloth ball in her mouth and kept making whimpering noises. She did nothing more than hastily scan Suyu and continued to stare dead at the little nurse on the side. The two of them obviously didn't deal well with each other. Looks like a man with a story. For Suyu, killing these two was as easy as a slap in the face. Suyu is not a mother of God heart overflowing. Just think to leave her alive is considered to return to the previous life of the grace of life-saving. But when In Yubing grows up on her day, there are definitely places where she can be utilized as well. Besides, it wouldn't take Suyu much time or effort. Suyu did not pay any attention to the little nurse, but walked straight towards In Yubing, squatted beside her and said, "I'm going to take the cloth ball out of your mouth, so don't yell out loud, don't attract the walkers." Aha! In Yubing looked towards Suyu, her eyes, filled with tears, slowly nodded her head. "Thank you, big brother passerby." As the cloth ball in her mouth was removed, In Yubing's little mouth had long since soured. After being able to speak, he and the little nurse on the side, the two of them whispered to each other. From his bracelet, Suyu took out the barbecue meal for four and placed it on the desk to the side. The two men were surprised at Suyu's tricky maneuver though. So much, can he finish it? But at this moment, we were in the middle of a fight, so how could we care about so much? Suyu simply jerked the skewer while being a gourd eater. I don't know until I hear it, but it's really a rolling pin up the ass, a big eye-opener. It turns out that In Yubing's fiancé, In Yubing, and the little nurse, all work in the dermatology department. After the end times came, In Yubing was eating in the cafeteria, and the fiancé and the young nurse, the survivors of the section, are holding it together. When In Yubing finally returned to the third floor section after a lot of hard work, just in time to run into her fiancé, who was this little nurse. And when the little nurse saw herself, she twisted her fiancé's head away and turned her back to In Yubing. While continuing the double exercise, she egged her fiancé on verbally. From what her fiancé was saying, it was easy to see that over the years, it was full of complaints about In Yubing. That's when I realized that I've been green by this pair of beasts for 2 years. No wonder, In Yubing's temper was so well behaved later on. Suyu elegantly ate the large skewer of grilled meat in front of him, probably understanding what was going on, with the betrayal of those who were simply trying to survive in a previous life. This story can be much more gossip than those plots. Even Suyu are listening to fascinated. Coo. The two men's stomachs, finally, rumbled indisputably. It's been a day and a half since the end times came, but they hadn't eaten a grain of rice and were already hungry enough. They turned their heads and gulped, looking really hungry. The two stopped talking and instead looked behind Suyu, only to see a man with a bloody head and a hideous face come behind Suyu. He held up his index finger, then at his mouth, signaling for the two women to be silenced. It turns out that among the duo outside the door, Enjoy Life with Big Eagles, which has a strengthened defense, has already woken up. He had one hand hanging down, and the connection had obviously been broken at the wrist. In his other hand, he groped silently with a sharp knife over a foot long. The two men's faces changed as if they had seen something horrible. Wasn't that the same thug who stabbed his fiancée with a knife and held the two men hostage? Danger! In Yubing spoke up loudly, but it seemed to be too late. As they watched, the sharp knife stabbed at Suyu's back. The two women closed their eyes, not daring to continue watching. Ha ha, kid, you're dead. I'll kill you. But it was obvious that the hand was outstretched. But why was it not felt? Why didn't the imagined scene of white knives going in and red knives coming out come up? The next moment, the sharp knife fell to the ground with a crisp clang. When the great eagle saw Suyu's faint smile, he only felt the sky spinning in front of him, and his entire body fell to his knees. Ah, my hand! I'd like to say a few words about this character, and answer a few questions along the way. In My Little Brother's Triad, the protagonist is a lone wolf and self-interested, but his premise has to be personal. If you see anyone else, you will kill and plunder the talent without saying a word. All my little brother can say is that it doesn't fit into my little brother's 3 views. Can't really understand the brain wiring of these people. Chapter 23, Because I'm A. The great eagle life obviously didn't anticipate that the man looked like he had eyes in his back. Just now, due to the nervousness, adrenaline was secreted in large quantities, and for a moment, I actually forgot about the pain. Suyu actually took out an arrow from his arrow pouch, took out an arrow, and with the strength of his flesh, forced it through his arm, and then stabbed it into the floor in a smooth manner. But the moment the eagle's life let out a scream, he felt that he was suddenly strangled. It turned out that Suetsu had made another arrow with his bare hands, like killing an eel, stabbed through the throat and out the back of the head. The brainstem was instantly destroyed and lost. Laying straight on the ground, he slept peacefully. Are you polite? Interrupting my theater. Suyu wiped the blood from his hands and said indifferently. At that moment, Suetsu fixed his eyes on the other thug behind him, small-size panties. He woke up a little later than the big eagle. At that moment he was holding up a baseball bat, standing in the doorway, his movements frozen. This thing is an excellent grade weapon. And it's quite a handful in terms of size, length, and weight. It's a good weapon to use against both walkers and people. The small size panties had just witnessed what Swatoshi had done and moved a little too fast. The big eagle was a practiced man, with rather thick arms. It was actually pierced directly by Suyu's lighthearted and unarmed arrow. How much force does it take to stab an arrow through your arm and into the concrete with your bare hands? The arrow he stabbed at his throat was even more exaggerated. So fast that even the movement was a bit of a blur. Despite the fact that the baseball bat in his small-size underwear's hand was longer than Swatoshi's arrow, he didn't dare to take the gamble. Suyu's two simple moves gave the small-size panties a great shock. He believed that if he did do it, in an instant, there would be no difference between himself and his companion lying on the ground. Imagine yourself killing someone in the afternoon and still shaking your hands. And the killing aura released from Suyu's eyes as he talked and laughed was 10,000 times stronger than himself. The blood-colored pupils under the Bakura mask made the small-size panties feel numb. Just by locking eyes with Suyu, the small-size panties were like seeing the summoning of the king of Hades. This man is simply a little more terrifying than the zombies out there. Subconsciously, small-size panties check Suyu's personal information. A mediocre passerby. LV5. No occupation. Level 5 big man, you're the mediocre passerby? Points leaderboard. Ranked number 1? A wave of soul-crushing questions from the small-size panties. Small-size panties and Big Eagle life. These two brothers were originally scavengers near the hospital. They do some small business of collecting waste paper. That's why the bundling technique is so good. After the end of the world, the two struggled to survive with their bodies honed from scavenging on weekdays. When Suyu triggered the hidden copy, the two of them got lucky and a real treasure chest happened to brush out in front of them. Not only did he get supplies, but he got two excellent grade weapons. It is said to be satiated. After eating and drinking, they took the weapons and equipment they had opened from the treasure chest. The ease with which they killed a few walkers made them swell up like never before, thinking they could do it. Then I remembered the fairies in the hospital, who usually looked at them with disdain. Now all I want to do is pin them to the ground and rub them like crazy. Emboldened, the two men touched the dermatology department, just in time to see two women and a man arguing. The five have a skirmish, and the two accidentally kill their fiancés. Despite the two women's best efforts to resist, they were ultimately slightly less powerful. The two men then took them to the storehouse, a place where few people usually come and which is a good place to do bad things. Just as the two were about to get it on, Suyu came in, which made the two extremely upset. Thus, the previous story. The small-size panties finally went weak in the legs and went straight to their knees. Big brother, I was wrong. I'll do it myself. You guys go on. It's not a good time for little brother to wake up. Then, made a rather bombastic move. He clenched his teeth and exerted all his strength. Bringing the raised baseball bat, he smashed it hard into his head. Boo! After the body twitched a few times, it was motionless, not knowing whether it was dead or alive. The two of you continue. Such a good story. Don't be like Xiao Chang's novel that doesn't die. There's nothing underneath. Don't ever unikize it. Suyu opened his mouth. Fear instantly took over the little nurse's heart as she looked at the two bodies close by. The little nurse bit her lip dead center, trying to keep herself from making a sound. It took a while to slow down, and although Yubing was also a bit scared, in her eyes, there was more relief and regret. But the two women, in a rare moment of tacit understanding, didn't speak again. After arguing with the little nurse, Yubing was able to see her fiancé completely. There seemed to be despair in his eyes, as if he had seen the end of life and was unwilling to argue any longer. And the little nurse doesn't make any noise because she's afraid. Not long ago, it was nightfall. The zombies in the hospital, which were already dominant, became even more frantic. The roar of the life of a great eagle just now was a bit too loud. The roar immediately attracted the nearby zombies, and they surged towards the passageway like crazy. The constant slamming of the door scared the little nurse. The banging on the door was getting louder and louder, and it felt like the door, it wouldn't last long at all. She was a little scared, having prepared her heart for this. One more day to live from these two thugs. But Suyu's appearance completely disrupted her thoughts. She was a typical Mu Chang character, and she learned that the one at the top of the charts was none other than the man in front of her. Even though Suyu had covered most of his face with a mask, it seemed from his voice, body and the small half of his face that was exposed, definitely a fresh meat. I don't know how many times better than these thugs. So the little nurse changed her mind and tried to get close to the man she called the ordinary passerby. He looked so calm and collected. Even if the walkers did kill in, he must have a way to escape. But this passerby's eyes seemed to only have Yubing in them, not even looking at himself. As she was about to speak, Suetsu stood up. The two women still looked at Suyu in unison. Only a mask of the same type was seen to be pulled out of the bracelet as if it were a trick. unperturbed again. He stepped forward and cut the ropes on the two men. In the process, the little nurse, very heartily, puffed up her little pride, and in the process let out an indecent grunt. There's only one of these life-saving masks, so tell me on what basis you can have it. The little nurse volunteered to get up. There was no man that the old lady couldn't handle. The man didn't object when he was playing a careful game just now. Oh, isn't it obvious? What's the point of that Yubing woman? Do you know how to play like an old lady? Humph, it must be that he wanted to humiliate Yubing, the flower of the high ridge, so it puffed out her chest, and through this holy nurse's outfit, she could even see the lace underwear inside. Little brother, pronounce me. The little nurse clamped her voice and said, because I'm Thai. Suyu was quite speechless, never imagining that the internet segment had shown into reality. He turned his head to look at Yubing, and the other party had a black face. Are you sure she was recruited by your hospital from the proper channels? Chapter 24, What a Scent. Yubing spread her hands in a helpless manner. The little nurse saw that instead of taking the bait, Suyu followed Yubing and laughed at herself. The heart could not help but mutter, could it be that this man did not like to take the initiative? She decided to keep quiet for now and see what Yubing would say before making any plans. A silence fell over the warehouse, with only the constant sound of banging on the door. Suyu looked at Yubing. Live? I've lost everything. Don't even know what's the point of living? The little nurse couldn't help but snort a laugh after hearing what Yubing said. It's a wonder a normal person would save you after hearing that answer. Suyu thought to himself, it's over. It seems that his presence has really disrupted the track of his previous life. In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, the most taboo thing is despair. Suyu's face turned blue as a murderous aura flashed out of the corner of his eye. If Yubing was truly in despair, then there was no need to leave her alive anymore. Yubing looked at the little nurse on the side. The latter's complacent appearance, however, made her rather disgusted. Stealing your man and taking your place in the world. Is this the only kind of that deserves to live in the end times? Afterward, Yubing's gaze gradually turned cold. This expression was exactly the same as the one Suyu had seen back then. However, even if I die, I'll drag you to accompany me. Yubing stared viciously at the little nurse. Little brother, what's the point of comparing? My sister is ripe for the picking. What 18 touches? 48 styles. I know them all. Unlike this Yubing, who has no love interest at all. Don't look at her so high and mighty. She must have sucked a long time ago. I heard that she got her graduation because she bribed her teachers with her body in school, in the hospital, with the dean, the director, and some intern fresh meat. All unclear. Talking to her fiancé for 5 years, about to get married, but not letting the other guy touch her. Her body must be sick. The little nurse disguised herself as a swan and began to taunt wildly. That's a pretty vicious move, and there's a real truth in that statement. So it's really like that. But most of them are the little nurse's own stories, which is why she can tell them by heart. Yubing couldn't just show up and prove that she was still a yellow girl, could she? Faced with the little nurse's bombardment, Yubing was so angry that her face turned red. After holding my tongue, I could only come up with a dirtier word. You, the killing power of the two, however, is worlds apart. Suddenly going crazy, he tackled the young nurse to the ground and the two quickly wrestled. As a good girl, where has Yubing ever fought with anyone? Despite the overall dominance of individual attributes, the field looked quite inferior. The little nurse got the upper hand and rode Yubing underneath her. Cursing, she picked up the baseball bat that the thugs had just dropped in her hand and smashed it at Yubing. That's a concussion to say the least with that stick. Seeing this, Suyu couldn't help but touch the war ball behind him. However, it was discovered that Yubing's hand did not know when. A dagger appeared, glowing blue. The weapons that Suyu currently possessed were only at the excellent level. It was unthinkable that Yubing had actually obtained a fine-grade melee weapon. Interesting, she subconsciously used her dagger to fend off the baseball bat that smashed into her head. Only heard a bang sound. This excellent grade baseball bat was directly broken into two. Just as the little nurse was dumbfounded, Yubing stabbed her in the small of the back, and blood gushed wildly, and the originally icy expression on Yubing's face gradually melted. Yeah, that's what it feels like. The flavor's too strong. Brother, come and help. This is cheating. The young nurse was stabbed and tried to run away. Yubing yanked her by the calf as she fell to the ground in response. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. The little nurse kept wailing. Her body's struggles gradually stopped, and she finally went limp. She never dreamed that she would die at the hands of Yubing. After killing the little nurse, Yubing was drenched in blood and sat paralyzed in place. There's another one here. Suyu pointed to the thugs who had fallen to the ground. From the previous chat, Suyu learned that it was this person who had killed Yubing's fiancé. Are you a demon? I just killed someone. Yubing was a bit incredulous. You'll get used to it. Suyu was non-committal. For her fiancé, In Yubing had long since lost her thoughts, but along the way, the thug hadn't taken advantage of her. In Yubing's mouth spoke in the negative, but her body was still honest, and the movements in her hands didn't stop at all. Not bad for a doctor who knows quite a bit about the inner workings of the human body. A few knives went down, and the unconscious thug, with a pool of blood gushing out from underneath him, lost his life outright. 2 words, real flavor. Big brother Rody. What does it mean? The system prompt says I gain points from these thugs? Just keep it. This was considered a great gift from Suyu to In Yubing. Counting her previous points, she had 26 points at this point, and was actually in the top 10. What the heck? It's a nice reward. Why are you being so nice to me when you don't even know me? You once saved me. Suyu replied truthfully. Saved you? I don't believe it. I'm just a mediocre dermatologist. Did you have that disease? Do you want me to double-check you now? It is said that in the post-apocalyptic world, after killing someone, there will be some changes in one's disposition. That couldn't be more appropriate for In Yubing. Listening to what In Yubing said, Suyu's head was filled with black lines. However, just then, and the door to the treasury was already rattling, finally holding out. He didn't know how to be compassionate at all. As he pressed the Bakelite mask onto In Yubing's face, In Yubing was furious enough to speak properly. Why did she suddenly move her hands? Why doesn't this man have any manners at all? The moment she was about to break the door, In Yubing's voice rang in her ears. Remember, do not move, do not attack. Clunk. Dozens of mutated zombies, in an instant, fishtailed. Good lord. A clean sweep of level 3 mutant zombies. Even Suyu in his full state was no match for them. The point is that although they are mutated zombies, the drop is no different from that of a normal zombie of the same level during the daytime. This kind of effort is a fool's errand. The zombies looked left and right, seeing only a few still warm bodies on the ground. Could it be that they're having internal strife? However, the zombies were still searching for living things, but completely ignored Suyu and In Yubing who were standing in the center. In this moment, the two seemed to disappear into the eyes of the walkers. At close range, the distinctive putrid odor of zombies spread out. Suyu had gotten used to this feeling a long time ago, but In Yubing, who was a doctor, was much bolder after the killing. Still, being so close to a walker, the brain is consumed with fear. At this moment, In Yubing clenched her teeth and closed her eyes tightly, trying not to let out a sound. 10 minutes later, just as these walkers, one after another, were leaving, never in a million years, In Yubing, however, couldn't control her nose and smelled those barbecues that she didn't have time to clean up. Instantly, the cravings tickled the stomach. In the next second, In Yubing's stomach growled indisputably. Coo coo coo. The walkers on the side of the room turned back in unison when they heard it. Chapter 25 Sleepless Nights. The zombies immediately sought out the sound and soon surrounded In Yubing. They looked her up and down, and with the zombies' brain circuits, they couldn't figure it out. Why was it that before him, this companion, who appeared to be his own, was making a sound unique to humans? At the closest point, the zombie's head was only about an inch away from In Yubing. I'm afraid, In Yubing was nauseated for a while, so she just listened to God's will. Suddenly, out in the hallway, there was a jumble of running noises coming from down the hall. It was interspersed with the sounds of human screams and struggles, and when these zombies heard the sound, they immediately turned their heads and rushed straight out. There are already too many monks and not enough meat. If you are not more active, you won't even have soup to drink. In an instant, the room emptied of walkers. The coffers were quiet again. At this moment, Suyu was looking at In Yubing in front of him with great interest. The woman in front of her was only half a head shorter than herself, and her originally childish face suddenly had an aura. Tightening her red lips, she exhaled slightly. The tightly closed eyes slowly opened one, and realized that Suyu was staring straight at himself. As far as I can remember, the first time Suetsu saw himself, it seemed to be like this. Have you seen enough? In Yubing was filled with anger, but she only dared to ask in a small voice. Is there any safe place nearby? Suyu ignored In Yubing and changed the topic. Out the door and to the left. There's a spare office. I don't know if it's okay. The door was already damaged, and it would not be a good idea to remain here. In a moment, it would be harder to run when another patrol of walkers appeared. After all, not everyone was able to stand for 10 or so hours straight without moving like Suyu. Suyu took out a silver bird's claw from his bracelet, and at the same time prepared 2 more pots of enticement. Turning back to In Yubing, she said, have you ever played 1, 2, 3 wooden heads? Aha, no, In Yubing replied, her face a bit pained. Watch my hand signals for a moment and when I raise my hand you stop. Okay, however, can you wait for me for a moment? In Yubing blushed scarlet and lowered her voice. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Suyu wondered. My legs are numb. In Yubing's body was too tense just now when she was facing the surroundings of the zombies, and she froze for a while. Then hurry up. While there are no zombies outside now, Suyu said. Looking back, In Yubing tried to move her steps, but her eyes went to those leftovers on the floor. The group of mutant zombies knocked over just now, and their eyes are glowing green. Careless. Forgot about that. Why don't you eat something first? To pat it out? When he finished, he went from the bracelet and did a magic trick. Pulling out a handful of capsules, he casually selected 2 and opened them for In Yubing. Yogurt? Banana? Did you do that on purpose or by accident? A mouthful of anger was held inside. A hard fork in the air. I can't imagine that this man looks so nice and gentle, but he has so many tricks in his heart? Is that a hint to yourself? If you're so good at it, why didn't you choose the little nurse at the time? Any fool could see that the only reason he had survived was because of Suyu's unashamed double standard. But the man is always doing something inexplicable, consciously or unconsciously. In fact, subjectively, Suyu did not have any heart. The reason why he chose these kinds. Primarily they are able to drive away hunger and replenish energy quickly. Not wanting to make things worse, Suyu didn't bother to explain and stuffed them all into In Yubing's hands. You're on your own. In Yubing reddened her face and looked viciously at Suyu, eating 2 bananas in a row. She ate rather roughly, having wanted to prove her anger with her actions. In Suyu's opinion, In Yubing was afraid that she was starving. Looking at Suyu, he was speechless for a while. Eat slowly. I still have bananas. As soon as these words came out, Suyu felt that something was wrong, and the more he described it, the darker it became. With the assistance of the silver bird's claw and the pot of enchantment, the 2 finally arrived at the office In Yubing had mentioned. Looking at the blood and limbs all over the room, there had been heavy fighting here. Suyu took the door with him at the first opportunity, and closed the curtains in the house again. This soldierly day is finally safe. Unexpectedly, In Yubing came to the office. The first thing was to pack a resting place for Suyu. It reminded him of how he had once knelt down and licked Ruyan Lu. Every time he arrived at a safe area, Suyu would always act like a licking dog and take the initiative to clean up everything for Lu Ruyan. Brother Roadrunner, thank you. In Yubing's voice became gentle as she saw the reality. This mask must be very valuable. Give it back to you. I don't have anything valuable. Why don't I give you this one too? After saying that, he took out the fine-grade dagger he had obtained from the treasure chest, as well. Of course she knew that without Suyu, she was afraid that she would have died long ago. Want to thank me? Swatoshi pushed the mask and weapon back and spoke. In Yubing nodded. Suyu spoke. You have unlimited potential in the end times. You will definitely be able to become the strongest healer. In the future, if I ask you for help, you'll help me out as well. Brother Roadrunner, you're so good. Will there come a day when you need me? Maybe. Brother Roadrunner, you're a good man. Suyu sneezed, not knowing if In Yubing did it on purpose or by accident. He never expected to be issued a good guy card instead of saving her. Suetsa stayed at the door of his office almost all night, his eyes closed. It may seem safe here, but it can't really hold up against the zombie rounds. At first, In Yubing was able to keep him company. By the time it became too much to carry, she was so distraught the night before that she stayed up all night. However, Suyu, consciously or unconsciously, instilled In Yubing with some basic laws of survival in the post-apocalyptic world. With In Yubing's intelligence, she would surely be used endlessly. In fact, it would take no effort to kill her. Suetsu wondered if it was useful to go to such lengths for her or not. After waiting for the sound of In Yubing's light snoring to ring out from the sofa to the side. At this time, Suyu finally had the time to organize his harvest. After ascending to level 5, Suyu put 5 free attribute points, all of them on energy. After all, at this point, Suyu already possessed 35 points of strength, 32 points of constitution, and 26 points of agility. With only 17 points of spirit, it would be a bit inadequate, especially after having 2 attack skills. The energy value was not enough. Substance capsules, another big one. Even if you let it go, you can eat it for a week. Unfortunately, there was no equipment gained, except for the 2 Bakugan masks that popped up. Chapter 26 Looting S-Rank Talent. Full agility. Regional announcement. Family, did you have a good time yesterday? I'm sure some of the babies have already discovered the hidden rules. Time is running out, so let's give you some more benefits. Babies, grab the car. Come on, let's go crazy. Let's party. Survivors at Star City Hospital are receiving banter from the Order. In the midst of the end times, the most terrifying thing is always the human heart, and the Orderer, since the beginning, has been bringing out the darkness that has been activated in the heart of mankind. This was followed by an icy system prompt. Ding! Hidden copy rules updated. Hidden rule, you get points for killing survivors. 2. By killing survivors, you will plunder double the points of the other side. All survivors gain the temporary skill, hunting intuition, which allows them to sense other survivors. Survivors with no points at the time of settlement will be eliminated. The system alert. Broadcast 3 times in a row. A pair of cuddly strangers hid in the hospital room's bathroom. What does elimination mean? Is it getting the hell out of here? Nope. Elimination should be death. The man analyzed calmly. What does this orderer mean? Is it encouraging us to kill? Depends on the situation. The man finished, expressionless, and disengaged the group. What are you ungrouping for? Why are you holding a knife? Ah, you've been injured so badly. It's better for you to go cheap on me rather than on someone else. This is but a small snapshot of what's going on in the copy at the moment. How many people who were brothers and sisters the last second, and who are in love with each other, instantly turn against each other? There are no points for people who are just trying to survive. Others, on the other hand, are trying to live a better life. Those who had been hiding in the shadows began to come alive. Instead of facing the fear of death, it is better to be proactive. Last night, it wasn't just Suyu and In Yubing. For the Lin family, led by Lin Maorong, and the Ma family in the west of the river, it was even more of a sleepless night. The two families originally had a rather delicate relationship before the end times, sort of a partner plus competitor relationship. Only the Ma family's sphere of influence was in the western part of the river, while the Lin family's sphere of influence was in the eastern part of the river. This time, the Lin family had come to Hushi and was considered an away game. However, in Star City Hospital, the two teams are equal in numbers and strength, so the two teams are in the standings, alternating leads and biting off more than they can chew. That is, until Suetsa came out of nowhere to take the top spot. When the second head of the Ma clan, Ma Shiwei, came to Lin Maorong to discuss the alliance, the two of them had a good conversation. But unexpectedly Lin Maorong suddenly made a mistake. Prepared to fight unprepared. After losing the lead, the Ma family collapsed. After killing the 3 members of the Lin family, only Matthew stood out. He had been hiding all night with fear and trembling, and at the moment was in a critical condition due to his injuries. When he heard the system beep, Matthew tried to use the temporary skill given by the system. Hunting intuition costs a small amount of energy. After using it you can sense the location of survivors within 50 meters around you for 10 seconds. Cooldown time 1 hour. Instantly, the floor plan of the 4th floor appeared in front of Matthew's eyes. He was surprised to find more than 30 red dots hiding within a range of 50 meters. Each red dot has numbers of varying sizes written on it, indicating the current number of points. And the sudden disappearance of the red dot means that the survivor is dead. Matthew's ability to see other people means that other people can see themselves. Though the room he was staying in was surrounded by walkers, but the other survivors, once they saw the 72 points above their heads, someone must be desperate to come over and kill themselves. Is it true that all will go completely insane, as the order says? Besides, there was that group of lunatics from the Lin family, and they definitely wouldn't let themselves go. Just a second before the map disappeared, a striking number appeared in his field of vision. 177 points. It's the man, the only person in Starling City Hospital to break 100 points. Thinking of this, Matthew's eye spat out a hint of determination for the originally desperate heart. On the 3rd floor of the hospital, Lin Maorong and his group were still searching for this Ma Shiwei. Ha ha, double points? It's really God's help. That old man is seriously injured and must still be hiding on the 3rd floor. Whoever finds it will be heavily rewarded by this young master. You guys, take turns using your skills, and anyone who scores more than 20 points will be done for. The Lin family had acquired some supplies from the Ma family last night, and at the moment they were just full of energy. As for Suyu at this time, he wandered around the 4th floor several times, curious as to what kind of secrets were hidden here. Suddenly, a dying middle-aged man appeared in Suyu's line of sight. Saboshi checked the man's personal information. Horseshoe Hui, LV4, no occupation, S-rank talent, full agility. This talent was exactly what was recorded in Suyu's notes. One of the must-take talents. The man in front of me was dying, as if he was going to give out the next second. There was no reason not to take this gift that had been delivered to the door. Ding! You have used looting hand on the survivor, Matthew S. Horse cultivation current collapse, 30%. Weakness, 99%. Talent looting successful. Remaining times, 1. Ding! You've gained an S-rank talent, full agility. Brother Wayfarer, I'm Hushi Ma Shiwei, and I want to make a deal with you. Perhaps he was so weak that he didn't even notice when he lost his talent. Heshimasu-as? Never heard of it. Suyu said indifferently. Suyu had planned to kill the man and leave, but he couldn't imagine that Ma Shiwei continued. Give me revenge, my supplies and equipment, my life, 72 points. All for you. Ma Shouwei was choked by Suyu's words, but at this moment, he only wanted revenge. He realized that Suetsu wasn't interested in negotiating. Not interested, you have at most 1 minute left to live. Matthew has suddenly brightened up, like a flashback. From dawn until now, he had seen through the doorway that Suetsu had been wandering around the 4th floor, seemingly looking for something. By the way, are you looking for hospital 4th floor secrets? Oh, tell me. Suyu's eyes lit up. I can't imagine that the same words are already coming out of the mouth of a second person. Kill the Lin family's eldest young man. I'll tell you everything I know. Lin Maorong? Suyu frowned slightly, a touch of killing aura in his eyes. Coming to Star City Hospital was originally to kill Lin Maorong. Yes, Ma Shouwei was instantly relieved after seeing Suyu's expression. Good. Suyu saw that this Ma Shouwei didn't have much breath left, and immediately returned. I also heard from the little brat of the Lin family that it was in the dean's room. After finishing intermittently, Ma Shouwei closed his eyes. The dean's room? Interesting. Suyu collected the points from Matthew and looked toward the end of the 4th floor. The locked office. That was the only door in Suetsu that couldn't be opened with an access card. Chapter 27, The Hidden Room. Bastard. Haven't you found the old undead yet? Young master. The old undead didn't find it. There's an almost 30 cent in that office. It seems like there's only one person. No way. There are too many zombies over there. To get in, you need at least 20 people. What they were talking about just now was exactly the room where In Yubing stayed. Suyu predicted the Order's crazy behavior the next day. He was too familiar with the Order's thoughts. Therefore, last night, In Yubing was first instructed that she had to drag her feet until the end of the copy before she could go out. Even early in the morning, a good number of zombies were attracted, sealing off the road that must be traveled. Now the survivors, with everyone on their own, are having a hard time organizing a group attack. Young master, a brother reported that he found Matthew on the 4th floor. This old bastard. Let's see where you're going to run away. Old 8, what are you waiting for? Why don't you go now? Boss, there's no rush. Old 8 laughed bitterly. Lin Maorong froze, not understanding exactly what Old 8 meant. When they came to Matthew's side, they found him long broken. The corner of Ma Shouwei's mouth turned up slightly, as if he was mocking Lin Maorong. Before he died, he even used all his strength to write 5 words in blood on the ground. Lin Maorong stupid times. It's not very damaging and extremely insulting. Lin Maorong was instantly furious and looked around. Half a shadow was nowhere to be seen, except for the walkers in the distance. Who the hell did this? Just wanted to rip my throat out and curse. By Old 8 and a few subordinates. A hand pressed the mouth, raw and held back. What if this shouts out? Lin Maorong had to hold back as much as he could. Old husband. Standings will be updated soon. Wan Shinran reminded that she and Miao Huanhuan didn't have much combat power, so they took it upon themselves to get out their books and pens and record every change in the list. Right, as long as we know who has abnormal points, we'll know exactly who it is. Honey, first place goes to the mediocre roadie with 326 points. Let's go second. Asterisk. Old me lost 3 men yesterday and actually let him kill them? Lin Maorong immediately understood that he had been seen in the basket. Young master, what should we do now? Should we go to the dean's office first? And take what young master Shiraishi explained. Go to hell. Let's go. Kill someone. I don't believe it. He can beat so many of us by himself? Even though the Lin family squad was firmly in second place at this point, Lin Maorong only wanted to kill the mediocre passerby at this moment. 10 minutes ago, Matthew was clearly alive, which means the passerby moved in the meantime. We've just come from having been on guard on the 3rd floor. He must not have gone far. He must still be on the 4th floor. Spread out. Use your hunting instincts. And find him for me. Do as young master says, Old 8 immediately ordered. And after bidding farewell to Ma Shouwei, Suyu walked through the ceiling towards the dean's office at the corner. The equipment and supplies that Matthew had for it were not as good as the ones given to In Yubing last night. However, got the most suitable S-rank talent for the bow and arrow profession, full agility. This is a gift that the first bow god possessed. Talent, full agility. Talent level, S. Soon, for each level up, will permanently increase agility by 5 points. In the moment of plundering the talent, Suyu only felt as light as a swallow. The 20 points of permanently increased agility from level 1 to level 5 arrive instantly. Agility mainly affects movement speed and attack speed. Unlike strength, which is tied to physical damage, spirit, which is tied to spell skill damage, and constitution, which is tied to defense. Agility is not relatively cost-effective among the 4 main attributes. Only warrior-based thieves and archers stack agility high. After all, for other professions, agility is enough. And looting the S-rank talent full agility. For Suyu, it's the equivalent of whoring out 5 points of agility for every 1 level up. For future editions, The main one is a casual, with a full level of agility. So you began to fantasize about the few remaining increased talents. Full strength, full spirit, full physique. I wonder when I'll be able to get them all together. As he spoke, he traversed the lobby and then the pathway, finally arriving at the door to the deanery. He had tried it once. The access card didn't work, and Suyu didn't bother with it. Both Silver Bird Claw and Hunting Intuition were used to ensure that there were no survivors within 50 meters of the surrounding area. However, perception could not penetrate deeper into the interior of the dean's room, being blocked by a boundary. Suyu immediately understood that this belonged to the hidden room of the replica. No wonder you can't open it. It should be a boss battle inside. So, from his bracelet, he pulled out an ancient and delicate key, an item he had obtained from the elite zombies yesterday. Master Key, excellent grade consumable. The king of Yokohama locksmiths. There is no lock that cannot be opened. When used, it can open locks or mechanisms up to excellent grade. The door lock instantly glowed with a burst of green, flashing at the same frequency as the master key. Suyu inserted the key, gently twisted it, and opened the door with a creak. A blue-black swirling void door appeared in the doorway. Ding! Open the hidden room. The master key is gone. Countdown, 5, 4, 3. Suyu took a deep breath and stepped in. The image in front of his eyes gradually became clearer, and a tragic picture of doom instantly enveloped him. The door behind him, with a bang, was shut tight. It was surprisingly quiet inside. Except for the load-bearing columns and load-bearing walls, there is no longer a complete wall to be found. Doors, windows, brick walls, and ceilings were destroyed. There was a suffocating scent in the air. The smells of blood, rotting flesh, and charring, mixed together. A gust of wind blew, and the smell went up his nose and straight to the sky. As far as the eye could see, there were limbs and arms, tissues and organs everywhere, both human and zombie. The entire room, a full 200 square feet. They were scattered in every corner. Without exception, none of them were intact. The struggle and desperation of the time can be glimpsed in their expressions of pain and fear. It seems that a meeting should have been going on here when the end times came. From the costumes doctors, nurses, and some outsiders, there were close to 100 people. The red carpet that filled the floor had been stained black with blood. In some places it even accumulated sporadically in small puddles. Brains, organs, and eyeballs were scattered all over the place. It's even slimy when you step on it. Such an earthly purgatory. Timid people, afraid of more than one look, will have to explode. But for Suyu, 10 years after the end of the world, eating and sleeping in a sea of corpses and blood was the norm. Obviously, it wasn't the mutated zombies that were able to cause all of this. With the help of the white and silver bird's claws, Suyu finally saw through the cracks of the broken wall at the farthest end. There, a sultry voice came. Another meta day. Chapter 28, Cold-Blooded Silver Ring Zombie Leader. Suyu understood that being able to emit human speech was not something that ordinary zombies could do. The ranks of zombies in the post-apocalyptic world are, in order from bottom to top, ordinary, elite, chief, lord, and imperial. Above the alpha level, humans used to call them bosses, and this was the watershed of the zombies. Because zombies at this level possess talents and skills, their combat power skyrocketed. A normal level zombie has a combat strength roughly equal to that of an ordinary person of the same level, and at the elite level, the combat power could be at least as good as a 10-man elite team. The higher up you go, the combat power you possess will be increased by at least 10 times. What's more, the higher the level, the higher their IQ, and there are even a few that can control human language. It seemed that the enemy Suyu faced this time was a tough one. Looking at the closed door of the room behind him, it seems that the only way to get out of here is to kill this boss and complete the clearance. Only to see that from behind the broken wall, a middle-aged man with glasses, wearing a blood-soaked white coat and a slender physique emerged. His nails specialize into sharp claws that are a foot long and emit a dark green glow. Because the sharp claws are so long, it pushes the glasses upward with its palms rather than with its fingers. Compared to ordinary zombies, the kind of kingly aura it was born with was quite suffocating. However, Suyu had long been surprised and checked the basic attributes of the zombie at the first time. When viewing the zombie's attributes, if the opponent is more than 3 levels above you, only the name will be displayed and no other attributes can be shown. However, Suyu was level 5 and this zombie was exactly level 8. Stuck on the level 3 line. Cold-Blooded Silver Ring Zombie Leader. Rank, 8, chiefly. Base attributes, Strength, 35. Mental, 35. Physical, 40. Agility, 35. Talent, Deadly Poison. The sharp claws of the cold-blooded silver ring contain a powerful poison that deals 1% of vitality damage per second for 60 seconds when it hits the target, and can be stacked. Special talent, cannot be looted. Absolute enslavement, the ability to enslave a zombie to become one's slave, and the enslaved zombie, absolutely obeys any command of the host. Skill, silent steps. Cold-blooded Silver Ring has deeply learned the essence of assassination techniques, and has practiced an agile body, which can move like a cat's footsteps, moving at high speeds in a single assassination technique. Instant kill, the strongest move. A non-discriminatory attack using silent steps, utilizing high-speed movement and sharp claws on the hands to kill a large number of enemies, so fast that even the person making the move doesn't know what he or she is going to cut. The Silver-ringed snake, seemingly docile and even unfeeling when it bites, is extremely fast-moving and has a very high lethality rate, and is known as the Asian one. It is both the most venomous snake in China and the one that kills the largest number of people in China. Zombies above the alpha level are no longer named like the previous zombies. Instead, it has a special title, and the use of cold-blooded Silver Ring as the name shows the strong toxicity. This level, this attribute, amongst a group of alpha-level zombies, it was considered very powerful. Its strength and physique were somewhat on par with Su Yu's, while its spirit was 13 points higher and its agility was 11 points behind. This is a battle that may have room for error many times over for the boss, but for Swatoshi, there was room for error only once. With the deadly poison talent boost, the consequences of being hit by a sharp claw were unimaginable. Looking at the neatly cut pieces of the corpse on the ground and all that rotting flesh, it was obviously caused by its sharp claws, and from its skills, all of them are based on agility, so it should be modeled after the thief profession. With cold-blooded Silver Ring skills and talents, I'm afraid that the only way to kill it was to gather the survivors within the hospital and use a sea of people. After Suyu analyzed the boss's skills, this orderer was simply a long jump in the toilet over the E points. However, it would be cool if the deadly poison talent could be looted, being able to be plundered, but only one absolute slavery. Suyu was not interested. However, it had been the third day since the end of the world, and Suyu had yet to encounter a decent battle. The next moment, instead of being the least bit timid, he became excited. It's almost as if you're making a customized boss for yourself. In general, as long as the attributes are similar, there's a fight to be had. Ding! Detected lone wolf encountering the cold-blooded Silver Ring zombie leader. Triggering the hidden mission, the secret of Star City Hospital. Mission description: cold-blooded Silver Ring zombie Chief Ben is the director of the hospital. As a doctor, he has excellent medical skills, saving lives and injuries, and has been awarded the title of excellent medical personnel many times. He looks civilized, but he is extremely dark inside. For many years, he has been serving a certain family and doing unseemly deeds. After the apocalypse fell, he was zombified and the first thing he did was to unleash a one-sided massacre on the people who were in the middle of a meeting. Quest requirement: kill the cold-blooded Silver Ring zombie leader and discover the secret hidden in the Dean's chamber. Quest reward: gold * 500, reputation * 500, experience * 1000, legendary treasure chest * 1, task limit 2 hours. Quest penalty: failure of the quest or abandonment of the quest will result in automatic teleportation out of the hidden room, along with a level reduction of 1. Ding! Do you want to take the mission? The opponents are too powerful. We strongly recommend choosing no. Persuade me to give up? I can't tell. This system is pretty good. Take the mission, Suyu replied decisively, blocking his retreat by himself. Legendary treasure chests are worth the price of admission. The time limit is 2 hours, which corresponds to the last time for this copy of Star City Hospital. Then, Suyu returned his attention, once again, to the boss in front of him. The two of them looked at each other in all directions, and it was obvious to see, in the other's eyes, the scorn revealed. It thought that a party of hundreds of people had come to conquer itself, and all that came out was this brat? In its opinion, the human in front of it, although its attributes were similar to its own, but the physical qualities of zombies and humans are so much different. The zombies go forward without pain or fear. These negative emotions, on the other hand, can cause humans to break down in the middle of a fight. One man and one zombie, just like that, caught in a delicate balance. Suyu took the first step forward, which signaled the beginning of the fight. Guests are coming. Only a mournful voice could be heard coming out of the dean's mouth. As a long-range profession like an archer, how could you let a thief get close? The moment the dean opened his mouth, Suyu's arrow had already struck. Probe the depths first. The arrow went straight for Dean's face, but it wasn't able to dodge, and a brilliant light flashed in its eyes. From the house behind him, a large-sized zombie leapt out and blocked Suyu's arrow with its body. Taking the knife for the dean? That's interesting. In fact, Suyu had probed early in the morning that in that house, there seemed to be a considerable number of zombies kept. Elite zombies in slavery. Level 6. Base attributes: strength 25, mental 25, physical 25, agility 25. Then, the dean stood still, wanting to witness Suyu's death. The corner of Suyu's mouth rose, Are you that confident? Although this elite zombie wasn't bad, its main attributes were fully crushed by Suyu. As soon as it pulled out the arrow stuck in its chest, it targeted Suyu's body. The eyes of the enslaved elite zombie became hollow and lifeless, and it only followed the dean's orders. It opened its bloody mouth, waved its sharp claws, and lunged towards Suyu. The body was like a small mountain, and with that rainbow-like aura, if it were an ordinary person, they would be afraid that they would not be able to stand still for a long time. Suyu has been in the post-apocalyptic world, crawling around for 10 years. The elite zombies that had been killed had been countless, and at the moment there wasn't the slightest bit of emotion. For Suyu, who possessed 46 points of agility, this was nothing more than a large-sized toy. Take a bow and shoot an arrow, only to see Suyu's amazing reaction. A light arrow directly hit the right eye of the elite zombie. The moment the elite zombie was hit by the arrow, the second arrow had also struck. Suyu even predicted that the elite zombie, after being hit by an arrow, the head would be forced back at an angle from the impact of the arrow. An uncannily accurate hit in what was left of its eye. The elite zombie subconsciously drew arrows with both hands after losing his eyes. This tugging, even directly to the pair of eyes, to pull out. After losing their eyes, the elite zombies didn't act like headless flies and scurry around, as if they were puppets on strings. They were manipulated to continue their attacks towards Suyu. Blind and offensive? Absolute slavery. That talent. It's kind of interesting. Chapter 29, I can't get out. Then, the third and fourth arrows shot the left and right knees, directly abolishing its legs. The fifth and sixth arrows shot in the right and left wrists, wasted both hands. The arrows struck wherever they were pointed as if an automatic navigation system had been turned on. After hitting 4 arrows again, the elite zombie staggered like a kite with a broken string. The moment it was about to stabilize its form, Suyu shot the last arrow under the state of full stored power. Arrow of discipline. A purplish-red arrow pierced straight through the elite zombie's heart, and Suyu's real goal was to hit the dean behind the elite zombie from across the mountain. Dean's eyes sparkle when he notices, behind them, in the room, at Dean's disposal, 10 zombies, which were agile in their actions, swooped over and tried to block the arrow for it. The arrow of punishment stopped only after shooting 6 zombies. Boo! Only a dull sound could be heard, and the elite zombie, which was like a mountain of flesh at the very front, fell to the ground with a loud crash. It just felt like the whole floorboards were vibrating. After all, Suyu's power value at the moment was already as high as 35 points. With the S-rank talent double strike, 2 arrows hit the vitals and 4 arrows hit the limbs. These seemingly normal 6 arrows could be equivalent to 12 arrows in a normal state. And the deadliest of all, it was the seamless arrow of discipline that became the last straw that killed the camel. From Suyu launching his attack to the zombies crashing to the ground, even if you add in the time it takes to strike the bow, shoot the arrow, change arrows, aim, and the build-up time for the arrow of punishment, the total time taken for these arrows was less than 10 seconds. As for the remaining 4 zombies, Suyu was not spoiled. 1 arrow for 1 little friend. Since the beginning, Suyu's feet did not leave the original place by half an inch. With a distance of 20 meters, the elite zombies not only could not get close under the suppression of Suyu's firepower, even forcing Suyu back half a step didn't do it. And after the agility increase, Suyu's hand speed was even faster, and a dark arrow suddenly shot at Dean's face. Dean subconsciously put the sharp blades in his hands, forming a net in front of him, but it unexpectedly slipped through the crack and shattered its lens. The arrow rested just 1 millimeter from the front of its eyeball. Faced with such a bold bug, Dean, now, became unusually angry. Click! The arrow shaft was chopped in 2 by the sharp blade and fell to the ground. The sharp claws of the left and right hands rubbed against each other as if sharpening a knife. Metal rubbing together produces an unusually loud sound that stimulates the human brain. Ordinary people can immediately feel this intense discomfort when they hear sounds of this frequency. I just feel bad inside. My teeth are sore and itchy, and I even want to vomit. But at this point, Suetsa got the better of the situation and transformed into a relentless archery machine. The placement of each arrow was quite tricky, specializing in Dean's vitals. Despite not being able to penetrate the Dean's skin, the arrows still shot the coat into a sieve. Suyu had prepared himself mentally. The body of an alpha-class zombie was different from normal zombies, unless attacking it in a vital area, or a soft part of the body. Otherwise it would be hard to break through its defenses and would only do very little damage. So, Dean had to keep blocking his face as well. Accumulate as long as you can keep it suppressed. It's not a bad idea to wear it out a little bit. And behind Dean, there were fewer and fewer walkers who could shield it from the arrows. Looking at the increasing number of corpses in front of him, finally, the Dean's expression began to become distorted, gradually losing his patience. It shook off the arrow sticking out of its body and whispered, "Foolish worm, you have succeeded in angering me. Collapse, 10%. Weakness, 1%. Current looting success rate, 11%. Suyu, however, understood that this Dean had gained some intelligence. But not much. That's not even doing anything on its own. And the crash level is already 10%. Unlike the Lord and Emperor levels, with Suyu's years of experience, it seemed that the IQ of this Dean in front of him was only equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child at best. Typical and vegetable and fun-loving. To know, when a lion wrestles a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. Otherwise, in the midst of the end times, it would be like the old man eating arsenic, smacking himself for living longer. Not to mention you're dealing with, what? The most scheming human in the post-apocalyptic world? If the battle started with full force, himself plus all the zombie minions poured out, even if there were 2 more Suetsu, it would not be enough. But now, his own minions, like consumables, were pretty much consumed. Now you're thinking of doing it yourself. What's wrong with you? Dean was holding a walker in his hand, acting as a shield. A few steps later, the zombies were summoned from the back again and collectively turned on Suyu. With a sudden acceleration, Dean finally shook off Suetoshi's arrows and threw down the zombie in his hands, as if his entire being had been vaporized. Getting within 5 meters of it, it is able to make a silent step. 2 cuts. It only took 2 cuts to take the life of this bug. Dean dodged left and right, just moments before he was about to get within 5 meters. Whoosh! The angle of this arrow was quite tricky, and if Dean wanted to continue charging, he was bound to be hit in the face. Cunning bugs. Dean's expression also became incredibly angry. It was just half a meter away. The moment it saw that it was immediately going to be hit by an arrow, its eyes flashed with brilliance and it tried to use its zombie minion to block the arrow, only to find that the zombies that had started the charge with it had disconnected from it. Could it be? The arrows that he dodged just now were not aimed at himself, and it seemed that they were meant to shoot the little brother beside him. It's just a matter of what can be done without a little brother to block the arrows. It's just a bug's sparse attack, so what can you do even if you take his attack hard? The next second, the arrow hit the zombie's frontal center with precision, causing Dean's body to stall. Even when an arrow is hit in a vital area, he stabilizes himself at the first opportunity. Collapse, 22%. Weakness, 3%. Current looting success rate, 25%. Ha ha, finally got into 5-meter attack range. The sharp blade in his hand emitted a burst of green light, just at the moment it was about to release its skill. Right at this moment, Suyu, who had been standing still, moved. As the main skill of the thief department, silent step, Suyu certainly knew the release distance of this skill. As a god of law in his previous life, he hadn't rarely sparred and fought with experts of the thief lineage. As long as Suyu could control the distance and pull at the limit, he was bound to numb his opponent. The only thing that was unfavorable to Suyu was that this Dean's room was too small, and it was too much of a test for his operation. He stepped back to the side as Dean did, pulling back just beyond the 5-meter distance. This movement caused Dean's to be interrupted from casting the spell outright. It froze in place, unmoored and overwhelmed. Dean pays homage to a classic line from the principal, I can't get an A out of it. The most important thing to look for in a masterful fight is the details. Just as the Dean froze in place, Suyu still didn't stop moving his hands. Frantic output at Dean's face. Chapter 30, Pillaging S-rank talent. Absolute enslavement. With his agility that was a bit higher than the zombie leader, Suyu's movement speed was a bit stronger than Dean's. It was at this extreme distance of 5 to 10 meters that the pull with Dean was repeated. It was as if Suyu had peeked into the Dean script, anticipating its every move and action, keeping his distance from the Dean while always being on the verge of 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 it, like dancing on the tip of a knife. He played the Dean like a fiddle. An analogy. It's like tying a pole to a dog with a piece of meat hanging off the front. The meat was close at hand, but the dog chased after it and never got to eat it. This type of dog walking went on for a while after Dean, who had lost a small half of his vitality value, finally noticed that something was wrong. Is this what people do? At this rate, it's going to take a lot of living to play with this bug. With a wail from the Dean, it finally gave up chasing after Suyu. Instead, he scurried back into the room at the back of the Dean's office and out of Suyu's field of vision. When he was leaving, Suyu saw that this boss mentality was somewhat broken. Collapse, 33%. Weakness, 23%. Current looting success rate, 56%. Suyu knew that in that room, there were still a good number of zombies hiding. So, apart from the arrows that had painfully struck the dog, he was in no hurry to go after them. In the first encounter, Dean took a big loss, and the skills it was so proud of couldn't even get close enough to be half effective. It's the 3rd day since Dean turned into a zombie. It had hunted countless survivors and zombies, but it had never suffered such a big loss. Dean didn't run away, but hid in the shadows. Through the gap in the broken wall, he looked angrily at Suetsu. The latter replaced a smirk on his face and rushed in the direction of the dean, raising a middle finger. It was a rather beat-up look, as if to say, "You beat me to death." Where does the dean get off on this kind of excitement? Suyu heard the slamming of the metal door, and in the inner room, dozens of zombies surged out again. Dean loses his mind a bit and releases all the walkers in one breath. This is the last card of the boss. Unexpectedly, these zombies were actually mutated zombies. They were basically naked young women, some with gags, some with blindfolds, and even with tails. Despite all becoming zombies, it's not hard to see that before becoming a zombie, they are considered quite good looking, both in looks and body. Only some had collars around their necks, others were attached to locks and chains. All over his body, he was covered with bruises and whip marks. It was as if they had seen the devil, as if they had gone mad, their eyes red as they tried to pounce on the dean. A light flashed in Dean's eyes, and instantly these walkers were fixed in place. The zombie women's eyes, which had been red, once again became empty. It looks like Dean has enslaved these walkers. Perhaps it was Dean's bad taste, in its deliberate manipulation. They scrambled to pounce on Dean, some licking his shoes, some wriggled frantically, letting out an occasional whimper. This fragrant scene, at this moment, was incomparably bizarre and made people think carefully. These women, before the end times came, were a group of slaves kept here. Without exception, the spiritual attributes were extremely low. God knows what the dean, back then, had done to them. Abused in life, even after becoming a zombie, he still can't escape Dean. It became for Dean's gift of absolute servitude, the slavery of his men. How sad and how ridiculous is that? Suyu's face changed. He didn't have time to sympathize with these women. His hands unconsciously got a few points heavier. Under Dean's control, dozens of zombies formed a human shield for themselves and pressed forward towards Suyu. The essence of Dean's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth curved into an incredible arc. And every time Suyu launched an attack, a zombie used its body and blocked the attack for it. Sure is tough enough. Suyu shook his head. With his current skills and damage, trying to get rid of this large wave of walkers was impossible. Since you like to enslave these walkers, let yourself have a taste. With a 56% chance of looting, wouldn't 2 consecutive strikes be a 112% chance? According to the Bay's calculations? Ding! You used Hand of Plunder on the cold-blooded silver-ringed zombie leader. Collapse, 33%. Weakness, 23%. Current looting success rate, 56%. Talent looting failed. Talent looted successfully. As deadly poison is a special talent, it cannot be looted. Looting the second talent successfully. Remaining times, 0. Ding! You have acquired the S-rank talent, Absolute Enslavement. In an instant, there was no light in Dean's eyes and no smile at the corners of his mouth. Talent, Absolute Slavery. Talent level, S. Life and death, control an ordinary level zombie, or alien beast, the strength of which must not exceed that of the host itself. The controlled zombie will absolutely obey the host's orders. Only one controlled walker can exist. If a new walker is controlled, the original walker will die immediately. If the host dies, the zombie will die immediately. Suyu had seen those who had subdued foreign beasts, but it was the first time he had heard of the talent of being able to subdue zombies. What's strange is why the S talent, and yet you can only enslave normal level zombies? The idea had been to loot the gift over and be able to control all the zombies around them. Just like Dean. I can't imagine that this precious opportunity to plunder a talent was actually wasted on a useless talent, but it's normal to think about it. After all, zombies are gifted with so much more intensity than survivors. Imagine if it was really like Dean, to enslave a zombie army in the blink of an eye. What's the difference between that and turning on an invincible plug-in? So this talent, after being plundered by Suyu, the intensity was adjusted. However, at this moment, Suyu had no time to be chagrined, because the moment the dean was robbed of his talent by Suyu, the scene got out of control and descended into chaos. All the zombie women, losing their enslaved state, the eyes went from empty, back to red, and became redder. Their faces were unusually fierce, but there was only the dean in their eyes, not Suyu at all. It seems that their hatred for Dean is etched in their bones. Scrambling, he pounced on Dean, tearing at him with all his might. Once bitten, they never let go. Soon, the Dean was crushed underneath the group of women like a stacked han, unable to see his human form. This fairy, stab it hard in the armpit. Haven't you eaten? That gagged lady, poke it in the eye with your paw. The big sister with the big flowery arms, a little further down. Ah yes, 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 bite it down hard. At this moment, while pumping arrows, Suetsu also moonlights as a coach for the zombies, directing them and biting harder. These zombie women's attributes weren't low, and the zombies' sharp teeth and claws were already good weapons. Their attacks, on the contrary, were more effective than Suyu's. Suyu can even hear. Sharp teeth and claws penetrate the skin, tearing and pulling the sound. Chapter 31 Another World Announcement. Suddenly, from the pile of zombies, Suyu felt a monstrous killing aura. Instant kill. Dean finally found an opening and made its strongest move. The zombies stacked on top of it were attacked indiscriminately by the sharp claws in its hands. In 3 short seconds, the zombie woman on Dean looked like she had exploded, turned into body parts splattered around and scattered in every corner of the room. And the centerpiece, Dean has no image to speak of at the moment. It was covered, mixed with its own blood and that of the zombie women, with scratches and bite marks everywhere. Chunks of skin and muscle had been torn off, some of which you could even see the bones inside. Blind in one eye, one hand ruined. Even underneath, the roots didn't stay in. Where's half the intimidation of a zombie leader? Suyu saw that Dean's collapse was 60% and his weakness was up to 50%, which was considered half disabled. It had to be said that Suyu's timing to plunder the talent was just right, despite failing once and losing some energy value for nothing. At that point, it just so happened that Dean was in the middle of all the zombie women. It was unable to launch a counterattack in the first place as it was racked by the swarming walkers on its hands and feet. A zombie head rolled down to Suyu's feet, and it dawned on him, no wonder it was bitten off by the big sister. So it was a small toothpick. Suyu said conspiratorially, grinning. What's so small about it? It's been this big for years, okay? Dean was so pissed off he was going to spit blood. At the moment Dean's mobility is diminished and even his offense has become extremely sloppy. Finally, after a few rounds, it just buggered off and hid in the secret room where the woman was kept. Suetoshi used the silver bird claw and found Dean, at the moment, hanging from the ceiling in the doorway. Once Suyu was in range, it was able to use silent steps to sneak attack. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Suetoshi seems to be intentionally flirting with Dean, standing on the 5-meter line and jumping left and right across the room in a frantic attempt. Go to hell. Confidence returned to Dean's eyes as the bug finally made a mistake. The eerie green sharp claws directly grabbed through the doorframe and lunged straight at Suyu. This is just a break that Suetsu is selling. The next thing Dean saw was a series of beautiful blue arrows. Holy arrow slaughter. 20 consecutive light blue glowing crystal arrows in 3 seconds. If it had been placed on flat ground, Dean would have been able to dodge at least half of it with his agility. But at the moment Dean's mobility was diminished and he was hanging in mid-air again. Despite its best efforts to twist its body, it could no longer change its fate of becoming a living target. 20 arrows, hitting 8 blasts, all of which poured into Dean's body. The body was jolted backward due to the powerful impact. Just when he wanted to struggle, he realized that his body, being nailed directly to the wall, could not move. Suyu raised his war bow and aimed it at its head. Worm! You worm! Dean's eyes were filled with despair. It could never figure out why it fell into the hands of a bug. The line of sight returned to the outside of the Dean's room, where several people from the Lin family's squad were gathered. Young master, the system prompt says that we have to wait until the end of the copy time limit or find the key. Old 8 took a fire axe and smashed the door a few times, but surprisingly, it didn't budge. There's no rush. We've basically killed all the survivors in this neighborhood, haven't we? Yes, but Old 6 was attacked and is no longer able to do so. Kick him out of the team and kill him again as a last contribution to the Lin family. Yes, Old 8 replied with an expressionless face. Hubby, number 1 is still the mediocre roadie with 345 points, and his score hasn't moved. We're second now, 340 points, 5 points short. Time is running out. What should we do? Wan Shinran and Miao Huanhuan reminded from the side. Lin Maoron looked at them with an expressionless face, and the two of them had a moment of scalp numbness. They had all witnessed Lin Maoron's regicide just now. Old people and children. No one is spared. That's why it was able to make a big push to the top of the list in a short period of time. Right now, the walkers that were convenient to kill have all been cleared out. The survivors that can be found are also already few and far between. It's been some time since their points have gone up. Hubby, your eyes are so scary. If in the end, it is really a point or two difference. The two women believe that he can really make a move to kill himself. The two women wrapped their arms around Lin Maoron left and right, but in their hearts, they cursed this man's plucking and hanging heartlessness. Lin Maoron grimaced and said to his subordinate at the side, Go kill someone. Whoosh! An arrow through the heart. Before the countdown to the copy ends, Sotsu ends Dean's life of sin as a human and zombie leader. Ding! Successfully kill cold-blooded silver-ringed zombie leader LV8. Gain experience *800. Gold *80. Congratulations to survivor Lone Wolf for being the first survivor to kill a leader-level zombie by himself in the post-apocalyptic world, and obtaining the only achievement, Lone Hero. World announcement coming soon. All survivors, at the same time, received a world announcement from the Orderer. This moment caused the originally bleak world to boil up once again. World announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf becomes the first person to kill a leader-level zombie alone in the post-apocalyptic world, obtaining the world's only achievement, Lone Hero, and at the same time obtaining a huge amount of rewards. It's this little guy again. Other survivors, please keep up the good work. Ali. The world bulletin was played 3 times enough. Lone Wolf, Lone Wolf, Lone Wolf again. In any case, the name Lone Wolf has once again come into the limelight. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, the name Lone Wolf once again resounded through the blue planet. During this time, there had been large gangs of Blue Star that had organized a large number of survivors, challenging the alpha bosses. All of them returned in defeat. Not only did Suetsu do it, but it was a single kill. This left those who considered themselves to be experts completely dumbfounded. This shows the gold content of Suetsu's achievements. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How come it's the Lone Wolf of the Chinese nation again? Go check. This person must be a descendant of our great cold underworld kingdom. 100-member group was challenging the leader class boss, and the person in charge said indignantly, "Damn it, or a lone wolf? Use all your resources and do whatever it takes to make him work for our human lighthouse as well." A leader of the Squid Sky Soldiers. Thinking slightly, "Little brother Lone Wolf, Stinky Treasure can't hold on any longer. I order you to ride a white horse, step on the 7-colored auspicious clouds, and appear in front of me right away." Little Fairy benefited from her large fat stores, and after starving for 3 days in a row, she was still very energetic. "Baka, this Chinese lone wolf got the jump on us again. What a bunch of losers. Did you finish what you explained to the Lin family?" Suyu's enemy, Shiraishi Hao, heard the world announcement with a displeased face. "Young master, listening to the subordinate's report, the Star City Hospital can't be entered or exited right now. It should have triggered a hidden copy or something like that," a subordinate replied with trepidation. Young Master Whitehead was too temperamental, so it was impossible to say which sentence would offend him. Chapter 32, Secrets of the Hospital. And the system tone belonging to Suyu was still brushing the screen. Ding! Successfully killed the final boss of Star City Hospital. Gained points *1000. Ding! Hidden copy, Star City Hospital copy ended. All survivor points and rankings are locked. And we're about to enter the settlement. The survivors inside Starling City Hospital, who were enemies 1 second, finally dropped their guard the next. And those survivors who didn't earn points were simply stripped of their lives by the order. Those who were alive heard the notification of the end of the copy almost at the same time the world announcement was made. But what they were most concerned about at the moment wasn't the news that Lone Wolf had killed the alpha level boss. Instead, at the first opportunity, he checked his points and rankings. In the hall on the first floor of the hospital, Lin Maorong rotated his neck and revealed an incomparably evil smile. Beneath his long knife was Miao Huanhuan, who had collapsed in a pool of blood and died in peace. Wan Shinran was horrified in his heart. The thing he was most worried about had still happened. In order to finally counter Suyu's 1 point, he didn't hesitate for a second and actually did kill Miao Huanhuan. If she hadn't been an extra layer of ex-girlfriend, I'm afraid it would have been her that fell to the ground. Shinran, scared you, didn't I? This waste of a bosom friend of yours has too much rice, so you might as well save some rations, Lin Maorong said indifferently. I told her she needed to lose weight a long time ago and she just wouldn't listen. Looking at the long knife dripping with blood, Wan Shinran was too late to feel sorry for the dead Miao Huanhuan at this moment, and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice in reply. Shinran, tell me, how many points do we have now? Though accessing the points is nothing more than a show of hands, but Lin Maorong very much enjoyed this. The feeling of compliments from those around him. Old husband, we're at, it's 346 points. Ha ha ha, flatulent passerby. Your points haven't moved for 2 hours, definitely seriously injured. Hiding somewhere to secretly recuperate. Let's see what you can do to win me. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 1345 points? Hubby, is it because my eyes are blurred? Wan Shinran's eyes widened as she carefully counted the numbers on the scoreboard. 1000 points? Are you having fun? Obviously this number had exceeded Lin Maorong's common sense. At the moment, I don't know if all the zombies in the hospital add up to that number. Besides, all of this, or can one man take it down in 10 minutes? Then, a group of people from the Lin family followed to check it out. A few people looked at each other with a bitter face. Sure enough, on the leaderboard, there was still the same mediocre passerby with 345 points. At this moment, no one felt a trace of regret for Miao Huanhuan, who fell in a pool of blood. Guard the hospital gates. When you see a mediocre passerby, shoot him dead. Young master. Then what? Young master Shiraishi explained. The dean's office side? A subordinate reminded unknowingly. Lin Maorong grimaced and kicked him to the ground. You're teaching me things? Ding. Hidden quest, Secrets of Star City Hospital. Quest requirements have been updated. Quest requirement, kill the cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader, completed, and discover the secret hidden in the Dean's chamber. Quest reward, gold asterisk 500. Reputation asterisk 500. Experience asterisk 1000. Legendary treasure chest asterisk 1. Task limit, 5 minutes. Quest penalty, failure of the quest or abandonment of the quest will result in automatic teleportation out of the hidden room, along with a level reduction of 1. With only 5 minutes left on the clock now, Saboshi dove headfirst into the inner room. There wasn't any drop in the battle just now, so if he couldn't complete the quest, it would be a waste of time. Suyu realized that the inner room in front of him was as if it was a small base, much larger than the Dean's room in front of him. What came into view was a sterile operating room, where a surgery was being performed as the end times fell, and inside the operating room, a room full of limbs and broken arms, long gone. The whiteboard outside the door was filled with information about human organ trafficking, written in marker pen, and the cooler on the side was neatly stacked with various organs. The house off to the side, however, was where slaves were kept and conditioned, iron cages, large and small, and the walls were covered with tools of violence. The ground was littered with torn clothes, and randomly discarded tools. A mountain of corpses would not be an overstatement. The shattered bodies of women hung from ceilings, walls, and shelves everywhere. On a blackboard to the side, there are a varying number of positive symbols written. Animal. Suyu sighed. It seemed that this was the place that the Dean used to sell human beings, as well as human organs. After searching fruitlessly, Suyu came to the last small room. It was a clean office, as if it was the only clean space in the entire hospital after the end times had fallen. And on the table, a file neatly yards away, hides the hospital's greatest darkness. The moment Suyu opened the file, a beep came from the system. Ding. Hidden quest, the secret of Star City Hospital has been completed. Ding. Get quest reward, gold asterisk 500. Reputation asterisk 500. Experience asterisk 1000. Legendary treasure chest asterisk 1. When I saw the words Black Death on the cover, I couldn't take my eyes off it. Black Death. Black Death Organization. It's them again. In the documents, every transaction of the hospital's secret room from its inception to the present day is recorded: drugs, arms, human trafficking and human organs. They even offer live hunting. They recruited by taking some innocent civilians captive to an uninhabited island to attract some broads and nouveau riches who came to hunt for pleasure. And it is these civilians who are hunted. It's safe to say that the content is all-encompassing. It'll be in everything you can think of. It'll be in everything you can't think of. And it's only going to be scarier than you can imagine. The list can be endless. In the end times, Suyu had a battle with them. But what Suyu had eliminated at that time was just the tip of the iceberg. The more he read on, the more agitated Suyu's mood became. The Dean is actually of Sakura country nationality, or the descendants of the Class A war criminals who violated China back then. So the Lin family is their accomplice, and the gold master behind them is the Whitehead family. Suddenly, a piece of paper that fell from the file caught Suyu's attention. Suyu slowly closed the document, and at this moment, his eyes were filled with a murderous aura. The Lin family, the Whitehead family, is just one more reason to kill you. Steep. The kills are all over the place. In an instant, a monstrous killing aura surged out from Suyu's body. The remnants of the dead souls that once numbered in the tens of thousands and fell under Suyu's hands let out a hiss and roar. This was the first time that Suyu's killing aura was in full swing since he was reborn. It was important to know that in his previous life, when he unleashed his killing intent at full strength, zombies below the alpha level would be able to faint on the spot. There were as many strong people who possessed a killing aura as there were rivers, but the vast majority of people's killing aura could only stay on the surface. And there were only a handful of people who could truly put their killing aura away. Only those who had made a name for themselves in the midst of the end times possessed this ability. When releasing the killing spirit, no need to strike. Just rely on their own spirit can intimidate, shock and even stun the enemy, which also needs a strong spirit to support. Sure enough, Suyu's energy value was, in an instant, drained. It was only after using the ring set skill, rejuvenation, that Suyu was barely able to recover some. Rejuvenation technique immediately restores a small amount of the survivor's vigor and energy. Cooldown, 1 hour. The whole releasing killing aura at full strength thing seems to be something that can only be done at noon, because sooner or later something will happen. Suyu laughed to himself as he prepared to leave this place. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, a petite walker stares at him. Chapter 33, The Little Lori in the Chamber of Secrets. This tiny zombie was formerly known by the codename Lovey. The irony of the fairy tale love signified by the language of the Luvia flower now seems to be overwhelming. Lovey was born in the Institute of the Black Death Organization, a group of children who were all named after flowers. She didn't have any childhood, having been injected with various potion chemicals from an early age and used for human research. When all of Lovey's playmates, one by one, disappeared before her eyes, she chose to flee the institute. So Lovey began bouncing between multiple foster homes and orphanages, went through a dozen adoptions but was returned each time. For adoptees, acceptance was originally a hopeful thing. However, Lovey's body is rather foul, and is grossly at odds with her looks. This side led to, well, a number of owners' nonsense. Invariably, it was met with fierce resistance from her. On the eve of the end of the world, she broke her master's hand when she resisted. That's why he was thinking of sending it over and asking Dean to step in and help with the conditioning, only to see the zombie Lu Wei suddenly appear and lie on Suyu's shoulder. She opened her big mouth and Suyu only felt a chill on his neck. Crap, careless. It's only the third day, and you're getting a box lunch? He never thought that an old six would be waiting for him here. It was too late. There was only one skill Suyu could use at the moment. Life and death. Ding. Successful control of the zombie. Please ask the host to name the enslaved zombie. Suyu broke out in a cold sweat and lifted the zombie off his neck, running his hand towards the neck where he had been bitten. Smooth skin. Not a single wound. I didn't get bitten, did I? Suyu realized that his hands were stained with a lot of saliva, and the back of his neck. He didn't seem to feel any pain. Suyu checked his personal panel and after confirming that he was fine, his heart was filled with doubts. This guy, is still a kid? In the dim light was a girl with gray hair and a double ponytail and shackled hands and feet. She was clean looking, about 13 or 14 years old. It looks like it should have been taken over not long before the end times came. The girl was not quite the same as those zombies, with cloudy, lightless eyes and a crooked head, just staring blankly at Suyu. If you didn't look at her mouth, you couldn't tell she was a walker. At that moment, a piece of paper fell out of the file in his hand. Attached to it is a photo and a message from a girl. Name, Lovey, age, 18. A small handwritten line at the bottom reads, VIP client. Suyu ruffled the girl's bangs, and the latter subconsciously frowned. The girl zombie in front of us. Isn't that Lovey written on it? But it's called just turning 18? Suyu had the look of a subway old man looking at his cell phone, and he didn't believe it. True torture. I think it's Xing Daorong who kills people. Xing, torture, on top of torture. But following the line of sight down, Suyu only felt that he had been hasty. The corners of her mouth, her clothes, were covered in blood stains, and her frozen, greenish-white thighs were bare. The one white David's coat on her body still couldn't cover the majestic peaks. This little lowly's fine twig is all natural, not the kind of hex tech or externally attached soul bone you can touch. Take the name Lu Wei, Suyu said after carefully reading the information about Lu Wei. Ding, the zombie has been successfully named Lu Wei, and Lu Wei will absolutely obey any orders from the host. Ding, the system will generate a personal panel for Lu Wei. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Wei's panel appeared in front of Suyu's eyes, and on Suyu's bracelet, an additional option appeared at the same time. It was possible to include Lu Wei in her exclusive space, just like the growth-type summons, necromancer, summoned by the hidden profession in her previous life. Within this space, Suyu could place some items for Lu Wei. Lu Wei could cultivate herself and recover slowly within this space. Reminds Suetsu of a 3D butter from decades ago. Let's just say, it's good and powerful. It's entirely possible to train her as a hunter's pet. In the next second, Suyu opened Lu Wei's personal panel. Name, Lu Wei. Level, 4, General. Strength, 40. Mental, 3. Physical, 3. Agility, 3. Equipment column, not yet available. Talents, Born Divine, S rank. Titan's Grip, S rank. Skills, Charge. Bloodlust. Hiss. Suyu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This panel somewhat subverted his own perception. Putting aside the 40 points of strength, a level 4 zombie has only 3 points of spirit, constitution and agility values. This means she has low spell damage, low defense, and slow movement. None of this is talked about, but in Suyu's impression, he had never heard that ordinary zombies could possess skills and talents besides clawing and biting, and 2 S-ranked talents? It's really just a waste of attributes and skill talent. I've never seen such a parochial walker. No wonder, even with dual talents plus dual skills, it's only a normal level zombie. Fortunately, low agility and slow movements. That bite did not go down, or this neck would have to be broken. Suyu was a bit tearful and didn't know what to do. With this physique and agility, once you get out of the copy you won't be able to break at the touch of a button? Wait a minute, you can still wear equipment? In the next second, Suetoshi found the blind spot. Despite Lu Wei's poor basic attributes, if the attributes attached to the equipment were utilized, wouldn't it be nice to top off the lower attributes? Right at this moment, the copy settlement was completed, and the cold system beep interrupted Suyu. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf, a mediocre passerby, who scored 345 points and ranked number 1 in Hidden Battleground, Star City Hospital. Ding! Gained ranking reward, gold asterisk 1345, experience asterisk 1345. Also choose any one of the following rewards. 1. N times materials universal capsule asterisk 100. 2. Random skill book asterisk 1. 3. Exquisite grade treasure chest asterisk 1. Most of the survivors who make it to the end will opt for the supplies capsule, but that was the last thing Suetsu needed. Random skill books? Suyu admitted that he was somewhat moved. Choose the exquisite grade treasure chest. Suyu still liked the feeling of opening a chest. Watch the copy close with a few minutes to go. It was absolutely safe here. So Suyu decided that he would first collect the rewards from the battle just now. First, you receive the reward for the world announcement. Receive the Lone Hero Achievement Reward, Reputation asterisk 1000. Gold coins asterisk 1000. Bracelet storage space expanded to 2 cubic meters. Receive the title, Man of Pioneering. Man of Pathfinder, the world's only title. A permanent title. The first survivor to kill a leader-class zombie alone in the end times. Attributes, all attributes permanently +5. When carrying the title. Damage is increased by 20% for zombies up to alpha level. Nice. Another permanent +5 to all attributes. But compared to the chosen one title at the same time increasing damage by 10% and taking 10% less damage, Pathfinder only increases damage. Replace it. Whatever. Playing as a mage in his previous life and an archer in this life are both old 6 professions that want a hairy defense? What's the difference between being close to someone and being dead? Chapter 34, Mythic Level Skill. Death Mark. Next up is the exquisite grade treasure chest that the scoreboard collects. Theoretically, an exquisite grade treasure chest, guaranteed to open a fine grade equipment or item. If you're lucky, you can even open a legendary one. This was the reason why Suyu chose the exquisite treasure chest, to wrestle and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Suyu rubbed his hands together and opened the treasure chest. No surprises. No surprises. It's 2 identical hammers. Opening 2 fine grade weapons at once could only be described as not too bad luck. Wu Iron Hammer, fine grade equipment, 2-handed weapon, cast from black iron. The hammer body is heavy, about 50 pounds. The hammer length is more than 3 feet. Started in the Warring States period, mostly used for personal defense and surprise attacks. Attributes, strength +7, constitution +3. Passive, 10% chance to inflict a 1.5-second stun when attacking. Increased strength and fitness, just what Lovey could use. You have 40 points of strength. Don't tell me that the shackles can lock you up? Suyu passed the hammer over and realized that Lu Wei still had shackles tied to her hands and feet. Snap! Lu Wei exerted a little force, and soon the shackle broke in 2. 1 isn't enough? How many more do you want? Suetsu froze, looking at Lu Wei's other small hand, which she held out with a tilt of her head. This Wu Iron Hammer stand up more than a meter high, sledgehammer more than 80 pounds and it's a 2-handed weapon. How can these thin arms and legs hold it? Isn't a handful enough for her to ooh and ah over? Besides, Suyu had never heard of anyone who could use a 2-handed weapon with one hand. It was then that Suyu saw that it was worthy of the talent possessed by the zombies. Titan's Grip, S-rank talent. Can equip and use a 2-handed weapon with one hand? Lu Wei tried out the pair of sledgehammers with no expression on her face, and danced with great vigor, looking at Suyu in a daze. The sense of contrast is just too much, but Lori plays with a sledgehammer, and 2 sledgehammers at that. You taste, you savor. If this small hammer on the chest, afraid to be on the spot inside and outside the blood spray well, it's kind of working for Lovey for free, isn't it? No, it must be the wrong position to open the box. Absolute obedience to my orders, right, Lovey? Let me discuss something with you. Suyu had a bad smile on his face, so let's try a different position. The ladder immediately stopped, and a pair of hammers slammed into Suyu's feet, and a pair of large craters were immediately smashed into the ground. There was a popular saying in a previous life, you have to jump subject 3 to open the box, and the rewards are absolutely extraordinary. I will only demonstrate once. As for how much you can comprehend, it depends on your own enlightenment. Suyu pretended to be deep and said, so the old arms and legs went out of their way, as if they were doing rehabilitation exercises. At Suetsu's command, Lu Wei followed suit and jumped up. The action is crisp, the glide is smooth, the goods are real, and the cue is silky smooth. This childish face and huge breasts coupled with a trippy girl. No wonder there are always people who want to commit crimes. This is called a specialty. It's hard to say if this doesn't give a good thing, right? Seeing that the time was ripe, Suyu opened the legendary grade treasure chest given by the hidden quest. 2 fine grade, Chaser's Coat, Chaser's Shin Guards, Pursuer's Jacket, fine grade equipment. Only the most powerful and seasoned shooters are qualified to wear the Pursuer's Jacket, which provides uncommon attack power and agility. Attributes: Constitution +5, Agility +5, Damage taken reduced by 5%. Hunter's Shin Guards, Fine Grade Equipment. Only the most powerful and seasoned archers are qualified to wear the Pursuer's Set, which provides unrivaled attack power and agility. Attributes: Constitution +5, Agility +5, Damage taken reduced by 5%. Needles don't poke. Although Subject 3 falls into the category of playing awkward, the rewards are real. From now on, every time you open a box, you have to jump like this, remember? Suyu added 1 chest armor, 1 leg armor, and both of them are also sets for the archery profession. Sets that don't have a high burst rate in all equipment. It's because this kind of equipment, generally, can only be obtained from treasure chests. Carried out individually, the attributes are not really advantageous. It's a bit worse than the usual bulk, but the real power of the set is its set properties. Once the number of sets reaches a certain number, you will be able to activate the effect of the set. Each activation brings quite a boost, especially when all 6 pieces of the set are assembled. It can trigger a qualitative change. Suetsu couldn't wait, and put on his equipment. Ding! Hunter's coat has been equipped. Ding! Hunter's Shin Guards equipped. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor who has successfully activated the Hunter's Set 2-piece effect. Hunter's Set, 2-piece set, +2 to all attributes, increasing your chance of obtaining the Hunter's Set. Pretty good attributes, and the surprises are far from over. Then, Suyu's pupils dilated to the extreme. There was also a skill book lying in the treasure chest, a skill book with a golden blow. Previously, you obtained the Arrow of Discipline, which was merely an excellent level, and the gold color, which represents the mythical level. Suyu was considered to have seen big scenes in his previous life, but when he saw the details of the skill book, his mood could not be calmed for a long time. Mark of Death, Mythic General Skill. It is said to be a technique left on Earth by the underworld for marking enemies for 10 minutes with no cooldown. The skill cannot be dispelled and only one can be marked at a time. Marked targets take 30% more damage from long-range weapons. Targets under a marker will have a marker generated above their heads that can always be seen by the caster. When the marked target is within 15 meters of the caster will gain a bonus to movement speed and attack speed. Crap, what kind of divine skill is this? As a support skill, this is simply godlike. Once you lock the enemy, even if you enter the invisible state and hide in the dark, you can be discovered by Suyu at the first time. After learning the Deathmark skill book, Suyu realized that he had actually risen to level 6. Even in just a few minutes. The experience rewards for killing the boss, the experience rewards for the hidden quests, and the experience rewards for ranking first in the replica points. It arrived at the same time, and now there's one more chance to loot the talent. Without hesitation, Suyu added 5 attribute points, all of which were added to Spirit. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Suyu's attributes had changed drastically. Name, Lone Wolf, Mediocre Passerby. Rank, 6. Base attributes: Strength, 42. Mental, 34. Physical, 49. Agility, 68. And after finding out 3 excellent grade loose items for Lue, her attributes, too, had changed quite a bit. Though the spirit and agility values are still poor, the physical fitness has sort of caught up. No longer a little touchy-feely walker. Name, Lue. Rank, 4. Common. Strength, 56. Mental, 6. Physical, 18. Agility, 3. Equipment column, Ebon Hammer. Ebon Hammer. Boots of Strength. Gauntlets of Spirit. Breastplate of Constitution. This wave is like Emperor Qin Shi Huang eating peppercorns. Win, hemp. Suyu had also seen Lin Maorong's ranking just now. Ranking 2nd. At this moment, he looked toward the door, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Lin Maorong, you've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Chapter 35, Lighten Up. Little baby. Saboshi puts the Bakugo mask on Lovey. Even though the pupils look a little odd, but covering her fangs, she didn't look too different from an ordinary person. Only slightly whiter, slightly stronger and slightly better built. Come on, take 2 steps. Suetsu scrutinized Lue's every move. Everything looks normal, except for the slightly stiff movements. Come with me. Suyu ignited the dean's room with a fire, letting the flames spread and letting traces of the past drift away with the smoke. Crunch! The door to the dean's office was pushed open by Suetsu. Suyu didn't put Lue into the space, but released her to try out the strength. Carrying a pair of large hammers on her back, Lovey followed closely behind him like a duckling. From a distance, you'd think it was a brother and sister. The replica ends and the bullies in the shadows show up. A survivor named Drill Monkey is being chased by an elite zombie. Several other survivors were lying on the side, dying. obviously attacked by the elite zombies. Yuck zombie, rank, 5, elite, base attributes, strength, 40, spirit, 10, physique, 20, agility, 30. Most of these survivors were level 3, and they basically only had E and F rank talents. When they faced the elite zombies, it could be said that they had no advantage at all, but this is actually the usual starting state for survivors. Under normal circumstances, the sum of their 4 basic attributes would not exceed 40. This also explains why these people become so vulnerable when faced with walkers. Only, with the attributes of this elite zombie, placed in yesterday, Suyu would still be high on it. But now, his eyes have been raised, and he has even begun to have some disdain for this kind of zombie. However, elite zombies were much stronger than ordinary zombies in terms of both experience and burst rate, so it was certainly worth a try. When the diamond monkey spotted the figure of the two Suyu, it sized up the two. The siblings in front of them were dressed in antique clothes and complicated accessories, obviously all post-apocalyptic equipment. Other than the group of lunatics from the Lin family, he had never seen such an abundance of equipment. Ha ha, here comes the big stuff. With a twinkle in his eye, he immediately turned around and ran in Suyu's direction. Obviously, his intention was to lure the elite zombies to attack Suyu. This was not the first time that Drill Monkey had done this job, and with his agility that far surpassed that of the elite zombies, he had repeatedly introduced its zombies into the crowd. Patch kills followed, scavenging equipment from the remains of the departed with impunity. In this post-apocalyptic world, only the brave can survive, and the weak are left to fend for themselves. He was one of those who realized this very early. As long as he dodged the man's bow and arrows, all of his equipment would be his own. But unluckily, he hit his idea on Suetsu's head. Old iron. I'm sorry, Drill Monkey said easily, but with a teasing smile on his face. As he spoke, he had already entered Suyu's range. Suyu didn't bother to talk nonsense and calmly raised the war bow in his hand. Looking at the enemy in front of him, he couldn't help but wonder who had given him the courage to do so. Leon? He reminded slightly flirtatiously. Old iron. This is a real zinger. As soon as the words fell, he loosened the bowstring in his hand, and the arrow went straight to the target as if it were a discharged cannonball, only to see that Diamond Monkey's figure suddenly stagnate. Unable to dodge in time, directly collapsing to the ground, he jerked his body and lowered his head to see over his heart. A huge hole had appeared in Hera, and blood was pouring out. Suetoshi was right. Physical zapping. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have 34 points of agility. How is it possible that I can't dodge? Shouted Drill Monkey with his last ounce of strength. However, his eyes quickly became lax and he didn't even see Suyu's movements just now. Several of the dying witnesses present witnessed the death of the Diamond Monkey, but they immediately pulled themselves together. From their conversation, it could be heard that these people were also the bitter enemies of the Diamond Monkeys. Leader, what a blast! This ING monkey's not doing his job. Leader, the Diamond Monkey actually has 34 points of agility. No wonder we can't hit or whisk him away. But now that the Drill Monkey is dead, who else can kill the elite walkers now? Those two little kids, how could they possibly beat an elite walker? Let the leader go first and leave this mess to those two kids. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief as a fat, middle-aged man was helped to his feet and slowly made his way to the stairway. After the Diamond Monkey fell, the elite zombie looked around in confusion. After it met Suyu on all fours, it lunged towards Suyu without warning. Under the cover of her mask, Lovey cocked her head, looking like a rambunctious trippy teenager. However, Suyu keenly captured the gleam in her eyes as she leapt to her feet. Lighten up, Lu Wei. Suyu nodded, while holding the bow and arrow in his hand tightly, ready to protect Lu Wei. Lovey gingerly removed the hammer from her back, her stride looking a bit awkward, clearly lacking in agility value, but every step she took forward sent a slight shudder through the floor. The moment he entered Lu Wei's attack range, he only saw a shadow appear behind Lu Wei, which was the warrior's signature displacement skill, Charge. Once locked by this irresistible force, no one would be able to escape. The elite zombie did not show the slightest bit of fear, but instead showed a more ferocious stance, with its sharp claws raised and huge mouth wide open. That combination of sharp teeth and claws had shattered the bodies of countless humans and zombies. However, this time it was met with a sledgehammer wielded by Lu Wei. The moment 56 points of power collided with 40 points of power. Crushing, absolutely crushing. The powerful impact surged out like a torrent, and the elite zombie was ruthlessly slapped out, directly embedded in the wall beside the crowd. The crowd's jaws dropped as they watched the incredible scene in front of them. Only Lu Wei held the hammer in her hand and smashed the elite zombies with one hammer. The elite zombie did not die immediately, bleeding from all 7 orifices and trying to struggle to climb out of the wall. However, the 80-pound sledgehammer came down, rendering it immobile. 1 hammer, 2 hammers, 3 hammers. The elite zombie's appearance gradually became disfigured. Even the bones were hammered and lost their human form. The entire concrete load-bearing wall was then smashed to pieces as well, leaving only a few lonely steel bars standing. The breeze blew gently, and Lu Wei's long gray hair, fair face, and a clean white dress had the blood and broken flesh of the elite zombies remaining on it. It's really scary as hell. Ding! Lu Wei has successfully killed the elite zombie LV5, obtaining gold coins *10. Warm reminder, Lu Wei is upgraded in the same way as ordinary zombies. She cannot gain experience from quests or killing zombies, and enjoys the same gold, equipment, and props explosion rate as her host. Suyu couldn't help but frown after listening to the system's introduction. Lovey decapitates a walker and neither one gets experience? Nima, does this mean that I still have to do it myself in the future? Luckily I found it early. Wouldn't it be a big loss if I were to fight the boss and get patched up by Lu Wei? But that's kind of to be expected. Doesn't it smell good to be able to have a free hitter? Besides, this fighter, horrible as he was also a bit scary strong. But Swatoshi quickly discovered the blind spot. Since Lovey is upgraded in the same way as a normal zombie, then she can both level up by evolving every night. Again, by killing people, you can level up, or even raise the grade. Thinking of this, Suyu walked forward. Several of the dying leaders are now dumbfounded. Chapter 36, You Can't Be Kidnapped Without Morality. They were deeply shocked by the powerful strength that Lu Wei had just displayed, which shook them to their core. Suyu picked up the item that the mutated zombie had popped out, a universal supplies capsule. And this group of pampered leaders are making a move at the moment. They had previously spent the day on the roof of the hospital rooftop, hiding out, and at the time of the settlement the 5 of them split a can of herring. Just tell me if you're going to eat it or not. Imagine starving for 3 days and taking a bite of canned herring. The crowd, who are used to eating seafood meals on weekdays, vomited and had diarrhea, which was so miserable that they couldn't even walk. Just down the stairs, I ran into the drill monkey. At the drop of a hat, they fall for each other. When they saw the universal capsule Suyu picked up, their eyes went straight. There were 3 simple words written on that capsule: roast suckling pig. And Suyu didn't even look at it, directly stuffing it into the bracelet. It's really a drought of drought and a flood of flood. The crowd gulped and looked at each other. This little doll must still have a lot of supplies in his hands. I need that capsule. No matter what method you use, you must get it for me. Whoever gets it done will sleep with Secretary Guan tonight. I only look at the results. Is that clear? The leader at the head of the group whispered, and after saying that, he pinched the hot-body female secretary fiercely. Secretary Guan had been with him for 2 years and had long since gotten tired of playing. Trading women for supplies was perfectly normal in the pre-apocalyptic period. As he spoke, the mayor's gaze, too, looked at Lu Wei beside Suyu. This little girl's hammer. Big and white. I wonder how it tastes. Secretary Guan's eyes reddened and she let out a gasp. District Governor. Why? Guan Xiaoyu. Cooperate well, otherwise your brother will have no one to take care of him. Okay, I know. Secretary Guan lowered his head and was silent. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. And these men were tossed for their lives by the elite walkers the last second. The thought of the Taihoof's cries over the past few nights. In the next second, one's eyes glazed over, staring unabashedly at Secretary Guan's fiery body. Che, what's up pretending to be noble? You've been seen by us for the past few days. What's the difference between you and it in the middle of the end times? After a wave of quality trifecta, the trio slowly walked towards the direction of Suyu and Lu Wei. There was nothing they could do against the kind of hobbits like drill monkeys, but the siblings in front of them, despite their powerful force, looked like a group of well-behaved students. All this time, the other party hadn't unleashed any malice on himself, obviously some little brat who hadn't been involved in the world. With a little coaxing, or a little scare, it should be casually easy. Suyu had long since heard their words, long ago. I've heard these guys are good actors, so I'm bored anyway. So let's see what kind of virtuoso they are. They patted over to the lurking Lovey and replaced it with a classic fake smile. Little sister, you guys are great. I wonder if you could spare a few supply capsules for us. It's the end times. We all need to work together to get through this, don't you think? When the world returns to normal, we'll arrange for a reporter to interview you at the school, okay? Seeing Lovey cocking her head and glowering, she looked greasy. They only had to turn their target to Suyu. We are the leading cadres of the Hoshi district. You take all the material capsules in your hands and hand them all over to us. It will be uniformly kept and distributed by us. Think of the number of starving old people and children who are still waiting for us to rescue them, so that we can help more people. You're an older brother. You have to set an example for your sister, don't you? Suyu almost laughed out loud. That document in the dean's office recorded quite a few records of corruption of Hoshi officials. The ones in front of me, one or the other. are all ranked inside the document. Moral kidnapping? With this group of people looking at the breeder's station and drooling, you deserve it? Suyu had an unperturbed expression as he quietly looked at these people. The crowd saw that Suyu didn't say a word, so they completely exploded. It's the end times. How can anyone be as selfish as you? Thinking only of their own interests? Mother ********. Believe it or not, when I get back to the station, I'll leave you a case in a minute. It's an honor for you that all of us division-level cadres have approached you to open up. Why are you so ungrateful? Ahem. Just as Saboshi was about to give orders to Lue, the district governor on the side stared viciously at his subordinate. He eased up and rounded off. Bunch of losers, and I have to do it myself. Department U, Bureau Ma, Bureau Nyo. You are scaring the children. District governor. The three immediately stood up straight and respectfully. Young man, uncle is the head of the Hushi district. You have to trust us. Think about it. The country won't forget you, and the entire people of Husher won't forget you. Worthy of being a district governor. As soon as he opened his mouth, he erected Suyu to the level of the state and the people. The district governor finished by crouching down and stretching out his arms in a kindly manner. He seemed to intentionally leave Suyu time to think, but in reality, he had long wanted to make a move on the girl in front of him. Little sister, you're so good looking. Come, uncle hug you. Make a favor with your brother and this little thing is yours. The district governor seems to think that the little sister looks strong. Plus he's ostensibly the district governor, so he's still coming over here on his ass. This little loli, she must be so soft and easy to push over, right? This acting, all natural, without the slightest break. While saying that, he took out a ring from his bracelet. Worthy of a leader, awareness is high. Before you die, you offer to give away your equipment? Chrysanthemum stoned, how did you open your mouth? Kill, Suyu said faintly. The district governor was full of smiles, which suddenly curdled. He blushed, his vision darkening. He only felt a monstrous killing aura that enveloped him. Before he could answer, he looked up and saw only two huge hammers. The Lord District Commissioner was smashed into a paperman, and his corpse was instantly gone. The crowd, to their deaths, did not understand why the young man in front of them. Why did they strike? What have you done? What's with this generation of young people and their inability to moralize? Little brother, little aunt, spare your life. It's atrocious. They were not as physically fit as the mutant zombies, and under the hammer's rounds of bombardment, in the end, all that was left was a puddle of blood and water, not even bones. After a few short seconds, the world was quiet. Moral abduction? Laugh it up. Do we need this in the middle of the apocalypse? Ding! Lue kills survivor LV3 and gains evolution points *30. The several systems that appeared consecutively validated Suyu's thoughts. Nice guy. As expected, it seems that Lovey can get the so-called evolution points by killing people. Chapter 37 She's Tai. But you're more playful. Suyu approached the corpse of the district governor and picked up a ring with an ancient pattern. This was the first time he gained profit from killing. Under post-apocalyptic rules, when a survivor dies in battle, their bracelet will disappear. Along with all the items in the storage space, they would be recycled by the system, and only the equipment carried on the body could be stripped off. In the pool of blood, Suyu finally found the ring, an excellent grade blood absorption ring with +5 constitution and 5% of damage converted into blood absorption. Suyu already had the set ring, so he gave that ring of bloodsucking to Lu Wei. Boo! Suddenly, a piercing woman's scream rang out beside him, followed closely by the sound of something heavy falling. Suyu turned his head, and the secretary Guan they were talking about suddenly took a long leap and crashed into the hospital lobby. After the body trembled for a few moments, blood poured out of the body, and zombies emerged from all directions. When they dispersed, all that remained on the floor of the lobby was a pool of blood and scattered pieces of clothing. This was a situation that Suyu had seen many times, and once people's brains were taken over by despair, this was mostly the result. However, just now when the lobby was in chaos, Suyu distantly saw a figure. It was no one else but Lin Maorong and his group. With the ring of bloodsucking, Lu Wei was even braver. God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. It didn't take long for Suyu to lead Lu Wei and follow Lin Maorong's trail, chasing him all the way out of the back door of the hospital. The main entrance to the hospital, still blocked by a large number of walkers, was the only way out. Not far away, a man carrying a woman got into a white SUV. Master, it's been busy for most of the day. It's been hard for you. Shinran is willing to use my body to dispel your fatigue. This is what you should do as your master's slave girl. Aya, my great Miss Wan Shinran, why are you suddenly calling yourself a slave girl? He looked at the woman in his arms, his face filled with teasing. After killing Miao Huanhuan, Wan Shinran actually started to actively ask for love out of fear, which made Lin Maorong more and more rampant. To them, I am Missy. but you are my master, and I am your slave, your pet. And don't you think that makes it more exciting? Did you know that this young master would keep you? Niao Huan Huan may be a, but you're even better at it than she is. Soon, there were cries of women's waves, and men's songs. Humph, look at me, my fingers are relaxed. My gaze is like a dragon. When the enemy is empty, I battle endlessly. I attack like the wind and enter the palace with my bicycle, running over your chagrined face. Oh oh oh. Before the song was over, the battle was hastily ended by crushing over the face. Master, you're so great. Let Shinran only be your personal pet forever, okay? Wan Shinran knelt to the side and helped Lin Maorong clean up the battlefield. Wan Shinran cringed a little at the beasts outside the car door. Even Miao Huanhuan, who was killed by Lin Maorong, even when she became a corpse, these beasts did not let go. And Lin Maorong even egged and teased from the sidelines without any semblance of humanity. She could even imagine if she would be their next target. Therefore, she did her best to provide valuable help to Lin Maorong and fulfill any of his requests unconditionally. Master, look there. It seems to be Su Yu. Wan Shinran's eyes flickered and caught a glimpse of the movement at the back door of the hospital. A man is leading a gray-haired girl as they destroy the zombies while approaching this way. Old Hachi sniffed and came over, pulling the car door straight open. Wan Shinran's face was full of tremendous, and he grabbed a piece of clothing haphazardly to block his body. Wan Shinran shouted, "Old Buster, what are you doing?" The shout drew laughter from Lin Maorong and the others. Lin Maorong was lifting his pants and stepped out of the car. After exiting the dean's office, Su Yu concealed his personal information, and when others viewed his information, there were only a few question marks. Young master, that man. We can't probe his personal information. The girl's name is Lu Wei, and her level is 4. Can't detect personal information? Must be some weird props on him. Does the name Lu Wei ring a bell? Lin Maorong turned his head to look at the red-faced Wan Shinran. Master, what Shinran recorded before was the top 10 in the ranking. The ones behind were recorded by Huan Huan. But she has already. Wan Shinran's voice was getting smaller and smaller. Lin Maorong plucked and hung mercilessly and immediately changed his face. Staring at Wan Shinran with an iron color, he said coldly, "Rubbish, I'll settle the score with you later." Wan Shinran's whole body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. The word trash gave her a glimpse of her abandoned future. Lin Maorong also said the word waste when he killed Miao Huanhuan. In Lin Maorong's eyes, the tacit understanding between Su Yu and Lu Wei was a bit rusty, and it was obvious that they had just formed a team not long ago. Since these two couldn't even enter the top 10 of the list, they were naturally not considered to be any top powerhouses. In Lin Maorong's impression, Su Yu had always acted rather weak and listened to his cousin in everything. Since he had waited for half a day but could not see any ordinary passers-by, Lin Maorong made a wink, and the group intended to make fun of Su Yu. Thus, they rubbed their fists and blocked Su Yu's way. Interesting. Su Yu looked at the few people in front of him and walked head-on. Lin Maorong nodded and immediately two of his men came forward, their faces filled with arrogance and cockiness. "Dude, that walker you just killed. We had our eyes on it first. Hand over your material capsule, and I'll consider letting you live." Lin Maorong stepped out of the crowd unhurriedly at this moment, with a hint of sarcasm and teasing in his tone. "Ouch, isn't this my cousin Ruyan Lu's boyfriend? Su Yu, do you guys have any brains at all? Su Yu, what are you doing here instead of protecting my sister?" In front of Lin Maorong's provocation, Su Yu just looked at him quietly. Lin Maorong frowned, very annoyed. He was second highest on the hospital replica list. Was Suetsu intimidated by his own aura? Then, kicked the old 8 next to him. "So it's disrespectful." Old 8 got Lin Maorong's hint and walked forward, a sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth. "If you drill through my crotch and learn a couple barks, I might consider letting you pass." The crowd sniffed and laughed along. "And that girl," Lin Maorong shouted, pointing at the little girl, his gaze filled with greed. After taking a closer look at the little girl in front of him, he realized that Lovey was wearing a mask though, but with his fair skin, high temperament, and front and back, it was an experience he had never tried before. What was in his mind was that taking her captive would be just the thing to replace Wan Shinran by his side. Yes, young master." Old 8 immediately understood and nodded repeatedly. "Hey, that girl, you have good hands. We're the Star City Lin family, with the Whitestone family behind us, and you should also know that we're ranked the top 2 in this copy. Come over and join us?" Lovey did not speak. She cocked her head and walked towards the crowd with a calm gait. Everyone mistook her for coming over to Defect and pointed at Su Yu. For a while, the hall was hilarious. "Our young master is very fond of girls like you. Come to our Lin family, we guarantee to make a great time. This little girl has more sense of the big picture than you do, Auntie." It reminded him of the Lori Island scandal in the Lighthouse Kingdom. Is that what rich people do? Kill. As the breeze brushed by, A hint of killing aura flashed under Suyu's eyes. The crowd immediately curbed their laughter and their faces changed. Chapter 38. What are your last words? Kill? Auntie, are you not sick? There are so many of us. What are you going to fight with? Auntie, the old man has changed his mind about more than just crotch drilling and learning to bark. If you know what's good for you, hand over all the capsules and equipment you have on you again. In the post-apocalyptic world, the weak are the strong. This reasoning wouldn't be lost on your aunt, would it? Old 8 said, his gaze filled with teasing as he raised the shield in his hand. Two small stragglers to the left and right, armed with lances and iron clubs, pressed forward as well. Behind them, the two archers, too, felt for their weapons. Looking around at the corpses of the survivors still dripping blood, they hadn't done this kind of robbery too often. Charge! In the blink of an eye, Lovey was in front of a straggler. The large ebonite hammer instantly smashed into his chest. This miscellaneous soldier only felt his heart and blood flip as he was sent flying directly in midair and fell back into the crowd. Human physique is so much worse compared to zombies. You know, even the elite zombies couldn't take this hit. Under the absolute power, the ribs in the miscellaneous soldier's chest were all broken. Some of the ribs were even pierced through the skin behind them by the powerful impact. Hard. The expression on his face before he died was extremely painful and tragic. Lu Wei's sudden strike caused the Lin family's eyes to widen. A full 15 meters away, Lu Wei was in front of her in a flash. Clearly some kind of wacky skill. Girls, just leave me alive. The men. Whatever you guys want. Lin Maoron looked at his subordinates who had fallen to the ground, his eyes incomparably grim. Then he retreated to the back and looked at Wan Xinran who was walking towards him. In his opinion, Suyu was not worthy of his hand. Then, in broad daylight, while the subordinate was fighting to the death, he even directly grabbed and rubbed Wan Xinran's white rabbit. From the beginning, he had never regarded Wan Xinran as his woman, merely his pet, his toy. Damn, how dare you kill old 13? You've got no face? Brothers go. This group of Lin family's dead guards were already considered quite outstanding among the ordinary survivors. Clearly level 4. They could take out any one of them at random and be able to arm wrestle with two zombies of the same level. The entire squad even managed to hunt down an elite zombie today. The battles they experienced all ended in victory, which made them extremely inflated inside. Even the death of their companions just now didn't make them recognize reality. It was only assumed that old 13 had been too careless in his contact with Lovey. But unfortunately, what they needed to face at the moment was not those ordinary people. Instead, it was Su Yu, who had survived 10 years of the end times and returned reborn. Xing Ajai, you guys shoot for me. Old 8 gave the two archers an order. Okay, 8th master. The two of them were holding composite bows and arrows, and judging by the styling, they were just ordinary grade bows and arrows. Unperturbed, Suyu pulled out his Huaxiao war bow and dodged the opposing archers as he did so. Two consecutive arrows struck Xing Ajai's shoulder. Under the powerful force, it shot straight through the shoulder blade. Only a big bowl-like hole was left, and blood kept gushing out. With Su Yu's interference, the arrow in the opponent's hand grazed Old Buster's scalp. Can you guys shoot? Old Buster looked back and saw the fearful scene. The incomparably mournful howls of the two men were heard in the hearts of the crowd. Trying to shoot the two was nothing more than a smooth task for Suyu. This was purposely left in place because it was counting on these people to provide Lu Wei with evolution points. Lu Wei received Suetoshi's order and walked straight towards the two. 2 hammers later, another 80 evolution points in the bag. In just a few short moments, 3 brothers were killed under the hammer. It was only then that they could see that the red marks on Lovey's dress were actually all blood stains. How many people had to be killed to become like this? This made Old Bastard, who was in command, his anger overcoming his fear at the moment. Damn it, I'll deal with this woman. You guys, go get that guy for me. Yes, 8th master. After the remaining 3 responded, their eyes became serious. They split into 3 directions and pressed towards Suyu. And with a curse, Old 8 began to duel with Lovey. The girl's sledgehammer looked fierce, but Old Buster was confident in himself as well. I have 44 points of physique value. I don't believe you can beat me? His confidence certainly had a root. Old Buster had put all of his attribute points on physique, and with the shield he possessed, his physique was as high as 44 points at the moment. Having 44 points of constitution at level 4 already counts as still quite a bit. Even when facing a mutated zombie, he was able to eat his opponent's attacks hard. As long as he could hold off the girl, the remaining brothers could be the elite of the Lin family. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with this man? Boom, boom. The sledgehammer struck the iron shield with a shower of sparks, and after receiving 2 hammers hard, Old 8's tiger's mouth broke and his arm went numb. Ding! Iron shield has been damaged and its durability has dropped below 50%. Please repair it in time. Old 8 heard the system's beep and looked incredulously at the shield that was now in his hands. On the shield, Cracks actually appeared, smashing it down again. I'm afraid it will be scrapped on the spot. He braced himself and dodged aside to avoid Lovey's third hammer. If it weren't for Lovey's agility pulling across, she wouldn't have a high movement or attack speed. I'm afraid Old 8 would have been whacked to death by this messy hammer. After a flurry of chi and blood, Old 8 spewed out a mouthful of black blood. Old 8 was cowed in his heart and no longer dared to go for a hard catch. Swatoshi, on the other side, wasn't worried about Lu Wei. With her current attributes and the ring of bloodsucking that she possessed, her strength was comparable to that of an elite zombie of the same level. In a solo fight, if Lovey can't even handle someone, how can you afford to train yourself so lavishly? You guys hurry up and slaughter that guy and get your ass over here and help. Old 8 breathed heavily, his voice trembling a bit. But in the moment that Old Buster had just interrupted, a sledgehammer came at him. If he hadn't reacted fast enough to abandon his shield and run away, I'm afraid he would have been a corpse as well. Only, that shield wasn't so lucky. The excellent grade shield only resisted Lu Wei's 3 hammers before it was smashed to pieces and completely scrapped. Then Lovey went after Old 8. Each swing of the hammer made him feel dangerously close to his heart. On the contrary, Suyu stood still and shot the arrows in his hands calmly. In Suyu's opinion, this group of Lin family's dead guards appeared to be well coordinated, but in reality, they were full of loopholes. After a few arrows, the few remaining Lin family members took arrows in their knees and all fell to the ground. It was enough to see the severity of the injuries from their heart-rending cries for help. But soon, Lovey's hammer ended their lives for them, so at least they wouldn't cry out in pain anymore. Old 8 looked in despair at his master, who was grimacing. Bunch of losers. Lin Maorong viciously pinched Wan Shinran beside him. After his subordinates were all killed in battle, he was finally going to strike. A breeze blew through the scene, which smelled strongly of blood. Within a short minute, all of Lin Maorong's subordinates were killed. Any last words? I'll give you 2 moves, Suyu said indifferently. Chapter 39, Dead or Alive? You chose it yourself. Damn. Really think you're invincible? Lin Maorong quickly stepped forward, and in 2 turns, he left Lu Wei behind. Gale steps. Gale steps consume a certain amount of energy to become invisible for 60 seconds. Increase movement speed by 40%. Any attack will remove the Gale step status and deal 150% damage. Then he vanished and disappeared from Suyu's view. Suyu smiled faintly. Blistering wind steps? Interesting. This skill was a godly skill in the post-apocalyptic world, but Suyu was not in a hurry. Before Lin Maorong activated his Gale steps, Suyu backhanded him with a death mark. A dark red triangle appeared on Lin Maorong's head. Youngest member of the Lin family, LV5. No occupation. B-rank talent, Blade of the Wounded Wind. Current collapse, 30%. Weakness, 0%. It was only B-level talent. Suyu wasn't interested at all. However, this time, Suyu wanted to use Lin Maorong's body to try out the collapse degree and weakness degree. Find out where the limits of the human body really are. Lin Maorong, however, did not know that although he had entered a state of invisibility, but his every move had all been in Suyu's eyes at the moment. The enemy must be defied strategically and emphasized tactically. Despite Suyu comprehensively crushing his opponent, he didn't let his guard down, which could only mean that he was too steady. Which one of those who can survive for more than 10 years in the last days is not a human being, except for his last life, when he had acted like a fool and knelt down to lick Rian Lu, which made him feel sick to his stomach just thinking about it now. From the age of 5, Lin Maorong had been told that he was just an insignificant young son in the Lin family. His mother made him swing the knife 1,000 times a day, a number that governed him and kept him from rambling. He also still maintained his intense training until the end times came, but in person, he's been hanging around as a dude. People after people, but have been struggling for the day of rising up. Weak people only complain about the world, strong people never complain about life. The end times came and gave him hope. That was then. This is now. The Lin family's internal reshuffle. As the younger generation, the only 2 young masters who survived, Bai Shihao gave the order that the 7-day novice period would be the assessment period for the 2. Whoever contributes the most will inherit the position of Lin family head in the future. Faced with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lin Maorong chose to come to Star City Hospital. But now, not only is the task arranged by the Whiteheads out of reach, and all the beloved subordinates, dead and wounded lives, only a useless woman left. Lin Maorong is also considered a man with a protagonist script in his hand. Except that the end times have come, and he still can't change his nature. It all stems from his forgetfulness when he first came to power. People always like to put the blame on other people's heads after they have made a mistake. At this moment, Lin Maorong only felt that the Suyu in front of him was the cause of everything. Kill Swatoshi and grab the equipment. By handing over all the equipment that he had looted to young Master Whitehead, he would have gained 1 more point in his position in the Lin family. Lin Maorong added all of his attribute points, all of them to agility. 40 points of agility, plus a 40% bonus to movement speed in the Gale Step state. As long as you get in close, you can't lose if you dry waste Swatoshi's arm with one slash. Just within the range of the bow and arrow, only a cry could be heard coming from Suyu's mouth. First move, a cold arrow shot out. Under the increase of the death mark, Suyu's attack speed and movement speed, once again, were increased. Lin Maorong was beginning to suspect that it was as if Suyu could actually see himself. Because of this arrow, both in terms of angle and position, they were all quite tricky, pointing straight at Lin Maorong's lower three. Worthy of being a practitioner, Lin Maorong's body instinctively reacted faster than his brain. Nonetheless, it was half a beat too late. The arrow cut through the crotch of the pants and through the little red panties, and the arrow feather, unbiased, grazed Lin Maorong's body and brought down a small piece of flesh hard. The arrow flew backward for some distance before sticking at Wan Shinran's feet. When the shocked Wan Shinran saw it, she couldn't help but snort. This piece of meat is delicate and small, like Lin Maorong's little toothpick. Lin Maorong bit down on his own arm, not daring to make a sound despite the pain he endured from the heart. Looking in the direction of the arrow, a wild dog leaped out of nowhere, on the side of the road. After seeing the strip of meat and barking furiously a few times, he took it in one bite. Lin Maorong stabilized his stance, his eyes red, veins bulging, and filled with a murderous aura. At this moment, he couldn't care less. He only wanted to break Suyu into pieces. Current collapse, 50%. Weakness, 10%. The time for the blast step is almost up, and the distance between himself and Swatoshi is only 10 meters away. Just then, Suyu spoke again. This sound doused Lin Maorong's murderous aura. Instantly. Second move. An arrow close at hand. Lin Maorong was unable to avoid it, and with an arrow in his chest, he retreated a dozen steps before coming to a slow stop. At this time, Lu Wei had already finished mending all of Lin Maorong's subordinates, carrying a sledgehammer. Lin Maorong sat on the ground, breathing heavily. He looked incredulously at Suyu, who was idly approaching step by step. Looking at him was like looking at a dead man. Watching Suyu's step-by-step approach, Lin Maorong completely panicked. Current collapse, 80%. Weakness, 70%. Brother Swatoshi, brother-in-law, please, don't kill me. I'll give you all the equipment, supplies, and props. Lin Maorong peeled gear from his body and kept pulling things out of his bracelet again. He didn't want to die, and he hadn't sat on the Lin family's head position yet. Oh, I'm a little sorry I gave you 2 moves. Your last words were too long, Suetsu said lightly, preparing to give Lu Wei the order to kill. Lin Maorong completely collapsed and subconsciously made a final struggle. And this woman for you too. She's very burnt and playful. You'll love it. Shinran, come on, perform one for brother-in-law. After saying that, he pulled Wan Shinran forward with one hand. Current collapse, 90%. Weakness, 70%. It seems like 90% collapse should be the limit of the human body, right? Unexpectedly, not waiting for Suyu and Lu Wei to make a move, Wan Shinran, who was on the side, took the lead. Lin Maorong, you're hurting me. Wan Shinran suddenly roared hysterically. Originally meek as a little sheep, she finally couldn't stand it, as if she had lost her soul. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around, and in these 2 days together, Wan Shinran was considered completely fed up with Lin Maorong. The man is a plucking, heartless, profit-oriented villain. She pulled a dagger out of nowhere, eyes closed, and instinctively stabbed frantically at the man in front of her. After a dozen consecutive slashes, Wan Shinran suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to see a watermelon knife, stabbed into the small of his back. She used her last strength, as if she was crazy, and bit down on Lin Maorong's small arm. Ah, ouch ouch ouch, you, cut me loose. Lin Maorong went crazy and slashed at Wan Shinran's neck. Blood was splattered all over the place, and until she died, she was furious and never let go of her mouth. It ended up surprisingly raw and ripped off a small piece of flesh. Suyu quietly watched all this, watching Lin Maorong's collapse and weakness grow higher and higher. Both values, in the end, stayed at 99%. Let's just say, don't underestimate anyone in the middle of the end times. Rabbits will bite when they are anxious. Even if the opponent is weak and small, if you push him to the edge, he will still die. Suyu, you cheat. Tell me, why can you see me? Otherwise, I won't die in peace. Suyu's eyes lit up. Dead in the water? Is there such a thing as a good thing? You're a genius. With a hammer blow, Lin Maorong's body was smashed to pieces. Only half a mangled head remained. Both eyes were wide. Death is not an option. You chose it yourself. Chapter 40, Atomic Envoy to Hiroshima. Like a wolf, like a tiger, Ding. Lu Wei kills survivor LV4. Gaining evolution points *40. Ding. Lu Wei leveled up to level 5. Gaining 5 points of strength attribute. The power gained is doubled by the gift of natural strength. Born Divine, doubles the strength gained when upgrading, increases damage dealt by melee weapons by 50%. After killing Lin Maorong, Lu Wei cocked her head and actually upgraded. Not bad for a zombie's talent. Far beyond our human level. With just one of these attributes, its strength is already above a grade. These skill attributes seem to be tailored for berserkers, and I'm curious as to whether Lu Wei has the conditions for transferring? With a heart full of questions, Suyu quickly organized the loot. Touching Lovey's head, he felt a coldness come from the palm of his hand. Surprisingly, Lu Wei, who had always been unresponsive, closed her eyes as if she was intoxicated by this unique touch. Lin Maorong successfully exchanged the blistering windstep skill book after the copy was finished. He wisely sent ahead, returning the items looted from the copies and the loot taken from others. Therefore, the group did not have any valuables in their possession. Aside from a pair of Bokugo masks, Suetsu realized that there was nothing really valuable in these items. Looking at the time, Suyu realized that it was exactly 2.5 minutes from the start of the kill to the end. He then walked out of the hospital's front door with Lovey. At the moment, he was wearing a snatched Bakelite mask that cleverly concealed his face. This outfit complemented Suyu's unique temperament after his rebirth, and even those who were more than familiar with Suyu were afraid that it would be difficult to recognize him. In addition, Suyu had already utilized his gift of masquerade disguise to conceal his personal information. Therefore, at the current stage, no one can exceed Suyu's level 3 and recognize his identity as a lone wolf. The time, now, has come to 2 p.m. There was still a short distance from Star City Hospital to the Lin family's building. Lovey is not agile enough and moves relatively slowly. Considering all the obstacles and battles on the road, they had to set out immediately to ensure that they reached their destination before nightfall. Along the way, Lu Wei had been able to stand on her own and no longer needed Suyu's help. Wherever they went, they were like a raging wind and rain. Unstoppable. Not leaving an inch of grass behind. Lin's building. An office building symbolizing the dignity and history of an old-fashioned construction company with 6 floors. It has witnessed Lin's building. Through the years, through thick and thin, in Star City, they would have been an unknown construction company. However, by the first few generations of leaders, they began to change their thinking. In order to ensure benefits, jerry building, misrepresentation of the amount of work, malicious competition, but whatever the criminal law does not allow them to do, they have done it all. Even the collapse of the Star City mansion some time ago had nothing to do with them. Close to the Vermilion, their practices eventually drew the attention of the Shiraishi family, who began to help them out. Intentionally or not, it has vaguely become the most powerful construction company in Star City. But this is one thing and this is another. Here, the existing forces of the Lin family came together, with only 60 or so people. Just a few core members of the Lin family were gathered in the conference room on the top floor. The one sitting on the upper seat was not a member of the Lin family, but a woman. This woman, an envoy of the Shiraishi family. Her arrival was like a severe test for the Lin family. The envoy enjoyed the tribute from the Lin family while closing his eyes and enjoying the service. Despite the arrogance and contempt revealed in her eyes, the Lin family knew deep down that for the sake of the family's future, they had to endure it. The envoy is a native of the Sakura country named Hiroshima Atom. Her name seemed to hint at a buried history, one that chronicled the mushroom clouds that once bloomed in Sakura country. However, due to the advent of the end times, there is a lack of effective means of communication between humans. As an intermediary, Hiroshima Atom goes back and forth between the Hayashi family and the Shiraishi family. Not only did they communicate the mission instructions of the Lin family, but they were also responsible for documenting the specific performance of the Lin family during this period. In his last life, after the end times had come, Lin Maorong had made a tacit PY deal with her to help each other's advancement. Now, though, that was no longer possible for either of them. Hiroshima Atom, despite her ordinary looks, exudes an ineffable charm, especially in the way she uses the flavor of a middle-aged young woman. Being at an age where she is as young as a wolf, she has an extreme desire for the most primitive of human needs. Not only does she delight in fulfilling her desires, but she has no qualms about the occasion. At that moment, a tall, lanky man was relaxing the woman beside him with a full-body massage. The man, Da Jiang, known as the Phantom-Fingered Demon King, is a plumber at Lin's construction site. Unlike those who are oily, he is a real craftsman. Despite his slightly rugged appearance, he doesn't quite fit the woman's standard of beauty. But once the lights were turned off, nothing mattered. Da Jiang's technique was so out of this world that even Hiroshima Atom hummed along with the rhythm. The surrounding workers couldn't help but blush at the sound. One by one, they all sidestepped, unwilling to disturb the tranquility and harmony of the moment. In the next second, Hiroshima Atom pressed hard against the man's head, unconsciously clamping down even tighter. De Zhuang truly felt what it meant to have a face-to-face output, what it meant to overflow. Atom Hiroshima looked back and slowed down. She looked around and frowned slightly. Lin Maorong had missed the meeting for 2 days in a row and clearly didn't have her in his sights. One moment, she was enjoying a moment of pleasure. The next, her eyes turned cold and she stomped the man beside her away. Hiroshima Atom pulled his voice and said in a conspiratorial tone, "Tuck, F***King Petri dish F***King. It's time for the meeting. Shigari-kun received his mission yesterday. Why haven't you returned today? Did you make the military order in vain? Or do you not take this envoy seriously?" A white-haired elder, his body trembling slightly, stepped forward. With a humble tone, he said, "The envoy rests his anger. Maoing has returned." And this time he led the team and managed to bring back 10 material capsules and 2 pieces of excellent grade equipment. "Please take a look." As he said these words, he gave a wink to Daejang. Big Strong immediately understood and ran his ass over. Meanwhile, the big and burly Lin Maoying stood up obediently like a schoolboy. He is Lin Maorong's only competitor. And although he is physically strong, he lacks strategy and intelligence and only knows how to solve problems with brute force. Today, he set out with 30 men, but only brought back half of them. These harvests were barely scraped together by the Lin family with all their might. For Lim Mo Young, there was no basic sentimentality at all, and Hiroshima Atom didn't give a damn. However, Lin Maorong's pampered and delicate appearance, if he were confined in a small dark room and carefully tempered, I think it would become its joy. Unfortunately, since Lin Maorong stepped into the hospital yesterday, he has lost contact. To this day, no one has been heard from and his life or death is unknown. Ouch, that's all there is? It almost shook my eyes. Please don't insult this envoy's intelligence with your poor acting skills. I'm talking about Lin Maorong. Hiroshima Atom dismissed this with a cold snort. That's something she can't really look at. With that said, she proudly tapped her fingers on the tabletop with a rhythmic sound to put pressure on the crowd. The hard-working Da Jian also felt the majesty, and with the elder's teachings echoing in his mind, he could only work harder. This elder is sweating profusely, and he still hasn't received any news from Lin Maorong. If I had known that kid was so unreliable, I should have stopped him from taking this mission in the first place. You people, you can either do it with all your might, or get out early. You have to understand that young Master Shiraishi is not a philanthropist, and if you're willing to be charitable, I suggest you go beg for food. SKR. Atom Hiroshima continued in a conspiratorial manner. Without warning, someone burst in, without a moment's hesitation or wait, and pushed right through the door. Not only did this move abruptly interrupt Hiroshima Atom's brewing freestyle, it also brought Oju's hand movements to a screeching halt. This kind of behavior is like the leader to clip the food you turn the table, the leader to toast you do not drink, the leader to sing karaoke you cut the song, the leader to listen to the card you self-touch. This blatant rudeness made the envoy feel extremely uncomfortable and embarrassed. What is this? Are you Lin family members becoming less and less disciplined? Hiroshima Atom finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and rebuked loudly. Outside the window, the gale was rising. Suyu had already brought Lu Wei at this time, to the downstairs of Lin's building. A stormy night in the midst of the end times is coming. Chapter 41, The Zombies' Night of Carnival. The person who entered the conference room was no other than Lin Maorong's personal minion. He brought back 12 pieces of excellent grade equipment, 1 piece of fine grade equipment, and 1 skill book. These harvests made Hiroshima Atom extremely happy, and after collecting them, he dragged De Zhang into the next room. Soon the wailing of a man, and the laughter of a woman, came from the next room. The two sounds intertwined to create a vivid picture. Many people slumped against the door, brainstorming images of the house. This scene fulfills the old saying that the more you plow the land, the fatter it gets, and the more you plow the oxen, the thinner they get. Under the night, all the zombies had temporarily evolved into mutated zombies, enhanced in every way. They prowl around, looking for a target to attack. Su Yu and Lu Wei, on the other hand, skillfully utilized the darkness of the night to quietly begin their operation. This large construction company quickly restored order and demonstrated great resilience after the initial chaos. Over the next few days, they transformed the place into an impregnable fortress. The main entrances and exits were securely and tightly blocked off by sturdy steel pipes and barbed wire, leaving only one staircase as a passageway for people to pass through. This passageway is set up with flexible barriers to facilitate the passage of personnel and to effectively block the zombie attack. As long as this key passage is guarded, neither people nor zombies will be able to break through this last line of defense. So you easily shot an arrow with the pot of enticement tied to the arrow. It drew an elegant arc in the air, skillfully passing through a gap in the steel pipe rack before slamming into the ground. Boo! Only a muffled sound was heard. and the decoy pot shattered in response. The dozens of zombies at the door were like firecrackers that had been set off, frantically banging on the door. The steel pipe frame groaned harshly under their pounding, and finally, it couldn't withstand the pressure and was torn open with a tiny gash. At that moment, a baby-sized walker squeezed hard through the gap. The orgy begins. Suyu was not far away, watching everything in front of him. His tone was bland, everything was under his control. When Manager Ma led his subordinates and came to check it out, the zombies outside the door had gradually become quiet as the effect of the pot of enemy envy wore off. Shoo, keep your voice down. These walkers have gone quiet. It's okay already. The crowd, as if pardoned, sat down on the floor, ate capsules of freshly dispensed supplies, and continued to play poker. And the infant walker, surprisingly, didn't just dart in. Instead, it's along the ceiling, all the way up. What's going on, Manager Ma? Why does it feel like the zombies are so restless today? Hey, it does seem a bit counterintuitive. But don't worry, our fortifications are impregnable. Are the fortifications really okay? Of course, these are carefully sourced materials by our supplies manager, and built by ace framers. Plus our company's safety director is in charge of the construction, so there will be absolutely no problems whatsoever. Oh, that's what you're talking about. I always felt that something wasn't quite right, that things weren't that simple. As a project manager, Manager Ma naturally knows something about the company's affairs. Will the supplies manager privately extort and take bribes from suppliers, or even substitute inferior goods for superior ones? Wasn't that team of ace directors selected by the company by paying heavy bribes to the judges? And that safety director, who drinks every day, has not been off the construction site for more than a decade, has he not? The three debuffs come together in a way that one has to be a little timid. Under the urging of the crowd, Manager Ma finally opened his box and showed his excellent eloquence. True to form, the program manager was eloquent and told it all in an engaging manner. What a story the GM and his first 5 secretaries had to tell. What a one-night stand between a CFO and a college intern. What kind of great elder sends his daughter to the bed of the Shiraishi family head? These stories come to life in Manager Ma's mouth, as if a scene is close at hand. And Suyu took Lu Wei and utilized the pot of enticement to lure the zombies away from the doorway after. It also went in through the small gap that was exposed. Why is it so noisy upstairs? Aren't you afraid of attracting the zombies over? What do you care? Let's just guard the door. Manager Ma is right. Let's call this a molestation. Pair 7, pair of 8s, pair of hooks, I blow. No. Wong bomb. Without realizing it, Suyu had already touched behind them and opened his mouth. Manager Ma, that's not right. I have the king here. Yeah, I've got the little king here. The two men had pulled the king and queen from the cards in their hands and looked over at the voice, looking behind Manager Ma as if he saw something dirty. I didn't say king bomb, Manager Ma said, tilting his head. Don't scare me. It's not funny. A flash of lightning cut through, and Manager Ma whipped his head around, only to see that a man had appeared behind him at some point, with his Bokuro mask and flashing red eyes. Saboshi looked a bit like a zombie at night in general, and off to the side was, cocking her head humanely, the girl with the same Bakelite mask, at the moment wielding 2 huge hammers. There is an enemy. Before the words fell, the sledgehammer had already arrived, with absolute power. A hammer goes down and a gun goes off 3 times. The 3 were directly slapped flat and heavily smashed against the wall, and immediately lost their breath. However, the movements of the two Suyu did not attract the attention of the people upstairs. Just before the two entered, another bloodbath had swept through the building. The scene shifts, and while the baby walker slips in, a group of big old men are still hiding in the doorway of the Hiroshima Atom, eavesdropping on the movements inside the house. Special envoy, you tied me up and blindfolded me. I'm scared, baby. Scream all you want. The more you scream, the more excited your sister gets. Envoy, it's been 3 times already, right? I really can't. You say no, but your brothers are still honest. And at that moment, the infant had crawled into the room along the ceiling window. It was so fast that it left a faint bite mark on Hiroshima Atom's ankle. Again, he quickly burrowed under the bed and disappeared into the night. Are there still mosquitoes in this weather? The big strong man, who had been in the darkness, obviously didn't know what had happened. Envoy, what are you biting at? One must not make Suddenly, from within the room of the Hiroshima Atom, there was a hysterical scream. Even though the crowd was used to it, the scream was just too strange and tragic. But it didn't last long, only to realize that it was rather anticlimactic inside, with no movement at all. What's going on? Did Daejang let the envoy get GA? It was more or less empathetic. No way, if he really GA'd him, there should have been some other sounds, too. Should we report it to the elder and let him decide? Or should we knock on the door and ask about the situation first? The crowd looked at each other and decided to knock on the door first and ask for information. Knock knock. Lord Envoy, may I help you? The house also began to come alive when a knock sounded on the door. By the big strong turned zombie, let out a low growl, immediately broke free of the arms and legs. Seeking the sound, the two zombies launched their forces at the same time and instantly smashed the door of this room. The envoy was seen in a tight black leather jacket, dressed as a queen, and the big strong man was muscular in his backpacking pants. Woohoo! The two let out a low growl, as if they had seen a delicacy. Seeing this, the crowd no longer had any intention of admiring the two men's figures. People are going crazy, trying to get away from this place. The entire building seemed to be set ablaze and was thrown into a state of chaos. Chapter 42, Will Heaven Not Stop the Lin Family? I'll do it. Great, great, great elder. A subordinate suddenly barged into the conference room on the 6th floor. This subordinate has a problem. When he gets nervous, he can't speak well. Panicking. What kind of behavior is this? No wonder the envoy said that our Lin family is becoming more and more unruly. The Grand Elder was resting his eyes. This Lin family subordinates were too unsteady one by one. Yes, yes, yes. The subordinate was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. But Lin Maorong has returned? The Grand Elder took a sip of tea before speaking slowly. Great Elder, quickly, quickly, quickly run away. Envoy she, escape from what? The envoy can't be looking at my old bones. Can he? No, no, no. Lin's building is in total chaos. There are zombies everywhere. Run away quickly. This rush actually cured the stutter. What? Why now? Quickly, everyone, gather on the roof. The mouthful of tea in the Grand Elder's mouth all but spewed out. When he looked up, the subordinate who had reported the news had long since slipped away and disappeared. With Lovey's assistance, Suetsu began to clean up from the bottom up. When the two arrived at the 3rd floor, it was home to half of the zombies in the entire building. But the moment they saw Suyu and the two of them, hordes of zombies came pouring in from the entrance of the building. Crap, this amount is too exaggerated. The muscles at the corners of Suyu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Only a female zombie in a leather jacket is seen. None other than Hiroshima Atom. It was covered in blood and led the way towards Suyu. Suyu led Lu Wei and retreated to the 2nd floor hallway. There was the bathroom, with a narrow doorway, more suitable for fighting. But the female zombie was just too tigerish. With high skin and armor, several consecutive arrows hit her, and they didn't slow down her steps even half a bit. Suyu finally saw the right moment to leap and retreat into the bathroom. At the same time, an arrow was decisively shot out, and at close range, it directly pierced the female zombie's knee. She stumbled and collapsed in the doorway of the bathroom. Lu Wei. Suyu was not in a hurry to mend his sword, but instead gave an order to Lu Wei, only to see her hammer down on the walker. And the door to the restroom wasn't wide to begin with. So the hammer went down and stuck the group of walkers directly in the doorway. At this time, all kinds of sounds were intertwined in the corridor on the 2nd floor, running, crashing, hissing, thunderstorms, cries for help, and screams that went on and on and on. They were desperately trying to push in and down, but they couldn't move, especially the bottommost Hiroshima Atom turn zombie, crushed and grimacing, desperately pushed upwards. But the harder the bottom pushed, the tighter the top pushed. The harder you push from above, the harder you push from below. Looking at this botched up everything, Suyu cried and laughed a little. He skillfully assembled the right place, the right time, and the right people, an ability that no one else can imitate. However, now was not the time to relax. Suyu tightened his grip on the Huaxia battle bow and began to aim and shoot a complementary arrow. Now there's no need for any maneuvering. Just have your hands. Asterisk 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 in hell. Finally, I've ed you over. He took a deep breath and stomped heavily on the corpse of Hiroshima Atom. I can't imagine that this guy has been pinned down for so long, but it's still a little hard to kill it. After taking care of the horde of zombies at the entrance, the next thing he had to deal with was the other creatures inside Lin's building. The zombies or living people that were scattered all over the place didn't pose any threat at all. With Suyu's extraordinary perception, and the increase of the white and silver bird claws, once he got close, he had nothing to hide. Killing zombies was given to Suyu, and killing people was naturally given to Lu Wei. Thanks to his super high agility, Suyu's shooting speed reached an amazing point. The only regret is that these mutated zombies are only the product of the nighttime increase, so both the gold experience and the drops are no different from the zombies under the daytime state. By the time the two finished clearing the entire building, the sky was beginning to whiten. At this time, the two had already arrived at the 6th floor of Lin's building. On the roof, the heavy rain washed away the zombie corpses mercilessly. The 13 who survived were all exhausted. Those who survived There are only a few left? The Grand Elder's voice even trembled a little. The door was not closed in time just now, letting in the baby walkers as well as the big strong walkers. And this battle lasted for hours. In order to kill these two mutated zombies, a full 7 companions were lost. But the Grand Elder's mind was quick enough to know that those injured companions would soon become zombies. It was then that these people were killed before they turned into zombies, so that the whole army would not be wiped out. It's okay, uncle, it'll be dawn in an hour at most, and we'll be able to kill our way out, Lin Maoying said with a straight face. Kill out? How easy is that to talk about? However, it seems like there has been no movement outside the door for a while. The Grand Elder was too lazy to bother with Lin Maoying. Eldest Elder, just now we heard a fight outside. The zombies are all dead. A fight? Could it be that Lin Maoying has returned? It was him who saved us. Could it be that the heavens are not stopping my Lin family? Ha ha. Before the words were out of his mouth, there was a sound from the fire door. The person at the door really thought it was Lin Maoying coming back, and hurriedly stood up and came over. Boo! All the crowd saw was that the heavy fire door actually opened. The powerful force of the fire door opening actually directly hammered the person at the door out. The man fell into the crowd and struggled a few times before his life was cut short. Who is it? The Grand Elder asked in a stern voice. At this point, from within the staircase, came the sound of 2 men's footsteps, one heavy, the other light. It's like the death knell of hell, hitting everyone one at a time. Someone, naturally, is going to light up the night of revelry to the highest degree. Just then, the rain stopped. So you walked out and slowly spoke. Heaven will not stop the Lin family? I'll stop it. Gee, who's pretending there? Lin Maoying shouted out. 2 subordinates' faces were grave. They looked at each other and then immediately embraced. The Grand Elder nodded and made his attitude clear as well. If you dare to come to Lin's building to pick a fight, you have to have some skills. But the moment they had just explored their bodies, they only saw a white shadow. His pupils instantly dilated, only to see a young girl, wielding a sledgehammer to kill. In the view of the crowd, the young girl's sledgehammer was directly glued to the faces of the 2 men. The powerful impact directly exploded the 2 men's heads. The head, from the neck, was forcibly torn and disconnected, and flew off to who knows where. And the 2 who lost their heads, their bodies went limp and fell to the ground. And the walkers downstairs, suddenly stirred. The crowd was surprised to realize that the strike just now, the heads of the 2 men actually flew dozens of meters away and fell into the zombie horde downstairs. So explosive. Only then did the crowd see that the person who had struck out was actually just a little girl. Chapter 43, Don't Push If You Can. A large amount of blood spurted out, staining Lu Wei's clothes red. The bright red blood, like a blooming peony, looked exceptionally bright on the white dress. At this moment, Suyu also followed unhurriedly. The crowd was so surprised that they couldn't even close their mouths, and only Lin Maoying stood up. Vocal, what the hell are you guys? Without waiting for the Grand Elder to speak, Lin Maoying broke into a rage and prepared to charge up. As soon as the Grand Elder stopped him, the other party was clearly prepared to be able to lure the zombies into the building without anyone realizing it, and to wipe out the entire building. Where is the ordinary person who can do that? 2 young warriors. I wonder where exactly the Lin family has offended you all, the Grand Elder said in an unassuming manner. Uncle, this just killed our people. Why are you still so polite? Kill it. Lin Maoying was a little confused and was pressed on his mouth. I can't imagine that a huge Lin family actually has only a few people left. So you looked around and said indifferently, a rippling face, as if he was looking at a dead man. You are. The Grand Elder frowned at the man in front of him, who didn't seem to be a stranger. The moment the 2 gazes made contact, the Grand Elder felt the hairs on his body stand up as if he was about to suffocate. Killing aura. From Suyu's eyes, the Grand Elder sensed a prancing killing intent. This kind of look, if you have seen it once, it will plant a nightmare in your heart in general. He really couldn't think of where exactly he had offended this living hell in front of him. Big uncle. Scared of him? It's just 2 people. Let's go together and kill him, Lin Maoying shouted. As soon as the words fell, Lin Maoying took the lead and rushed out. Protect the young master, the Grand Elder shouted when he saw that he couldn't stop them. And just as Lin Maoying said, there were only 2 of them, Suyu and Lu Wei. At this moment, Suyu was sitting steadily. The group of people in front of him was not worth his hand anymore. Whether it was level, talent or equipment and skills, there was a cliff-like gap with his side. It would be nice to give it to Lovey and get some evolution points. When the hammer smashed against Lin Maoying's large shield and burst into a shower of sparks, Lin Maoying was jolted back 5 steps before he stabilized himself. However, the fact that it was actually able to eat Lu Wei's sledgehammer hard shows its strong defense. On the contrary, Lu Wei was instantly enveloped in a black mist, and it was obvious that she was poisoned. Suyu checks Lin Maoying's attributes. Invincible little bully. LV4, No profession. B grade talent, corrosion of appearance. Corrosive appearance. Known as one of the strongest defensive talents at B rank. A survivor with this talent can secrete an infectious toxin on the surface of its body, harming and slowing down any enemy that attacks it. Anyone who inflicts an attack on him reduces their attack speed and movement speed by 20%, and takes toxin damage that can stack. Duration, 4 seconds. No wonder it's so arrogant. So it's this talent. Survivors with this type of talent are dead set on piling up their physique, and that's the end of it. Especially tonight. Lin Moying was even more confident after changing into a few pieces of equipment that increased his physique. However, for this type of defense-type talent, Suyu didn't have any thoughts of plundering it. But Suyu wasn't worried about Lu Wei. After all, Lin Moying didn't have a high attack power. Furthermore, Lu Wei had the ring of blood-sucking, which was able to restore vitality after an attack. Even if she was in a dangerous situation, she had the bloodlust skill to defend herself. Hey, it's slightly more powerful than a mutated zombie. I can carry it, Lin Moying said confidently. The others saw this, and their morale was boosted as they took turns attacking Lovey. This was the first time Suyu had seriously watched Lu Wei fight. 1 against 10. Despite looking a little passive, that hammer just now has to be collected so that it connects with the next hammer. That's a good hammering. It would have been better if it had been 3 inches further up. Someone sneaks up behind you, dodges damage with a charge, and again, attrits the opponent. Suyu carefully guided Lu Wei's battle. With such a good chaperone, wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't make the best use of it? Surprisingly, Lovey was amazingly perceptive. In a very short period of time, he was able to comprehend Suyu's thoughts. Not only are they able to apply them, but they are quickly integrated. This little ninny's fighting skills seem to flow through her DNA. Suyu exclaimed. Soon, the battlefield switched between offense and defense. It seemed careless, but it turned out to be a cold hammer that went straight to Lin Moying's head. Lin Moying was unprepared and broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a green light was seen emanating from Lin Moying's necklace. Around him, a pale yellow shield appeared out of thin air. The skill provided by this shield necklace blocked this fatal blow for him. Lin Moying was jolted back a dozen steps, and only with the help of the Grand Elder was he able to regain his senses. Fighting like this is not a solution. The Grand Elder's eyes burned as he looked at Suyu, who was instructing from the side. The two of them glanced at each other and said, if it wasn't for Suyu, I'm afraid that Lu Wei would have been taken down a long time ago. Eldest uncle, I'll stabilize the female. You lead the men and kill the male first. Looking at the fallen on the ground, those subordinates who didn't know how to die, Lin Moying said fiercely. It seems that this old bone of mine, I have to step in as well. The Grand Elder was non-committal, craning his neck, and his knuckles, and moving as well. The few who could still catch their breath perked up again. What? The Grand Elder is going to take matters into his own hands? I heard that when the Grand Elder was young, he fought all over Star City with one hand of Taijiquan. A lifetime ago, the last time a great elder made a move. It was the last time. Lu Wei was currently tilting her head, looking at the crowd with a harmless look on her face, and the Grand Elder, with a composed stride, took one step forward. Young man, don't be too angry. I don't know who you really are or why you're doing this to my Lin family, but since you chose to do it, I'll tell you as an elder, prepare to die. The words just fell. Whoosh! An arrow that hit the Grand Elder's shoulder with unerring accuracy, pinned him dead center to the roof vent shaft. Suyu said indifferently, have you forgotten that you were the one who told me not to push if you can do it? The Grand Elder, in fact, was Ruyan Lu's biological father. He was well aware of the personal relationship between Baek Suk-ho and his own daughter, and he fully understood Baek Suk-ho's true character. Even the plan to fool Suyu and obtain the mansion through the hands of Ruyan Lu was the decision of the Grand Elder himself. This strategy caters to Shiraishi Hiroshi's heart. Although it is often said that a tiger's venom does not eat its children, the Grand Elder is clearly pushing his own daughter into the abyss. But ***** with dog. Lu Ruyan is happy with it. All of this, Suyu had learned earlier, when he looked through Ruyan Lu's cell phone. If you kill someone in a couple of strokes, where's the thrill of revenge? Therefore, Suyu did not intend to put him to death easily. Aren't you proud of the Lin family? Then let me show you with my own eyes how your pride has been completely destroyed. Chapter 44. There is a legacy of death. The crowd was wide-eyed. All seemed shocked that the man in front of them would even say a word and make a sudden cold shot. Did he really have a grudge against the Grand Elder? The Grand Elder endured the excruciating pain and tried to pull off the arrow pinned to his shoulder. However, the second arrow arrived again. He was also hit by an arrow in his other shoulder, and the intense pain caused him to break out in a cold sweat. Get up if you can breathe. Kill that man. Lin Moying yelled and launched himself at Lu Wei. When the others witnessed Suyu's domineering behavior, they also felt a deep fear. They frantically launched a final attack on Suyu, but the result was clearly easy to see. Once Suyu began to intervene in the battle, then the entire battle, there was already no suspense to speak of. Lifting his hands was as casual as eating and drinking. Within moments, arrows flew by like rain. Each shot was accompanied by the fall of a Lin family member. Under such a fierce attack, no one was able to get close to Suyu's side. Even, he was able to distract himself, aiming at the Grand Elder and firing one arrow after another. Nailed the Grand Elder firmly to the pike shaft, limb by limb. The constant wailing sounds coming from all around them made it even more impossible for Lin Maoying to concentrate. Ended up getting hit with a hammer in a panic. The sharp pain in his shoulder caused his arm to start shaking uncontrollably. Even the shield in his hand became shaky. No more killing. They are completely defenseless. Hero, if you ask for anything, we'll do our best to fulfill it. The Grand Elder watched as Lu Wei swung the sledgehammer while enduring the physical pain. Every time the sledgehammer fell, he would plead helplessly for his opponent to stop. By the end of the day, he was numb to the endless torture. The combination of mental and physical stress nearly broke him. What made him feel even more desperate was that he didn't even know the identity and purpose of his opponent. Could it be that this man was his daughter Ruyan Lu's lover, Suyu? A figure suddenly surfaced in the Grand Elder's mind, but quickly dismissed it. He had once investigated Suyu in depth and knew that this person had a loyal character and was purely a wimp. Shortly after they began their relationship, the Grand Elder sent his men to teach Suyu a lesson, and he was clearly warned not to make any excessive moves towards Ruyan Lu. The man in front of him, although wearing a mask, from his figure and voice, resembled Suyu. However, the overpowering murderous aura emanating from him, but it was the Grand Elder, a person who practiced martial arts, who was the most sensitive. Only someone who had experienced the edge of life and death and killed someone with their own hands would have this chilling aura. This was clearly not the same person as the Suyu he remembered. What's your name? I'm going to tell my brother. Don't get cocky. You'll surely be able to avenge us. He took first place in the Star City Hospital hidden battlefield and is invincible. Lin Maoying fearlessly looked at Lu Wei's sledgehammer and roared. The Grand Elder finally had a glimmer of hope rekindled by Lin Maoying's words. That's right. There's still Lin Maorong who can avenge us. Dang, the sound. Lu Wei swung the final hammer, hitting Lin Maoying hard on the head. Lin Maoying's head, like a watermelon falling from high in the air, exploded instantly with bright red blood and yellowish brain matter. The Grand Elder couldn't bear to look at it, but with his limbs wasted, he couldn't do anything. The youngest member of the Lin family, Lin Maorong? He's already one step ahead of you. Suyu's tone appeared extremely flat as he walked towards the Grand Elder step by step. Suyu walked slowly. Each footstep was a death announcement to the Grand Elder. Every time he took a step out, on the Grand Elder, there would be one more arrow. What? Lin, Mao, and Rong are dead? The Grand Elder's eyes widened incredulously. The other party not only knew Lin Maorong's real name, but also his pseudonym in the end times. From this, it was clear that this person knew Lin Maorong in an extraordinary way, and he was not lying. Suyu? The Grand Elder finally confirmed that the man in front of him was none other than Suyu. Suyu did not respond. Looking at the look of despair on the Grand Elder's face, he intentionally delayed his steps to let him taste more pain. In the Grand Elder's opinion, although Suyu didn't make many strikes, every strike was ruthless and merciless, completely subverting the image of a wimp. And that little girl, from beginning to end, whether it is the look or action, is like a pool of dead water, lifeless. Even when killing someone, she could not change her face or her heart, not at all a mental quality she should have at her age. At this time, he had completely lost his heart, and his entire body was like a lost soul. Mental torture is far more painful than physical torture. Since it's painful, let the haters experience both. Just a few hours ago, the Lin building was filled with the laughter of brothers. And now, the entire Lin's building, the entire Lin's family, only he was left alone. This is so heartbreaking. Everything that the Lin brothers had worked so hard to build up had been reduced to nothing in a short period of time. Forcing himself to endure the severe pain, he looked up at the sky, his eyes empty, as if he had aged a dozen years overnight. With Suyu's strength, finding his daughter should be easy. Since he didn't see Ruyan Lu by Suyu's side, it could be inferred his daughter may have also lost her life at the hands of Sotsu. It was thought that Suyu had gained insight into all the secrets that had led to what was before him. At this moment, Suyu finally arrived in front of the Grand Elder. At this moment, although the Grand Elder's head and torso were intact, his limbs were already filled with arrows. At this moment, Suyu saw that the Great Elder's collapse and weakness had reached 99%. In the system, this should be the limit of human beings, right? Killing a man is only a headache. How can this double blow, both mentally and physically, be more than a pleasure? At this moment, the Great Elder is already dying, and he is holding on to his last ounce of strength. Suyu, I really regret. How can I let you finish your harsh words when I know I'm going to die? Before the words left his mouth, an arrow shot out of his mouth, shutting him up for good. The Grand Elder's eyes began to dim, but they never managed to close. At this moment, the dawn is dawning. The firstborn son after the storm shone on Suyu's cold and unfeeling face. It seems that your Lin family's death without rest has an inheritance. Suyu's heart was incomparably happy. A long breath was let out, and the thrill of revenge was at its peak at this moment. Suyu turned his head to look at the foggy front, which was the direction where Baishir Hao was Star City Mansion neighborhood, located in the heart of the river on the Shangjiang River. This is a project developed by the Baishir family, covering a total area of nearly 3,000 acres. The only connection to the main city is a bridge, and Whitestone Hao will live in the Star City Mansion, covers an area of 100 acres of building King Villa, named Whitestone Manor. Suyu had heard people talk about the fact that on the 4th day of the end of the world, an alpha-level zombie had appeared in the Star City Mansion neighborhood. It was organized by the Whitehead family to kill it, and it spread throughout Star City, killing people to get rid of them. Next, Suyu was ready to make a big wave. Chapter 45, Being a Bitch and Standing on a Plaque at the Same Time. The end times descended, and the Star City Mansion small area was originally bustling with tens of thousands of people. In a matter of moments, it turned into a zombie. They roamed the streets and alleys, turning entire neighborhoods into their playgrounds. However, the Shiraishi family was not just any small family. They possessed a deep heritage and they kept a group of dead soldiers. These Deadpools have been rigorously brainwashed and trained since they were young to ensure that they unconditionally follow Shiraishi Hiroshi's every instruction. With a strong hand, it allowed Shiraishi how to quickly stabilize Shiraishi Manor in the post-apocalyptic world. The Star City residence neighborhood was then divided into different areas and strictly segregated. Gradually, a new order was established that belonged to the Whiteheads. Inside the master bedroom of White Rock Manor, early in the morning, there was the sound of a woman's agonized pleas for mercy, but the sound didn't last long before it faded away. All that was left was the sound of the man's ragged panting, and the rhythmic thumping. The celestial soldiers patrolling the halls and corridors turned a deaf ear and seemed to have gotten used to it long ago. Shiraishi Hiromu named his unit Heavenly Soldiers because he thought of himself as a division of Heavenly Justice, a tribute to the same force that once collectively punished civilians in Sharjah decades ago. They used the same name. Shortly afterward, Baishir Hao slowly pushed open the door to Butler Wang, who had been waiting at the side for a long time. Tugging at his pants, he handed over a towel and cigarettes. Instead, his afterglow involuntarily glanced into the bedroom. Only a few women were strewn across the floor, the couch, and the desk. These women are from the neighborhood. There are pretty little moms, gentle young women, and even canaries that are kept here. He was usually high and mighty, and had always disregarded ordinary people. But after the end of the world came, some of them lost their families, while others were sacrificed by their families, and ended up as Shiraishi Hiroshi's toys. At the moment, they were naked and in a state of disarray. One rolled his eyes and his mouth closed. If you didn't notice the rise and fall of their chests, you'd think they were all dead. Young master, all the Sky Soldier troops have been assembled, totaling 186 people, all above level 4. This morning, quite a few more survivors who defected came over. Butler Wang reported respectfully. There's an old Chinese saying that it's good to ride under a big tree. With so many experts, the other survivors will also flock to them. Follow the old rules. Obey, then let them go to phase 3 to clean up the zombies. And it's up to them whether they die or live. Phase 3, the difficulty there is not low. It seems that it's still you Chinese who are harder on your fellow countrymen. Shiraishi Hao couldn't help but give Butler Wang a high look. Young master is flattered. Butler Wang continued to report. If Star City Hospital is concerned, Envoy Hiroshima has not returned to resume his duties. However, according to the informant's report, the dean's office was seen to be on fire. Aha! Those documents must not be kept. Once they are leaked, even in the end times, it will spoil my big plans. Shiraishi Hao nodded and took a sharp drag. In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, Baishir Hao wanted to be as well as stand up for himself. Alright, young master, I'll arrange for a team of celestial soldiers to go to the hospital to confirm this later. Butler Wang, things are going well, getting more and more like a good dog for me. Shiraishi Hiroshi, ha, young master is right. Young master is right. Butler Wang bowed his body into 90 degrees, his attitude humble to the core. Don't worry, being a dog for me won't treat you badly. The women inside, you can just pick whatever you want. My subordinate doesn't dare. Butler Wang hurriedly excused himself. What's so daring about it? Your eyes almost fell out just now. Really? Then I'm welcome. Butler Wang carefully selected the women in the house and finally picked up one of them and headed out. By the way, Have Ruyan Lu and Suyu been found? None of these women sent here are any good, Bai Shihao said carelessly. Young master, the head soldier personally went there yesterday. I heard that the terrain there is complicated and the number of zombies is large. It should be back soon. Should? What's the point of raising you guys? Finding 2 people. 1 day isn't enough? Bai Shihao's face sank as he said grimly. Butler Wang was so scared that he threw out all the women in his hands and knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring out of his forehead and screaming in his heart. This matter was clearly arranged by Bai Shihao himself, but now he was putting all the blame on himself. Young master, rest his anger. I'll send someone. Just then, the door to the villa was pushed open. A short, seemingly malnourished man walked in. He was dressed in a tight black leather suit, like a shadowy figure walking in the night. The mask and gloves covered his face and hands tightly, revealing only a pair of sharp, eagle-like eyes. In his hand was a large black bag, the straps of which were taut and obviously the result of a heavy load. This man was none other than Shiraishi Hiroshi's subordinate, the Heavenly Soldiers Chief Yamamoto Siren. Yamamoto Siren, known as the strongest warrior in the Sakura country. Despite his thin appearance, he possesses exceptional speed and strength. His fighting style is swift and decisive, often dividing victory and defeat in the blink of an eye. In his previous life, he had defeated 100 people with his own strength, displaying unrivaled combat power. Even more amazingly, he had won the honor of being the world's first kill by killing a Lord-level zombie by himself. Even Shiraishi Hiroshi had to be humble and respectful in front of Yamamoto's ancestor, which shows how powerful he was. Senior Yamamoto, you've worked hard. Have you found Ruyan Lu and Suyu? Shiraishi Hiroshi eagerly asked the man in front of him. The male was not found. Mr. Yamamoto said lightly, shying away from words. Butler Wang was relieved to see this and immediately ran to the man's side and said curtly, Master Soldier, you've worked hard. This thing must be very heavy, right? Would you like Xiao Wang to help you carry it? Yamamoto didn't hesitate to toss the large heavy black bag directly to Butler Wang. Butler Wang didn't expect such a heavy bag and was instantly slammed to the ground. Where is it? Hasn't she already taken the initiative to go wash her hands and wait for this young master's favor? Bai Shihao's inner joy was hard to contain after learning that he had found Lu Ruyan. It's like Wu Dilang drinking medicine and refilling it, excited, and on top of it, Shiraishi Hiroshi looked at Yamamoto-senpai with a look of excitement in his eyes that he couldn't hide. Here, Mr. Yamamoto pointed to Butler Wang. Here, Shiraishi Hiroshi looked at Butler Wang, who in turn looked at the bag on his person. Both of them suddenly realized something, and a slightly surprised look appeared on their faces. Bai Shihao recalled the words he said when he set up the mission. Live and let live. Had Ruyan Lu turned into a zombie and died at the hands of Yamamoto's ancestors? Wait a minute, this can't be right. With Yamamoto-senpai's character, even if he turned into a zombie, he would definitely tie a live one back. Bai Shihao passed a wink, and Butler Wang could only open the bag with trepidation. Instantly, a strong smell hit his nose. It's a mixture of blood and rotting flesh, and once you smell it once, it's hard to forget. Chapter 46, Lu Wei promoted to elite level. Inside the bag was a body that had been drained of blood. A head drooped aside and fell into Butler Wang's hand, with 4 eyes facing each other. Ruyan Lu's eyes glared like copper bells, as if telling of her unwillingness and anger. Is this the woman the young master has been thinking about day and night? Butler Wang's face instantly turned pale, as if he was in great shock, and a certain part of him instantly shrunk by 2 inches. Which one of those who willingly became a traitor is not a person who is afraid of death? He felt his stomach turn and finally couldn't help himself. The sour vomit instantly filled his mouth and was about to gush out. Mr. Yamamoto sensed his difference and looked at Butler Wang with a cold gaze. Butler Wang knew that Mr. Yamamoto was impeccable in every way except for his severe cleanliness fetish. If he vomited in front of him, I'm afraid that he would be angered, and I'm afraid that he would slaughter himself. After some weighing, Butler Wang felt that it was more important to save his life, so he forced himself to endure the nausea and swallowed back the vomit. Who the hell is it? Who killed Ruyan Lu? Bai Shihao roared hysterically, just like a child losing his beloved toy. After a long time, Shiraishi Hiroshi slowed down. Yamamoto-senpai, what do you think? From the wounds on Ruyan Lu's body, it could be deduced that the person who killed her was by no means an ordinary person. In contrast to his shyness, once the topic of battle came up, Yamamoto-senpai became eloquent and voluminous. The woman was stabbed 10 times, each cut precisely severing major arteries and veins in her body. Before she died, blood loss had exceeded 1,500 milliliters. Moreover, each of the other party's slashes skillfully avoided the pain nerves. This kind of exquisite skill and precise control cannot be replicated even by the most powerful assassin in the family. At the moment death comes, it may feel like just a moment, but for a woman, the process of dying is a 10-minute long ordeal. She waits silently in endless despair for the end of her life. each moment filled with endless pain and fear, especially that last slash that severed the neck. The cut was so neat, the blade so powerful. With his skill, chopping off the entire head would have been easy as pie, but he pulled back at the right time. I can't imagine why. Cruel means skillful maneuvering, but using, simply, an ordinary dagger. Very contradictory. What kind of person is this? If Suyu were here, he would definitely make a sarcastic remark. Jail big, you know it's a dagger. Why don't you chop it off? Of course it's because the blade isn't long enough. Yamamoto-senpai looked to Shiraishi Hiroshi. The latter also looked surprised and asked rhetorically. I don't know. Do you? How should I know? Mr. Yamamoto continued. The woman, though, died in the man's house, and on the woman, a real estate license was found, which I put in the bag. By sure how flicked a glance, and Butler Wang could only move his body with a sad face once again. He had just opened the huge package and taken out a document red with blood and crawling with maggots. The already sore and swollen cheeks were even more at their limit this time. This time, even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't stop him, only to see that he finally couldn't take it anymore and threw up. The yellowish-white vomit sprayed all over the large bag, giving Ruyan Lu's head a mouthful of soul juice, pouring it on. I hope I'm not reading this without any of my brothers who are eating sheep's heads. Sorry. He was just about to accuse Butler Wang of a few things, but the other party was all over the place. Eventually, he even vomited dark green bile. Having no choice but to walk out first, Shiraishi Hiroshi and Yamamoto-senpai. At that moment, a celestial soldier hurried over. Young master, chief of soldiers, something's wrong, the heavenly soldier shouted as he came up for air. The 70 or so people in Lin's building were attacked last night and have all been wiped out. Was it a human or a zombie that attacked them? Shiraishi Hiroshi immediately pursued the question. All of them, the heavenly soldier answered dryly. After the two listened to the sky soldier's report, both Shiraishi Hiroshi and Yamamoto-senpai fell into deep thought. Previously, the strange death of Ruyan Lu, and then the accident of the Lin family. The series of events made them begin to wonder if there was some sort of connection. Young master, although it is still uncertain whether these incidents are the work of the same person, Mr. Yamamoto analyzed calmly. It is certain that while these things seem to be directed at the Lin family, they are actually directed at you. Yeah, Lu Ruyan's death at the hands of an expert. These things would have been very strange. Is it that punk Suetsu? Shiraishi Hiroshi couldn't help but have this question come up in his mind. After all, Ruyan Lu was the one he called over and died in his house. However, he couldn't be clearer about Suyu's ability. That's just a battle scum. No way could he be so capable. Shiraishi Hiroshi dismissed his thoughts again. No matter who it is, strengthen the defense force of Whitestone Manor. There's an old Chinese saying, a blessing is not a curse. Suyu woke up already at noon. He opened a pot of tea in addition to barbecue pork buns, shrimp dumplings, egg tarts, dry steamed siumai. Plates and steam drawers make up the Cantonese morning tea that fills the entire table. He savored the overly rich morning tea as he examined last night's haul. As expected, apart from the body protector necklace, obtained from Lin Maoying, the rest of the harvest was not outstanding. Only the aroma of Suyu's breakfast attracted some people with bad intentions. Without waiting for the other party to speak, a hammer slammed down. Looking at the dense, zombie and survivor corpses collapsed in the doorway, Suyu was both angry and amused. Ding! Luwei kills survivor LV3 and gains evolution points *30. Ding! The number of survivors killed by Luwei has reached 50, and her grade has been promoted to elite. After killing an ungrateful sneak attacker, Suyu heard a system beep. Very well, it looks like you can get Lovey promoted by killing people. After leveling up to elite, in addition to getting a +5 boost to all attributes, you also gained a ranged damage skill. Shocking Strike slams the ground with a sledgehammer, dealing damage to enemies within range and double damage to enemies in the center of the range. So you picked out some loose items and made sure that all the equipment that could be worn was brought along. Lovey is still missing her helmet and a ring, while Suetsu is only missing his helmet. Opening the personal panels of the two, even though they were already mentally prepared, the attributes of the two were still beyond their imagination. Lovey, rank, 5, strength, 72, spirit, 14, constitution, 37, agility, 11. Lone Wolf, rank, 6, strength, 45, spirit, 37, constitution, 53, agility, 68. After packing up everything, the two of them went straight to the entrance of the Star City Mansion neighborhood. At the entrance, the survivors lined up in an orderly fashion, waiting to enter the island. Suyu unobtrusively took Lu Wei and quietly blended into the crowd. Chapter 47, I'll rob a color first. Suyu changed the two of them into some unremarkable normal level equipment. These white plate equipment, which provided no attributes, were somewhat stronger than the weaponry of the human world. A green and blue one looks a little too solid. After all, an ordinary survivor nowadays would be able to own a piece of excellent level equipment. Among the crowd, it was already among the best. Suetsu utilized the gift of masquerade disguise to tamper with personal information. Kill the Sakura Nation. Of course, with a name that suits their physique, little boy. Then, leading Lovey, he blended into the crowd. The reason why he didn't choose to directly kill and wasn't that Suyu didn't have the ability to do so. Only the Star City Mansion, which is so large, and with a team of nearly 200 sky soldiers. Once you do it, you'll be spooked. The long line, though, never seemed to advance. This old man, let's take a step to talk. A middle-aged man came up, like a scalper selling tickets, outside the stadium. Brother Uffley, no occupation, LV4, D-level talent, tactical enhancement. Seeing Suyu ignoring himself, this old brother was unforgiving and continued to pester him. Let's just say the man has a good eye for people. Little old me, you're new here, aren't you? The Star City Mansion has been fully taken over by the Whitehead family. At the moment, they're only open to you regular survivors twice a day, 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. for an hour each time. So if you miss it you'll have to wait for the next trip. Suyu looked at the time, it was already afternoon, and in the line ahead, there were already people hitting the ground running and storing up their energy. Some people even set up stalls and trade on the spot, but sell stuff from the human world. Listening to this old brother, it didn't seem like he was lying. Seeing Suyu's appearance, Brother Wu Fei only felt that there was a chance and opened his mouth. What do we call you? Little brother? Looking at the appearance, old brother should be a bit older than you. Just call me Brother Wu Fei. Brother Wu Fei's real name was Wu Ying, the boss of a certain slagging company. After seeing the movie, he named himself Brother Uffley. Little boy, Saboshi uttered the new name he had switched to. I see that little boy old brother is also a real person. I have a way in here to take you in. How about it? It's not free, is it? Suyu pretended to be eager. Older brother is really truthful. You've come to the right person if you look for me. Passing through the barrier normally, you have to register your personal information. It's very tedious. Seeing Suyu take the bait, the other party instead did not rush and began to brag. And if the level is too low or the attributes aren't high, there's a huge chance that they'll be denied passage. After all, according to the Shiraishi family's rules, they are unwilling to provide shelter for idlers. There's more to this? Sister's rank is fine, but with Lao's rank, it might be a little less interesting. The other party has probed the personal information of the two men. In their eyes, Lu Wei was level 5, and Suyu, who had tampered with the information, was level 3, and had known that he had also transferred to level 5. Seeing Suyu's contemplative look, Brother Wu Fei finally showed his cards. Little old brother, how about just one capsule of all-purpose supplies, of any type, and I'll take you there? If you're not sure, you can give it to me when we get into the Star City Mansion. Suyu nodded his head and said, Aha, I'd like to thank Brother Wu Fei for leading the way. As Brother Uffley led the two men, they walked through the crowd. Some people wanted to speak, others looked regretful, but none of them were envious. Suyu took all these expressions in his eyes. This Wu Fei brother, there was definitely something wrong. But what does it matter? Captain Su, these two are my family members. What do you think? Brother Wu Fei walked straight to the corner and respectfully handed over a pack of cigarettes. Mr. Wu, I can't imagine that your family is quite large. Captain Su's face changed and gave it a push back. The orders were given from above to strictly control the people on the island. The implication is that it's going to cost extra. Brother Wu Fei cursed in his heart, but his hands were honest. From the storage bracelet, he took out the only remaining half pack of cigarettes and shoved it hard into Captain Su's hand. This will not happen again. Captain Su saw fit to glance at the siblings in front of him. The brother, level 3, and the sister, level 5, with a harmless look on their faces, were finally released. Anyway, these two siblings, even if they managed to cross the bridge, they would definitely die at the hands of the crow flies. After crossing the bridge, Brother Uffley passed a wink toward a few people squatting at the end of the bridge, who followed. One on the left and one on the right, followed by two more, surrounded Suyu and Lu Wei. The survivors on the other islands are obviously aware of Brother Uffley's notoriety. The moment they saw Brother Uffley, they all hid away. Brother Uffley, it's really a good tactic. This is the agreed upon reward. Suyu pulled out a long-prepared supplies capsule from his bracelet. Little old brother, it's crowded here and the wealth is not exposed. Let's hand it over there. What Brother Woolly Fly was looking at was not the material capsules at all, but the several pieces of excellent level equipment on the two of them. As they were about to disappear around the corner, a young man bravely came after them. He was just about to open his mouth to persuade Suyu not to go over, but he was blocked by the big man who was following him. Brother Wu Fei and Suyu looked back at the same time, both with an expression of being disturbed from their good deed. The young man visibly flinched and was pulled away by his companion. The door slammed shut as Brother Uffley led the two to an indoor library. Brother Wu Fei spoke up. Little old brother, this is the place. As soon as the words fell, he only saw a group of people in great numbers, surrounding Suyu and Lu Wei. Not bad. On the 4th day of the end of the world, I actually managed to put together a team of 30 people. These are the scum of the human race, and they've been skirting the edges of the law since before the end times. Engage in something unseemly. But after the end times came, the dark side of their hearts was exposed. Some people are so used to fast money that they can't work in peace, as they are used to robbing. Where can they honestly kill walkers? With overwhelming numbers, they were able to survive and even get rich by robbing other survivors. For them, killing people is a lot easier than killing walkers. Ordinary survivors would have been scared into giving up all their belongings with both hands if they had seen such a battle. If they met someone who resisted, they beat them half to death and tortured them like crazy. If the other person is a woman, it's natural to make the best use of it. Play it bad and then feed it to the zombies to squeeze every last ounce of value out of it. In the past 2 days, the number of people who died at their hands was at least a few dozen. However, their ability to survive in the Star City Mansion neighborhood was the result of Baisher House tacit approval. After all, there are some unclean things that someone has to help Shiraishi Ho with. Fight, rob, equipment, props, gold coins and capsules. Hand them all over, hand them over. A fat peer holding a sharp axe took the lead, but when he saw Lu Wei, he revealed a Thai smile. Brother Wu Fei, wait a moment, I'll rob a color first. Chapter 48, Misunderstanding? You can only pay back with your life. Robbery. Ha, that's interesting. I'm familiar with this one. Suyu slowly spoke. As the crowd surrounded him, Lu Wei had already taken up a fighting stance and stood firmly in front of him. This was due to the effects of the gift of absolute servitude, and she always considered ensuring Suetsu's safety as her top priority. The other party heard Suetoshi's words and saw Lu Wei's reaction again. Brother Uffley at first showed a hint of surprise, then laughed out loud. Just you two little brats. You actually want to fight? And rob? I don't believe it. Humph, kid, do you think you can do whatever you want with this level 5 bodyguard around? You're underestimating us too much. Hand over all the equipment and supplies on your body, and the misunderstanding between us will be solved, so we can let you go. However, this girl doll must stay. Brother Wu Fei blocked the little chubby peer with one hand, and his tone seemed quite open-minded and generous. They pointed to a man hanging from the second floor of the library. He was stripped naked, had multiple bloody holes in his body, and was alive or dead. The associates around him couldn't help but laugh when they heard Brother Uffley's words. Flirting, whistling and cheering filled the surroundings. For them, it seemed that allowing Suyu to leave alive was already considered the greatest mercy. And who would believe that? These are just the usual rhetoric they use to apply pressure and force the other side to give in. After all, killing can only loot the equipment on it, and squeezing everything of value out of each other's bracelets was their real goal. You have delayed me, what will you give back? The reason why Suyu had followed him was to see if there was any talent worth seizing in this group. However, it was a big disappointment. Of these 30 people, there wasn't even a single A-grade talent. That's a waste of time, isn't it? If you have this kind of time, you might as well hurry up and get to level 7. So the answer is, pay it back with your life. Just in time for Lovey's promotion to see just how accomplished she is. The two figures, surrounded by the crowd, quickly changed into their gear. For a while, blues and greens and all sorts of dazzling colors were intertwined, causing their eyes to be a bit overwhelmed. Before they had time to think about this sudden change, Lu Wei, who hadn't said a word, had moved. She rushed into the crowd like a gust of wind, charging with a shocking strike and a set of silky little combos. In an instant, she had arrived at the thickest part of the crowd. The twin hammers in his hands were raised high and then slammed down. Under Lovey's amazing strength, the little chubby man took a solid hammer blow to the face. The blow made his tongue, for the first time, lick the taste of his own brainstem. The giant hammer didn't stop after smashing the little chubby peer. Slamming down on the floor of the library, the tiles and cement were instantly sent flying. The 4 people within 5 meters of the surrounding area were shaken to their core by the shockwave of the shock strike. They were thrown hard into midair and then crashed heavily to the ground, alive or dead. The attack was so unexpected that everyone was caught off guard. Though they had met with resistance, those had been desperate acts after being pushed to the brink. And these 2 people in front of him were actually initiating the attack. The crowd was not deterred, out to rob, naturally ready to fall head though. They hastily stepped aside, and the 4-eyed boy beside Brother Uffley spoke up. Brother Wu Fei, these 2 are fully equipped. I'm afraid they're not easy to deal with. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm afraid of nothing. Give me all of them. Remember to save your breath. And give them all 10 major tortures. If I don't torture him to death today, how will I get on in the world? That's, Big Brother is right. There are so many of us. What are we afraid of? Brother Ruffly was so enraged that 5 of them lost their fighting ability in a single shot. Suyu knew that these people were not weak. The levels were all above level 4. And there were even level 5 experts. Compared to last night's battle on the roof of the Lin family, their strength was clearly superior. However, they misjudged the situation this time, and also chose the wrong person to mess with, messing with the last person they should mess with. In their eyes, the level 5 Lu Wei was clearly more of a threat, so they focused most of their power on Lu Wei. 5 other accomplices were arranged to deal with Suyu, including a level 5 expert. In their perspective, Suyu was merely a tertiary character. Despite the luxurious equipment on his body, he is essentially just an empty shell with a shiny exterior. Suyu held the Chinese war bow and nimbly maneuvered through the crowd. It was as if his arrows were equipped with a navigation system. And with every arrow fired, one person fell to the ground in pain, covering his lower body in wailing. Soon, all 5 of them were cut off by Suyu's arrows by the roots. In every corner of the library, it seemed as if an old familiar song echoed, "Keep the roots alive." At this moment, those who had surrounded Lu Wei, looking at their fallen companions around them, finally realized the gravity of the situation. They were somewhat empathetic and began to panic a little, unconsciously clenching their legs. I felt my lower body resonating with a vague ache as well. This kind of pain is not only physical torture, but also the destruction of the spirit of all people. They then realized that Lu Wei, who had been wary before, was worthless in front of Suyu. Suddenly, Suyu, however, deliberately slowed down his pace and let the crowd pursue him. Soon, he coalesced a purplish-red arrow on his Huaxiao war bow, arrow of discipline. 6 more men were hit by arrows in their thighs, and they fell to the ground in unison, wailing in agony. Suyu didn't want to waste too much time here. He aimed again at the archers who were hiding in the high places and kept releasing cold arrows, quickly putting them down. In a matter of a minute, the only person in the entire library who was still standing was Brother Ruffly. If it wasn't for the need to save Lovey's breath, the speed could have been bumped up a bit. Puff! Only to see Brother Ruffly. His legs went limp and he directly knelt down. Needless to say, this completely crushing and irrational style of play sent Brother Ruffly into instant despair. What kind of terrifying combat power is that? Seeing that the boss had already taken the lead to kneel down, how dare the others hesitate? Those that could still move struggled to crawl over. They wailed in pain, their eyes filled with despair, and kept begging Suyu for mercy. After all, they were also professionals, and if they couldn't see the situation by now, it wouldn't be wrong to die. Lu Wei, stop, Suyu shouted. Lovey immediately stopped her hand, the sledgehammer only half an inch away from the enemy in front of her. The man thought that he was bound to die, and actually peed his pants in fear on the spot. I can't imagine that these people, who look like tigers and bears, have quite soft waists. When they saw Suyu stop moving, they thought there was a turnaround, so they all started begging for mercy, snotty and tearful. Grandpa, little boy, Grandma Lovey, we were really wrong. Please, 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 let us go. Just leave us alive and we'll give you everything. Suyu knew that these people were the most life-thirsty. That's what he was waiting for. If you don't beg for mercy, I'm not good enough to drain you. It's not impossible for me to let you guys go. Suyu slowly spoke. Chapter 49. I said I'd let you go, but Lovey didn't say yes. When these words came out, everyone present was stunned. The man in front of me, from the beginning of the hands, to the present to close the hands, are not according to the rules. This group of robbers had always made a living out of robbery, and they had long been accustomed to those who begged for mercy after being robbed. But those pleas for mercy sounded to them like nothing more than a going through the motions. What should be robbed? What should be killed? There was never the slightest hesitation. However, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as a man walking on the river without wetting his shoes. When they embarked on the path of robbery, they had foreseen the worst outcome, which was to fail and be killed. The crowd looked at each other, their eyes focused on Brother Ruffly. The latter finally summoned up the courage to ask tentatively, "Really? Really? Of course, when my little boy speaks, he always keeps his word," Suyu said firmly. When the crowd heard this, their faces showed delight, but they were all puzzled, not understanding what exactly Suyu wanted. Grandpa, little boy, this shouldn't be free, right? What Brother Wu Fei was most worried about was that Suyu said he would let them off the hook, but in reality, he would not let them go. Tolerance for no reason is not common sense. You guys are in the business, don't you think? Grandpa, little boy, I'm really sorry for delaying your precious time. This is a small compensation. Please accept it. Brother Wu Fei said sincerely while gesturing to his accomplices behind him. Grandpa little boy. This is normal level equipment. Grandpa boy. This is an excellent grade prop. Grandpa boy. This is the universal supplies capsule. The people had pulled out items from their bracelets and neatly arranged them in front of Suyu. Suyu originally expected the crowd to have some good treasures. However, the sight in front of him was a huge disappointment. When everyone's bracelets were empty, Suyu's expression became icy cold, and his eyes traveled through the crowd, revealing an aura of solemnity. This is the end? Suyu's words caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble, and some were even so scared that they burst into tears. At that moment, Brother Uffley looked at Lu Wei and suddenly had a flash of insight, passing a wink to the man behind him. Monkey, hurry up and take out your treasure and offer it to the little boy's grandfather. A lean man, full of reluctance, came up. Grandpa boy, this is my treasured treasure. Suyu had long sensed that this group of people were not acting simply, and it seemed that they really had something to hide. As he spoke, the guy actually took out a pink lace bra from his bracelet. I can't believe it's a growth kit. This person named Monkey saw that Suyu was not interested in this. He mistakenly thought that Suyu was not satisfied with the style, so he simply removed all the contents of the bracelet. It's like a toad floundering around pretending to be a little frog ugly to play with flowers. There were surprisingly many different colors and styles of stockings and bras inside. Each item is carefully encased in a plastic bag with a detailed label on the outside, including name, age and size. Such a scene, even if it was placed in the blasted realm, would still be quite explosive. Suyu idly picked up one and realized that the size must be quite a handful. 666. I can't believe it's still the original flavor. Seeing that Suyu had gone up, the others thought they had escaped. However, Suyu's face became increasingly gloomy. The crowd felt bad. Isn't this just like the rhythm of the song and the cloth? The whole village waiting for the food to be served? So, scrambled. Grandpa little boy, we've been drained by you. There's really nothing left. Yeah, I can't be asked to strip down to my only remaining panties for you. Can I? Grandpa little boy, could it be that you are good at this? Then you might as well just kill me. Grandpa boy, he can't I can. Brother Wu Fei helplessly explained. Grandpa little boy, the Whiteheads just finished collecting protection money from us yesterday, so there really isn't any more. He even confessed about his collusion with the Whitehead family. To him, the statement looked like a sign of weakness, but in fact, he was also revealing to Suyu that he was related to the Whitehead family. Not a big shot himself, but Shiraishi Hiroshi's reputation does ring true in this region. If we really want to drive the Shiraishi family to extinction, don't we need to weigh the weight of the Shiraishi family? Oh, Shiraishi Hiroshi? That is indeed his style. Suyu's face didn't change. Brother Wu Fei's heart trembled. This person even called by Hao by his name. It seemed that his origin was not small. Brother Wu Fei smiled awkwardly. Could it be that the two of you are honored guests of the Whitehead family? I'm really sorry. I had the eyes to recognize MT. Tai. We also work for young Master Whitehead. So it seems that we are not fighting this time. Working for Shiredo? That's even more certain death. Who says you have nothing left? Aren't there still gold coins? Suyu reminded. This reminder enlightened the crowd that every time they defeated a zombie or completed a quest, they would receive gold coins. Although they all understood that these gold coins would be hard currency in the future in this post-apocalyptic world. But right now, they're still new to the game, and the store and auction house are not yet open. Therefore, these gold coins are of no practical use in their hands. Frankly speaking, gold coins can't be eaten or drunk right now, and compared to a supplies capsule, it's just not attractive. Upon Suyu's point, everyone looked at their bracelets. The number of gold coins displayed on the bracelet ranged from 100 to 200. In particular, the leader, Brother Uffley, actually held upwards of 1,000 gold coins. When we all totaled up, there were more than 4,000 gold coins in total. Together with the gold coins originally held by Suyu, the total amount actually reached a huge 10,000 coins. Hell knows how many they actually robbed. Suyu had to sigh, robbery this job. Although there is nothing technical, but come to money fast After transferring all the gold coins to Suyu's account, everyone felt a weightless relief. Grandpa boy, you see that you take this money too, don't you? Yes. Suetsu turned toward the door, a book of satisfaction. The people were as if they had been pardoned, and they were not afraid of no mountain to burn if they kept Greenwood. Just then, Brother Uffley looked up and realized that Lu Wei was still standing in the same place. Grandma Lu Wei, what is wrong with you? Said the words, and a huge hammer slammed down. Under the hammer, Brother Uffley's body instantly shortened. His head splattered in all directions like an exploding balloon, and his entire body fell to the ground with a thud. Suyu said coldly, I said I'd let you go, but Lu Wei didn't promise. In that instant, The entire library seemed to have turned into hell on earth. People on their deathbeds have a mix of emotions, some curse, some fear, and some remorse. Happily, after today's battle, Lu Wei's combat skills had improved significantly. The entire library seemed to tremble as the last heavy blow fell. From the moment Suyu stepped into the library until he slowly walked out, only 2.5 minutes had passed, and most of the time was spent asking the crowd for things. Suyu was still quite satisfied with the harvest this time. Pouring 4,000 gold coins still smelled good. Suyu was once again immobile at this moment, redressing the two and disappearing into the depths of the library. Once they had left, the library returned to its usual silence. Suetsu walked along the road, but noticed the voices of several passers-by. Dude, what are you guys doing in Phase 3? There was an alpha walker there this morning. Haven't you heard? The Shiraishi family is recruiting for a crusade, so go in and receive a supply capsule. Supplies capsules? Then it's okay for me to go in and collect the capsules and just swing and paddle. Of course it's true. In fact, most people think so. Looks like it's already started. Killing people to get rid of goods. This essential plot in the novel. Suyu certainly will not miss it. Chapter 50 Awakening Talent, King of Gastronomy. Suyu brought Lu Wei and graciously followed the group, but within a few steps, he heard a hungry cry. Strange. I ate quite a bit this morning. Even though it's just about mealtime, I'm not that hungry. Am I? He mentally muttered. Immediately afterward, his stomach growled again. You don't think so? Suetsu looked at Lu Wei's personal panel. Love-E, no occupation. LV5. Undesirable condition, hunger, thirst, 80% drop in all attributes. Nice guy, except for a dozen points of strength. All other attributes had dropped to single digits. An 80% drop in all attributes is no joke. Unlike the way survivors acquire talents, zombies have the potential to acquire new talents after reaching a certain level of their own attributes, level, or even mindset. When Suyu opened Lu Wei's panel, he was surprised to find a new item added to her talent bar. Big gulp. With this talent, when feeling hungry or thirsty, full attributes drop by 80%. When in a state of fullness, full attributes increase by 20%. I was under the impression that walkers didn't need to sleep or get energy by eating. Whenever night falls, they are able to restore themselves and re-energize. Sure, some walkers have a penchant for cannibalism or cannibalism of their own kind, but it's not universal. Could it be because Lovey seems to have lost the zombie's ability to recover itself at night after being enslaved by Saboshi? In last night's battle with the Lin family, she hadn't shown the attribute bonuses common to zombies at night. From the moment he met Lovey, he sensed that she was different. It was imperative to find her something to eat. Which of the ones on this road? Men and women. Do you see? Tell me, Suyu said in a matter-of-fact tone, thinking that zombies should eat human flesh. However, to his surprise, Lu Wei's little head shook like a rattle. You don't eat people? Then go find a zombie. I haven't seen you squeal after killing so many in the past few days. Saboshi attempted to pull Lu Wei's thin arm in one hand, but found that she wouldn't budge. Lu Wei pointed to Suetoshi's bracelet with her little finger. Suyu revealed a surprised expression. Could it be that this little girl wants to eat human food? Suddenly, Suyu remembered what happened in the morning, that unfinished Cantonese morning tea. On her way out, Lu Wei even looked back, with an expression as if she was bidding farewell to this last delicious meal on earth. You haven't eaten all day, and you've been through 2 big battles. It's a wonder you're not hungry. Suyu smiled helplessly. Even if it was the Whitehead family, to kill the alpha-level zombie, it was not a moment. It could be taken care of. So it was that Lovey was taken inside a rough villa. Chinese people know that only when you have enough to eat will you have the strength to work. As far as the eye can see, there are at least hundreds of such unused vacant houses in the entire neighborhood. Before the end times came, each of these houses could be sold for nearly $10 million. However, the world is unpredictable. Some people are rich and some are poor. Fate is so tricky. Suetsu grabbed a handful of capsules from his bracelet at random, and Lu Wei's throat rolled involuntarily the moment she saw them. Do you want to taste this? Suyu looked at Lu Wei's reaction and couldn't help but smile, asking with an anti-smile on her face. Lu Wei was like a cute little penguin, eagerly nodding her head in an adorable manner. Adorable Suyu's face. However, Suyu's smile gradually tightened when he associated it with Lu Wei's birth. He stopped teasing her and opened the 6 capsules with a big wave of his hand. Then he pulled a white cloak from his pocket and gently laid it on the ground. Lovey didn't have much of an expression, but her movements were anything but subtle. She sat on the floor, her eyes glittering with excitement, as if she was expecting something. Lurvy's fingers were seen darting between the various dishes, feasting on them into that large mouth. Cheeks bulged with the chewing motion, as if he were a hamster enjoying a tasty treat. Whether it was the steaming stew, the tender and smooth fish fillet, or the full-flavored fried rice, they were all devoured in her gulps like running water. Suyu looked at her and couldn't help but feel the hunger in his belly. In the tense atmosphere of the doomsday, Suetsu developed the habit of eating less at lunch. He ate a couple bites hastily, then took a huge planner out of his bracelet. This plan was uncovered from the wall of the library. After the end of the world, Brother Ruffly led a group of minions and used the library as their stronghold. The library details the overall layout of the Star City residence neighborhood, where houses, roads, and fences are clearly labeled. Even certain key locations are specifically marked with a red pen. Among the many labels, one area was specifically circled, with the word danger written prominently in the center. It is the third phase of the Star City mansion. The markings, it seems, would all be the work of Brother Ruffly. However, at this moment, Lu Wei's pale little hand reached out in front of Suyu, obviously signaling that she was not yet full. Suyu looked up and realized that in just a few minutes, the 5 dishes and 1 soup on the table had been eaten cleanly. Even the bones of the roasted chicken were gnawed away. That's a lot more shocking than a big appetizer. That's for sure. With nothing else to do, he offered the big one roast suckling pig. 10 pounds of the big guy is enough for Lovey, right? Just as Lu Wei continued to enjoy her meal, Suyu suddenly caught the conversation between the two passers-by. Turning her head, Lovey burped. The small belly was slightly bulging, making you wonder where all that food had gone. Soon, however, Lu Wei returned to her previous state of a harmless, 3-dimensional girl. Suyu was surprised to find that this time, Lu Wei seemed to have not only regained her status, but also gained a new one. Satiated state. In the satiated state, all attributes are increased by 20%. It seemed that she would have to be fed before every major battle in the future. After confirming that no one was around, Suyu led Lu Wei out of the villa quietly. Suetsu noticed that someone was pushing carts piled high with human and zombie corpses. The bodies were apparently taken away to be burned, and the smoldering fires in the distance were the last proof of their presence in the world. By looking at the map, Suyu realized that the various areas were completely separated from each other by iron fences. Currently, the zombies within a period have been completely cleared by the Whiteheads. Most of the survivors had gathered here, including White Rock Manor, phases 2 through 6. On the other hand, are still unsafe areas with varying numbers of walkers scattered throughout. Phase 3 had gathered a large number of elite-level zombies, making it quite difficult to clean up. For this reason, the word danger was marked on the map as a warning. When the two arrived near the entrance to Phase 3, they found that they had long since completed their assembly and were clearing the walkers along the road. Suyu looked at the pot of baiting in his bracelet. Come alive. Chapter 51, The War God of Sakura Nation. Thus, Suyu put Lu Wei into the trial space and came alone to the bamboo forest at the corner of the fence. This bamboo forest was dense and perfectly concealed their movements, allowing them to avoid everyone's attention. Done. Suyu easily flipped over this iron fence. Just the moment he rolled over the iron fence, he felt the color of the sky seem to change and a breathtaking scent of blood hit him. The scene around them was shocking, with broken limbs and rotting flesh and white bones everywhere. Compared to the outside world, this place is more like a human purgatory. Even the originally white marble slate path was dyed a deep black by the blood of countless humans and zombies, making it sticky to step on with every step. Not far away, including the Whitehead family's heavenly soldiers, the total number of people was close to 200. But strangely enough, Suyu noticed that Shiraishi Ha was not in the group. If Shiraishi Ha wasn't leading the team, who could it be? Could it be him? Even though the crowd had prepared themselves mentally in advance, the sight before them was still frightening. A few turned pale and vomited on the spot. Under the leadership of the Whiteheads, the crowd's formation gradually got adjusted. They moved slowly towards the center area of Phase 3. However, Suyu knew in his heart that this huge team, although large in number, was only put together temporarily. To rely on them to hunt down the alpha-level zombies, 80% of them would have to use these ordinary people as a shield. Suyu quietly followed closely behind, and a shot of arrow with the pot of baiting the enemy was shot into the grass behind the crowd. The crowd turned back, only to find that dozens of zombies, including an elite zombie, had leapt out of the bushes, raging like a wild tide. Watch out! With a loud shout, the heavenly soldier reminded the crowd. The few sky soldiers following at the end were instantly swallowed up by the raging zombie horde and disappeared into the chaos. Others seek dependence and gather for self-preservation. Some people run around, but they don't want to attract more walkers. At the critical moment, a commander of the celestial soldiers decisively gave the order. Divide the battlefield and break it up individually. These temporary assemblies were not newbies, most of them had reached level 3 to 4. Although many were facing elite walkers for the first time and were a little nervous and uneasy at first, but with their experience and strength, they were also able to stabilize quickly. Soon, under the command of the heavenly soldier, the crowd quickly calmed down and, following the instructions, began to counterattack. Charge, for glory. In the face of absolute numerical superiority, these zombies were nothing more than the experience of the crowd. One thing leads to another. Suyu found another rather raw zombie, and with an arrow led it to one of the sky soldiers who was scurrying thin. At that moment, the celestial soldier came running from the distance in a panic, and he bounced around like a headless fly. His entire body was covered in blood and he had multiple wounds that touched his body. His left arm looked like it had been ripped off hard, and blood was splattered everywhere, making it unbearable to look at. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he had seen the most terrible thing in the world. Behind him, a purple zombie of huge size, ugly appearance and abnormal speed was chasing after him. Like a bolt of lightning, a foot stomped him, frantically tearing at his limbs. Blood and flesh were splattered and the breath of life was lost in an instant. Thundering zombies. Rank, 7, Elite, Base Attributes, Strength, 40, Mental, 10, Physical, 10, Agility, 60. This is an elite level Thunderwalker, someone in the crowd exclaimed out, their voice filled with helpless despair. This Thundering Walker was supposedly a fitness blogger in life. Even though its mental and physical qualities weren't outstanding, its strength was amazing and its speed was even faster. Becomes the most intimidating zombie in all 3 issues. With a broken battlefield. Slain. This slain one is actually a level 5 heavenly soldier. Everyone present was shocked that a 5th level heavenly soldier had lost his life so easily. The Thundering Walkers were wildly excited at the sight of the crowd. It dropped the body at its feet, met eyes with the one in the crowd who was speaking, and then lunged at him. That mountainous aura, like a speeding locomotive, was faster than imaginable. It was as if this zombie had entered a no man's land, crazily slaughtering the people around it. With every charge, several people fell, and the battle took on a one-sided appearance. The situation was instantly thrown into chaos, and not even a single chance of resistance appeared. Desperation spread through the survivors as their cries rose. Just as they were getting closer to the stronghold, a cold wind suddenly blew through. The air was heavy with the smell of blood and terror. As for Suetsu, he found a townhouse as a hiding place. It had an open view, and through the windows they could clearly observe what was going on outside. The rightful owner hadn't even appeared yet, so Suyu wasn't going to make a move for the time being. God, save me. Mom, I want to go home, taking care of my 7th uncle. However, at this moment, a short silhouette came speeding from the distance, with his athletic figure and elegant movements. In just a split second, his sword accurately severed the hamstring of the thundering Deathstalker. The Thundering Walker intends to flee, but the man is in hot pursuit. After only less than 2 minutes, he managed to decimate this Thundering Walker. For a moment, applause and cheers rang out, applauding his bravery. Who is this big guy with full body gear, so powerful? Don't you know? He's the strongest warrior in the Star City Mansion. Hyuga. Mr. Yamamoto? I've only heard of him, but I've never met him. We're really lucky this time. It's led by Mr. Yamamoto, and I hear they've never failed yet. Really? I don't believe it. The man turned back to the crowd and stared at them, his voice immediately fading. Unperturbed, he pulled a brand new pair of rubber gloves from his bracelet. Then, he crouched down and rummaged underneath the thundering Deathstalker, who had fallen in a pool of blood, and finally found a ring. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the ring did not suit him, and without a word he tossed it to the attendant next to him. He then turned away without a second thought, his figure dashing. It's really you, Yamamoto-senpai. Suyu's eyes stared at the man, his eyes instantly cold. This was Suetsu's #1 enemy besides Bexiako. Mr. Yamamoto suddenly became alert. Goosebumps exploded all over his body. At this moment, it was as if he smelled death, but the feeling lasted less than a fraction of a second before it disappeared cleanly. It should be an illusion. Mr. Yamamoto looked in Suetsu's direction and muttered to himself. Luckily I reacted quickly. Suyu hid all his breath and let out a long sigh of relief. I can't imagine that just a single glance made him feel his killing intent. However, Suyu was somewhat excited. Returning from rebirth, he had yet to have a decent fight with an ordinary human. In his previous life, Suetsu had faced off with Yamamoto-senpai twice, winning one and losing the other. As long as Mr. Yamamoto is dead, Shiraishi Hiroshi has one less arm. This time, Mr. Yamamoto, you're going to die. Chapter 52, Yamamoto. I'll day your ancestors. After a minor hiccup, the crowd's destination was finally reached. They saw that by sure house heavenly soldiers had gathered at this place, and the group of nearly 100 people entered and retreated in a well-organized and orderly manner. The enemy, on the other hand, was a zombie that was up to 10 meters tall, holding a huge iron anchor and covered in armor. Armored giant zombie leader. Rank, 8, chiefly. Basic attributes, strength, 50. Spirit, 10. Physique, 80. Agility, 10. Talent, Pseudo-Giant's body, possesses a huge body whose unbelievably hard armor covers its entire body, rendering normal weapons invulnerable to it. The armored part reduces damage by 90%. Parts of the body such as joints that are not covered in armor for ease of movement increase damage by 100%. Special talent, cannot be looted. Pseudo-Shocking, any attack on an enemy has a 50% chance to put their movement into a pause while triggering a stun effect once it hits. Skill, Blazing Steam, the body constantly releases extremely hot steam. And the pressure of the water inside its body is so great that the temperature of the water even reaches a critical level. Inflicts ranged damage on approaching enemies. Clear the channel, lock onto a target and slam a ship's anchor, pulling the enemy back and stunning them if they hit, or pulling yourself to the anchor if you hit terrain. Destruction, the strongest move. Using the anchor in your hand to slam into the ground. Spikes shoot upwards from the ground, dealing damage to all enemy units around you and causing them to fall into a stun state. This zombie, it's not easy to deal with. Suyu was well aware that it not only excelled in attack and defense, but also had an extremely high vitality. However, it is its lesser agility that makes it a weakness in confrontation. Once cornered, it can even shed some of its armor in exchange for faster movement speed, which in turn improves its chances of survival. Therefore, in order to successfully defeat this zombie, you must fully utilize its weaknesses and adopt effective strategies and techniques. Prior to the switch, most survivors tended to opt for close quarters combat. However, they couldn't even get close in the face of the blazing steam. Therefore, Suyu's bow and arrow was the best means of attack. However, an alpha walker of the same level does not possess such attributes. Nonetheless, for Suyu, its basic attributes were no longer enough to be feared. Even without Lu Wei's help, he was confident that he could defeat it alone. Of course, it wasn't because the alpha-level bosses were too weak. After all, since his rebirth, Suyu's performance had always been as if he was open. Where would these people be opponents? Soldier Chief, all piglets have been assembled. 170 should be here. 110 are here. A sky soldier reported in a low voice. It seems that 60 men have already lost their lives during the march just now. But with the addition of the heavenly soldiers, it was a full 100-man regiment, bringing the total number to 200. Bunch of sickos, unperturbed. Mr. Yamamoto gestured. Several celestial soldiers then carried a bucket of porridge and a box of steamed buns and placed them in front of the crowd. It had actually been poisoned, and Yamamoto hadn't intended to let these people go back alive from the start. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and then a commotion began to spread through the crowd. It's as if a landmine went off in a public toilet, stirring up public outrage, feces. I want to protest. It's not like it was promised, is it? Didn't you say there were supply capsules? How come there's only porridge and steamed bread? We've lost dozens of people. So when I get out, I'll expose you, you bunch of cheating. However, before the words left his mouth, Mr. Yamamoto waved his hand, and the bowmen around him sprang into action. Several arrows sliced through the air and accurately shot at the ones who had screamed the loudest just now. The anger in the crowd instantly solidified and became silent. Still making noise? Are you guys trying to lure all the zombies from phase 3 here? The archer angrily lowered the weapon in his hand and swept his gaze sternly over the crowd. When you enter combat, you will automatically be given a mission. Whoever participates in the kill will receive a gift bag of guaranteed supply capsules. Any questions? The reason why you have been equipped with some basic food is also to ensure that you have enough stamina in battle to avoid having your performance affected by hunger. If there are any who are unwilling to continue, they can leave on their own now. Once the battle starts, those who dare to retreat will be killed without pardon. Soldier Master, do you think anything else needs to be added? The bowman inquired respectfully. 2 minutes, eat up and be on your way. Mr. Yamamoto said lightly. At this moment, someone took the lead and silently picked up the buns. The others saw this and followed. After the battle was fought, Suetsu finally understood. Yamamoto Senjin's 100-man regiment only needed to sacrifice a maximum of 20 people to successfully kill this armored giant. The reason why he pulls so many people in is because he has nothing but cleanliness as a trait. Another characteristic is that he loves his soldiers as his sons and regards his subordinates with great importance. The sacrifice of just 2 of his subordinates in the first challenge left him heartbroken. So, he decided to let the outsider charge forward and take the damage, thus finding a chance to kill the armored giant. If you're not ruthless enough, how can you be worthy of a picturesque river and mountains? But how could Suyu let the enemy succeed so easily? The armored giant's eyes gleamed with uncontrollable excitement at the sight of the mass of survivors. It approached at a heavy pace, and suddenly, with its iron anchor extended, it hurled itself at the crowd. The iron anchor dug hard into the ground, and the celestial soldiers retreated quickly as if by reflex. While the others were caught completely off guard, the armored giant took the opportunity to close the distance violently, destroy the sky and the earth. From the center of the soles of the armored giant's feet, a cluster of sharp thorns violently arose, spreading wildly in all directions at an astonishing speed. This was its most powerful killing move, and once it was unleashed, it unleashed endless killing intent in an instant. Everyone within its 20-meter sphere of influence felt a chill in their lower bodies. A spike, like a ghost, sped out from his heel, pointing straight at the ceiling, and in an instant, he was out of breath. Counterattack! A sharp shout cut through the tense atmosphere, snapping the crowd out of their fear. Immediately after that, following the celestial soldiers in unison, they launched an onslaught of attacks on the armored giant. At that moment, however, the armored giant curled up, cleverly concealing its weakness. The crowd fought to swing their weapons at its armor, but all they could hear was a metallic reverberation. The attack reduces the damage by 90%, but that's like scratching an itch for it. Zzzzzzzzz. Two streams of white steam erupted from the armored giant's nostrils, and then its body began to turn visibly red. Then the whole thing turned red to the naked eye. Within a 5-meter radius, the surrounding area is enveloped by a thick layer of white water vapor, like being in a mist. A few people nearby were instantly cooked by the heat. Those who were a little farther away had horrible blisters appearing directly on their bare skin and were rolling on the ground in agony. Under the constant pull, the people who had been temporarily recruited had been killed or wounded, and with the armored giant's dying blood, it could be killed in up to 3 rounds. The situation had now been completely taken over by the Shiraishi family's heavenly soldiers. Right at that moment, the crowd only felt a shaking of the ground. Just a level 3 man, running from the distance. It doesn't look like a good person. Yamamoto, I day your ancestors, Suyu shouted. Chapter 53, Hand-Tearing Ghosts. I could see that Mr. Yamamoto's face was flushed red, as he had taken great pains to inherit the name Mr. Yamamoto from his grandfather. According to the customs of the Sakura country, women usually change their husband's surname after marriage to emphasize the traditional concept of male superiority over female, and Yamamoto-senpai's mother was no exception. However, Yamamoto's ancestor was deeply influenced by the samurai way of life and military thinking from an early age, and he always aspired to carry on his mother's family name of Yamamoto. This is because the Yamamoto family had an ancestor who was treated to a state funeral and enshrined in a sacred toilet. After nearly 2 decades of hard work, Mr. Yamamoto was finally recognized by his maternal grandfather. He not only changed his last name to Yamamoto but also changed his first name to Sionin as a way to honor and remember his ancestor. However, Suyu accidentally touched the bottom line of Yamamoto's ancestor, causing him to burst into a rage. The man in front of you is Zuckerberg, who runs the company. Not dead, Facebook. Baka Yalu. Hit me. In his anger, Mr. Yamamoto actually even popped out his hometown dialect. For a moment, all the celestial soldiers changed their target of attack and aimed their cannons at Suyu, although most of the long-range fire failed to hit accurately due to the distance. Just as the crowd was reloading, a scene that took them by surprise appeared. Behind Suyu, there was a black mass of zombies. Alarmingly, the leaders were a couple of the elite walkers that were infamous in Phase 3. At a rough estimate, there were surprisingly more than 40 in total. Once such a large number of zombies rushed into the crowd, the consequences would be unimaginable. They looked at each other in disbelief and turned their attention back to Mr. Yamamoto. It's like head meets intestinal dysfunction. Do we get on or not? Time waited for no one. Suyu suddenly made a sharp turn and ducked into a house. With this action, he managed to draw the zombies, who were in hot pursuit, towards the crowd. In the next moment, the zombies and the crowd intertwined in a chaotic melee. You guys hold steady. I'll take care of that rampaging Chinese. Mr. Yamamoto decisively gave the order. Yamamoto was full of confidence, and he thought that whoever his opponent was would be decimated by him within a minute. Otherwise, what face would he have to face the ancestors of the Yamamoto family? His eyes flashed with a stern killing intent as he gripped a katana glowing blue and rushed towards the house where Suyu had disappeared. Mr. Yamamoto, LV6, no occupation, SS-level talent, Dance of Death. Being the same level 6 as Suetoshi is not simple. It was important to realize that Suyu had relied on openings and multiple opportunities along the way to reach this rank. For the others, the fact that they could reach level 6 already proved that their strength should not be underestimated. Of course, none of this could be done without the SS rank talent he possessed. The Dance of Death was one of the talents that Suyu wanted to plunder the most. The power of this talent is that all attacks will ignore defenses and shields and deal real damage directly. However, wouldn't the fun of revenge be greatly diminished if one chose to plunder his gift in the first place? With Suyu's character, he preferred to double torture his opponent both physically and mentally in order to get rid of his heart's hatred. The moment he entered the range, Suyu, who was hiding in the dark, decisively struck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He quickly shot 3 arrows, coming from 3 directions. skillfully forcing a halt to Yamamoto-senpai's pace. However, due to strict self-discipline at an early age, Mr. Yamamoto's stance was different. Despite being prepared, dodging these 3 arrows still made him look a bit frazzled, especially the last arrow, which almost grazed his leg. What a fast arrow! Yamamoto marveled in his mind. This rate of fire was unmatched in the entire Whitehead family. No wonder this person dared to be so arrogant. But the stronger the opponent, the more excited Yamamoto gets. It had been a long time since he had encountered a decent opponent before and after the end times came. Countless challengers were not spared and lost to his katana. Originally I thought it was just a small person who would only talk big, but I never imagined that I still had a few skills. You are qualified to be my opponent. Report your name. I, Mr. Yamamoto. Do not kill the nameless little boy. So you walked out with a Chinese war bow in hand and said in a calm tone. Yamamoto's ancestors' brow furrowed as the name carried the suppression of his bloodline. It was deeply seared into the hearts of the people of Sakura Nation and became their eternal pain. But in the eyes of Yamamoto's predecessor, the tall man with the thick eyebrows was truly called by that name. Little boy. LV3, no occupation. It's hard to tell if this man, on purpose, or by accident. However, his equipment was not inferior to his own, and this battle should never be taken lightly. So you launched another attack after finishing building up his strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 arrows in a row. Holy, if the first and second arrows could seal my alignment, the probability of the third arrow hitting would increase by at least 50%. Unfortunately, with me, no matter what tricks you use, the result is 0. After last time's experience, Senor Yamamoto avoids it easily this time. In his daily life, Mr. Yamamoto was a man of few words. In battle, however, he likes to provoke his opponents and let loose with ridicule. It was a habit he grew into after changing his name. It was also a form of confidence that he had as a martial artist, as a master. However, in Suyu's eyes, this though is self-confidence, but also is shackles, but also a symbol of his pedantry. In a duel between masters, victory or defeat is often between a hair's breadth and a hair's breadth. After stabilizing his body, Yamamoto Seinen confidently saw through Suetsu's trick. This kid must be using some kind of mysterious skill to be able to shoot 3 arrows in a row so quickly. If the man in front of me is limited to that, then this contest is destined to be my victory. Senator Yamamoto's pace was light, as if he was dancing with each step, confident that he could dodge any attack. Whoosh! Arrow of discipline. A purple-red crystal arrow pierced straight through his chest. The speed was so fast that he had nowhere to hide. Based on the color of the arrow alone, Yamamoto-senpai could accurately judge. The immense power contained therein was by no means idle. The moment the arrow was about to hit, Yamamoto Senjin flashed his feet deftly and instantly fled nearly 10 meters. It could be seen from his rapidly retreating figure that this strike had caused him some scorn. Ha ha ha, despicable Chinese, your arrows are fast, but the accuracy is still poor. Mr. Yamamoto gasps, and despite his woes, taunts Suetsu, but it's just a wongbang out of his shell, self-exculpation. Before the words left his mouth, a mournful wail suddenly came from behind him. 6 of his subordinates were found to have fallen to the ground with arrows, groaning in pain. The mutated zombies that were still being passively beaten had launched a fierce counterattack at this moment. While a squad was preparing to come forward to rescue them, they were skillfully utilized by Suyu, who ran them right through like sugar gourds on a skewer. The next second, the mutant zombies showed amazing fighting strength, directly staged a wave of staggering hand-tear ghosts. Sorry, the shot was off. Suyu's mouth said words of apology, but a hint of teasing and a beaten expression appeared on his face. Chapter 54, The Madness of Mr. Yamamoto. Mr. Yamamoto. His face was blue. He then realized that the man in front of him, since the beginning, seemed to have been aiming at something other than himself. You know, with the strength of these subordinates, each of these subordinates was a unique expert. But even so, Yamamoto-senpai still couldn't deny a frightening fact. That man was able to easily take the lives of 11 of his subordinates in just 10 seconds. Himself, on the other hand, hadn't even touched the corner of his coat. You shameless Chinese, to actually play the trick of sounding out the east and striking the west. At this moment, Mr. Yamamoto shouted angrily. Current collapse, 30%. Weakness, 0%. He activated his acceleration skill and sprinted at full speed in Suyu's direction. As long as he could get close enough without any problems, Yamamoto-senpai was convinced that he had 100 ways to put him to death. With the addition of numerous equipment, Suyu's attributes had fully surpassed Yamamoto's ancestors. If Suetsu was willing, I'm afraid that Yamamoto's ancestor wouldn't even be able to reach his taillights. That was why Suyu completely ignored Yamamoto's first person's relentless pursuit and led him through the edge of the battlefield, humming a familiar ditty under his breath. The war bow in his hand flexed and reaped the lives of the celestial soldiers. We are all sharpshooters, destroying an enemy with every bullet. Take a bow and shoot an arrow to the head, hitch an arrow to the string. One more time. All the movements were like flowing water, all in one go, without the slightest pause or hesitation. 1, 2, 3. At this moment, even counting the time spent aiming, Suyu was within 2.5 minutes. Shot more than 40 celestial soldiers and more than 10 mutated zombies. However, this was not Suyu's limit. A speed of 0.5 seconds per arrow was the limit of the Huaxia war bow. It can't keep up with Suetsu anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that some of the mutated zombies had thick skin, he could have been a bit faster. Looks like it's time to get a new weapon while you can. Suyu even finally regulated the ratio of heavenly soldiers to mutated zombies. Not so much that one side is outnumbered and the battle gets out of hand. Soldier chief, we've suffered heavy losses. The bowman's subordinate, with an arrow stuck in his shoulder, came to Yamamoto-senpai in horror to report, gazing at the corpses of celestial soldiers littering the ground. Mr. Yamamoto inquired anxiously, how many have died? Soldier captain. The bowman's voice trembled slightly. The captain of Team 1, who was responsible for holding back the armored giant, was unfortunately killed by an arrow. To ensure that the mission continues, the second team has taken over. But several brothers were not spared during the handover. The situation of the third team on the periphery is the most tragic. Hearing this, Mr. Yamamoto's face turned blue and he interrupted the bowman. Stop talking, tell me exactly how many people died. The bowman replied with a shaky voice. Soldier commander, there were a total of 103 sky soldiers before the start of the war. And now, including you and I, there are 44 more. But 8 of the brothers are seriously injured and can no longer fight. Whoosh! The arrow of punishment broke through the air. With one arrow, Suyu pierced through the heart in front of Yamamoto's ancestor and blew up the bowman, who had lost his ability to fight, along with several others behind him. They were shot and killed, finally putting the number of survivors at 39. The number 4 is not very auspicious in China, so I'll change it for you. Baka Yalu, you despicable Chinese. You don't speak of martial virtues, completely ignoring the spirit of Bushido. How can you strike at the injured? Yamamoto Senjin roared angrily, his eyes burning with rage. Then, he took out a bottle of bubbling green potion from his bracelet and drank it without hesitation. Shameless Chinese, you must pay for your behavior. Current collapse, 60%. Weakness, 0%. Berserk potion, fine grade consumable. For 60 seconds it boosts your movement speed and attack speed by 30. While increasing your attack and defense by 30%. At the end of the time it enters a weakened state with a 90% drop in all attributes for 1 hour. A potion of the same type can only take effect once. It was his last card, the loot he had opened from the refined treasure chest not long ago. After swallowing the potion, Yamamoto-senpai instantly felt a surge of power filling his entire body, as if it was about to overflow. He had accurately calculated that once he took this potion, his movement speed would surpass Suyu's. As long as he could get close, he had countless ways to put Suyu to death. Mr. Yamamoto's eyes glittered with the excitement of a hunter as he once again examined the man before him, the one who had struck fear into him. The fear triggered by Suyu instead ignited his fighting spirit even more. He activated his acceleration skill, and at this moment, his body moved like a phantom. If he was given a pair of wings, I'm afraid he would take off on the spot. While Mr. Yamamoto rushed at him in a hurry, Suyu stood still and calmly observed his movements. This is the Berserk potion. Sinister Chinese. Dead. Mr. Yamamoto's tone was low and full of threats. In 60 seconds, you're dead. Even Yamamoto-senpai's men became exuberant due to the tone of the military chief. It had been a long time since they had seen the soldier commander look so serious and so excited. Death marker. A dark red triangular symbol suddenly appeared above Yamamoto's head. This mark will last for 10 minutes, giving Suetsu a bonus to his movement speed and attack speed. Just when Yamamoto Seinen thought he could catch up with Suetsu, he suddenly realized that he was worlds away from Suetsu's speed. In the next second, Yamamoto-senpai was in despair. He watched as Suyu struck out with astonishing speed, but he himself could only follow far behind, powerlessly eating dust. Don't run, rascal Chinese. Let's fight head-on, Mr. Yamamoto roared. Yet Suyu did not give a damn about it. Honestly, how does Yamamoto now have the demeanor of the strongest warrior? At that moment, Yamamoto-senpai's subordinates around him fell to the ground, and they were as powerless as chickens to be slaughtered. Suetsu thoughtfully shot through their lungs, causing them to scream in agony as they died. That scream of desperation in a state of oxygen deprivation is creepy. Each scream was like a sharp knife that pierced deep into the heart of Yamamoto's ancestors. Time seemed to stand still and 1 minute seemed like an eternity. Current breakdown, 90%. Weakness, 99%. Mr. Yamamoto fell to his knees as helplessly as a fallen leaf, his dozen or so loyal subordinates shielding him tightly behind him, all around the battlefield. Besides them, only the lingering breath of the armored giant remained. Doubt and fear showed in Mr. Yamamoto's eyes as he whispered, "Who the hell are you?" His thoughts went back to the Sakura country, which was dominated by the fear of the little boy more than 100 years ago. He knew deep down that with the current strength of these people, along with the dying armored giant, it would be difficult to fight against Suyu. Once the armored giant died, it was equivalent to working for Suyu for nothing, so an almost crazy idea came to mind. "Come and fight, soldier chief," Suetsu provoked. Mr. Yamamoto slowly raised his head, deep despair in his eyes. Suddenly, as if he had lost his mind, he shouted frantically to his men, "All of you, Jade!" Undaunted, like moths fighting a flame, the crowd flanked Yamamoto-senpai and rushed righteously towards the already faltering armored giant. Suyu's eyes and hands were quick, and with a few arrows, he killed the celestial soldiers who were assisting the Yamamoto ancestors. The rest of the ministry hugged the armored giant tightly, and were engulfed in steam in an instant. Seeing that the armored giant had only one breath left, its body changed abruptly. Chapter 55, Looting SS Grade Talent, Dance of Death. In an instant, a large amount of steam surged around the armored giant, filling the surroundings. These high-temperature water vapors quickly liquefied, forming a white mist that enveloped a 100-meter radius. The armored giant's form changed significantly. Those wounds from the battle were healing rapidly, as if time was flowing backwards through it. It had also increased its height by nearly a meter, exuding a stern and powerful aura that inspired awe. Then, a light blue boundary suddenly appeared, enveloping the crowd. Ding! The armored giant has reached its maximum number of kills and has successfully advanced to a Lord-class boss. At the current stage, the Lord-class bosses are too powerful, so please proceed with caution for all survivors. The boundary automatically disappears after the novice protection period is over. To ensure your safety, we strongly recommend survivors wait for the end of the novice protection period before engaging in combat with a Lord-level boss. Mr. Yamamoto originally just wanted to avoid dying at the hands of Suetsu and let him pick up the slack. Unexpectedly by mistake, the armored giant was able to successfully advance after killing the last few heavenly soldiers. After seeing the boss evolve, Yamamoto-senpai's crash value, which was at the bottom of the barrel, actually recovered to 50%. Armored Giant King Zombie Lord. Rank, 9, Lord. Basic attributes, Strength, 80. Spirit, 10. Physical, 100. Agility, 10. Talent, True Giant's Body, possesses a huge body whose incredibly hard armor covers its entire body, rendering ordinary weapons helpless against it. The armored part reduces damage by 99%. Parts of the body such as joints that are not covered with armor for ease of movement increase damage by 100%. Special talent, cannot be looted. True shocking heaven and earth, any attack on the enemy once it hits, 100% puts their movement into a pause while triggering a stun effect. Skill, Blazing Steam, passive skill that wraps your body within high pressure steam, dealing ranged damage to approaching enemies. Clear the channel, lock onto a target and slam a ship's anchor, pulling the enemy back and stunning them if they hit, or pulling yourself to the anchor if you hit terrain. Destruction, the strongest move, using the anchor in your hand to slam into the ground. Spikes shoot upwards from the ground, dealing damage to all enemy units around you and causing them to fall into a stun state. In his weakened state, Mr. Yamamoto collapsed to the ground, but his smile was wide. He immediately checked the information about the armored Giant King. While the skills were not significantly enhanced, the talent, True Giant's Body, received an epic boost. The main attributes were also boosted once again, with strength as high as 80 and body mass reaching 100. With this kind of high offense and high defense attribute, I'm afraid that it's only his SS grade, Dance of Death, talent, being able to take advantage of defenses and shields while ignoring them. Even if the man in front of him was powerful, there was absolutely no way he could be a match for the armored Giant King. Since he couldn't defeat this man by himself, let this boss finish him off. Ha ha ha, weak Chinese. There's no way you can win it. Like a shell-less Wangbang, Yamamoto-senpai stiffly braced himself and laughed with an incomparably evil smile. Oh, is that so? Suyu said blandly. Death marker. A dark red mark suddenly appeared above the armored Giant King's head. Speed is key in order to kill it. The armored Giant King, who had just completed his evolution, immediately sensed Suyu's hostility. The armored Giant King approached as if it were a runaway wild horse dragging a huge anchor with an aggressive air. But at 10 points of agility, it does slow down a bit and just thunders. The giant was more than 4 meters tall, and with every step he took, the ground would sink into a pit. And the anchor, which cut a deep furrow in the ground. In the previous battle, Suyu had carefully observed the armored Giant King's skills. With his experience, with a little observation, he could accurately grasp the release distance and attack range of each skill. Suetsu's movement was flexible as hell, making Yamamoto-senpai on the sidelines look dumbfounded. Several times he saw the armored giant king, his body trembling slightly, which was a precursor to releasing a skill. Each time, however, it was stiffly contained. The precise calculations required for this are unbelievable. The armored giant king finally couldn't hold back any longer and violently threw his hook and rope behind Tsuyu. The huge mountain-like body lunged towards Tsuyu and immediately opened the destruction skill after landing. But Suetsu was prepared. However, the armored giant king was shocked to find that Tsuyu walked out just before the destructive barbs appeared. So fast. The destructive range was so great that even his own speed could not escape. However, the man in front of him did. It seemed that he hadn't gone all out in that fight against himself. But so what? Yamamoto Seinen didn't believe that the man in front of him would be able to break through the armored giant king's defense. As expected, Tsuyu attempted to shoot 2 arrows, each one aimed at the armored giant king's eyes. But at that moment of imminent hit, the armored giant king blinked softly. That blinking eyelid was like an impenetrable steel plate, blocking Tsuyu's arrow hard. With Tsuyu's attack power, it was surprising that he could only make that eyelid slightly red. The damage reduction effect of up to 99% clearly rendered all unusual means of attack powerless. Ha ha ha, poor Chinese. I'm afraid you can't even break its defense, right? Oops, my SS rank talent, Dance of Death, is able to ignore defense. Why don't I lend it to you? Come get it yourself if you want it. Knowing that his life was coming to an end, Mr. Yamamoto spared no effort in using all sorts of words to satirize and sarcasm Suetoshi in an attempt to find a hint of pleasure in the last moments of his life. 99% weak, 1% short. I'm afraid, on his jabbering mouth. I'm afraid I'll be cremated and my mouth will still be hard. In his perception, how could such a thing as plundering talent be possible? Oh, great! The corners of Tsuyu's mouth rose, revealing a wry smile. As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately unleashed the hand of plunder. Originally, Tsuyu intended to rely on his strength to defeat the armored giant king, but the Yamamoto ancestor volunteered to come and stop him. No more pretending. Showdown. Take it sooner or later anyway. Since you volunteered me to take it, how can I not? Ding. You used looting hand on the survivor, Yamamoto Siren. Sire Yamamoto's current collapse level, 50%. Weakness level, 99%. Talent looting successful. Remaining count, 0. Ding. You have acquired the SS rank talent, Dance of Death. Talent, Dance of Death, SS rank. Talent level, SS. Thoughtless slash, all of your attacks will deal true damage, ignoring all armor and shields. Yamamoto-senpai only felt that his body had been completely emptied, as if something immensely precious had left him forever. He checked the attribute panel and his eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Has one's talent literally turned into a butterfly and flown away? It's really a prophecy. How is this possible? Mr. Yamamoto cried out in pain as a mouthful of old blood gushed out. Chapter 56, Looting S-rank talents. True, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth. Tsuyu has not yet freed his hands to torture Yamamoto ancestors. After all, good things come in small packages. So he casually shot 4 arrows, precisely nailed the limbs of Yamamoto's ancestors so that they could not move so as not to spoil their good work. Tsuyu guessed correctly. Even when enduring such intense pain, Yamamoto Seinen was able to tough it out. He was drenched in sweat as if he had just stepped out of a sauna. It was truly worthy of being an SS-ranked talent, and this looting had consumed half of the energy value. If it wasn't for the fact that one's spiritual attribute wasn't low, I'm afraid it would be difficult to withstand this kind of consumption. Tsuyu quickly took out a bottle of energy potion and swallowed it in one gulp, putting the energy value back up a little bit. Whoosh, whoosh. Opening his bow again, Tsuyu aimed at the armored giant king's eyes and shot decisively. However, the armored giant king seemed unimpressed, and a clear disdain showed in his eyes. There were also 2 puffs of steam coming out of his nostrils, obviously not taking Tsuyu's attack into consideration. The same move could not be used twice against an armored giant king. Your own body is indestructible, but it can withstand 99% of the damage. How can you do substantial damage to yourself when you can't even pierce an eyelid? Facing the flying arrows, the armored giant king closed his eyes once again and tried to block the arrows in the same way. But this time, the arrow pierced the eyelid and plunged deep into the eye. Then, under the high temperature and pressure, the arrow was popped right out. Immediately, the armored giant king's eyes bled and his vision became blurry. The armored giant king let out an earth-shattering roar. Damn it! No matter what the approach, it simply couldn't touch this cunning monkey. And he played a trick and broke his defense? The armored giant king could not accept this fact in his heart. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. However, Tsuyu's attack did not stop because of this. He kept on attacking on the principle of early use, early CD, punishing arrow, holy arrow slaughter. All the skills were poured onto the armored giant king, despite having the two perverted talents of double strike and dance of death. However, the armored giant king's 100 points of physique not only gave it superb defense, it also meant that it had an extraordinarily long lifespan. The armored giant king, like the ships in Zhuge Liang's straw boat when he borrowed arrows, was covered in dense arrows and looked incomparably wretched. Despite its insensitivity to pain, it was deeply ashamed to be injured by a tiny insectoid. Looking around the entire blue planet, as a zombie that had evolved to the Lord level, it ranked 10th in terms of time. Which one of our predecessors was not a formidable figure? Survivors have avoided it. It, on the other hand, had become the only Lord-class walker to be in such a sorry state. When a zombie's grade reaches the Lord level, they have already possessed a considerable amount of intelligence. I thought I could honor myself with a handful of wins after the progression. It seemed that a skill unique to Lord-class walkers had to be performed. At the moment, it slapped the anchor in its hand and felt the earth tremble. Unlike alpha walkers, Lord walkers do not need to control other walkers through enslavement. Lord-class zombies were able to exert an intimidating pressure on the nearby zombies in their territories with their mere presence. If the Lord gives an order, which zombie in the territory dares not to follow it? This is suppression originating from the bloodline. At that moment, Mr. Yamamoto slowed down, but was surprised to find a large group of zombies approaching the interior through the boundary. Many of them were difficult opponents he had encountered before, including several of the trickiest in Phase 3. 1 alpha zombie, 16 mutated zombies, 35 normal zombies. I didn't realize that basketball zombie had evolved to the alpha level. Pathetic Chinese. Even if you take away my dance of death, what can you do? I'd like to see how you can deal with so many zombies by yourself. While reporting on the battle, Mr. Yamamoto did not forget to sneer at Tsuyu, looking very pleased with himself. Perhaps it's another chance to be able to witness Suetsu's death, and the crash level is back to 70%. At this moment, Tsuyu chose to stand still and shoot arrows with his bow, giving those zombies that had just entered the boundary a surprise. Although the effect was remarkable, in the eyes of Yamamoto's ancestors, it was nothing more than Suetsu's dying struggle before his death. Ha ha ha, stupid as hell Chinese. Standing still. How many walkers can you shoot in a short period of time? The zombies have surrounded you. Let's see where else you can run. You're dead this time. Even the armored giant king, who was resting and drawing his arrows a little to the side, watched Tsuyu with interest. Was the calm and collected look on the other man's face a sign of confidence? Or was it really a fool's errand? Just at the moment when the group of zombies was about to surround Tsuyu, if it was yesterday, Tsuyu would have died. But then it was then, and now it is now. Lu Wei, Suetsu shouted. At that moment, a girl with 2 hammers in her hands suddenly appeared behind him. Majestic. Deterrent strikes. Tsuyu nimbly lowered his head just in time to miss the fatal blow from the alpha-level basketball zombie, only to see the pair of crow hammers slam heavily into the walker's face, sending it hard to the ground. With the basketball zombie's head as the center, a deep crater appeared in the ground. The few zombies in the surrounding area were also knocked out like kites with broken strings due to the impact. Be gentle. Leave a breath. Tsuyu looked at the zombies that had lost their lives instantly and said with some regret, these were valuable experience values. Lu Wei, however, remained on her own, her hands having long been itching to stand by after being ordered to do so by Suetsu earlier. Lu Wei, if you kill another one, there will be one less dish for the evening. Tsuyu gave Lu Wei a jolt. One less dish? That's not good. Nikki's head bobbed to Granny Bridge. She struck out carefully, no longer as casually as before. Mr. Yamamoto cried and gulped, as if he had a lump in his throat, but he couldn't even say a word. He didn't understand that the man in front of him had such a powerful aid, to be able to go head-to-head against a basketball walker with a strength of 70 points. Just how powerful was this girl? The presence of a master is frightening enough. If this girl had joined the fray in the battle just now, would they have any hope of victory? The armored giant king was similarly confused. It didn't understand why an elite-level walker in its own territory, instead of succumbing to himself, he helps humans against his own men? Looking at his dwindling number of subordinates, the armored giant king let out a low growl. Immediately after that, it suddenly released a powerful force and rushed towards Tsuyu at an astonishing speed. In order to increase his agility, the armored giant king decisively removed the armor on his body, and his agility attribute reached a staggering 80 points. Nowadays, its speed is no longer inferior to Suetsu's. The armored giant king did not want to be left alone when he had just become a lord. The other zombies seemed to be inspired by the momentum and began to launch counterattacks. However, in the face of this sudden change, Tsuyu appeared calm and unruffled. He raised his hand and shot the alpha-level basketball walker that was stepping on the bottom of his foot. Ding. Successfully kill Ikuan Invincible Zombie Leader LV8. Gain experience *800. Gold *80. Ding. Leveled up to level 7. Gained 5 free attribute points. Ding. Talented looting hands. Number of times remaining, 1. The armored giant kings collapsed and weakened enough a long time ago to just loot it. Waiting for this moment. Ding. You used Hand of Plunder on the armored giant king Zombie Lord. Current collapse, 50%. Weakness, 80%. Current looting success rate, 130%. Talent looting success. Due to True Giant's body being a special talent, it cannot be looted. Second talent looted successfully. Remaining times, 0. Ding. You have obtained the S-rank talent. True, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth. Chapter 57, Chrysanthemums Broken. Wounds on the ground. Ever since Tsuyu took away Ancestor Yamamoto's Dance of Death talent, his attack power had been astonishingly increased. If Tsuyu wanted to lay his hands on him, I'm afraid that the armored giant king would have died a long time ago. However, the reason why Tsuyu left it alive was because he saw the armored giant king's second talent. This talent was called True Shocking Heaven and Earth, which simply opened the door to a new world for Tsuyu. The talents possessed by zombies are literally a whole new realm compared to those of humans. The stun talent that humans can awaken has a maximum of only a 35% chance of causing a stun. Ding! You have obtained the S-rank talent, True Shocking the Heavens and Shaking the Earth. Talent, Truly Shaking the Earth. Talent level, S. Time lock. After launching an attack against an enemy and hitting, there is a 100% chance that the target will be temporarily locked in time, causing their movements to stall briefly for 0.1 seconds. Also, triggers a stun effect. Needles don't poke. Tsuyu was originally hesitant to choose this talent. After all, before the armored giant king advanced, the chance of triggering this talent was only 50%. After the progression, its trigger chance was directly increased to 100%, even though the stun time was only 0.1 seconds. If Soetsu could maximize his attack speed, wouldn't the other party be as stuck as if they were playing King of Kings on an old man's cell phone? It had to be said that this talent was a much better fit for melee thieves. As long as the speed of the attack is increased to the extreme, the opponent will not be able to move and can only stand upright in place to be beaten. However, how easy is it to do 10 slashes in 1 second, even with a full stack of buffs? Throughout the Blue Star, even those hefty thief gods from the previous life were afraid that it would be difficult to reach this goal. However, all of this is just an afterthought. After plundering the True Shocking talent, Tsuyu's strikes instantly became overwhelming. Lu Wei. The rest of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals are yours to do with as you please. Since his purpose had been achieved, Tsuyu only had the armored giant king in his eyes. At the same time, the zombies received the order from the armored giant king and very cooperatively rushed towards Lu Wei. General against general. Soldier against soldier. At this moment, the armored giant king only had Tsuyu in his eyes. Dredging the waterways. A huge anchor broke the wind. The armored giant king knew that he couldn't hit the dexterous Tsuyu, so he subtly changed his tactics. It aimed at the ground behind Soetsu and used its skills to launch an attack, intending to close the distance between it and Soetsu in this way. The armored giant king's huge body carried white steam as it swiftly rushed towards Tsuyu. In the face of the armored giant king's fierce attack, Tsuyu displayed amazing reaction speed and agility. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air was endless. Tsuyu's arrows shot continuously at the armored giant king like a rainstorm. Facing Tsuyu's dense arrows, the armored giant king seemed to be in a predicament. It had nowhere to hide from Tsuyu's attacks. It had no choice but to use its strong arms to resist Tsuyu's arrows, as it knew well that once it forcefully interrupted the skill, it had to quickly take evasive measures. In this way, not only will his whole plan fall through, it is more likely that he will be left behind by Tsuyu once again, and the distance will be wider and wider. Click, click, click. It was as if the armored giant king's smooth attacking movements had been pressed the pause button again and again, even though each pause was only 0.1 seconds. This short period of time made the armored giant king's movements, which were originally like flowing water, become very jerky and no longer smooth. A surprised expression appeared on the armored giant king's face. Isn't that exactly what one is gifted with? How did it come out on the other side? The armored giant king was furious to the extreme at the moment, but he could do nothing about Tsuyu. The powerful attack was thwarted at the outset. The duel between masters was originally a fleeting moment, and victory or defeat was only a hair's breadth away. Not to mention, Tsuyu had already memorized the armored giant king's natural skills and attacks before the engagement. He had considered all the possibilities of attack more thoroughly than the armored giant king himself. Even if the armored giant king dismounted his armor and pursued with all his might, he would not be able to escape Tsuyu's elaborate layout. As soon as he got close, the armored giant king didn't hesitate for a second before moving towards Tsuyu. Raising the massive anchor high in the air, he slammed it down. Facing this sudden attack, Suyu showed calmness and quickly turned to dodge it. Boo! With a loud bang, a large pit appeared where Suyu originally stood, and with incredible speed, Suyu managed to dodge this deadly attack from an unexpected angle. One hit misses, another hits. The armored giant king clenched the anchor in his backhand and swung it out horizontally as if he were hitting a golf ball. Using all his strength, he swung out the anchor, aiming to cut Suyu off at the waist. Looking at the empty space in front of him, the armored giant king thought that he had knocked Suyu away. However, a sudden chill ran down his back. It snapped its head back and was shocked to see Suetsu standing at the other end of the ship's anchor slung over its shoulder. The longbow, once again, was aimed at himself. It turned out that in the nick of time, Suyu gently leaped, skillfully utilized the force, and stood steadily on top of the anchor. The divine operation dazzled Yamamoto-senpai. Even if he was allowed to try 10 times, he might not succeed once. However, the man in front of him was able to handle it with ease, as if he was toying with the armored giant king. Of course, the thrill of what Mr. Yamamoto saw was his business, but in Suyu's eyes, this was not worth mentioning at all. Base drill, do not 6. This was the caliber that someone who had returned from the end times reborn should have. Every movement is like dancing on the tip of a knife. While the armored giant king was still marveling, Suyu had already continued his attack. Whoosh, 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 3 more arrows. On the battlefield of close combat, aiming was redundant. There was nowhere to hide from that massive body. The armored giant king's eyes were red, and blazing steam quickly filled the air. High-temperature steam instantly shrouded the 4 fields, surrounded by a hazy, out of reach. In the mist, the armored giant king swung the anchor frantically. Each of its attacks was unexpected and increasingly cunning. The armored giant king intended to block Suyu's vision, causing him to be at a loss. As the saying goes, if you hurt the enemy 1,000 times, you lose 800 times. The white fog not only deprives humans of their vision, it's equally effective against walkers. Not only did the counterattack not succeed, but the Suetsu side got the upper hand. Suyu activated his silver bird claw early on, taking in everything around him. This kind of treasure, which was extremely rare in the previous life, was now used as casually as an ordinary item in Suyu's hands. There's no way around the sheer number of silver bird claws in the bracelet. The cooldown time of the skill of destruction finally ended. The armored giant king greedily absorbed the white mist, and when it dissipated, it looked around but failed to spot Suyu's figure. At this moment, a reckless mutant zombie was inadvertently sent flying by Lu Wei's shocking strike. Just in time, triggered a 10% stun effect. Just in time, mutant walkers can't adjust their bodies. Just in time, crashing into the armored giant king. This elite zombie was so large that it actually caused the armored giant king to stumble on his feet. Everything is just right. A dark red arrow with Suyu's power stored up just shot out. One-shot entry. Pencil pokes the armored giant king's indescribable parts. Chapter 58 World Announcement. Solo Hero. In the face of the armored giant king's mighty 4-meter-tall body, an ordinary arrow was like a toothpick. Not worth mentioning. And at this moment, the long-stored arrow of punishment was not only thick and long, but also hard and black. The size was as if it was tailor-made for the armored giant king. Mr. Yamamoto witnessed the scene from a distance and saw it clearly. Doubt was like a churning wave in his mind. That part, could it be? He saw the armored giant king's partial blood flow, staining his entire pants. The thought was so fine that it made him feel a chill in his asshole. He was terrified, wondering if the man in front of him had a special hobby he didn't know about. Leaving yourself unkilled. It couldn't be? He couldn't help but gulp, struggling with inner conflicts and even regretting a bit why he didn't die earlier. Ja. So you spoke with a hint of an awkward smile. Firma. This arrow was meant for the thigh. It really wasn't meant to be shot there. As for whether you believe it or not, I do anyway. Lovey, you're the one who lured the walkers here. You're responsible for this arrow. As for the secondary responsibility, it's that elite walker. Suyu set a set of quality triple company and skimmed the responsibility. And Lu Wei cocked her head, confused by Suetsu's words. She was originally an emotionally apathetic girl with no feelings, and even if she had thoughts in her mind, it was difficult to reveal them. The armored giant king, though, felt no pain, but before the end times, its little chrysanthemums that had been intact since birth. The first time you gave an arrow? It grew up aspiring to become a grand wizard, a goal that never wavered even after it turned into a zombie. I'm not afraid to break my body and bones, but I want to leave my innocence among the corpses. At this moment, the armored giant king actually had a look of resignation appear on his face, as if to say, "You're good, just stab me to death. Why do you still bully yourself like this? I may not be human, but you're a real dog." After the aggression came the monstrous anger. It was preparing to go all out against Suyu in a duel to the death. Just then, The mutated zombie that had fallen to the ground began to struggle to get up. In a daze, it grabbed the arrow of punishment, mistaking it for an object like a railing around it. It pulled so hard that it actually pulled out that huge arrow of punishment hard. A large hole appeared behind the armored giant king, and blood gushed out furiously. The mutant zombie was instantly sprayed in the face. The armored giant king let out a low roar, and at this moment, it was incomparably angry. The human in front of him couldn't be defeated, and this tiny mutated zombie dared to bully his head? It swung its huge anchor and slammed it into the mutated zombie. Each attack carried a furious power that left the mutated zombie powerless. After venting, he turned around and faced Suyu once again. Despite his defeat, the armored giant king was still determined to launch his final attack, a destructive move. The mutated zombie lying on the ground then realized that he had caused such a big trouble. Gazing at the arrow of punishment in his hand, its size and length surprisingly matched perfectly with that bloody hole in the boss's back. This is obviously the boss's new gear, and Lord-level walkers are indeed very different from us. With the intelligence of a mutated zombie, there was only so much it could understand. In hindsight, though, it would have been better not to try to understand. Just as the armored giant king was about to turn on Suyu with a BER, the mutant walker planted that arrow of punishment again. How could that part of the body, which is known as the most tender part of the body, be subjected to such destruction? Suyu showed an awkward smile. Jail big, I told you it wasn't me. That mutant walker, before, was at best sub-responsible. There you go. Sub-responsibility becomes full responsibility. Even Yamamoto-senpai made a sound of sucking in cool air. It reminded him of his hometown's old man named Orange Righteousness, Tangerine Righteousness, Kiku and into it. The image was so beautiful that even Suyu was a bit unable to bear to look at it. But if a more shocking scene is yet to come, what is your excellency to do? The armored giant Wang Gang turned his head and stared at the mutated zombie in front of him with wide eyes, his heart filled with doubt, not understanding what this stupid guy was trying to do. The mutated zombie was intently scrutinizing the arrow, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, it slapped its head in realization. This angle doesn't seem right. It should also be turned 15 degrees to the left, which is just right. This depth, it doesn't seem so shallow, does it? Oops, I accidentally poked too much. Pull it out a little more. Why does it feel like it's off again? Seeing this scene, the armored giant king finally couldn't hold back. It raised the anchor in its hand and slammed it into the mutated walker with great force. Just as the armored giant king was beating up the mutated zombies, it finally couldn't hold on any longer. Facing Suyu's continuous attack, the armored giant king eventually couldn't support himself and fell heavily to the ground. It toppled backward like a mountain, and the arrow of punishment had already penetrated its body. The arrow of punishment that is exposed, tough and upright, as if interpreting the hard truth of the golden spear will not fall. At this point, Lu Wei's battle was also nearing its end. On a full stomach, her strength even surpassed that of the armored giant king. Especially with Suyu's permission, she went all out and fought freely. Ding! Successfully kill armored giant king, zombie lord LV9. Gain experience asterisk 9000. Gold asterisk 900. Ding! The zombie lord has been killed. The boundary will automatically disappear after 10 minutes. Congratulations to survivor Lone Wolf for being the first survivor to kill a Lord-class zombie alone in the post-apocalyptic world, earning him the unique achievement, Lone Hero. World announcement coming soon. Unconsciously, this fierce battle that had lasted for several hours finally came to an end. On the blue planet, all the survivors received, at the same time, a world announcement from the Orderer. At this moment, the originally silent world seemed to be revitalized. World announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has performed a miracle in the post-apocalyptic world, becoming the first person to defeat a Lord-class zombie alone. He was awarded the world's only achievement, Solo Hero, and received a huge reward. How old are you? What are the other survivors waiting for? Charge me. The world announcement was played 3 times. Little brother Lone Wolf, it's you again. Stinky treasure dreamed that you brought me steamed lamb, steamed bear's paw, steamed deer's tail, roasted flower duck, roasted chick, roasted sun goose, brined pig, brined duck, sauced chicken, bacon. The little fairy was a little bit mentally disturbed after being hungry for 4 days in a row. God bless you. It's the Chinese again. He's going to be far beyond the strongest of our lighthouse nation. We need to find a way to get him killed. I love to tell the truth. A transgender person from the lighthouse nation, after being woken up by the voice, fell back into a deep sleep. Little Lee, hasn't Lone Wolf been identified yet? You must find him before the other organizations do. Remember, for the sake of Huaxia, success only, no failure. A person who appeared to be dressed as a leader said with a serious face. Nani, another Chinese lone wolf? There's an old Chinese saying that the winner is the one who laughs last. When the soldier commander triumphs, I'll be able to improve some more. Bitch, your bite hurts me. Shiraishi Hao, hearing the world announcement, had a displeased look on his face. I'm sorry, Master, the orderer's announcement just now scared me. Master is the best. Does Master know who that one called Lone Wolf really is? Why are they all talking about him? The kneeling girl, who looked a bit similar to Lu Ruyan, didn't know where she had found her. And at this time, Yamamoto ancestors looked at Tsuyu, trembling. Chapter 59, How can I let you go on the road in peace? As Mr. Yamamoto witnessed the Lord-class zombie fall to the ground with a loud crash, his face suddenly became extremely complicated. At this time, his limbs have been abolished, his body is extremely weak, completely unable to move, just like a fish on the chopping board to be slaughtered. Despite the desperate situation, Mr. Yamamoto did not feel fear. He knew that even if he died in battle, the Whitehead family would still have dozens of elite celestial soldiers behind them. These heavenly soldiers were led by Baishir Hao himself, and their strength far exceeded that of his team. It's a shame to lose your own team altogether. It's not a big deal for the huge Whitehead family, but for Mr. Yamamoto, it was his entire life's work. When he heard the world announcement, his heart began to falter. This man in front of me, is he the strongest man in the end times? The first powerful person to awaken an SSS rank talent. The first strong man to single-handedly kill an alpha-class zombie. The first strong man to single-handedly kill a Lord-class zombie. No, didn't he have a little girl who helped? Is that a single kill? It's certainly coincidental and coincidental. There are more than 100 million survivors in the vast lands of China. In some unknown corner of the world, it may be the lone wolf who happens to have killed a Lord-class walker. It can't be. This can't be the man. Mr. Yamamoto looked at the man in front of him. From his movements and techniques, he's not from an orthodox training program. His every move, every action, eschews flashy performances and stereotypical routines. He achieved his goal in the most direct and effective way possible. This kind of strength can only be refined through years and years of actual combat. And his voice, revealing a boyish youth. He was only a young man who had just crossed the year of the weak crown. How could he possess such a powerful strength? The end of the world had fallen in just 4 days. So this person, obviously, was from Star City. The Whitehead family had operated in Star City for many years, but they had never heard of such a powerful existence. Star City? Strongman? Yamamoto-senpai pondered these two words over and over in his mind. Suddenly, a name flashed in his mind: Ruyan Lu. The young master of the Whitehead family asked him to search for Ruyan Lu, only for her to be brutally murdered by an anticlimactic powerhouse. However, the strong man who killed Ruyan Lu used a dagger as his weapon, not a bow and arrow. Unless both weapons are practiced to the extreme at the same time? Is that possible? Is it him, Suetsu? However, the thought only stayed in his mind for an instant, and he quickly dismissed it. Although the two men were somewhat similar in stature, their temperaments were very different. The impression is that Suetsu has a coy temperament and spends his days following women. The man in front of him, on the other hand, stood proudly with a sharp gaze. It simply can't be the same person. In addition, more than 70 lambs suffered a total wipeout last night. Their deaths were reported by their subordinates to have been extremely gruesome. Most were wounded by bows and arrows and later killed by heavy objects. It was extremely similar to the tactics of the two people in front of them. Did they do it too? Everything happens for a reason, but the other side never reveals any motive. Yamamoto-senpai's head was filled with question marks, filled with confusion. He watched Suetsu slowly walk towards his immobile self. Sakura's strongest warrior? Soldier leader Mr. Yamamoto? Why isn't the dog barking anymore? Tsuyu lightly drew out a blood-stained sharp knife from his bracelet, which was a pig-killing knife specially found from the passing vegetable market. I wonder if it's a bit of a big deal, or even a blasphemy against pigs, to use a hog slayer to slaughter Sakura people. Mr. Yamamoto slowly raised his head and his eyes met with Tsuyu. He suddenly released a laugh, which hovered in mid-air. Sakura's strongest warrior? My heavenly soldiers are eternally dormant, and I still deserve to be called a soldier chief? In the presence of Yamamoto's ancestors, Sotsu slaughtered his subordinates without mercy, undoing years of effort. However, Mr. Yamamoto was now so weak and limbless that he could not even kill himself. He wanted to commit harakiri, but he couldn't even accomplish that simple act. Killing people is only a means of revenge, and killing the heart is the highest level of revenge. At this point, Mr. Yamamoto's collapse actually reached 100%. There's an old Chinese saying that a man's words are good even when he's about to die. At this moment, Yamamoto's ancestor mimicked Shiraishi Hiroshi's mantra and spoke slowly. Killing me is fine. There are some questions that have been bothering me. Can you tell me the truth so I can be on my way? Who the hell are you? Was it you who murdered Ruyan Lu? Was it you who slaughtered the Lin family? Are you Suyu? Or are you the lone wolf? Or are you actually the same person? Yamamoto Seinen looked at Suetsu in front of him, and a hint of longing suddenly appeared in his desperate eyes. Sorry, you have too many questions, Suyu responded indifferently. A glint flashed in Suyu's eyes. Going on the road in peace? How can I let you go on your way in peace? Suyu, who had originally planned to do it immediately, suddenly had a new idea in his mind. Then I'll ask one. You killed Ruyan Lu, didn't you, Mr. Yamamoto asked, full of excitement. He thought Swatoshi was giving him a chance by saying that. After all, not every opponent talks as much as he does. As long as he knew if he had killed Ruyan Lu, the other questions could be deduced along the way. Want to know? Suetsu gently slapped the blade against Yamamoto Seinen's face while wiping the blood from the blade, but he didn't do anything right away. Yamamoto senpai nodded his head eagerly like a chicken pecking at rice, his eyes filled with intense desire. Actually, Suyu came closer to the other party and spoke in a calm tone. The smile on Mr. Yamamoto's face had not yet faded, but he suddenly saw Suetsu's hand rise and fall. There was a crisp click, as if a crack had been made in the stillness of the air. Worthy of being a pig-killing knife? It is really sharp. Killing a pig as if it were a melon. The head flew several feet away and eventually rolled down to Lue's feet. Eyes wide and wide, he seemed to be quite shocked by Suyu's behavior. If you want to kill, you should have done it earlier. This kind of opportunity. Don't want it. This question is as troubling as what did the pangolin say, and I am afraid that it will continue to haunt the minds of Yamamoto's ancestors, to the point of death. It's impossible to let go. Saboshi walked over to the head of Yamamoto's ancestor and kicked it gently with his foot. Turning his square face to himself, he stepped on the soles of his feet and spoke. That face of yours is still fresh in my mind to this day. If you have another life to live, and can do it, don't be so pushy, he said coldly, as if he was lecturing a disobedient child. Look, like I'm doing now. Chatting with a dead person. Isn't it also quite cool? The corner of Suyu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. Suyu retreated and smiled as he waved his hand, and Lu Wei immediately raised the ebonite hammer in her hand. With a loud bang, that head in the next second. Instant explosion. The strongest warrior in the Sakura country, the head soldier of the Shiraishi family, Yamamoto's ancestor, thus fallen. Suyu's mood at this moment was still difficult to calm down. Every successful revenge means that the shackles in the heart are unlocked a little. Looking at another name missing from his list of enemies lightened his mood. Next, it's time for you, Shiraishi Hiroshi. Chapter 60 Mythical Grade Weapon. Overlord Bao. Suyu carefully cleaned the battlefield, making sure that no equipment items were missed. However, as the duration of the boundary was about to run out, he didn't have any extra time to inspect the loot. So, he took Lu Wei and quickly left the battlefield. In the previous battles, all the elite zombies within the entire third phase had been wiped out. Suyu realized that it was getting dark. This explains why the surrounding area has become so quiet with no one else in sight. As he pondered this, he led Lu Wei to settle the walkers on the road and quietly returned to Phase 1. In the vicinity of the White Stone Manor, Suyu carefully selected a house and made it his hideout. The fierce battle he had just fought had made Suyu gain a lot. He first collected the reward from the world announcement. Received the Solo Hero Achievement Reward, Reputation *1000. Gold *1000. Bracelet storage space expanded to 3 cubic meters. Received the title, Enterprising Man. The Enterprising One, the world's only title. A permanent title. The first survivor to kill a Lord-class zombie alone in the post-apocalyptic world. Attributes, permanent +10 to all attributes. Carrying the title increases damage by 35% for zombies below Lord level. Permanent +10 to all attributes. Not bad for the achievement of killing a Lord-class zombie. The permanent attribute bonuses given are even more counterintuitive. With this attribute, it was directly 8 levels ahead of the others. It adds 15% more damage than those who pioneered before, further boosting their strength a bit. It's worth noting, however, that the increased damage from such titles is only for walkers, and tonight, Suetsu's goal was to kill. Therefore, he decisively switched back to his original Chosen One title. Chosen One, when carrying the title, damage is increased by an additional 10% and damage taken is reduced by 10%. Next, the spoils of that battle just now. Surprisingly, despite defeating dozens of mutated zombies, not even a single piece of fine-grade equipment appeared. All of them were loose pieces of excellent grade, which the dog didn't even look at and threw right back into the bracelet. Suyu could only put his hopes in the remaining 2 treasure chests, legendary treasure chests for Alpha Walkers, and mythic treasure chests for Lord Walkers. Last time, Suyu had opened the mythic skill, Death Mark. Suyu was as excited as a fly rubbing its hands together and reverently paid homage to the 4 directions of the land. However, the results were still disappointing. With 3 more excellent level loose pieces that were purely indiscriminate and were unceremoniously cast aside. 2 pieces of fine-grade, Hunter's Gauntlets, Hunter's Shoulder Armor, Pursuer's Handguard, fine-grade equipment, granted only to those who are highly skilled and experienced archers. This set of equipment not only provides excellent attack power and dexterity, but is also a symbol of honor and strength. Attributes, +5 Constitution, +5 Strength, increases your damage by 5%. Hunter's Shoulder Armor, fine-grade equipment. Only the best shooters are qualified to wear it. Not only does this outfit provide excellent attack power and agility, it is a sign of your prowess. Attributes, +5 Constitution, +5 Strength, increases your damage by 5%. It's average. At least 4 of the chaser sets have been collected, with 2 more to go to get them all. Without hesitation, he unloaded the 2 pieces of excellent equipment on his body and replaced them with the chaser's suit. Ding! Hunter's Gauntlet equipped. Ding! Hunter's Shoulder Armor has been equipped. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor who has successfully activated the 4-piece effect of the Hunter's suit. Chaser's suit. 2-piece set, +2 to all attributes, increasing the damage of your bow and crossbow weapons by 10%. 4-piece set, +3 to all attributes, increasing the attack range of your bow and crossbow weapons by 25%. Not bad. A 25% increase in attack range. Extremely useful for the current Suetsu. Whether he's executing a sneak attack or killing a walker, he's able to strike from a much greater distance, silently shooting the killing blow. On top of that, it was a legendary equipment. A helmet. Suetsu's face muscles suddenly twitched. Masquerade Mask, legendary equipment. It is said to have been passed down from the ancient battlefields, and its successive owners have all loved to hide it from the world. Attributes, Strength +10, Constitution +5. Special passive, when worn, you may choose to hide your profile unless your opponent is 3 levels higher to be seen. However, for Suyu, who already had the disguise mask talent, this mask seemed slightly redundant. Not only was it a simplified version of Suetsu's talent, it also occupied a valuable equipment field, because it only hides personal information. It wasn't possible to tamper with names, ranks, or even change looks at will, like Suyu's gift. Moreover, by the late end of the end times, the strongest people within a region, who were low to the ground, basically all knew each other. This thing really isn't very practical. Hey, well, I'm working for Nikki again today. Saboshi smoothly threw the mask to Lu Wei next to him. This little ninny just finished spinning a whole 4-pound Sichuan and Chongqing grilled fish, +2 entrees. She ate quite a bit for lunch as well, which really scared Suetsu's jaw off, but he didn't mind the supplies. After all, Suyu had plenty of them. It was just that the amount of food was a little too scary. Luckily Lu Wei was following Suyu. If she had the kind of meal capacity of 1 against 10, in a post-apocalyptic world where supplies are extremely scarce, one would have starved to death long ago. Suyu slapped his head and realized, no wonder his luck was so bad. Surprisingly, I forgot to open the box's reserved program, jumping subject 3. He turned his head to Lovey and asked with a smile, Lovey, have you had enough? Lovey tilted her head gently and burped contentedly, responding to Saboshi in her own way. Didn't we agree before that every time you open a box, you'll have to jump subject 3? Suyu added, an expectant glint in his eyes. He then volunteered to act as an accompanist, mouthing the verse. The sword rises from the rivers and lakes of enmity, whisking his sleeve to cover the bright moon. West wind leaves fall and flowers are shed. It's hard to sleep with a pillow of swords. His voice held a hint of helplessness, yet anticipation. He could so want to open something good. The song is finished. The time has come. The treasure chest is opened. In between the accompaniment, Suyu did not forget to give thanks to the 4 directions bodhisattvas and recited the words under his breath. Suyu stared wide-eyed at the contents, which were rather simple. As we all know, a good case often has only 1 or 2 things in it. A purple quality skill book, a gold quality longbow, super inquisitive death arrow, rules that are meant to be broken. Fire a death arrow. After launching, the damage of the arrow of death will continue to increase depending on the distance traveled. The arrow of death will explode on its first hit on the enemy, dealing massive damage. Cooldown, 6 hours. Hiss. This skill is a bit strong. Suyu sucked in a mouthful of cold air. In a moment high and low have to let those heavenly soldiers of Whitestone Manor have a good taste. However, he couldn't hold back the excitement within him, and his eyes couldn't wait to get to the rest of the bows and arrows. Top 10 famous bows. Overlord Bow, mythical grade equipment. The top 10 famous bows in China. Ranked 3rd. The only equipment. Legend has it that the bow and arrow used by the Overlord was said to be made from the tendons of a dragon it was obtained from, with extremely high power and accuracy. Attributes, Strength +20. Passive skill, Renjie, increases the rate of bludgeoning by 30% and increases the damage of bludgeoning by 100%. Active skill, Ghost Hero, summon the Overlord to assist in battle. Each attribute inherits 80% of the host. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 12 hours. It's actually a mythic weapon. Mythic weapons with unique equipment attributes. Chapter 61, The Distracted Shiraishi Hiroshi. Looking at this golden glittering Overlord bow, the excitement in Suyu's heart was hard to express. Even though it's a mythic chest, it should be able to open mythic items. But you know, this stuff is like the lottery. It's not reliable. There is a very high chance that they are all disposable consumables. And getting a skill book is already considered lucky. Not to mention opening up equipment. If you can open the gear, you really have to thank God. In his previous life, Suyu had also opened some mythic level treasure chests, but obtained very little equipment. However, this life is different. A straight shot. What a stroke of luck. Opened a mythic weapon with a unique equipment attribute. Suyu was getting more and more glad that he had chosen to first seize the full luck talent in the first place. It's almost like what's missing is what's coming. Just in the last fight, the kid was complaining about not having a weapon at his disposal. And here it is. Suetsu looked at Luwei with a kind smile on his face. What did you say? It's still subject 3. Even in his last life, Suyu had survived until the 8th year of the end times. It was only then that he got his first mythic ranked weapon, the Bone Jade Scepter. Although both the Overlord Bow and the Bone Jade Scepter belonged to the mythic grade weapons, their rarity was very different. The so-called mythic grade weapons have different qualities. The Scepter of Bone and Jade can be regarded as a common item among mythical weapons, because on the blue planet, any treasure chest of legendary level or higher is likely to open it. It wasn't particularly rare, so the chances of obtaining it were still relatively high for those experts who had been around in the post-apocalyptic world. However, compared to the ancient Jade Scepter, the rarity of the Overlord's Bow was not in the same magnitude at all. As a weapon with a unique attribute, once someone acquires it, no one else can acquire it again. Although Suyu had heard of some of these weapons, he had never seen them with his own eyes in his last life. This kind of weapon with a unique attribute was much rarer than a normal mythic grade weapon. Suyu couldn't wait to check the attributes of the Overlord Bow. Worthy of being one of the top 10 famous bows in China. It adds 20 points of strength, which is standard for mythic weapons. However, the two skills, whether it was the passive skill, Human Jia, or the active skill, Ghost Hero, each of them was not simple. The passive skill Human Jia increases Suyu's strike rate by 30% and strike damage by 100%. Of all the equipment in the end times, the strike rate and strike damage attributes, both seem extremely noble. Normal, with only an initial 2% bludgeon rate, and 150% bludgeon damage, is somewhat better than nothing. However, equipment tied to the bludgeoning and bludgeoning damage attributes is second only to equipment that increases luck value in terms of quantity. The scarcity is evident. The active skill Ghost Hero is a summoning-like skill. Moreover, the summon, directly inheriting all of Suyu's attributes. It was obvious that this was a growth-oriented skill. The summoned Overlord will be a melee character, despite only inheriting 80% of Suetsu's full attributes. But Suyu's various attributes were already quite amazing. Also, Suetsu has the ability to keep growing, which means that the characters he summons will keep getting stronger as well. The only shortcoming is the skill's cooldown, which, like Holy Arrow Slaughter, requires a 12-hour cooldown period. But the duration of the skill is quite impressive at 10 minutes, which is quite good in combat. The odds are that within 10 minutes of a fight, you can't tell the winner from the loser, and the odds are that you're going to mail it in. For this upgrade, Suyu added it all to his strength again. Now, it's possible to be less obsessed with how to add points. Suyu organized the equipment for the two of them, causing their attributes to rise another notch. Lone Wolf, rank, 7. No occupation. Personal attributes, strength, 88. Mental, 52. Physical, 72. Agility, 83. Equipment, Overlord Bow. Ring of Vitality. Ring of Energy. Holy Arrow Necklace. Helmet of Spirit. Chaser Chest Armor. Chaser Gaiters. Chaser Shoulder Armor. Chaser Gauntlets. Super Rocket Boots. Primary Talent, Hand of Plunder, SSS. Secondary Talents, Dance of Death, SS. Full Luck, S. Double Strike, S. Shock and Awe, S. Full Agility, S. Absolute Domination, S. And Masquerade of Disguise, C. Skills, Ghost Mail. Death Mark. Holy Arrow Slaying. Super Inquisitive Death Arrow. Arrow of Punishment. Rejuvenation. Little Flying Stick to Come. Lovey, rank 5, elite level. No occupation. Personal attributes, strength, 84. Mental, 13. Physical, 39. Agility, 18. Gear, Ebon Hammer. Ebon Hammer. Ring of Bloodsucking. Ring of Bloodsucking. Necklace of Shields. Mask of the Pretender. Breastplate of Spirit. Shin Plate of Spirit. Shoulder Armor of Agility. gauntlets of agility, boots of agility, talents, natural godly strength, titan's grip, big appetite, skills, charge, bloodlust, shocking strike, camouflage. From the morning until now, both of them had undergone a drastic change in both their attributes and their equipment. Suyu deeply knew that the strength of the heavenly soldiers within the Whitestone Manor was extraordinary. However, in front of the absolute power gap, all of this was nothing but vanity. At this moment, Baishir Hao was sitting in his study, waiting for his subordinate's report. He closed his eyes and stared, his right hand tapping rhythmically on the desktop, a few moments of anxiety escaping his brow. Suddenly, he violently kicked away the woman hiding under the desk and angrily rebuked. "You useless, I've taught you for so long, why haven't you grown at all?" The woman was trembling with fear and hurriedly rolled and crawled back to her original position, her face filled with horror. In just a few hours, this place has witnessed the comings and goings of countless beautiful sisters. One moment they were talking and laughing, the next they were nowhere to be found. From the conversations of these people, it can be inferred that those sisters failed to end well. Despite the mess on her body, the woman only had to work harder to survive. Shiraishi Hao's temperamental behavior interrupted his subordinate's report. The crowd looked at each other, hesitant to speak. Unexpectedly, Baishir Hao waved his big hand, signaling the crowd to retreat. As if relieved, the crowd exited the room. "Butler Wang!" Shiraishi Hao called out to Butler Wang, who was walking at the end of the crowd. Butler Wang's heart tightened as if he had suddenly heard a call from his leader on his day off. His original gloating expression instantly disappeared and was replaced by a fawning smile as he turned to face Baishir Hao. "Young master, do you have any orders? It's already so late. Hasn't the soldier chief come back yet?" Butler Wang froze for a moment, but his mouth replied, "Young master, there shouldn't be any, right? Should we arrange for someone to investigate now?" Luckily, he had predicted Shiraishi Hiroshi's move and was aware of the debriefing ahead of time, though it was not his part to do so. "What's the status of Phase 3 now?" Shiraishi Hiroshi asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. "Young master, the situation in Phase 3 is a bit bad," Butler Wang replied carefully. "The zombies were unusually active in the afternoon, and there are even rumors of a not appearing inside. However, we need to wait until tomorrow morning to know the exact situation. The crowflies haven't come for today's offering yet? Getting out of line? All of the UFOs died in the library. The details are still being investigated." Butler Wang replied carefully. "Investigation? Investigation? Investigation? Am I asking you, or are you asking me?" Shiraishi Hiroshi's tone became harsh. "Am I asking you, or are you asking me?" His face was full of displeasure, obviously not satisfied with the answer. Chapter 62 Wahal. "This is your goddaughter, isn't it?" After being reborn, the moment Suyu was determined to kill Ruyan Lu handily. It was as if the whole world had experienced a dramatic change like the butterfly effect. In his previous life, when the end times came, Baishir Hao and Lu Ruyan were in a state of inversion, not knowing what heaven and earth were. It wasn't until later, when Baishir Hao got tired of playing with her, that he devised a way to send Ruyan Lu back to Suyu, so that she could continue to inflict erosion and torture on him. However, to Shiraishi Hao's surprise, Suyu had actually risen. So, once again, Shiraishi Hao designs to frame Suetsu, making him a target and triggering the scene at the beginning of the story. In fact, all of the misfortunes that Suyu suffered in the end times were all caused by Shiraishi Hao. "Young Master Shiraishi, this is..." A woman with gorgeous clothes and exquisite grooming, led by a hairy man, gently pushed open the door to Shiraishi Hao's room. She was dressed in a tight cheongsam that perfectly outlined her tantalizing figure. The high breasts and arched buttocks seemed like a ripe peach. Her face was pure and charming. Her eyes were as rippling as autumn water, while her eyebrows were as gentle as distant mountains. However, there seemed to be a faint sadness hidden between her brows, and tear tracks were faintly visible. In the short distance of a few hundred steps from the gate of Shiraishi Manor to Shiraishi Hiroshi's room, she had witnessed the ravishment of many beautiful girls. Fear and withdrawal flooded her mind, causing her to tremble. She seemed to back away when the man behind her shoved her violently. "Shiraishi, young master, this is my daughter. Please raise your hand," said the man humbly. Before the end of the world descended, Baishir Hao worshipped him as a superior guest and had treated him with courtesy. However, after the end times, his official position became worthless. For the sake of his family's survival, he had to put aside his dignity and hand over his goddaughter to Shiraishi Hiroshi. "Hua Hall, this is your goddaughter, right?" Baishir Hao let out a loud laugh, clearly quite pleased with the woman in front of him. "Ha, young master Shiraishi, then I won't bother you anymore. Xiao Mei, serve young master Shiraishi well, and don't forget dad when you eat and drink in the future." Butler Wang, Take Guahal to collect the supply capsules. Shiraishi Hao picked up the woman in one arm and entered the study. Soon, the sound of Mei's heartbreaking screams came from inside the den. Mei had originally planned to exert all her strength and do her best to satisfy Shiraishi Hiroshi. However, she is shocked to realize that she is nothing more than a plaything in his eyes, suffering endless torture. While he's not a big guy, the tools he uses are endless. At first, it was bearable. Then the screaming turned into shouting, and Mei never knew that she was so fragile and untouchable. For a while, the sounds of pleading, cursing, screaming and slapping were intertwined. Shiraishi Hiroshi didn't care. Instead he enjoyed the tormenting feeling. But then his brow furrowed. From the morning when he found Ruyan Lu's body, everything was not going well, which made him feel pressurized and almost breathless. Lu Ruyan's death and the destruction of the Lin family. Everything happened too suddenly. He didn't like the unpredictability and lack of control. Now, he needed to find out why this was happening as soon as possible. At that thought, Shiraishi Hiroshi's left eye suddenly throbbed. Spinning around, he laughed, his body shaking. The left eye jumps for wealth. Looks like something good will happen. The woman's body slumped helplessly to the ground, her clothing shredded into cloth and strewn about in a messy fashion. Her eyes rolled white, her face was flushed and tear-stained, and she was immobile with bruises and finger marks all over her body. Suyu and Lu Wei stood at the foot of the White Stone Manor and looked up at the magnificent mansion on top of the hill. Amazingly, the Whiteheads, as developers, have skillfully integrated the entire Whitehead estate on top of the hill within the subdivision. After their careful remodeling, the hill is now Shiraishi Hiroshi's private domain. The original path featured multiple levels. It was only this afternoon that the two of them, Suyu and Lu Wei, had taken the heavenly soldiers under the chief of soldiers to the cleaners. Shiraishi Hao seemed to anticipate a crisis, and contracted all the security forces back into the manor. This keen intuition has helped Shiraishi Hao to turn danger into success on many occasions. White Rock Manor is high up on the hill and easy to defend. Although there were currently only 80 or so heavenly soldiers left, as Baishur Hao's personal guards, they enjoy top-notch equipment and resource treatment. Compared to Yamamoto-senpai's sky soldiers, their advantage was even more obvious. With the power of the white and silver bird's claws, Suyu quietly sneaked outside the manor. The various passages and key points leading to the interior of the estate were found to be heavily fortified. The guards were all well-trained, with murderous faces and high alertness. Amazingly, only a few days after the end of the world, these people's murderous aura, which had been suppressed for years, erupted like a volcano. Suyu was impressed with this group of people, who were undoubtedly Baishur Hao's hardcore inner circle. All of them are orphans from the Sakura country and have been adopted by the Shiraishi family since they were young. They are brainwashed and trained to become die-hard Deadpools, and are imbued with the spirit of Bushido. Their loyalty to Shiraishi Ho is impeccable, and even if they were asked to eat, they would immediately produce their own. Later, Shiraishi Hao's development in China, and even became a formidable foreign god of war, could not be separated from their great help. The power of their strength is evident. Suyu scrutinized his surroundings and was glad that he didn't act impulsively. Originally, he had planned to use the enemy enticing pot to attract the zombies, and replicating last night's strategy of attacking the Lin family, gradually introducing them to the White Stone Manor. Within a period of time, all the zombies had been wiped out by the Whitehead family's heavenly soldiers. To draw in walkers from other places would not only be time-consuming and laborious, but it could also attract the attention of others. However, this brings with it a benefit. While dealing with them, Suetsu and Lu Wei would not be disturbed by the walkers. Even if there was a possibility of success, the effect would be rather limited. After all, this was different from Lin's building. That building had been completely sealed off, and Suetsu could easily take control of the situation, taking care of everyone as easily as catching a turtle. White Rock Manor, on the other hand, is built on a hill with easy access to all parts of the city. Not to mention, the other party was not bad. If the number of zombies was not large enough and strong enough, it might not be who killed who. Even if they could trigger chaos, they might take advantage of the situation to escape. This was the reason why Suyu didn't choose to rush straight in and go on a killing spree. With his strength, it wasn't difficult to fight against dozens of full-strength heavenly soldiers at the same time. However, the key was that once they exchanged blows, Baishur Hao had the ability to quickly escape when his opponent realized that he was undefeated. If he let the big fish, Baishur Hao, go, Suyu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep for 3 days and nights. As a qualified old six, Suyu chose the most prudent approach. To an outsider, the defenses of White Rock Manor might be impenetrable. However, in Suyu's eyes, it was easy to spot the breakage. After all, in the 10 years of the end times, Suyu had to be on high alert every day. Combat skills and positioning strategies had long been incorporated into his instincts. In the next moment, Suyu felt the hot blood in his body surging with passion after a long time. Chapter 63 Lu Huachang Brand Watermelon Knife. Now, Mr. Yamamoto has suffered the decapitation of Suetsu. An important arm of the Whitehead family was thus completely cut off by Suyu. As far as I can remember, currently within the Whitestone Villa, other than Whitestone Hao himself, there should be no one else who could pose a threat to Suyu. With that, Suetsu began to cautiously observe each guard's movements. Every move they made, every word they said, was etched in his mind. Then a bold plan came to his mind. Time passed and the sky darkened. In the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, the night is not all dark. Under the light of the red moon, the view is not as good as day, though, but if you look closely, you can still see the signs. Aside from the rotating patrols of celestial soldiers on the periphery, the manor seemed to have entered the quiet of the late night. But not really. Shiraishi Hiroshi's study was connected to the master bedroom, and since the end had come, the coming and going of women had become the norm. Once bored, they are rewarded with a ministry. At this moment, the manor was lit up with joy. Suddenly, the clock struck 2 in the morning, like a death knell for the Whitehead family. Suetoshi moved. After several hours of lurking, Suetsu finally made his move. 2 in the morning is when most humans are most likely to be sleepy. Suyu had long since hidden the light of his entire body's equipment. This outfit would undoubtedly look too striking if seen by onlookers. The bracelet's hidden equipment glow feature is of little use to those who know their post-apocalyptic equipment inside out. Such was the case with Suyu, who knew the characteristics and styles of various equipment like the back of his hand. Just based on the complex yet ancient pattern, one could accurately recognize which piece of equipment it was. He issued a command to Lovey beside him. Stay here and follow my lead. Lovey didn't say anything, just cocked her head and gave her response. This approach is a unique way of communicating between the two of them. The pursuer's suit that Suyu wore was originally a deep black color. At the moment, he was completely one with the darkness, as if he was a ghost in the dark night. With his super high agility of 83 points, Suyu's figure became as athletic as a wolf and instantly disappeared into the night. His speed was staggeringly fast, and each step fell without a sound. The black shadow swept past in an instant, leaving only a piece of fallen leaves flying in the air. Since the end of the world, the sophisticated surveillance system had failed, and the heavenly soldiers could only use the most primitive methods for guarding. Each of the sky soldiers on the fence used their patrol flashlights to shine back and forth, scrutinizing every move outside the manor. Suetsu hadn't exactly rested over the past few hours. Instead, he carefully observed and memorized every move of all the sky soldiers, including their movements and the direction in which each flashlight they used shone. He knew exactly where the visual dead spots were. Suyu, who had been carefully calculated, traveled through the darkness like a flowing river. Follow the best route calculated in your head ahead of time. Up, down, left, right, left, right. His pace was smooth and unhurried, as if he were strolling through his own back garden. He skillfully traversed up and down as if he were one with his environment. Even the flashlight in his hand seemed to be in tune with him, automatically avoiding obstacles. Soon he reached a visual dead end under the fence without incident. At this time, a young celestial soldier at the head of the head suddenly let out a huge yawn. The sound in the silent night seems particularly abrupt. This drowsy state had lasted for nearly an hour. Just an hour earlier, when he had initially yawned, the other sky soldiers, mistakenly believing that something bad had happened to him, had raised their flashlights toward him to get a closer look at him. Countless flashlights were pointed in his direction for confirmation. Like a tale of wolves, the people in the back are somewhat numb. Everyone knows that yawning is contagious. From then on, all the heavenly soldiers in the periphery began to yawn from time to time, and that yawn has become their Achilles heel. Unconsciously, he would close his eyes while the young sky soldier yawned. Suyu was like a parkour expert, and in just a few steps, he noiselessly flipped up the fence. Suyu utilized this time gap and had already touched the celestial soldier while he was still recalling the feeling of yawning. The heavenly soldier opened his eyes and met Suyu on all fours. The heavenly soldier blinked, his heart filled with doubt and fear. Was it all a hallucination? Instead, his eyes were drawn to a sudden figure. It was a tall, imposing man, clad in a heavy black cloak and wearing a bizarre bukkake mask over his face. The man's appearance caused the heavenly soldier to be instantly startled, and the pair of blood-red eyes caused his heart to race. But just as he was about to open his mouth to call, Suyu's large hand with medical gloves violently covered his mouth. At the same time, a watermelon knife that flashed with a cold light instantly cut through the air and went straight for the sky soldier's throat. Due to the effect of the talent shocking the heavens and shaking the earth, the body of the heavenly soldier appeared to stagnate for a short period of time. That 0.1 second delay made him briefly forget the danger. But in the next second, the color of fear spread across his face, but he was no longer able to make any sound. Blood raged out of his throat and shot straight up into the air, reaching half a meter high. He didn't even have time to make a sound before he went limp like a dead dog. The flashlight in his hand slipped, and the moment it was about to touch the ground and make a sound, it was skillfully hooked by Suetsu's calf. That watermelon knife was none other than one of his trophies today, Lu Huaqiang brand watermelon knife. Lu Huaqiang brand watermelon knife, excellent great equipment. Still worried about not being able to cut through a watermelon with a single slash? Still worried about the blade not being able to withstand a few slashes? Still disappointed that you can't stab it with a single slash? A real man should choose the Lu Huaqiang brand watermelon knife. Attributes: Strength +5. Passive: when targeting a human and dealing damage, it can cause the enemy to have a fear effect for 10 seconds. Suyu looked at the watermelon knife in his hand, targeting the special passive for humans. The fear effect makes you speechless. It's really a good sword. Suyu's choice to use a knife for assassination was not improvised, but rather well thought out. There was a sound of breaking wind and too much movement as the bow was fired. Compared to bows and arrows, knives are almost silent when attacking and do not cause much commotion. He carefully leaned the sky soldier's body against the wall and kept the flashlight at his side. Acting like a lazy snoozer, if someone shines a flashlight at them, they won't notice anything out of the ordinary if they don't get close enough to take a closer look. Suyu continued to sneak along the fence, and with the help of the silver bird's claw, he easily spotted all the lurking enemies. Outside patrols and sentries, 25 in total. 24 remained today. Under the cover of the dark night, Suyu arrived quietly like a ghost. He moved swiftly and stealthily, each assassination precise and decisive. His blade was like the scythe of death, silently slitting his target's throat. He carefully laid out every detail, leaving no stone unturned. He was skilled to the core, each action as methodical as a precision clock. His eyes were cold and determined, and every strike was filled with confidence and determination. In just 2.5 minutes, he managed to clear all the sky soldiers posted near the walls in the manor. At this moment, the guards within the manor had been completely dismantled by him, leaving only the last group of celestial soldiers patrolling the periphery. Chapter 64, Assassination in the Night. After these few people were left, Suyu was able to use his bow and arrow with impunity. However, it was by no means easy to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. There was no way they were going to stand stupidly in a line and wait for the arrow of punishment to come down. At that moment, the team of sky soldiers on patrol was suddenly shaken by the light of a flashlight. The flashlight was pointed in the direction of one of the nearest sky soldiers standing guard. Kuntaro, what's going on? How come you can't even hold a flashlight? A patrolling sky soldier yawned and idly walked over to him. He didn't realize that all that Kuntaro, as they called him, just 5 seconds ago, had been slit by Suetsu's watermelon knife and closed his eyes forever. And that flashlight shining on the patrol group was the result of Suetsu's careful planning. He deftly hid behind Koen, using the low wall to hide his form cleverly. Maneuvering Quin's body, he let the flashlight's beam guide the patrol group closer. Several beams of flashlight light shot towards them, only to see Koen with his head lowered and an unfinished cigarette in his mouth, creating a unique melancholic aura. This is exactly the kind of scene that Suetsu has carefully set up, and he has captured this melancholic aura just right. Kuntaro, you're still hiding cigarettes? Give it to me, give me one, Baka Yalu. I'm getting sleepy. The cigarettes were all taken by the soldier chiefs and their men. You're quite a talent. You kid. That's it, Baka. When tomorrow I'm going to get some cigarettes too. These words ignited the sky soldiers like a fuse. All the cigarettes in the superstore in the previous neighborhood were taken by Shiraishi Hiroshi. After the apocalypse hit, cigarettes were not considered a survival material and were therefore spared. After all, cigarettes are consumables, and once they run out, you'll have to get them from the supply capsules. These sky soldiers, every one of them is a smoker. The other day, their private stash of cigarettes had been swept away. Today, they have very few cigarettes in their hands. It's 2 a.m., and it's the time of year when people are tired. Wouldn't you be happy as a god if you could have a cigarette? Kuntaro, how do you smoke? You smoke half in the wind half? By now, the 4-man patrol team had arrived at Kuntaro's side, and he remained motionless and silent. The crowd was not surprised by this, as Kuntaro had done nothing but train, loves to sing, dance and play basketball. A tough guy who doesn't talk much. This was part of Suetsu's plan. For a few hours, though, people on the periphery complained. It's the end of the world, and this kid has been grasping at straws, practicing his air shot. At the moment, half a packet of hibiscus and a lighter lay on the pier of the low wall. He had already shown his companions that he would make himself at home. They flocked to the table, each pulling one out and pinning it to their ear and lighting another. The slow exhale of smoke cleared the lungs of the crowd. At the moment, they stood neatly in front of the low wall, leaning against it with ease, exhaling smoke rings, enjoying the peace and relaxation of dying. Brothers, have you noticed that the flashlights of the other brothers have never moved? The crowd looked around and indeed noticed this bizarre phenomenon. Does it really make sense that there are over 20 brothers spread out on the fence, and the flashlights don't actually move at all? Suddenly, Kuntaro's head lolled, and his entire head fell backwards at an incredible angle. You can even clearly see the blood vessels and trachea at the neck break. The four realized instantly, something was wrong. They were just about to open their mouths when a dark red arrow broke through the air. Arrow of discipline. Under the mighty power of the Overlord Bao, the coalesced arrow appeared unusually thick, even surpassing the one that had once shot through the armored giant king. Next, the arrow pierced through the sky, accurately piercing through everyone's chest, heart and lungs, instantly zapping them. However, at this moment of life and death, a celestial soldier pulled out a distress flare before dying. Distress flare, ordinary level expendable item. This is a signal flare that does not attract the attention of ordinary zombies. When used, it can send out a call to nearby companions, assisting the player in more effective combat activities. Distress flares are the most common means of communication in the post-apocalyptic world, and are used to signal for help to fellow survivors or nearby survivors. However, in the later stages of the apocalypse, the distress flare became a double-edged sword. It's like the dark forest laws in general. You can never be sure if it's friend or foe that's firing the distress flares. There is also no telling what kind of response will occur after firing a distress flare. Most people, therefore, choose to use caution or avoid using distress flares. Even after seeing a distress flare, they choose to stay away. Operation is fairly simple. Just flick the switch and the unit quickly lifts up. When it rises to its highest point, it releases a distinctive smoke marker and continues to emit a loud beeping sound. The Sky Soldier rushed to hit the switch before the arrow of punishment pierced his chest. In an instant, the distress flare soared into the air. Suyu's eyes widened as he stared intently at the flare. Whoosh! An arrow broke through the air. Using a flying arrow to shoot a flare the size of a coin? Does this require consideration of not only the speed of the arrow, but also the speed of the flare, or even the law of gravity? I'm afraid even Newton's coffin board can't hold down an operation like this, can it? Others can't, but Suetsa can. After Suyu's precise calculations, the arrow's flight speed far exceeded the flare's rising speed. As the flare was about to detonate, the arrow hit the target perfectly as if by divine help, shooting it straight up. The ammunition that had been used to signal for help was now a dud. No special smoke appeared, and no beeping signals appeared. Speaking of this distress flare, Suyu knew its characteristics like the back of his hand. Back then, when he and Ruyan Lu, who had brought along a drag queen, broke through copies together, Ruyan Lu often used it. Ruyan Lu sometimes even acted like a monkey and used it randomly, causing him to suffer. It was because of his in-depth knowledge of the distress flare that Suyu had the confidence to strike a blow. Is this reasonable? A celestial soldier, who was off duty due to an internal emergency, saw the scene and let out a soul-torturing question. For Suetsu, the river, the Ganges, but there was no one to answer this query. For in the next second, an arrow shot at him with such force that it blew his head right off. Shockingly, the Overlord Bao's first normal attack on a person produced a bludgeon. The heavenly soldier's head instantly became like a shattered watermelon, with only a trace of bloodskin left attached to his neck. Compared to the Huaxia War Bao, the power of the Overlord's Bao appeared to be too powerful and overbearing. At this point, all of the guards and patrolling celestial soldiers on the exterior of the White Stone Manor, totaling 25 people, were killed. Lu Wei, guard the outside of the house. No matter who it is, shoot on sight. Suyu gestured behind him. Hearing this, the three-less girl did not hesitate in the slightest and walked straight over. At this moment, the door of the villa suddenly opened. A disgruntled celestial soldier walked out, yawning, wiping his eyes and muttering, "Did that idiot forget about the promised joint? Did he find a place to slouch and sleep again?" When he had just opened the gate, a strong gust of wind suddenly sounded. A cold arrow broke through the air and shot straight into his chest. The powerful impact caused his body to be dragged back a few meters. Luckily the man behind him held him up in time before sliding helplessly to the ground. So great was the force of that arrow that his body was lifeless before he fell. The force actually caused the latter to take half a step back as well, before he dislodged the force and slowly opened his mouth. Chapter 65, Skill, Ghost Hero, Overlord's Descent. When the door of the villa slowly opened, a strong smell of blood instantly filled out, recklessly filling the air. It was even worse than the miserable conditions outside the villa, slaughtered by Suyu. Within the hall, there were a dozen female corpses lying horizontally and vertically, and the miserable sight was unbearable to look at. Some of these poor women had been playthings bestowed upon the Kanahagakure at the whim of Shiraishi Ho, while many more had been plundered by the heavenly soldiers in the midst of the end times. In these chaotic times, they have long since become deranged and hungry. Whether it's an aging cleaning lady or a popular tech internet star. Whether you are a young girl in the prime of her life or a young woman in the prime of her life. As long as they are alone, they will not be able to escape from being destroyed. Shiraishi Hiroshi, who is the master, has all kinds of women sent to him all day long. He didn't give a damn about it, much less compete with those heavenly soldiers. As a result, these heavenly soldiers casually treated them as playthings. Under the chaos of the post-apocalyptic world, the rules are gone and people are disappearing as a matter of routine. These heavenly soldiers had completely inherited Shiraishi Hiroshi's cruel nature. To satisfy their selfish desires, they lash out recklessly, like wild animals. However, how could these poor women withstand the rounds of attacks from these heavenly soldiers? None of them survived a night under their animalistic lust. Some of the women were barely human after the attack, while others were brutally dismembered into countless pieces. The one who questioned Suyu was none other than the captain of the Close Guards, an old man with white hair. Honda Bully, LV3, no occupation, a talent, golden hoop defense. Before Suyu shot the sky soldier with an arrow, Honda Bastard had been sitting in the villa's hall. At that time, he was resting his eyes, and as the commander of these heavenly soldiers, Honda Buster had always had a high-profile image. He had accompanied and assisted 2 young lords from the Sakura Kingdom to China, and had made them both heads of the Shiraishi family. Although the blood of the Whitehead family did not flow in his body, his loyalty to the Whitehead family had been deeply engraved into his bone marrow. It was a source of pride and a unique honor for him. However, for this person, Suyu was not familiar with him. Honda Buster? Only 3 levels? Despite not being a high rank, he was the captain of this group of heavenly soldiers. Suyu had no recollection of this name or face, presuming that in his previous life, this person had not lived for too long. Honda Buster pushed the body out of his hands and narrowed his eyes at the door. Even though he didn't see anyone, he could feel a chill coming over him and the hairs on his body stood up. Killing aura. The Honda Buster felt it, the endless murderous aura coming from the gate. He had experienced the number of infighting within the Whitehead family, and thought that he had been through the thick and thin. However, those past experiences were nothing compared to the monstrous murderous aura outside the gates. The contrast in aura alone was enough to make one feel a huge drop. This is not an exaggeration. After all, in the so-called Warring States era, the narrow land of Sakura country was divided into dozens of small countries, each dominating one side, and fighting in a colorful way. Let's just say that ignorance limits his imagination. Of course it wasn't just the Honda Barracuda that was still bustling with activity in the lobby. After that question, there was an instant dead silence, all looking in unison at the front door. These heavenly soldiers were cruel and incomparable, and their hands were stained with blood, especially in these days after the end times came. Their desire to kill was at its peak. The entire Sky Soldier Corps members in the villa could feel this intense killing intent. In the next second, the celestial soldiers all raised their weapons and aimed them in the direction of the gate. Apart from the sound of the cold wind blowing gently, there was no other movement around. Who is it? Honda Buster droned. As his words fell, a powerful aura was instantly released. Judging from this aura, I'm afraid that his strength is even a step higher than Yamamoto's ancestor. The villa, which was originally full of clamor, was suddenly so quiet that only the sound of breathing remained. From the study, Shiraishi Ho walked out, shivering as he lifted his pants. Obviously, he wasn't sure what had just happened. What's going on? Keep playing the music. Keep dancing. However, the Sky Soldiers did not wait for his further instructions. Instead, he consciously built a line of defense in front of him, looking unusually serious. After a long silence, no one still appeared at the door. At that moment, Shiraishi Hiroshi finally discovered his subordinate who had fallen in a pool of blood. An arrow pierced deeply into his chest, making him feel the gravity of the matter. Is it really coming? Shiraishi Ho's eyes were glazed over, his tone dripping with panic, yet also carrying a hint of excitement that was hard to hide. Honda Bardo assured in a deep voice. Don't worry, young master, with the strength of my old slave, no one will be able to hurt you in the slightest. With that, he glanced backward warily, signaling Shiraishi Ho to keep quiet. Baishir Hao nodded knowingly and quietly retreated to the side, ready to wait and see what happened. Honda Ba Dao took a deep breath and shouted at the doorway. Why are you sneaking around? Your Excellency, if you are intent on slaughtering my people, you must have an explanation as well, right? Despite his strong tone, he understood in his heart that the visitor was by no means easy to deal with. I'm afraid the guards outside the manor have all been poisoned. Those heavenly soldiers, their strength was incomparable. Every one of those 20-odd people was an elite among elites. Just yesterday, they managed to sweep up dozens of villas. Facing a siege of nearly 100 zombies, they were still able to retreat unharmed. This is a testament to how powerful they are. Wanting to put them to death unknowingly, That might not be possible even if the god of heaven came. However, surprisingly, the expert at the door did. Is he a man or a god? Suyu had already left the gate and lightly leapt up to the second floor of the villa. As he looked down the hall, he noticed that everyone was nervously watching the doors, only to see a blue-haired, stout man with heavy armor, glowing eyes, and a long sword, walked in with heavy steps. If heaven does not allow me, I will go against heaven. This was the active skill ghost hero of Suyu's mythical weapon, the Overlord Bao. It gave people a powerful sense of oppression. His appearance plunged the entire hall into a tense atmosphere. Ghost hero summons the Overlord to assist in battle. Each attribute inherits 80% of the host. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 12 hours. Overlord, LV7. Profession, Overlord. Strength, 70. Spirit, 42. Physique, 58. Agility, 66. Suyu checked the attributes of Overlord. The level was the same as his own. Each attribute inherited 80% of his own, and he had his own profession. Suyu was not unfamiliar with the profession of Overlord, which was a powerful tank-type profession, with skills such as displacement, control, shield and guardian. The Overlord is extremely capable of surviving and sustaining combat. To Suyu's surprise, not only could he perform Overlord hosting, he could also manipulate it with his own consciousness. For these heavenly soldiers, such an attribute was undoubtedly an extremely overwhelming advantage. Go together and leave them alive. Honda Bardo snapped. Since your excellency has already shown up, let's have a painful battle. The Overlord's mountainous body swept by like a thunderbolt, and as the blade light fell, the heavenly soldiers retreated. There were screams and wails, and soon, the seemingly impenetrable defense was beaten to pieces. Despite the fact that there were nearly 50 heavenly soldiers surrounding one Overlord, they had no advantage whatsoever. In the face of absolute attribute superiority, the battlefield had evolved into a one-sided slaughter. Chapter 66 Super Ultimate Shinigami Arrow. Under the control of Suyu's intention, the Overlord continued to cut down the heavenly soldiers. These celestial soldiers came from the Whitehead family, despite the difference in strength between them and the Overlord. But they still went forward, like moths to a flame, to launch an unyielding attack. Suetoshi's tactical style is wide open and highly ornamental, but it also exposes some cracks. Sure enough, under the command of Honda Buster, the Sky Soldiers began to think they were gradually gaining the upper hand. However, this was just a move in Suetsu's plan to actively show weakness and hide his true intentions. In the next second, all the remaining 30-odd celestial soldiers surrounded the Overlord and pressed their bodies against him so tightly that he could not move. Even so, Suyu only needed to subtly manipulate the movements of the Overlord to force the 30-odd people to use all their strength. But at this point, there was no need to bother anymore, because bringing them together was exactly what Suetoshi had intended to do in the first place. Young Master, Captain Honda, the Overlord's power is amazing. Overlord's armor is incredibly strong. We couldn't even cut off his hand and leg tendons. Don't worry, I've got some rope here. We can try to tie the bully up. Bai Shihao looked at the corpses of the dozen or so heavenly soldiers lying on the ground, his heart filled with grief. There's an old Chinese saying, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. Just who sent you? The Shiraishi family has all sorts of torture devices, so I'm sure I can pry your honor's mouth open. I hope you'll give a good explanation, or I'll make your life worse than death. Shiraishi Hiroshi's tone was threatening, as if he would never rest until he got an answer. On the side, Honda Bardo looked worried. The man in front of him exuded no less than his own murderous aura, but he was always silent. He was alerted in his mind that there was bound to be something fishy when things were so abnormal. An unspeakable feeling welled up in his heart. Did the man in front of him really have the ability to kill all the heavenly soldiers outside the manor? It was indisputable that this man was indeed powerful, but not to the extent of being invincible. With the power of the Overlord, he might be able to defeat the heavenly soldiers standing guard one by one, but he could not do it all without a sound. Does this man have an accomplice? As the thought flashed through his mind, suddenly, he felt a strong sense of suffocation, as if the threat of that arrow had struck again. A strong murderous aura once again emanated from the corner of the second floor. Honda Bully instinctively looked over. It was too late. Suyu used the Overlord bow and drew a full bow. A black arrow filled with the aura of death instantly coalesced into shape and came whistling. The killing aura contained in the arrows dyed the surroundings blood red. It was as if tens of thousands of dead souls were competing to come in a frenzy. They hissed, screamed and cried, creating a dismal picture. Super Arrow of Death. Rules that are meant to be broken. Ultra Inquisitive Death Arrow fires a death arrow. After firing, the damage of the Arrow of Death will continue to increase depending on the distance it travels. The Arrow of Death will explode on its first hit on the enemy, dealing a large amount of damage. Cooldown, 6 hours. This was the legendary grade skill book obtained from the mythic grade treasure chest. Unlike the single target damage of Holy Arrow Slaughter, Death's Arrow focuses more on ranged kills. Honda Bully never thought that someone would aim an arrow at his companion bully. This is not surprising, as the Overlord was meant to be a decoy to attract the enemy, and the duration is nearing its end. Quick! Escape! Honda Bastard was just about to open his mouth, but realized that it was already too late. In the next moment, the black arrow accurately hit a celestial soldier who was clinging to the Overlord's thigh. That arrow of death, as if it had been given life, blossomed into a brilliant blood-colored rose. Boom! Double strike plus Dance of Death plus passive attributes of Overlord's Bow. 2 triggered effects, plus ignore defenses and shields. A whopping 88 points of power in one arrow. The 30% bludgeoning rate was triggered, and what was inflicted in the crowd was 250% bludgeoning damage. Combined with the damage bonus from the Pursuer's set, the damage is more than full. It's practically about to overflow. For this group of mortal flesh, it's like killing a pig, but with a Yasin 105mm caliber rocket. Although Suyu had imagined the destructive power of Death's Arrow, he clearly had not fully anticipated a massacre of this magnitude. As a deafening explosion rang out, more than 30 celestial soldiers within a 10-meter radius were reduced to nothing in an instant. Couldn't even find a single body piece over 10 centimeters. Countless scraps of flesh and blood filled the surroundings, and they intertwined, staining the entire hall red. The grounds, which were already littered with corpses, were now more like hell on earth, a miserable sight to behold. Honda Bully and Hiroshi Shiraishi had a lucky escape as they stood on the edge of the explosion. Their eyes widened in shock, as if time stood still for a moment. Blood and broken chunks of flesh splattered all over their cheeks, bodies, and even mouths, but they were oblivious to it. Shiraishi Hiroshi only felt his throat extremely dry, and he unconsciously swallowed vomit. Suddenly, he spat out an eyeball. What is this? Shiraishi Hao pulled at his throat, finally unable to suppress his nausea, and began to vomit violently. Looking around, the Honda Buster stared at the empty landscape before him. The good news is that the mighty Overlord has disappeared without a trace. The bad news is that all of the Sky Soldier's men who originally followed him have disappeared into thin air. Honda Baidu couldn't help but rub his eyes, never imagining that a lifetime of his subordinates would pass with this closing-in opening. At this time, Suyu leaped and heavily stepped on the corpse of a celestial soldier that had been killed by the Overlord. Due to the powerful impact, the corpse instantly burst apart. At this moment, that originator behind the curtain finally revealed his true colors. 4 eyes met, and the Honda Baja instantly showed its cowardice. The man in front of him had a flat build and looked harmless, but the aura emanating from his body, and the eyes that looked at him like a dead man, could not help but be distracted. Looking at the man with the mask and red pupils in front of him, he suddenly thought of someone, Suyu. The Honda Barracuda didn't get to this position by relying on seniority or luck, but anyone he's ever met has the ability to forget. At first, he couldn't believe it, but after comparing it to the shadow in his head, it was exactly the same, both in terms of stature and physical characteristics. Honda Bardo spoke in shock. It's actually you. Suyu, can't it be that it was you who killed Ruyan Lu and destroyed the Lin family? Hearing this, Bai Shihao was also incredulous. How is it possible? That trash. How could he become so strong? Honda Bardo shouted hysterically at Shiraishi Hiroshi, who was behind him, with a stunned face. Tomomi, Yumi, hurry up and take the young master away. Swear to protect the young master to the death. At that moment, 2 young girls dressed in tight black clothes and ninja-like dresses escorted Shiraishi Hiroshi into the study. The door to the room closed with a bang. Suyu has already planted a death mark for Bai Shihao. No matter where he goes, he can't escape the rules of the end of the world skills. Chapter 67, Times have changed. My lord, your excellency Suyu, I advise you not to be too angry, Honda Bardo bellowed. You killed Ruyan Lu, didn't you? The Lin family was also destroyed by you, right? Yamamoto's ancestor has not returned yet. Could it also be your doing? Old me admits. Su Jun, you're very strong. Fight me head-on if you have the guts. Don't worry. I, Honda Bardo, am most concerned with martial virtues and won't kill easily. Even though Honda Bully said so, he was incredulous in his heart. With his 60 years of martial arts attainment, he couldn't believe this young man named Suyu. At such a young age, only in his early 20s, he was surprisingly so powerful. How can we defeat the Yamamoto ancestors and destroy the Lin family, as well as wipe out all of the estate's celestial soldiers? Even with the ultra-inquisitive Death's Arrow he had just witnessed, he couldn't believe it. Instead, he thought that he had fallen into Suetsu's way and had been hit by the weird skills in the middle of the end times. With a little precaution, he could be easily subdued. Honda Baidu continued to talk in a pretentious manner, and after clasping his fists, he actually made a horse stance and assumed the posture of "please make a move." although the level was only 3, and there were only a few random pieces of excellent level equipment on his body. Even so, the majestic aura displayed in this instant was even a step above Yamamoto's ancestor. Tsuyu smiled. This has not solved the case? No wonder the Honda Buster was so powerful. Yet he was unknown in the midst of the end times. It was reasonable to say that martial artists, with their extraordinary physical qualities, should be the masters of the end times. However, according to Tsuyu's memories, the number of martial artists in the late post-apocalyptic period was scarce, and even within the first month, many martial artists were eliminated. This is because martial artists like Honda Bardo, they are concerned about solidifying the foundation, building up the foundation over time, persisting and persevering, so insist on several years or even decades. Summer practice 3 volts, winter practice 3 nines. They are not tempted by the conveniences of modern life and reject comfort devices such as heating and air conditioning. Therefore, when the end times came, they could not adapt quickly to the new rules. They firmly believe that physical fitness is far more important than personal attributes, and therefore don't bother to upgrade their personal panels. In their eyes, attributes, skills, and equipment are all just side issues. It's blind confidence spawned by years and years of experience. Therefore, the so-called strong, that is, those who are unwilling to accept the laws of the last days, are not destined to survive for long in the last days. After all, during the 7 days of the novice protection period, the zombies' attack power was drastically weakened. They take for granted that they can still easily defeat the many walkers. However, once the 7-day rookie protection period is over, the intensity of the zombies will increase. By then, even ordinary zombies could easily take their lives. Now the Honda Bully's bottom line is nothing but 60 years of child's play. There was also an undercard. It's A-rank talent. Golden Hoop Defense. Golden Band Defense, A-rank talent. The body is protected by the Golden Band Defense formation, which reduces damage by 60%. At the same time, it can absorb 300% of its own vitality damage. The formation is refreshed every minute. The talent is great. Tsuyu didn't consider defense-type talents. He firmly chose to follow the path of killing and determination, and wasn't too interested in the strategy of pretending to be a pig in a poke. With Honda Buster's talent and 60 years of boyhood skills, he was even able to face several mutated zombies head-on. This is something that even Yamamoto's ancestors could not do. If Yamamoto Sionin, who possessed the SS-rank talent Dance of Death, was the Shiraishi family's sharpest spear, then Honda Bardo was the strongest shield. My lord, times have changed. Tsuyu did not respond, but quickly launched an attack. He struck swiftly, like lightning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows a second. The Overlord bow was as if it was alive in his hands, and the 2 arrows were like snakes coming out of their holes, tightly sealing off the retreating paths to the left and right of the Honda Bard. Honda Bully shows amazing reflexes as he leaps forward, changed the trajectory of 3 arrows in the nick of time, causing them to skim over his crotch. Suetsu calmed himself. His 4th arrow shot out again. On target. Honda Buster clenched his teeth and forced himself to adjust his stance in the air. With his strong core strength, he managed to dodge the arrow that was almost bound to hit him. After landing, the Honda Buster spun around twice in a smooth motion, dissolving the mid-air force into nothing. Tsuyu, you bastard, he cursed in a low voice, obviously angry at the thrilling situation just now. Older, so still breathing heavily after landing. Young man, you do not speak of martial virtues. My 60 years of child's labor has almost been destroyed, but if that's all you've got, then you can surrender. Tsuyu knew that if his opponent at the moment was Yamamoto Sanjin, he would definitely not be able to dodge this strike. However, the Honda Bully did. This kind of body technique means, before the end of the world, was enough to make him a top martial arts master. But this kind of stereotypical thinking doesn't work in a post-apocalyptic environment. By the later stages of the endgame, people are becoming more savvy. Pick out 1 or 2 random heartthrob dogs and they can easily get him killed. The old man has something, Suetsu spoke up, but not much. However, the few arrows he had just tried to shoot had given Tsuyu a deeper understanding of martial artists. They cannot be dealt with by conventional means because these people have taken their physicality to the extreme. Their reaction speed and flexibility, which were far beyond normal, could not be measured simply by rank or attribute. Since Honda Bastard was so proud of his martial arts skills, he chose to fight Suetsu with his bare hands, then follow the rules of the end times and teach him to behave. Not waiting for the Honda Buster to stand firm, Tsuyu quickly struck out and skillfully shot 3 arrows, forcing the Honda Buster to leap into mid-air again. Young man, you can't use the same move twice against the old man, Honda Bastard loudly warned. However, Suetsu released his skill, Holy Arrow Slaughter. Holy Arrow Slaughter, while moving freely. Shoot 20, plus 25% strike chance, rounds of arrows in one direction over 3 seconds. Each round dealing 30% damage. can be forcibly cancelled during casting. In just 3 seconds, 20 arrows poured down like a torrential rain, completely blocking all the evasive paths of the Honda Buster. Honda Bully's eyes widened in shock, his mind filled with doubt. Is this something a human being can do? Pedantry. However, he forgot. In a world where even a divine skill like the ultra-inquisitive Death God's arrow existed, how could the sacred arrow slaughter in the district seem unusual? After all, his current perception was still too shallow. Honda Bardo, who was in mid-air, dodged left and right, doing his best to try to get away from that deadly holy arrow slaughter. The first 10 rounds of arrows had narrowly skimmed the corners of his coat and whistled past, but after all, they had still failed to injure him in the slightest. However, Honda Bardo wasn't Superman, and he couldn't possibly withstand all of Suetsu's attacks. After 10 arrows, the Honda Buster couldn't move as if it was stuck. A deep despair passed through his eyes, as if he had foreseen his fate. Once hit, it was as if time stood still for 0.1 seconds due to the S-rank talent true shocking heaven and earth. This perfect combination of skill and talent was almost as if it was tailor-made for him. As a master of martial arts, Honda Bardo, despite being on the brink of life and death, did his best to protect his vitals with his amazing willpower. However, under the terrifying effect of the dance of death, all defenses paled in comparison. The tremendous impact pinned him to the wall, his eyes round with resignation and despair. Chapter 68, Ninja Sisters. Under Honda Bastard's all-out dodging, there were still 10 hits despite dodging the intense arrow attacks. Even if it pierced through the arm, it didn't hit the Honda Buster's vitals. Nonetheless, the owner of the Honda Bully has felt the power fading. However, when his gaze met with Suyu, he immediately detected a strong killing intent permeating the air. This killing aura made him feel off for a split second. Could it be that you're really getting old? Not only did he fail to get close to his opponent in the short 2-round exchange, instead, he was struck by a blow and pinned firmly to the wall. I can't imagine that 60 years of child's kung fu would be reduced to nothing in a single glance. The grief in his heart was like a spring that could not be vented. Just then, the Honda Buster witnessed Suetsu raise his weapon again. At this moment, I was incapable of reacting in any way, and could only watch as I was pierced by Suyu's arrow. You, do not speak of martial virtues, young man. We shall fight fairly. Honda Bastard was furious to the core. In his perception, martial arts should be purely a contest of physical strength, relying on moves and techniques to subdue the opponent. However, everything in the end times has changed and become so unfair. I'm not a ING martial arts practitioner. What's the point of talking about martial virtues? Suyu felt that this old man was really a bit pathetic, even pitiful. It has been proven that strength alone is not enough to be invincible. One needs to keep up with the times and trends. The next arrow, straight through the mouth, went through the brain stem. Before he died, Honda Bully only felt a heat in his throat, and then he lost consciousness. The next blast directly shattered his skull. Blood gushed out as his legs stomped, soaking his entire body. Inside the safe house of the den, 2 young girls stood silently. Their figures are delicate, their faces are cool, and their eyes reveal determination. The young girl who was called the older sister was named Tomomi, while the younger sister was named Yumi. Looks about the same age as Shiraishi Hiroshi. The two were dressed in identical tight-fitting combat suits, one red and one black, as if they were 2 sides of the same soul. Another sign that distinguishes them is the direction of their ponytails. Tomomi is on the left and Yumi is on the right. This is Shiraishi Hiroshi's unique preference and the unique mark he has given them. In addition to flirting with other women, he also really enjoys being with the sisterhood. With reins made of horsetail in hand, he drove 2 wagons, side by side, galloping across the boundless prairie side by side. A battle dress, naturally, is no ordinary secretary. They may look fragile, but they are actually athletic and strong. If they fought alone, they were absolutely powerful. But when the two join forces, even the mighty Honda Buster is scandalized. Since childhood, they have lived with Shiraishi Hiroshi as cousins under the arrangement of his mother. These two not only served as Shiraishi-ho's personal bodyguards, taking care of his life and living, but they were also his indispensable forbidden property. With their lives, they forged the last line of defense for Shiraishi Hiroshi, vowing to guard his side no matter when or where. By the middle of the end times, Shiraishi how easily gave the sisters away in order to obtain a mythic grade equipment. It is said that the sisters were given away, lost their minds, and came to a rather miserable end. Despite the sisters' best efforts to comfort the frightened Shiraishi Hiroshi, his expression still showed deep trepidation. Shiraishi Hiroshi had made countless guesses about the killer. However, he never expected it to be Suyu, the man who had been so easily controlled by him, the man who had cowed in front of Ruyan Lu. How could there be any connection to that powerful killer? Outside the safety net? Shiraishi Hiroshi couldn't believe it. However, Honda Bardo, Who has a knack for reading people's bones and possessing an unforgettable ability to see through them, sees through this as if it were nothing. Even though Shiraishi Hiroshi didn't want to accept it in his heart, the reality was in front of him and he had to admit it. He himself slept with his women and coveted his old mansion. Did Suetsu really want to retaliate by exterminating the family? Isn't that a bit too much? Throughout his life, Shiraishiho became entangled with numerous women and indulged in their affairs. He had always traveled well, not allowing himself to get into any deep entanglements. However, he never imagined that he would face life and death because of a woman. However, as all the clues gradually connected, Suyu's image became clearer and clearer in his mind. It really could be Suyu. He must have known about what happened between Ruyan Lu and me. Then struck first, killed Ruyan Lu, completely annihilated the Lin family, and now he's coming after me. Lin Maron's bizarre death at Star City Hospital was also at the hands of a man, and it should have been him too. The tragedy of the crow flies in the library may have been his doing as well. And then there's Hyagan Yamamoto. With his strength, he should have returned long ago. It's him, it must be him. There's no other explanation. But how did he know? Why has his strength increased so quickly? If it wasn't for that stupid idea from that old man from the Lin family, that brat Suyu would have died a long time ago. I didn't need to use that Ruyan Lu to trick him either. I would have just finished him off long ago. Shiraishi Hiroshi tried hard to sort out the current situation, but his thoughts were getting more and more confused. By the end of the day, it was all a bit incoherent. Young master, please don't panic. Uncle Honda is powerful and definitely capable of stopping that killer. Besides, even if the killer was able to get rid of Uncle Honda, he wouldn't be able to find where the safe house is. Even if he knew the way, he wouldn't be able to get in here without the right path. The woman looked humbly at the man in front of her and tried to convince him. Indeed, the safe house was built to the standards of a fortification and could be maintained even after months of isolation. However, despite this statement, there was no certainty in the minds of the two women, based on what Baishirhao said, and all of Suyu's behavior today. In the context of a post-apocalyptic world, can the fortifications of the peace era really withstand Suetsu? Inside the villa, Suyu faced the purgatory-like scene and gestured toward the door. At the doorway, a little lowly had long been impatient, cocking her head and following lightly. Suyu had no time to care about the remains of Honda Bastard at the moment, as his gaze was fixed on the location of the marker. As they enter the study, everything becomes clear, and the death mark guides them on their way. The marking, it was seen, was starting under the desk and extending all the way to the ground. Without any effort, Suyu was able to find the secret passage from under the desk. However, for this thick steel plate, Suyu did not put it in his eyes. Lu Wei, Suetsu shouted gently. Boom, boom, boom. With a few blows, the 10-centimeter thick steel plate collapsed under Lu Wei's violent demolition. The moment the passageway door opened, Tomomi and Yumi were like a black and red lightning bolt, wrapped in a powerful killing aura. It swiftly attacked Suyu. Chapter 69, Calling Dad. Tomomi Shiraishi, LV4, no occupation. B talent, born to charm. Yumi Shiraishi, LV4, no occupation. B talent, born to charm. Born with a charming bone, grade B talent. With this talent, you can reshape your body. Not only can your appearance change, but your body shape can be adjusted as well, and you will stay young forever. Damage inflicted on the opposite sex is increased by 50%. Worthy of being twins, even their ranks and talents were identical. The first time Suyu checked the information of the two women, he didn't expect that the two people who possessed a choppy body, their rank and talent were actually so mediocre. However, the B-rank talent that was mediocre in Suyu's eyes was an extremely rare excellence among all the Awaken survivors. The probability of a B-grade talent, awakening, is only 1 in 10,000. Regarding the special talent of being born with a charming bone, Suyu knew a little about it. It has the magical ability to reshape the body and stay young forever. Although it dealt 50% extra damage to the opposite sex, this talent, which was made to please the opposite sex, was just a laugh in Suetsu's eyes. In the later stages of the end times, many rich and powerful families liked to keep some women with this talent and regarded them as playthings. This only shows that no matter how the times change, there will always be people suffering from hunger, while the privileged class will always exist. At this time, Suyu's eyes were extremely high, and he almost didn't consider talents below a rank. Just at the moment when those two short green knives were about to slice his throat, Lovey's eyes suddenly flashed a golden light. She didn't wait for Suyu's order before striking out decisively. She charged straight up, quickly closing the distance between her and the enemy, then casting shocking strike. This set of moves was tried and true, and if the two women still did not stop, they would surely die without a burial place. Just in the nick of time when Lu Wei raised the Umbra hammer, both of those women felt the mighty power of the move, and the threat of death instantly enveloped their minds. The fatal blow in his hand was about to kill Suyu, but a Chang bite came out halfway. Despite his heart's resentment, after a brief moment of weighing his options, reason overcame the urge to kill. They don't want to gamble. Not sure if my own knife was faster, or if Lovey's hammer was better? Even if he was able to kill Suyu, he himself would definitely be hit by the giant hammer. If this hammer goes down, I'm afraid I'll die without a burial. They are even more afraid to gamble. Considering young Master Shiraishi's current strength, I wonder if he can escape with his life. The powerful strength that Suyu had shown was already beyond their imagination. Not to mention the little girl in front of them with 2 sledgehammers in her hands. They intuited that this little girl was anything but idle. As it turns out, their fears were not unjustified, even without Lu Wei's assistance. With Suyu's superior agility, successfully dodging it would not be difficult. What's more, Suyu's physique attribute was extremely powerful. Even if he resisted this blow hard, at most, he would only be left with minor injuries that would not be life-threatening. After all, Suyu's attributes were too far ahead of his opponents. However, the gift of absolute slavery has a unique protective mechanism that always prioritizes the life and safety of the master. Therefore, Lu Wei did not hesitate to attack and did not wait for Suyu's order. Though it didn't hit Tomomi or Yumi with her strike, the desk was instantly reduced to powder and the floor shattered, exposing even the steel. The power of this strike was so strong that the 2 women broke out into a cold sweat, glad that they had chosen to dodge. If one was hit by this move, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Lovey Insight removed the crisis and returned to Suetsu's side with a single blow. Despite the expressionless face, the hands remained in a fighting stance. The 2 knew that with their own strength, it was absolutely impossible to win head-on. Just by making eye contact, these 2 sisters understood and agreed. As a result of being Shiraishi Hiroshi's pets for a long time, they have developed an extraordinary sensitivity. It was as if they saw themselves in Lovey, between Suyu and Lu Wei. Rather than being brother and sister, they were more like master and slave. Sure enough, all stinky men are the same, since they missed the best time to assassinate him, and it was almost impossible to kill Suetsu head-on. Tomomi and Yumi already had a new plan. For the sake of young Master Shiraishi, they are ready to offer their flesh again. 2 ninja girls in tight black and red combat suits pulled out a few blades with their short blades in their hands. Then, without hesitation, the 2 short blades were placed on the ground. The process of bending over even revealed the underside of the neck, the snow-white skin, and the endless abyss. Meanwhile, 2 poison ninja shurikens were hidden in his hand as a concealed weapon, waiting for the right moment to strike. Both of them actually pulled out a plain white undershirt from their tights at the same time. The next moment, the excitation was clearly visible. They waved their underwear in a gesture of surrender. Then, the eyes became incomparably gentle in their midst, and the small study was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Their self-confidence stemmed from the B-grade enchanting bone talent. The remodeled body, whether it's the face, the shape or the voice, has a fatal attraction for LSPs. In particular, the exquisite skills they had practiced since childhood made the words seem to contain a hypnotic magic. The 2 men's voices were magnetic and gentle, like the attraction of gravity, as gentle and refreshing as warm spring water. Little brother, we can't beat you. We surrender. We've thrown away all the weapons we had on us. Why don't you come and check it out yourself? Little brother? Can't. Take off our open stockings and thongs under our tights for you. 2, can we? As long as you can spare young Master Shiraishi, we sisters will be at your disposal. We know how to make men comfortable. Why don't we try it now? The 2 of them were talking and writhing, their movements light and supple, with just the right amount of force, as befits someone who regularly plays multi-person sports. Seeing that Suyu and Lu Wei seemed to have let their guard down, the 2 women tried to move closer. Oh, yeah, then call Dad, Suyu said, his tone seeming flat. The 2 women looked at each other and smiled, clearly having fallen for a trick judging by the man's odd sense of fun. Daddy! The 2 girls turned their heads, ninja shurikens in their hands ready to launch their attacks. Despite the fact that they spoke in a very seductive tone, Suyu was keenly aware of a hint of murderous aura hidden in their eyes. In the 10 years of the end times, Suyu had witnessed too many people lose their lives due to a moment of weakness. When the 2 women were just about to open their mouths, Suyu decisively shot his arrow. These 2 women had not expected Suyu to strike so decisively at all, and their tried-and-true charm skills had failed in front of Suyu. With Suyu's movements, the ambiguous atmosphere that originally filled the air instantly dissipated without a trace. The 2 women couldn't dodge and were directly nailed to the bookcase, their bodies letting out a violent shake. Then his eyes were lax, and the poison ninja shuriken in his hand fell to the ground. Chapter 70, The Great Vengeance is Avenged. Suyu looked into the safe passage. The death mark did not move. Shiraishi Hiroshi knew there was nowhere to run after learning of the deaths of his 2 female companions. With the terrifying strength that Tsuyu had displayed, there was nowhere to escape. At that moment, Shiraishi Hiroshi was standing inside the safe house, waiting for Suetsu to arrive. Behind him, a huge map of the world stood out, marking the branches of the Whitehead family around the world. Facing the man in front of him, Tsuyu did not change his color and stepped forward calmly. Tsuyu shot out an arrow, and that arrow of punishment was like a meteor that went straight for Baishirhao's knee. This huge dark red arrow carried a gut-wrenching might. However, when it came into contact with Shiraishi Hiroshi's knee, it unexpectedly made a sound of metal scraping against metal. The voice was like the clash of swords, and it was heartbreaking. Miso. What was even more amazing was that this always invincible arrow of punishment had left no trace on Shiraishi's body. It turned into countless dark red fragments and disappeared without a trace. That arrow of punishment, which had once been a great killer, was surprisingly ineffective against Baishirhao. Hiroshi Shiraishi, LV5. No occupation. S-rank talent, absolute defense, unique talent. Cannot be looted. Absolute defense, S-rank talent. When your physical attribute is greater than the opponent's strength/spiritual attribute, you will be immune to the opponent's physical/skill attacks. Shiraishi Hao was fully equipped with physique equipment, and he had added all of his free attribute points to physique. Although his strength, spirit and agility attributes were relatively low, his physique attribute was a staggering 85 points. This meant that even Lu Wei, who had 84 points of power, couldn't damage him. Even Ancestor Yamamoto, who possessed the SS rank talent, Dance of Death, couldn't shake him. Tsuyu's spiritual attribute was only 52 points. As such, skill attacks like Arrow of Punishment were no threat to him. Seeing Tsuyu's arrows bounced off by his absolute defense, Baishirhao finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Tsuyu carried the Overlord bow behind his back, exuding a kind of helpless abandonment. However, unexpectedly, he had quietly held the dagger that had once stabbed Ruyan Lu in his hand, and once again walked towards Baishirhao. This dagger, after Tsuyu's skillful treatment, the original sharp blade has been smoothed by him, only to bring Baishirhao an unprecedented blunt knife-cut flesh pain. Today, we will let Shiraishi Hao see what is called the more blunt the knife, the more painful to kill. As an enemy in his previous life, Tsuyu knew Baishirhao's talent and ability like the back of his hand. After an unsuccessful strike, Shiraishi Hiroshi quickly regained his usual dominance. In the face of Tsuyu's pressing steps, he still maintained that calm demeanor and said calmly, "My talent is absolute defense, with 85 points of physique, and if you can't exceed that number in strength, then all your attacks will be in vain. Now, are you free to listen to me?" There's an old Chinese saying that goes, "All the world is for profit, and all the world is for profit." Tsuyu, you are exceedingly strong, and I, Shiraishi Hao, have the support of the entire Shiraishi family. If you and I join forces, whether it's the prosperous Star City, the vast China, or even the entire Blue Star, it will be in our hands. Saboshi, I think we can talk. Shiraishi Hiroshi turned his back to the map and waved his arms. It was as if the entire Blue Star was already within his grasp. According to Tsuyu's memories from his previous life, what Baishirhao said was not just empty talk. In this life, however, Tsuyu wanted to make it a billion points harder for the Whiteheads. Shiraishi Hiroshi had talked himself into a bit of a frenzy, and his eyes were filled with intense longing. But when their eyes met, Tsuyu still had that breezy expression. Shiraishi Hao's smile instantly froze, and the excitement within him was instantly doused. Just in the next moment, the dagger in Tsuyu's hand easily pierced into his thigh. Shiraishi Hiroshi's thoughts were instantly interrupted by the sudden sharp pain, and he cried out in shock. How is that possible? He couldn't believe that Tsuyu had cracked his absolute defense so easily. With his movements, his agility was definitely over 50 points. How could his strength be over 85 points? Immediately after that, Baishirhao let out a mournful wail. "Sorry about that, I have 88 points of power." Tsuyu took off the bukkake mask on his face, and an incomparably evil smile appeared on his face. Unlike the means used to deal with Ruyan Lu, Tsuyu chose an assassination method that was more suitable for the Sakura nation's physique. At the moment, he had put on a pair of rubber gloves. The wound cut by the dagger was small, but under Tsuyu's great strength, 2 fingers were easily inserted. Baishirhao sucked in a breath of cold air, wondering what Tsuyu really wanted to do. Then he began to slowly tear at the wound, each tear bringing unbearable pain. Cutting, impact, and even rotational vibration are no match for this. It was as if time had slowed down, the pain growing stronger with each tear. Ever since the end of the world, Baishirhao had not experienced such pain. He wailed loudly, his voice tearing at his heart. With a single slash, Shiraishi Hiroshi's collapse value reached 50%. Cold sweat drenched his cheeks as the agonizing fainting and awakening repeatedly tormented him. His weak strength and agility attributes prevented him from escaping, much less resisting. The left leg was torn by Suyu to the point that it was deep enough to see the bone, and blood stained the area red. However, Suyu took out a bottle of vitality potion from his bracelet and poured it into Shiraishi Hao's wound without hesitation. Suyu, I beg you, kill me, don't torture me anymore. As the medicine took effect, Bai Hao's sanity gradually recovered, but his spirit was on the verge of collapse due to Suyu's torture. Kill you? Of course I'm going to kill. However, this has to be done slowly. Suyu let out a light laugh, his tone full of cruelty. In Bai Hao's eyes, Suyu's smile was as hideous as a demon. As soon as Suyu's words fell, another blade fell, stabbing straight at Bai Hao's right leg. Bai Hao howled in pain, his voice as mournful as a slaughtered pig. The same scene then played out again, as the tendons of Shiraishi Hao's right leg were torn apart, causing his entire body to tremble in pain. At the moment, tears, snot, sweat and blood were running down his face, mixing together in a miserable manner. He begged Suetoshi to let him go, but all he got was Suetoshi's cold response. This is just the beginning. With one slash, Bai Hao's lifeblood should be broken. The body that had been gradually numbed by the severe pain was once again awakened by Suyu's slash. Shiraishi Hao was just about to open his mouth when Suyu grabbed the contraption on the ground and stuffed it down his throat. Suyu sat on his lips, and with the next slash, he penetrated Bai Hao's wrist with precision. This knife, it's me returning it to you. Suyu's smile grew weirder as he spoke. For 10 years, you used Ruyan Lu, sucked my blood, and ate my flesh. Bai Hao looked at Suyu in shock, his eyes filled with doubt. What did Suetoshi say? 10 years? From the beginning of utilizing Ruyan Lu, it was only a year's worth of time in full count. How come it's been 10 years? He opened his mouth to question Suetsu about the accusations, but realized he couldn't even make a sound. His brother, surprisingly, had him by the throat at this critical moment. Before Shiraishi Hao could return to his senses, Suyu had already raised the knife in his hand once again. He flipped his wrist and the blade cut a cold light in the air. This knife is also I return you. Suyu continued. In the midst of the end times, I was falsely labeled as a traitor to China, spurned by the world, and hunted down by the 10 greatest experts. Bai Hao was dumbfounded by what he heard and couldn't help but wonder in his heart if Suyu had mistaken him for someone else. Why is he suddenly saying these inexplicable things? This knife, or I'll return it to you. Suyu's smirk grew stronger and stronger. His tone was filled with a sense of disdain and arrogance. Because I'm happy. The dagger in Suyu's hand ferociously stabbed at Bai Hao without half a pause. The daggers raced down like rain, and every time they pierced Shiraishi Hao's nerves, they brought a sharp pain. Shiraishi Hiroshi's spirit had reached its limit, and with each slash, the collapse value was rising, and had finally reached 100%. His eyes became dull as a dead pig's. No matter how Suyu attacked, he didn't move a muscle. If it weren't for the faint rise and fall of his chest, one would think he was dead. Is this how it ends? Suyu took out the overlord bow and shot out an arrow with endless power. Hakashiho's body, like a punctured balloon, instantly exploded into countless pieces. The mountain that Suyu had pressed on his heart was finally removed. Chapter 71, Wealthy Lick? Suyu let out a long whistle. His mind was incredibly relaxed at the moment. As the saying goes, avenged, relieved and refreshed. Inside the white stone villa, all but one had been killed. In his last life, Bai Hao was an enemy of Suyu at every turn, and it was only an entanglement based on Lu Ruyan. Later, Suyu was besieged by the 10 great masters, which was just a further intensification of the conflict. The Whiteheads, the 10 masters, and those who have hurt themselves. Since you have hurt yourself, give me destruction. The most important thing right now was the transfer. Since he had returned from rebirth, he had to utilize the memories of his previous life to enhance his strength. Suyu removed the map from the wall and carefully rolled it up before placing it in his bracelet. This is despite the fact that the Shiraishi family has hidden contact points around the world and has left markers. However, specific locations and contacts still need to be looked up carefully. In this safe house, Suyu found piles of various items looted from China. Includes gold and silver jewelry, precious stones and jade, antique paintings and calligraphy, and famous swords and knives. However, he disdained these items, because in the end times, these things can't be exchanged for anything of value. In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, even the sharpness and durability of carefully crafted famous swords and knives were greatly reduced. Compared to them, the Lu Huaqian brand watermelon knife is obviously more practical. But Suyu did take a large gold watch, even though the bracelet also provided a time function. But not as simple and straightforward as looking at your watch. The usefulness of a gold watch is not only in its pretentiousness, but this mechanical watch is able to walk automatically and is leathery and durable. It's quite practical compared to the spreadsheets I used in my last life. Suyu lightly hummed a small song and calmly walked out of the tunnel. The door to the study. The traitorous Wang butler. With their mouths wide open, they looked at Suyu and Lu Wei. Lovey was still calm, except for the slightest hint of eeriness in her red eyes. However, Suyu's entire body was drenched in thick blood, like a demon coming out of the depths of hell. Time back to a few minutes ago, when he got up for the night. Instead, he saw a scene of purgatory in the villa and nearly failed to strain himself. As he crawls to the door of the study, he sees Shiraishi Hiroshi's personal ninja pinned to the bookcase and immediately realizes that something bad has happened to his master. Just as he was about to flee, he suddenly heard Suyu humming out a song and his legs went limp. Straight up urinary incontinence. Save yourself a trip to the restroom. Awake? Suyu said indifferently when he saw the wretched butler Wang. This is the only living person left inside the White Rock Manor. Suyu was clear that he didn't have much fighting power, so there was no harm in saving it for the end. Butler Wang, an expert at seeing into people's hearts, instantly understood the current situation. It must have been the man and woman in front of them that struck down everyone within the Whitestone Manor. Despite the chilling scene before him, Butler Wang tried to suppress his inner fear. Before, the mountain of dependence was not iron enough, but now we have to find an iron mountain to depend on. Butler Wang was well aware of the principle of seeking wealth and riches in the lick of a hat, so his words were unusually humble. Good man. I am not a small day, but we are Chinese. My surname is Wang. You can just call me Xiao Wang. Although I come from an ordinary background, I still have some intelligence. If you don't mind, I'd like to be at your service, and go through fire and water as if I didn't want to. Suyu had long been aware of Butler Wang's existence. After the end of the world, he managed to take his place in the Shiraishi family by virtue of his extraordinary licking skills. However, he wasn't just seeking a position in the Baishir family, but rather, he was advising Baishir how. He acted decisively and with unique means, and never had a record of missing a beat. Even Shiraishi how gradually grows up. Even in the Chinese god, Wang's wisdom and planning has always been accompanied. It could be said that without Butler Wang's careful layout, Baishir Hao's brilliant achievements in China would be difficult to realize. Therefore, in the Baishir family, the words of praise were circulated. Wang Weijing's house is worth half a city. Under the post-apocalyptic world, the pressure to survive has forced many people to resort to extreme measures. For those who have no strength and can only rely on others, it is not easy to get such an ending. In later years, Suetsu's popularity began to shift. He gradually became hostile to the world and was eventually forced into the abyss. Behind all of this is a close connection with Butler Wang. Suetsu had sworn that once he caught Butler Wang, he must be dismantled to vent his hatred. Are you Wang Half-City? Suyu squatted down and finally opened his mouth to inquire. He. Overpraise. Butler Wang immediately changed into a flattering face and responded in a low voice. Wang Half-City, LV2. No occupation. F-rank talent, gold increase. I had sworn to dismantle you. And it's you. Suyu checked Butler Wang's personal information and said indifferently. No way. However, when Butler Wang saw the watermelon knife that Suyu pulled out of his hand, he instantly panicked. Suyu's arm was gently raised, and Butler Wang could even feel it. He could clearly feel the coldness of the watermelon knife cutting through his skin, as if the icy blade had already penetrated deep into his body. With a single slash, the watermelon knife sliced down his left leg as if it were tofu. The pain had made it impossible for him to speak, his body trembling uncontrollably, but his wide eyes were filled with fear and doubt. Good man, don't kill me. Butler Wang's voice was tinged with sobs, filled with fear and despair. Good man, since you've come to seek revenge from the Whitehead family, I'm in possession of the Whitehead family's hidden informants all over China. In exchange for my life, is that okay? When Butler Wang said that, his gaze fell on the knife in Suyu's hand, as if waiting for the other party's response. Suyu did not move, but a trace of joy welled up inside. This is an unexpected pleasure. He had originally thought that only Baishir Hao knew about such highly confidential matters. However, Butler Wang's appearance shatters his expectations. This character who had risen to prominence after the end of the world knew this kind of secrecy like the back of his hand. It was really out of his expectation. During Suyu's abuse of Shiraishi Hao, despite having the opportunity to pry information out of him. However, considering Shiraishi Hiroshi's character, it was unlikely that he would reveal any information even in the face of death. He might even threaten Swatoshi with it. So where's the thrill of revenge? Suyu had originally pinned his hopes on finding some clues in the Whitestone Manor, but Butler Wang's appearance brought an unexpected turn of events. As a traitor, Butler Wang was naturally a greedy character, and it was only fitting to extract information from him. However, as speculators usually do, once you get an inch, you want to get a foot. Butler Wang forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and took out a delicate little book from his bracelet, carefully cradling it in his arms. With a trembling voice he attempted to inquire. Good man, I have heard that there is a small red vial that can be taken to rejuvenate. Is it possible? No. Suyu's tone was resolute, and the knife in his hand was raised once again. Butler Wang's face paled in pain, and his ability to think disappeared instantly. He could only watch helplessly as his right leg was cut off, powerless to save it. Strong man, don't. I'll give it to you. I'll give it all to you. Just please let me go. Butler Wang cried out in despair, but Suyu's knife didn't mean to stop, falling again and again. But it's still a good idea to come out and be honest. Since he swore a poisonous oath in his previous life that he would unload him in a big way. He would unload him in a big way. One last slash at that once high and mighty head, to give it a taste of despair even as it hit the ground. Chapter 72, Departure to Star City Museum. Yawn. Suetsi yawned tiredly. After completing the cleanup of the battlefield, he toyed with the large jinlao in his hand, calculating in his mind that he had less than 3 hours until dawn. Suyu walks straight up to the top floor and shows a bedroom at random. This room is furnished to an exceedingly high standard and the walls are covered with paintings that cannot be described in detail. The round waterbed is eye-catching in the purple light. The huge fish tank adds a touch of mysterious atmosphere. And the whole room is filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. I have to say, rich people's homes are just so plain and boring. However, as a zombie, Lovey doesn't need sleep. Suyu took out a handful of universal supply capsules from his bracelet. Lu Wei, finish eating and hold the door for me. Lovey couldn't wait to take the capsule and opened it skillfully. This little girl seems to have a remarkable talent for fighting and eating. Since having Lori as his bodyguard, Suyu's sleep had become more peaceful than ever. After bathing, and with all his fatigue, he soon fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke from his beauty sleep, the time had crept up to 10 o'clock. Saboshi saw stray food scraps strewn around Lovey, and her small hands reaching for her again. Luckily, I have enough supply capsules. In response, Suyu could only shake his head helplessly. After the wine and dinner, he pulled out a map of Starling City tourism. It was scavenged from Baisher House study, and it was labeled with the locations of Star City's major famous attractions and landmarks. Their next destination, naturally, was the Star City Museum. There was Suyu's long-set goal, the strongest hidden profession of the bow and arrow department, the god of Zongbu. If he wanted to succeed in his transfer, Suyu had to get up and head to the Star City Museum. In this museum, there is a collection of bronzes that are considered national treasures. It is rumored that this bronze vessel was once used as a ceremonial vessel to pay homage to Hoi. This bronze piece is precisely the key to the transfer process. After activating this bronze in a specific way, you can be transported to the transfer copy. Completing the challenges in this subcategory will earn you a transfer scroll. In his previous life, it was in the museum that Suyu learned about this transfer process when he was teaming up with others. It was only that Suyu possessed the talent of Mage's Heart, which had a considerable bonus to the law-based skills. Therefore, for him, choosing the legal profession necromancer was undoubtedly the best choice. However, that was already 10 days after the end times had fallen. It's only the 5th day, and I'm afraid that even inside the museum, it's still a zombie world. There are strict rules for receiving the transfer quest. After the novice protection period has expired, the player reaches level 10. However, this is limited to basic professions such as mages, Taoists and warriors. As for the hidden professions, players only need to obtain the hidden profession transfer scroll through the hidden profession copy or complete the hidden quests. Once you reach level 10, you can open the scroll and successfully complete the transfer. Suyu had an early goal in mind and decided to seize the opportunity to transfer first. Stretching his back, Suyu took Lu Wei and walked out of the Whitestone Manor with great strides. He vaguely heard the voices of the survivors at the bottom of the hill. Apparently they were conferring about going up the hill. Security at the Star City mansion collapses overnight, and the entire neighborhood is thrown into chaos by the demise of the Whitehead family. Suyu knew deep down that this was only a temporary situation. It is only a matter of time before a new set of orders is re-established. The end of the world is now in its 5th day, and the people are acclimatizing in their environment. Nowadays, it is no longer possible to live on, and one must face reality and seek ways to survive. Even if a person can resist, he can't survive without food or water for 5 days. People are forced to step out of their homes and brave the zombie threat. Despite being somewhat of an afterthought, humans, unlike zombies, are a group that possesses intelligence. Most of the current zombies are at level 4 to 5, and fighting them alone is nearly impossible. As a result, more and more people are choosing to unite in response to this crisis. The Star City Museum, the Star City Library and the Star City Music Hall, 3 iconic buildings, stand in Star City's estuarine delta. The place not only attracts a large number of outsiders to visit, but also attracts a lot of locals to take a stroll and play. It's always crowded, both on weekends and weekdays. However, The apocalypse has suddenly descended, and a large event is being held in Delta, with a reported crowd of up to 50,000 people on hand. Due to the controlled activity, the perimeter was tightly sealed off by a temporary tin fence, leaving survivors with nowhere to run. In an instant, the site of the earthly purgatory came into view. Even the water in the musical fountain was colored a blood red. The speakers in the fountain emit a rustling sound, which is reflected in the colorful lights, making the whole fountain seem unusually spooky. Both the plaza and the pavilion had a large number of walkers gathered. Through the binoculars, Suyu could see a dark and pressurized area in front of the museum, all of which were zombies. In narrow indoor areas, such as museums, you can use techniques such as jamming to break down walkers one by one. This kind of open area with a huge number of zombies, even if Suyu shoots arrows until his hands cramp up, he may not be able to handle it all. Escape was even more difficult for a short-legged person like Lovey, who lacked agility. Just as Suyu was thinking about how to sneak into the museum, he suddenly realized that a group of human survivors, totaling nearly 100, rushed out of the side hall of the concert hall. Judging by their clothing and gathering, they included band members, dance troupe members, concert hall staff, and a few casual visitors. The zombies around the area, which had been cleared out, should have come from this group. The man at the head of the group was wearing a conspicuous commanding uniform and 3 pieces of excellent level equipment. He was eloquent and loquacious, gesturing to the museum and library behind him as if he were planning an elaborate attack. The rest of the survivors were mostly young men, and although they didn't have much equipment on them, their eyes were determined and fearless. Obviously, they are not idle. What's more, they had arranged for a few people to be on guard around the area, making the group look extraordinarily organized and disciplined amongst the crowd that was currently gathered. However, after the chief's words fell, some people no longer had the desire to fight anymore and chose to leave. But most, after some deliberation, decided to stay. Kind of interesting, Suyu said faintly. In the context of the end times, temporary alliances are commonplace. However, such teams were often gathered and dispersed due to interests. None of it ended well once it came up with what was at stake. In the face of profit, anything can become complicated, and so-called rules and ethics are often thrown out the window. What's more, in the post-apocalyptic world, it was supposed to be an idea that believed in the supremacy of strength. If that's the case, why don't we use them and team up to clean up the zombies? As long as you can sneak into the museum without any problems, you can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Chapter 73, The City of Night Stars. Star City Music Hall. Nearly 100 players gathered here. When the end times suddenly descend and the clock strikes noon, they are rehearsing for the evening's events. Unlike other crowded museums and libraries, the atmosphere inside the concert hall was slightly cooler. Yet, in just such a place, it was this same group of people who had survived a battle of life and death to escape from the concert hall. He then used this place as the center and led the other survivors to clear the surrounding zombies. And it's all thanks to one person. Lu Tianlong, the band's conductor, has always been the most avid fan of post-apocalyptic novels. He had read not 1,000, but 12 post-apocalyptic novels. When the end times did come, he showed amazing leadership skills as a visionary and thoughtful man. In the process of leading the people to escape, he not only demonstrated excellent organizational skills, but also showed bold determination at critical moments. He first led the survivors of the orchestra and managed to free the trapped dance troupe and some of the other survivors scattered throughout the concert hall. Not only did he plan a well-planned escape route, he also led his team to successfully overrun several small zombie gatherings. In the end, he managed to lead the crowd to stand out and kill their way out of the concert hall. This makes the music hall the only haven within the estuary delta. Lu Tianlong named the concert hall Nocturnal Star City after a bar he patronized. Not only did Lu Tianlong far surpass the others in terms of equipment and leveling, but he had literally become the leader of the group. But in times of helplessness, people are often more inclined to go along with the crowd. Because once you leave this huge group and choose to survive alone, the chances of surviving will be greatly reduced. These people gather together because they believe that it is better to be under a big tree. So when Lu Tianlong raised his arms, most people chose to follow and only a few chose to leave. In the process of hunting zombies, they not only gain supplies to sustain themselves, but also some equipment. This thrill of killing and upgrading excites everyone. Despite going through such difficulties, they should have been more cautious and avoided taking another risk, but they began to get cocky. But right at this moment, Lu Tianlong made a decision that he could not regret. He uncritically allowed survivors to join him in his city of stars. In just 2 days, numerous survivors converged from all directions to join in. They joined for different purposes, some for survival and others hoping to take their chances. When there are more people, the hearts are scattered and the team is not good to lead. As the number of men continued to grow, the entire group gradually split into 2 opposing forces. These two forces are evenly matched in terms of numbers and quality of teams, and are at odds with each other. One was led by Lu Tianlong, an out-of-town artist who had charged all the way out of the concert hall. The other team was led by Huang Ding, a group of new speculators who were mostly natives of Star City. When the two teams are equal in power, it becomes politically correct to oppose the other. For those who joined Nocturnal Star City in the early days, they deeply recognized Lu Tianlong's leadership and strength. They clamored to storm the museum and make a splash. After all, they came from out of town and had no one to turn to in the first place. Therefore all understand that to survive in this dangerous world, they must constantly improve their strength. As for those newly joined squads, since they had never been sheltered by Lu Tianlong, their goal is to go deep into a concert hall or basement under the shelter of the team and hunt down the walkers that have fallen off the grid, just for temporary peace of mind. Lu Tianlong knew that instead of wasting energy on verbal arguments, it was better to have a quick battle. In order to ensure the survival of the City of Stars, he must establish absolute authority. After an in-depth discussion with several of his followers, Lu Tianlong reached a consensus with them. Whether or not the other side joins in, there are a large number of walkers in the museum. It could provide them with quite a bit of experience, supplies and equipment. An offensive action must be taken. However, it was impossible to break through from the square because tens of thousands of zombies were gathered there. Once they are angered, the entire City of Stars will be in danger of being destroyed. Enough of this bickering. It's going to be dark in a couple hours, so you can explore the concert hall and basement on your own. We'll leave for the museum at 8 tomorrow morning, Lu Tianlong announced decisively. His followers heard and whistled excitedly in approval. However, Huang Ding immediately stood up and objected. A museum? There are too many zombies there. Shouldn't we wait another day for a larger number of people to join the Nocturnal Star City operation? According to his idea, wait until tomorrow, and then some people to join the Nocturnal Star City. With his connections and influence in Old Star City, he knew that it would not be difficult to bring these new members under his banner through coercive tactics. In this way, he would have an overwhelming numerical advantage over outsiders like Lu Tianlong. When the time comes, he will raise his arm and bring the Nightless Star City officially under his jurisdiction. It's also a way to make a name for yourself in the end times. Don't worry, although it's difficult to break through from the front of the square, attacking from the basement should be feasible, Lu Tianlong patiently explained. Feasible? There are just over 100 of us in total. If we go in now, how can you guarantee that we can all come back alive? Huang Ding questioned loudly. It's settled. I declare it as the head of the group. I say so. Lu Tianlong hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he made a firm decision. Huang Ding and his supporters looked at each other and smiled. They had made up their minds. Tomorrow, we will press on and wait to see Lu Tianlong's joke. In the next second the crowd suddenly clamored and churned like boiling water. Luckily, the concert hall was soundproofed, or else it would have really brought in the walkers. Lu Tianlong understood in his heart that no matter how he explained, those who decided not to listen would not change their minds after all. At this moment, he had some regrets. He has taken in so many people who are hard to control for a brief period of power, but at the same time, he couldn't give up this territory that he had worked so hard to build. In the final analysis, Lu Tianlong was addicted to this feeling of being courted by the crowd and holding a certain amount of power in his hands. However, when someone more ambitious than him comes along, he begins to worry about whether he will be replaced. At this time, Suyu and Lu Wei had already changed into plain clothes without the slightest flair. Underneath the disguise, their personal information is hidden. From a distance, it looks only a little bit better than an ordinary person. No one noticed. No one noticed the appearance of a kindly-faced man as he came slowly down the stairs. Behind him, closely followed by a petite, cute, little loli with a pretender's mask. Chapter 74. Suyu led Lu Wei straight into the Nocturnal Star City. Even with casual matching clothes, she looks superb and striking in front of the crowd. Of course, he's only slightly less handsome than us handsome readers. Originally, the entrance to the City of Night Stars was guarded, but the noise in the room attracted them to join in the fun, so the two of them walked in without any problems, eliminating the need for tedious inquiries and registration procedures. As soon as he entered, Suyu saw Huang Ding hiding in the corner with a sly face. The striking blonde hair was just too hard to ignore. Once seen, it is forever remembered. With its near-perfect golden luster, it's really not an enemy. In his previous life, Suyu had traveled to the Star City Museum and met Huang Ding during his transfer. He is the self-proclaimed veteran of Star City, the organizer of Star City by Night, and the living map of the Star City Museum. He has a plethora of labels on him. At that time, Suyu was not yet versed in the world and had no idea about these complicated human relationships. He was mesmerized by Huang Ding's coquettish talk and joined his team in a confused manner. After throwing in the towel, Both sides showed considerable skill and worked well with each other. But when it finally arrives at its destination, it faces a multitude of walkers in the Starling City Museum Pavilion. Only 2 of them were left from the original group of dozens. However, after entering the replica, the 2 of them had a thrilling journey and finally completed the transfer. According to common sense, 2 people who had experienced life and death battles together, in the difficult circumstances of the early post-apocalyptic period, and in the absence of disputes of interest, usually would not turn against each other. As noted earlier, such ad hoc formations are often not sustainable in the long term. The key reason why there is no conflict between them is that the stakes involved are not large enough. Greed often breaks the rules in the face of great profit. After completing the transfer quest, Suyu accidentally obtained a fine grade necklace, and this necklace became the trigger for the 2. Sure enough, one second they were calling each other brothers and sisters, and the next second they were directly facing each other with swords. Huang Ding's behavior brings out the nasty nature of crossing the river to the fullest. Even though Suyu and Huang Ding were equal in strength, the strength of the profession of god of Zombu far exceeded that of Suyu's necromancer. At that time, Suyu was nowhere near as good as he is now in terms of level, attributes or equipment. In the end, Suyu gave it all he had, but it only ended in a crushing victory. However, the arrow that Huang Ding shot as he was on the verge of death viciously pierced through Suyu's shoulder, leaving him with an indelible scar. While recuperating from her injuries, Ruyan Lu was able to get close to Suyu under the skillful arrangement of Shiraishi Hao, which opens up the subsequent story. And after the departure of Huang Ding, there was no more hidden quest of the god of Zombu that anyone could trigger. Unfortunately, the god of Zumba had not yet appeared in the world, but fell in disgrace in the dark corners of the museum. Nowadays, I'm afraid that Suyu is the only one who still knows the secret of this mysterious profession. However, when Suyu and Lu Wei appeared, Lu Tianlong's eyes were immediately drawn to them. The siblings looked very young, obviously a young brother and sister. Suyu wore 2 pieces of equipment, with a Lu Huaqian brand watermelon knife hanging from his waist. At this point, he had gotten his revenge and had no need to use a bakelite mask to hide his appearance. Lu Wei, on the other hand, was carrying a pair of short blades, and the masquerade mask had hidden its purple glow. Otherwise that legendary equipment was just too conspicuous. However, the surface of the mask looks very high-end, and the ornamentation on it shows that it is anything but. Lovey had even shaken her head in protest when she replaced the ebon hammer in Lovey's hand with a short blade. However, Suyu eventually managed to appease her dissatisfaction by using 3 supply capsules as bait. Among this group of people, there were only 2 people who possessed 3 pieces of equipment, and those were the leaders of the 2 teams, Lu Tianlong and Huang Ding. The rest, even their most loyal followers, were equipped with only 2 pieces of equipment. Obviously, the addition of Suyu and Lu Wei undoubtedly strengthened the strength of the City of Stars. The 2 were undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Should they choose to join either side, all will be from the strength. Directly crush each other, at least in a short period of time. The discourse is also bound to increase. Lu Tianlong, as the leader, was the first to realize the importance of these 2. He immediately displayed the demeanor of a leader and led a group of followers, taking the initiative to welcome Suyu and Lu Wei. People gradually quieted down with Lu Tianlong's pace. People looked in his direction with anticipation and curiosity in their eyes. When did the City of Night Stars get 2 great powers? Suyu looked around, although deliberately low-key, but still hard to hide the sharpness. Alas, I thought the outfit was plain enough. I can't imagine that it's still too much to overestimate the strength of this group. Inside the originally bustling concert hall, whispers gradually rose and then fell into an unprecedented silence. I am Lu Tianlong, the main administrator of that nocturnal star city. I wonder how the 2 experts are addressed. What are your intentions? Lu Tianlong inquired in a humble manner. Brother Lu, my name is Rodi and my sister Lu Wei. We found out that your side of the team is quite powerful, so we would like to consider if we can join you. Suyu had an honest look on his face. Suyu felt a bit surprised by Lu Tianlong's wording. This means that the original leader of the Night Star City is not Huang Ding, and he is really a big liar. Join us in Nocturnal Star City? I would very much like to welcome you all. Brother Rodi, Sister Lu Wei. Lu Tianlong couldn't help but marvel at the fact that both of them had reached level 5 after checking their levels. It was thought that Suyu's temperament would make people feel unapproachable, but he was actually much more easygoing than Huang Din. Even more noteworthy was Lovey behind him, young and seemingly introverted, clearly taking this brother at his word. Lu Tianlong took the initiative to meet them and expressed his welcome with a warm handshake. Thanks Brother Lu, Suyu responded in a friendly manner, shaking Lu Tianlong's hand tightly. Their arrival was like a spring breeze, instantly relieving the tense atmosphere in the concert hall. Suyu and Lu Wei were pulled by the enthusiastic Lu Tianlong inside the lounge to the side. From start to finish, Huang Ding's face was shrouded in gloom as he stood quietly on the sidelines and did not rush to intervene. He also realized the seriousness of the problem. If the two were really used by Lu Tianlong, I fear that even the less-willed followers under his banner will be shaken by this. After all, this trick had been used by Huang Ding himself and had been repeatedly successful. The next moment he gathered his followers, and a malignant thought came to him. Chapter 75, Transfer Quest Scroll. At this moment, inside the temporary office, Lu Tianlong was talking warmly with Su Yu and Lu Wei. His eyes darted over the two, revealing a joy he couldn't hide. Su Yu couldn't help but smile. He had just stepped into the nocturnal star city and noticed the subtle atmosphere. There are about 100 people here, but they are split into two camps that barely communicate with each other. The immediate Lu Tianlong and archenemy Huang Ding were undoubtedly the leaders of these two camps. The arrival of Su Yu and Lu Wei, with their outstanding levels and equipment, would undoubtedly become the object of competition between the two. However, Lu Tianlong's burning gaze caused Su Yu to feel a hint of embarrassment, as if he could see Su Yu's discomfort. There were even some doubts about Lu Tianlong's sexual orientation. Tai Zi, you guys are just in time. Let Brother Lu know if you have any ideas. I'll call the shots on this place. Brother Lu promises to arrange it properly for you guys. Brother Lu, my sister and I wanted to come to the museum to try our luck. I heard that your side has plans to attack the museum? Despite what Su Yu said, he didn't intend to stay with the people of the City of Stars that never sleeps all the time. After all, blending into the museum was Su Yu's purpose. Nothing wrong with that, Tai Zi. We plan to gather tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Lu Tianlong's heart rejoiced upon hearing this. No problem, meet at the square at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and we'll clean up the zombies together. With any luck, we'll be able to fight our way through to the museum in 2 days. Lu Tianlong couldn't help but rejoice inwardly after hearing this news. And his own followers were supposed to go to the museum. Now that they had two strong men joining them, their power was multiplied and it would definitely go smoother. Su Yu was secretly pleased in his heart as he realized that the strength of the group of people in front of him was not as good as the heavenly soldiers of the Whitehead family though. Their ranks appeared to be comparable, but in reality there was a world of difference in terms of equipment and combat literacy. Even for the heavenly soldiers of the Whitehead family, I'm afraid it would take 2 to 3 days to open up a passageway in this dense area. However, for Su Yu, this group of people as his cannon fodder is more than enough. Lu Tianlong rubbed his hands together, and with an apologetic smile, he opened his mouth. Tai Zi, Brother Lu, I still have an unkind request. Brother Lu's hand lacks a handy weapon. The two of you, brother and sister, have a total of 3 weapons. Share one with Lu. What do you think, TZ? He proposed. Of course, I won't take it for nothing. I'm willing to trade 10 supply capsules for it. Do you think it's okay? Since you're asking for something, you'll have to exchange it. Wouldn't it be a loss if we didn't rip him off hard? Su Yu smiled awkwardly. Brother Lu, you know, of all these equipment's explosion rate, the weapon's explosion rate is the lowest. No problem. Lu Tianlong watched as Su Yu pulled out his own weapon and dangled it in front of him. They did notice this pattern in their loot over the past few days. Look at this, Lu Huacheng brand watermelon knife of mine. Green quality. Adds 5 points of strength. Slices, slashes, stabs, everything. And when you kill someone, you can add a fear effect to the opponent. Good knife. Really good knife. Lu Tianlong marveled, his eyes gleaming. After listening to Su Yu's description and seeing the blade's attributes with his own eyes, he concluded that it was definitely not an extraordinary item. You say, this is a good knife, and it's still all yours. Old Lu's family. 10 capsules of supplies. Will it be worthy of this knife? Then Brother Lu, I won't say any more to you. Add 10 more material capsules. He slapped his thigh, looking incredibly excited. Lu Tianlong's eyes glowed with golden light and he slapped his thigh, looking incredibly excited. This was already the limit of what Lu Tianlong could come up with. For the people of the City of Stars, material capsules have become hard currency for exchange. I'm sorry, this guy's got the wrong idea. The thing about material capsules, Su Yu had as many as he wanted. Su Yu looked at the supplies capsule with a pained expression and said, Brother Lu, this kind of survival supplies, we have to leave it for our brothers. Take a look. Is there anything else? 10 years after the end of the world, Su Yu's acting skills have been honed to perfection, and he has a complete look of an Oscar winner. He looked at what Lu Tianlong pulled out from his bracelet and disappointment showed in his eyes. Although there were quite a few types, they were scarce and most of them were ordinary props and potions. Su Yu just took a cursory glance and pressed on with nothing good. Lu Tianlong sensed Su Yu's emotions and his heart tightened, knowing that he might have let his brothers down this time. Brother Lu, isn't there something special? Something ruthless? Su Yu obviously didn't have much interest in the items in front of him. Seeing this, Lu Tianlong had a brainwave and said mysteriously, Brother Roadrunner, there really is a special item here. How ruthless, Suyu asked, obviously coming to a point of interest. This advanced stuff, I'm sure you've never even seen it before. Tai Zi, Lu Tianlong smiled mysteriously. Then from his bracelet, he pulled out a scroll. Unknown scroll, a legendary scroll. A magical scroll that can only be opened by someone who knows how to use it. Suyu froze. Isn't this the quest scroll that triggers the transfer copy? In the museum? This is only available through walkers near the museum or in picking up treasure chests. Legendary quality means the drop rate is extremely low. I wonder where Lu Tianlong got it. This wave is Qinshi Huang Mechuyu Nettle Ing Win Kula. Fortunately, Suyu's acting skills were not bad, and although he was happy in his heart, he did not move on the surface. It seemed that Lu Tianlong had only obtained this scroll unintentionally, and he clearly didn't know the importance of this scroll yet. Wow! Brother Lu, a legendary grade scroll? This thing must be very precious, right? Suyu asked in an exaggeratedly surprised tone. Tai Zi, did I say it right? Brother Lu, that's what I call a ruthless bastard. Is it ruthless enough? Unsurprisingly, Lu Tianlong began to brag about himself. It is said that this scroll was obtained by a member of the City of Night Stars by chance from a treasure chest monster next to a trash can outside the museum. Even Suyu disliked the low drop rate of the treasure chest monster, so he really didn't know what kind of luck this member had gotten. At that time, this news caused quite a stir within the City of Night Stars. Despite all the possessors' efforts, they were unable to open the scroll. In the end, they had to exchange a supply capsule with their companion. This scroll changed hands several times, but no one was ever able to unlock its secrets, and each person only got one capsule in exchange. This has become an open joke in the entire City of Night Stars. Finally, the scroll landed in Lu Tianlong's hands. As for what exactly this scroll was and what it was used for, he had studied it many times but never came up with any results. As a result, this scroll became a plaything for Lu Tianlong to show off to the newcomers to the Nocturnal Star City. After all, at this point in time, fine grade items were already rare, not to mention legendary grade items, which were even higher than fine grade. However, showing off brings only fleeting vanity. When people learned the secret of the scroll from those seniors, they could not help but laugh about it again. At the moment, for Lu Tianlong, it would be better to switch to the watermelon knife in Suyu's hand. However, in the next second, Lu Tianlong would also become the biggest resentful seed since the end of the world came. So he immediately said to Suyu, Tai Zi, this is a legendary great scroll, an unattainable treasure. When he finished speaking, he shoved the scroll to Suyu without a second thought. Anyway, this thing was only traded for one supply capsule, leaving Suyu in a daze. Good man. Lu Tianlong looked at the dumbfounded Suyu and knew that he had to know about the scroll sooner or later. So cautiously, he proposed, Tai Zi, why don't you take these 20 supply capsules as well? If there's a grudge because of this, wouldn't it be a big loss if the siblings turn against each other? Suetsu just wanted to refuse, but he felt Lu Wei gently poking his thigh with her finger. Sister is just growing up. You, as a brother, just take it, otherwise brother Lu will be angry. Nice guy. I can only say that this Lu Tianlong has taken the road wide. Chapter 76. Isn't this bullying an honest man? Lu Tianlong was overjoyed, playing with the watermelon knife in his hand. His mood was extraordinarily comfortable, and he talked more. To have such an iron son as a brother as Suyu, I have really cultivated 8 lifetimes of blood blessings. This weapon became his new equipment, bringing his equipment total to 4, enough to show his advantage in front of Huangding. You know, Tai Zi, there's actually a path that leads directly to the museum, Lu Tianlong revealed. In the basement, there is a hidden passageway leading to the museum. Although the number of walkers there is small, it is heavily guarded by an alpha-class walker. It's been tried, but every time it's been to no avail. This news made Suyu's eyes light up and his heart rejoiced. Wasn't this an opportunity tailor-made for him? The alpha-level zombies that others couldn't deal with, Suyu wasn't afraid of. Even a Lord-class zombie had been taken down, let alone this tiny alpha-class zombie. Looking at Lu Tianlong's face full of joy, Suyu casually chatted with him and easily extracted the information he wanted. Soon, he had acquired all the information he needed. With this information, Suyu decided not to travel with these people anymore. Let's go around outside and brush up on our experience. However, I suggest you guys don't rush into the museum for now. After collecting the information, Suyu turned around and left the office with Lu Wei. After Lu Tianlong heard this, his face was overflowing with joy. Every time they raised their strength some, they could increase their chances of winning by a few points when facing Huangding. However, Suyu's later words did not catch his attention. Didn't this Tico want to go to the museum himself? Why did he talk himself out of it? Alright, Tai Zi, just go. Within the Delta, just report my name Lu Tianlong. It works, Lu Tianlong said in a domineering manner as he sent the two away. The people of the City of Night Stars watched the scene with amazement. Their leader, a man in his 40s or 50s, was so close to the two young men, calling them brother, and personally escorting them away. Back inside the concert hall, Lu Tianlong was full of silly smiles, playing with the watermelon knife in his hands. Lovingly, "Brother Lu, where did this weapon come from?" a few followers asked curiously. Had. Of course it was Rodi Tetsusaiga who traded with me. You guys would never guess that I only used 20 capsules in that scroll. Just that drumming reel? Troop leader. Awesome, the crowd exclaimed in unison. There's only 1 hour left until night. We first need to find the secret passage Lu Tianlong mentioned, then find a safe place to wait for sunrise tomorrow before launching our attack. At the same time, we also have to assess the strength of the alpha level walkers. The current zombies are generally around level 5, but I've reached level 7. If I can rise to level 10 before entering the transfer copy, my strength will increase tremendously. After completing the transfer, my strength will increase exponentially so that we can open up all the way in the next battles with more certainty. Suyu pondered as he walked outside. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Swatoshi came to his senses. Why are we waiting until tomorrow to act? Before, he was unable to fight the zombies at night, but in last night's Star City Mansion, he managed to get in and out of the zombie horde 7 times. Now, with his and Lu Wei's strength, they were perfectly capable of dealing with the zombies at night. This could only mean that Suyu was still bound by the thinking of his previous life. While people were afraid of the dark night and hid in their homes and trembled, Suyu became the object of zombie fear with his many golden fingers. Moreover, when night fell, he didn't have to worry about some unenlightened person who would suddenly appear and spoil his good deed. After making up his mind, Suyu continued on with Lu Wei firmly in tow. From the moment he stepped out of the nocturnal Star City, he sensed an unusual aura. At the doorway stood more than a dozen people, who had been following him since the moment he left the house, obviously coming for him. Suyu was somewhat helpless. You're a good person yourself. Isn't that bullying honest people? As expected, when Suyu walked to the stairway, these people surrounded him. At the head of the group was none other than that striking handful of blonde hair, Huang Ding. Master AO is no match for me. LV6. No occupation. B-grade talent, hand of the quick shot. Suyu originally had no intention of letting Huang Ding go, but he didn't expect this bastard to come to the door on his own. At this moment, Huang Ding walked over surrounded by the crowd and directly blocked in front of the two. His well-groomed hair stood out in the crowd, and he was decked out in large gold chains and gold watches, sunglasses, strings and gemstone rings. It was as if all the valuables were piled on top of each other, displaying a kind of thuggish faction. Huang Ding shrugged his shoulders in disbelief, and his subordinates on the side immediately helped him remove the suit draped over his shoulders. With a cigar in his mouth and a kind of arrogance in his eyes, he said to Suyu, "Kid, just now the surname Lu showed you that toilet paper scroll? Take my advice and stay away from him, or you won't know how you'll die." Lu Wei, at this moment, silently stood in the middle of the two, interrupting Huang Ding's words. Huang Ding sneered and said to Suyu, "Humph, you want your sister to step in and hide behind yourself? Don't think you're a minor." Lao Zi launched the treasure chi too, while Suetza's brow furrowed. Lu Wei pulled out her short blade from her bosom. "Humph, with your ragtag bunch, how dare you fight against me?" Huang Ding sneered disdainfully. The 10 men behind him were all above level 5. They were numerous and their strength was not to be underestimated. With such an absolute advantage, anyone was untouchable in their eyes. Huang Ding's men also began to taunt. They felt that Lu Wei and the others were just being self-absorbed. "Anyway, I'm not the one who fights and charges, so I'm just blowing off steam to defeat the evil fire." However, people from Lu Tianlong's camp had long been used to such scenes, and they understood the gap in strength. Seeing this situation, some people from Lu Tianlong's camp at the entrance of the nocturnal Star City had already turned around and left, reporting the situation to the head of the group. It was at this moment that Lovey struck. She charged forward fearlessly, quickly closing the distance between her and Huang Ding. Immediately afterward, the two short blades accurately hit Huang Ding's neck with a crisp sound. Click! Huang Ding's head instantly separated, causing his words to be interrupted once again. Only this time, the interruption was in a physical sense. The followers who had originally been coaxing behind Huang Ding witnessed the scene of the headless boss falling straight to the ground, and they instantly became alarmed. The men looked at each other, weapons unconsciously clenched in their hands, hesitating whether they should return fire. After all, they were just a group of people who had gathered together temporarily, and there was no loyalty to speak of. But Suyu didn't care. He waved his hand and Lu Wei once again launched an attack. In an instant, dozens of bodies fell to the ground. Suyu calmly stepped over Huang Ding's corpse and continued on his way. Only a group of stunned onlookers were left behind. Chapter 77, Strengthening Stones. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. People were shocked by Lu Wei's sudden attack, perhaps because they were used to such scenes and were not surprised by the deaths of several of their companions. As Su Yu and Lu Wei slowly walked away, the crowd of onlookers began to stir. Murder! Murder! A survivor shouted. That little girl. She took care of them all in a couple of hits. Is that reasonable? It's atrocious. Oh my god. I can't. I'm going to throw up. After receiving the urgent message from his followers, Lu Tianlong quickly grabbed his Lu Huaxiang brand watermelon knife and immediately rushed to the place of the incident. What he saw, however, was a black crowd that was gathering at the stairway to the basement in an unusually tense atmosphere. What's going on here? Could it be? In the face of this sudden situation, Lu Tianlong couldn't help but have doubts in his heart, and even a hint of panic. He subconsciously guessed if Huang Ding had led his men to besiege the Suyu siblings. Huang Ding, what have you done? Lu Tianlong pushed his way through the crowded crowd, then saw a scene that surprised him. Lying on the ground were a dozen or so people, and weren't they his arch-enemies? Huang Ding's group? What surprised him even more was that none of the equipment on their bodies had been stripped off yet, indicating that people couldn't even look at these things. Lu Tianlong almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. His greatest enemy hiccuped just like that? Fortunately, Lu Tianlong was professionally trained and would not normally laugh. At this point, a loyal follower came forward and explained what had happened. Lu Tianlong broke out in a cold sweat, secretly glad that he chose to take the initiative to show his goodwill in the first place. Otherwise, with the strength of those two, if he made the slightest move, he might end up like Huang Ding. He looked around and ordered his subordinates to dispose of the bodies. The survivors who had originally followed Huang Ding had also switched to his banner at this moment. The awe in his eyes as he looked at Lu Tianlong was overflowing. They were convinced that Su Yu and Lu Wei were specially hired by Lu Tianlong to deal with Huang Ding. Lu Tianlong returned to his office and looked at the equipment he had just collected. Although he was excited inside, he recalled Su Yu's instructions when he left. Is there something more behind this that they don't know about when they are told to stay out of the museum for the time being? Is this a big gift I'm giving to Lu Tianlong? I only hope that he will remember what I said and not bother me at the museum again. Su Yu muttered to himself faintly. Originally, Su Yu intended to personally resolve Huang Ding, but when it came to actually seeing his disgusting face, he changed his mind. Not only because the opponent was just too weak to get him excited. What's more, because of that guy's arrogance, he directly triggered Lu Wei's protection mechanism. In an instant, a move took him straight away. The places Lu Tianlong mentioned were not difficult to find, yet the layout of the basement was quite intricate. The underground parking lot of the three museums is shared, and since there is no parking fee, it is filled with all kinds of vehicles. In the basement, there are tons of walkers scattered about. Particularly vigilant are the zombies that hide inside the cars. The vibration of the cars rolling over and the hissing of the zombies coming out of the cars can be heard every time you pass by. After getting rid of the crowd, Su Yu took Lu Wei and quietly put on all of his equipment once again. With the equipment on his body, Su Yu's various attributes were significantly improved, and he instantly felt at ease. He strung up his bow, took aim, and shot an arrow that burst the walker's head with unerring accuracy. Compared to melee weapons, this is still powerful. For these ordinary zombies around level 5, Su Yu was able to kill them in one hit no matter if he used a knife or a bow and arrow. However, the use of the bow and arrow made him more at ease, especially when facing a siege of multiple walkers. Even the elite zombies that occasionally appeared, even if they were handsome, under Su Yu's hands, they would not be handsome for more than 3 seconds. The two of them went on their way, walking and stopping, and when Su Yu found the location Lu Tianlong had mentioned, it was almost 1800 hours at night. At this moment, all survivors have returned safely to the shelter. After a few days of post-apocalyptic survival, they deeply appreciated the threat of zombies at night. These zombies temporarily evolved during the night and became more powerful, equivalent to a great upgrade. The original ordinary zombies became more ferocious and their intensity was comparable to that of an elite zombie. The strength of the elite zombies had even reached the level of the alpha level. It was important to realize that even the alpha level zombies during the daytime were as powerful as the combined efforts of 100 players of the same level. Right now, only Suetsu has the guts to act at night. He looked up, and the signage at the entrance indicated that this was indeed the library's expert access. This passage leads directly to the meeting room on the first floor of the library. He took a silver bird's claw from his bracelet, then focused on the interior of the passage. Sure enough, the passage was unobstructed, with only a few walkers scattered throughout the conference room. Su Yu quietly appeared in the conference room, and the zombies couldn't even react before they fell under Su Yu's bow and arrow. Put away the bully bow. By now, he and Lu Wei had arrived in the conference room. The place was bloody and it was obvious that it had been the scene of several fierce battles. Suyu searched for a few relatively clean tables and took out a handful of supply capsules from his bracelet. Lovey had no problem enjoying it with gusto. Suyu began to take stock of what he had gained along the way. Counting the zombies he had eliminated earlier, he had reached a large portion of his experience value at level 7. Tonight, they aimed to go deeper into the museum and seek to level up to level 9. However, the haul was mediocre, with only a handful of universal supply capsules. Just skip it, there's just too much of this stuff. Once the rookie period was over, in addition to keeping some necessary consumable supplies, he felt it would be better to exchange them for gold coins to be more cost-effective. A few pieces of excellent grade equipment. For those excellent grade equipment that were considered treasures by others, Suyu didn't think they had much value, so he directly threw them back into his bracelet. Luckily, the storage space of the bracelet had been expanded to 3 cubic meters, and with Lu Wei's cultivation space, it was always possible to put down some things. Otherwise it would have been filled up long ago. Just then, an inconspicuous small stone caught Suyu's attention. Strengthening stone excellent grade consumables. The equipment being strengthened will be upgraded. The first strengthening will be successful. The higher the strengthening level, the higher the failure rate of strengthening. Suyu revealed a smile, finally bursting out something useful after so long. Theoretically, the strengthening stone can strengthen all equipment, and each time it is successfully strengthened, it will increase the attributes by 10%. It can be enhanced up to level 10, but there is a talent that can raise the enhancement level to 20. Without hesitation, Suyu placed the strengthening stone on the Overlord bow. Right now, strengthening mythic grade equipment yielded the most profit. Ding! Do you want to strengthen the 10 famous bows Overlord bow? Requires gold asterisk 100. Current success rate is 100%. Reinforce. Ding! Strengthened successfully. Congratulations on obtaining the King's Bow +1. Top 10 famous bows Overlord bow +1, mythical grade equipment. The only equipment of the 10 famous bows of Huaxia. Legend has it that the bow and arrow used by the Overlord was said to be made from the tendons of a dragon it was obtained from, with extremely high power and accuracy. After undergoing enhancement, an increase in attributes is gained. Attributes, strength +20, +2. Passive skill, Renjie, increases bludgeon rate by 30%, +3%, and increases bludgeon damage by 100%, +10%. Active skill, Ghost Hero, summon the Overlord to assist in battle. Each attribute inherits 80% of the host. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 12 hours. Chapter 78, Chicken You're Too Beautiful. Suyu raised the Overlord bow, the dim light in the room adding a bit more majesty to it. In addition to the original golden glow of the mythic grade equipment, there was also a light white halo surrounding its circumference, which was the unique color of +1 equipment. Every time the equipment's enhancement level increases, its color will change. After getting the +1 Overlord bow, Suyu only felt refreshed. As was his custom, he walked quickly toward the conference room door. The fire escape schematic behind the door exhaustively depicts the layout of the first floor library. The library has the second highest number of walkers of the 3 libraries. However, not only did this library cover a vast area, its density of zombies even exceeded that of Star City Hospital. The Star City Library had 5 floors, and according to Lu Tianlong's description, Suyu needed to manage to ascend to the second floor. By crossing the connecting corridor between the library and the museum, he was able to enter directly into the interior of the museum. When I looked back, I saw that Lovey was still eating pig's feet non-stop. Lu Wei, it's almost time to go, Suyu shouted as he looked at Lu Wei who was still gnawing on her pig's feet. Lovey sullenly pouted and put down her pig's feet reluctantly. This little ninny, she was like a gourmand, as if she could never get enough to eat. Wait and give it your all. When you get to the museum, I will prepare a roasted whole lamb for you as a midnight snack. Suyu even looked and laughed. This little ninny was quite cute. Hearing this, Lu Wei immediately straightened up, anticipation shining in her eyes. Though she reverted to the expressionless face of a trippy teenager, her eyes showed her true emotions. She picked up the 2 ebonite hammers and seemed to take all her anger out on the walker's head. Hey, we don't understand the world of foodies, and we don't dare to ask. Suyu pushed open the door and found a dozen or so mutated zombies walking towards them. They are dressed in high school uniforms, where they apparently read books when the end times came. Suyu lightly raised his hand and the arrow broke through the air, precisely triggering the 33% bludgeoning effect and blowing the zombie's head apart. This successfully strengthened mythic grade equipment Overlord bow had received a 10% increase in all passive attributes except for Ghost Xiong. Once the enhancement level reaches 10, its boosting effect is even doubled. The group of zombies apparently also noticed the presence of Suyu and Lu Wei, the 2 uninvited guests, and rushed towards Suyu and Lu Wei. True to form, the average attributes of the amazing high school students exceeded those of walkers of the same class by about 20%. However, in the eyes of Suyu and Lu Wei, This gap did not exist at all. Let go and guard the entrance, Suyu gave the order. Just after receiving Suyu's order, Lu Wei took big strides and rushed straight towards the zombie group. In her eyes, these walkers were nothing more than meal tickets for her nightly snacks. With 84 points of strength, Lovey knocked the walker to the ground with a single hammer blow. Compared to Suyu's agile dodging, Lu Wei as a zombie was more direct and bold. She has no fear of the zombie's fangs and claws, and doesn't even change her nature after being injured. Facing the zombies' attacks, she didn't avoid them, letting their heads blossom and splattering blood and brains all over her body. It was a good thing that the equipment of the end times had a cleaning function, or else her entire outfit would have been ruined by blood long ago. It seemed that the decision to choose the blood-sucking ring and give it to Lu Wei was correct, otherwise her body would have been severely damaged as well. At this moment, Lu Wei seemed to have transformed into a fighting machine, blocking the doorway alone, strong and fearless, and behind him, Suyu, with every move, displayed a distinctive elegance. Each of his strikes was incredibly precise and arrowless, making sure that every zombie's head fell to the ground with an arrow in it. In just 10 seconds or so, the two of them finished off the group of zombies and came to the passageway on the first floor. Even though it didn't cause a big commotion, the low roar from the herd of zombies still attracted more zombies around. The road ahead is blocked by a large wave of walkers, preventing further progress. However, Lovey wouldn't back down, and she bravely rushed forward once again, holding off the zombies' attack. At the same time, she utilized her concussive strikes to send the zombies around her flying one by one. In the next second, Suyu's Overlord Bao's power storage was completed. Arrow of Discipline. A dark red, small arm-thick arrow whistled out, mercilessly harvesting the lives of these mutated zombies. 1, 2, 3. With this strike, the arrow managed to cross over a dozen zombies before finally stopping. Due to Lu Wei's presence, Suyu's attacks were even more reckless. As long as it triggered a blast, even if it was a mutated zombie, it was only a matter of one arrow. After an hour of fierce battle, Suyu finally led Lu Wei through the halls and safely arrived near the restrooms on the first floor of the library. Thankfully, as the fire drawings show, the fire escape door across from the restroom is normally open. Choosing this route was much easier than forcing a breakthrough from the lobby to the second floor. They quickly enter the restroom and put on their bukkake masks, hoping to use them to hide from the walkers they attracted during the battle. Due to the huge number of zombies out there, it would take at least 3 hours to clear them all if they really wanted to. Typically, walkers return to their original location within 10 minutes of losing their target. After an hour of constant shooting, Suyu felt some soreness in his small arms. He took out a bottle of white potion and took a big gulp. Stamina potion, normal grade consumable. Immediately recovers 10% of the stamina value, and for the following 10 minutes, it recovers 2% of the stamina value every minute. Potion of the same type can only take effect once. This potion was the same as the Vitality Potion and Energy Potion as the lowest level basic potions in the end times, but its price was not cheap. In his previous life, Suyu would not be so extravagant. After the potion went down, Suyu clearly felt the soreness in his little arm was relieved. He turned around to see Lovey, who looked like she had just crawled out of a hairy bloodbath and was covered in red and white. If it weren't for the little bit of whiteness that showed in her small, splayed hands, one could really mistake her for belonging to some unknown new race of people. Lu Wei, you stay here and keep watch. I'll check the restroom. Suyu commanded. Lovey nodded in agreement, and then firmly blocked the door to the restroom with a hammer. Even if an unsuspecting walker happened to pass by, Lovey could easily take care of it with a single hammer blow. Before approaching the bathroom, Suyu was keenly aware of a strong sense of presence emanating from within the bathroom. Only by completely resolving them could they engage the high-level alpha-level zombies that were about to appear without any worries. Saboshi walked straight to the sink and cautiously probed to check. Inside the men's restroom, he found several motionless walkers. The zombies seemed to have mutated while on the toilet, with their pants only halfway down, stopping just above their knees. Seeing Suyu's appearance, these zombies looked unusually excited and rushed towards him with their bodies erected. Suyu was glad in his heart that he did not call on Lu Wei to come together. This picture is really, chicken, you are too beautiful. He did not dare to look straight. Chapter 79, Leo and Yoshi in the women's restroom. As it turns out, it's easy to walk around with your pants half off and rip your balls off. Plop a few times, a few zombies, like dominoes, fell down. The leader of the zombies fell right in front of the sign, one small step forward, one giant leap for civilization. A few big white buttocks were unreservedly displayed in front of Suyu. Although they fell to the ground, they were still scrambling towards Suetsu. This has caused the mobility of the group of walkers to drop drastically. If it wasn't for the fact that they bore the name of mutated zombies, Suyu even suspected that 2 random bears could easily take care of them. This may sound ridiculous, but when you think about it, it does seem a bit of an exaggeration. This staggering scene made Suyu unconsciously speed up his attacks. It was a good thing he didn't have any bold ideas, and after a few arrows, the group of zombies were on their little legs and out of touch with the world. Even though the commotion just now didn't cause any commotion, Suyu decided to act cautiously for safety's sake. However, although the silver bird's claw could increase Suyu's perception, certain mutated zombies, or specialized zombies, were difficult to be detected. So, the cautious Suetsu still raised his overlord bow and aimed at each compartment, shooting around. Toilets are known to be an easy place to hide. Opening each compartment directly is like opening a blind box, and unknown dangers can strike at any time. Thrilling and exciting. He didn't want an old six to suddenly leap out of one of the compartments in the middle of a fight. What? You asked if it would hurt the innocent. Jail big. Heck, it's the 5th day of the apocalypse. Will there be any humans left in the zombie-infested library? Kinda. Suddenly, a cold arrow shot through a survivor's shoulder without warning. So you looked at him with a few apologies? Brother, I'm really sorry for the mistaken injury. He snickered. I'll take that as forgiveness if you keep quiet. However, looking at the man's body, which was already green and his body temperature was already ice cold, it was obvious that he had been dead for a long time. After shooting up the men's room, he walked steadily on his feet to the women's room off to the side. At the entrance to the women's restroom, a prominent sign warns, "Maintenance in progress, please do not enter." Suyu directly bypassed the standing sign and entered the women's restroom. He quickly scanned the area and realized that the structure and layout was similar to the women's restroom he had been in before. What needs to be explained is that those women's restrooms, all of which Suyu went into after the end of the world, Suyu didn't have a glorious history of trespassing in the women's restroom. Look at it. Again, it's all toilets. Compared to the men's room off to the side, the place seemed unusually neat and empty. This sight put Suyu in a bit of a trance, as if this place had not been affected by the end times in any way. However, Suyu was able to detect a powerful aura coming vaguely from the deepest accessible cubicle in the women's restroom. This cubicle was the only one in the entire women's restroom with a locked door. Suetoshi took a page from his experience in the men's restroom and shot one round per cubicle. As he reached the doorway to the last compartment, he felt as if the creature inside had sensed his presence. Immediately afterward, 2 low roars came out from within the compartment, one high and one low, as if in response to Suyu. Hold on. 2 low growls in a pit? 2 walkers? He couldn't help but think of Ceres and Lily in his mind. Saboshi leaned down and peered into the pit through the crack under the door. Seeing only 2 thick black calves, Suyu even thought he had misread. Aren't there 2 of them? Besides, that pure black skin was not from clothing, but real skin color. Was this a native of the demon capital, or a stranger from the AU region? The zombie expressed his displeasure at Suetsu's interruption and struck violently, completely destroying the wall of the compartment. With one blow, the partition walls of the cubicle all fell apart. In an instant, a scene of deja vu unfolded before Suyu's eyes. As expected, unsurprisingly, a muscular black male walker is holding a yellow female walker's peach tightly in a stunning display of core strength. The female walker, on the other hand, has her hands around the black walker's neck with a leather cord tied around it. 2 attractive beautiful legs, wearing a hole in the black silk to increase the strike rate, gently resting on the waist of the black zombie, the whole body hanging in mid-air. 2 zombies, one white and one black, their skin glowing with the faint gray color unique to zombies, were currently clinging to each other. It was the same as the pair of tank walkers that we saw in the live broadcast on the first day of the end times, only before it was a tank push. Now it's a super high standing approach. I thought that the net yellows were bad enough, but I can't imagine that there are still masters. At this moment, the black zombie took a step forward and quickly rushed towards Suyu. Each step of movement was accompanied by an eerie low growl from the female zombie, while she kept flinging the huge gray rabbit that had been zombified. If it wasn't for the horrifying sight of the 2 zombies rolling their white eyes and revealing their sharp teeth, Suyu really would have been unable to resist requesting a mysterious code. Sure enough, one of these 2 zombies has a lot of skills, and the other one has money. Despite Suyu's gaze being drawn tightly, the overlord bow in his hand did not stop. He aimed at the black walker's left leg and fired an arrow, hitting it with precision. In an instant, the black walker's knee took an arrow, and his patella was shattered by the powerful force. Under the influence of the supporting leg, the walker's body faltered and almost fell. Just as its right foot was about to stabilize, the second arrow arrived as promised. After taking arrows to both knees, the black walker fell to the ground with a thud, stirring up echoes in the small bathroom. Suyu condensed the familiar arrow of punishment on the overlord bow. The thick, dark red arrow exploded these 2 men's mouths with a single shot. He added several more arrows before he finally wiped out the pair of superbly skilled zombie gunners. Ding! Successfully killed mutant elite zombie LV8. Gained experience *160. Gold asterisk 16. Despite the intensity being equal to the alpha-level zombies during the day, there wasn't much difference in Suyu's eyes. While cleaning up the battlefield, Suetsa stumbles upon the work permits of two men. It turns out that the original name of the male was Leo, a soccer coach at Chuanyu Academy, and the lady's name is Yasi, an employee of the library, and surprisingly, she's from the Sakura country. I'm sorry to know you all in such a way, Suyu said softly. That name sounds a bit familiar. Is it Leo? Yosi? Wasn't that the Alpha Walker from the museum in the previous life? So it's an old acquaintance again. Thinking back then, in order to avoid its pursuit, the team of dozens of people was almost completely wiped out, and only Suyu and Huang Ding managed to escape. In its previous life, it was invincible and eventually became the most powerful zombie in Star City. However, this time, before it could evolve, it was planted in Suyu's hands. It seems that the Leo, Yosi of his previous life was really powerful, but the Leo, Yosi of today is not. Chapter 80, Wild Legendary Treasure Chest. Important information. Good evening, survivors of the end times. I'm here again to give you a spoiler. The end of the world is now open to a brand new strengthening system. Survivors, you may as well dare to try it out. The next step is to strengthen the rules, so please listen patiently. First, the grade of the equipment needs to be of legendary level and above before it can be strengthened by using the strengthening stone. Second, the quality of the strengthening stone will directly affect the success rate of strengthening. Third, during the strengthening process, you can choose to use a guaranteed talisman or a strong luck talisman to increase the chance of success. Fourth, the maximum enhancement level is +10. When the enhancement level is +6 or above, if the enhancement fails, the equipment will have the probability to disappear directly. As for the rest of the rules, I'll leave you to explore them on your own, the Orderer said with his mouth full of wryness, sending a message to the survivors in the midst of the apocalypse. Suyu had long been familiar with this information. When equipment is strengthened to +5 and +10, it will also gain some additional special status. In a previous life, though, except for +8 weapons, he opted for the more cost-effective option of upgrading the rest of his gear to +6. After all, the process of enhancement is extremely costly. Without sufficient strength and vigor, he would never dare to try it easily. It was important to know that in the country of Huaxia, there were very few people who were able to strengthen their entire body equipment to +10. However, Suyu in this life seemed to be endowed with open-ended luck and abilities. He set a small goal, to strengthen all his equipment to level 10. He bent down, and there were only 2 supply capsules in front of him, so he couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. It can't be that unlucky, can it? Let's have a strong fossil. Sure enough, words follow laws. After some careful searching, he finally found a strengthening stone, ordinary grade, at the feet of the zombie. This kind of strong chemistry stone was no different from the one he had used before, both belonging to the lowest common grade. High-grade strong stones are not only scarce, but also expensive. He carefully placed this strengthening stone on the Overlord's bow, and a familiar system beep immediately came to his ears. Ding! Does it strengthen the top 10 famous bows? Overlord bow +1? Requires 100 gold coins asterisk and the current success rate is 60%. Warm tip, you can use a guaranteed talisman or a strong luck talisman to enhance the strengthening, and when the strengthening fails, the strengthening level will be cleared to 0. Reinforce, Suyu said softly, with a 60% success rate of enhancement. What's the harm in failing? The success rate of reinforcement in the end times is not like the probability in those handheld games on the blue planet. Those are illusions that ordinary people can't grasp. The probability of the end times can be all real. Say 60% is 60%. Generally speaking, these charms are not employed for assistance until +4, and normal strengthening stones are usually employed. The main reason was the price of high-level strengthening stones and runes, which was too high. However, with the flash of a golden light, the white light overflowing from the Overlord's bow was colored into a light green with white. The golden glow of the original Overlord's bow was particularly dazzling against each other. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the top 10 famous bows Overlord bow +2. The strength attribute is again increased by 2 points. The strike rate is increased by 3%, and the strike damage is increased by 10%. Not bad. The first step in a long journey is completed. Just as Suyu was about to leave, in an extremely hidden corner of the cubicle, he found a legendary treasure chest with a flickering purple light. The surface of this treasure chest is carved with intricate and mysterious patterns, each of which is intricately detailed and intriguing. If it wasn't for Suyu, who had experienced the end of the world for 10 years, and had a wealth of experience and keen insight, ordinary people would never be able to discover it. Vakul, isn't this a wild treasure chest? An expression of surprise mixed with excitement spread across Suyu's face. He then gently crouched down and gently placed his hand on this mysterious treasure chest. Ding! It takes 60 seconds to open the legendary treasure chest, or use the master key to open it directly. This kind of wild treasure chest was very different from the treasure chests Suyu had previously obtained from the alpha-level zombies. Usually, treasure chests dropped by alpha-level walkers can be included in the bracelet and easily opened at any time. However, this wild treasure chest takes time to open as it cannot be moved or stowed. The opener's hand must remain on the treasure chest at all times during the opening process. Once the hand is removed, the timer will restart, kind of similar to the process of placing and defusing explosive packages in some shooters. More notably, the higher the level of the treasure chest, the longer it takes to open it. These treasure chests, which take a long time to open, are another test of humanity for the squad. Suyu had stumbled across it in his previous life, a mythic level treasure chest that took 10 minutes to open. It has been interrupted several times due to the amount of time it takes. Nice pace. Kama treasure chest. So every time you open a wild treasure chest, you have to make sure you won't be disturbed. At this moment, Suyu looked at the door and saw that Lu Wei was guarding the outside. It couldn't be safer. Open the treasure chest, Suyu said firmly as he gently placed his hand on the top of the treasure chest. Survivor Lone Wolf is opening the legendary chest. 60, 59, 58. Ding! Successfully opened the legendary treasure chest. Gained reputation *10. Experience *500. Gold *235. These are the regular outputs of the wild treasure chests, and each time you open one, you will be rewarded with some prestige, experience, and a random amount of gold. And next, check out the other rewards inside the treasure chest. Surprisingly, there were 2 more fine-grade, Pursuer Mask, and Pursuer Boots. Finally put together a full set of Chaser Suits. Pursuer's Mask, fine-grade equipment, granted only to skilled and experienced archers. This set of equipment not only has excellent attack power and flexibility, but is also a symbol of honor and strength. Attributes: Physique +5, Spirit +5, Attack Speed increased by 10%. Hunter's Boots, fine-grade equipment. Only the best shooters are qualified to wear them. This set of equipment not only provides excellent attack power and agility, but is also a sign of your prowess in the world. Attributes: Physique +5, Spirit +5, 10% increase in movement speed. Ding! Hunter's Mask has been equipped. Ding! Hunter's Boots has been equipped. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor who has successfully activated the 6-piece effect of the Hunter's Suit. Chaser's Suit, 2-piece set, +2 to all attributes, increasing the damage of your bow and crossbow weapons by 10%. 4-piece set, +3 to all attributes, increasing the attack range of your bow and crossbow weapons by 25%. 6-piece set, +5 to all attributes, causing your bow and crossbow weapons to automatically fill with magical arrows. Nettle touches the electric door, numb with pleasure. Full attribute +5 is equivalent to a full 4 more levels of attribute points. Not bad for a 6-piece set effect. It's really a quality change. The final passive skill. By simply drawing the bow, one can condense a magical arrow out of thin air and fire it directly. From there, the right hand is freed and the attack speed is multiplied. There were even 2 rare legendary quality strengthening talismans, a Bailout Talisman and a Strong Luck Talisman, which were rare in the post-apocalyptic world. Guarantee Charm, legendary level consumable, used for equipment reinforcement. When equipment reinforcement fails, it guarantees that the equipment reinforcement level will not be affected and the equipment will not disappear. It will disappear after use. Strengthening Luck Charm, legendary consumable, used when strengthening equipment. It can increase the success rate of strengthening by 15%. The talisman disappears after use. Roar! Just then, a fierce scuffle came from the doorway. Chapter 81, Crazy Lovey. Suyu tightened his grip on the Overlord bow and sprinted forward. The previous battle with the zombies had apparently alerted more enemies, and now there was a dense gathering of zombies outside the bathroom door, numbering at least 100. It looks like Lovey can't handle these hordes of walkers anymore. These zombies' attacks were extremely powerful and chilling, and it looked like Lu Wei was about to be overwhelmed by the zombie horde. What's even more frightening is that there's a steady stream of more zombies coming from all around. The mutation of the zombies at night is creepy. Not only did they improve in their attributes, but more importantly, their perception and unity were greatly strengthened. That's why, despite Suyu's caution, the sound of the battle with the 2 zombies drew the attention of the zombies in the hall. If the same scene had happened during the day, the walkers wouldn't have even noticed the difference in the bathroom. The zombies are visible at night. As the saying goes, if nothing is wrong, don't make trouble. If something is wrong, don't be afraid of it. After careful consideration, Suyu quickly formulated his strategy. He intended to utilize the skills that Lovey possessed to successfully repel the zombies around him. Next, he had to find a breakthrough and kill his way out of these walkers' encirclement. Finally sprinting across the street to the fire escape, thus getting rid of these walkers for good. After making up his mind, Suyu quickly sent clear instructions to Lu Wei. Turn on the shield and bloodthirsty skills. This shield skill came with the necklace that was taken from Lin Maoying. The bloodlust skill, on the other hand, was Lu Wei's own skill and one of her support skills. This little ninny's skills were still a bit too few. If it wasn't for the fact that there hadn't been any suitable skill books appearing, or else she could have prepared some for her. Shield of Body Protection forms a shield around your body that absorbs 100% of your own vitality damage. Duration lasts for 10 seconds. Bloodlust, attack power increased by 50%. Attack speed increased by 50%. Blood-sucking effect increased by 30%. Lasts for 40 seconds, and goes directly into a starvation state after use. With her skills at full power, Lu Wei surrounded her body with a circle of yellowish shield, effectively fending off the fierce bites of the surrounding zombies. Once bloodlust is on, damage you guess? Blood-red pupils blossomed into a striking red light under the effect of bloodlust as Lu Wei ran. Lu Wei's tightly gripped ebonite hammer seemed to have gained a new lease of life, and even stumps appeared between swings. In her hands, the weapon, which weighed dozens of pounds, became as light as nothing, as if it was easy to maneuver like a toy. Lu Wei unleashed a shocking blow instantly sending all the zombies surrounding her flying violently into mid-air. Before these flying zombies could touch the ground, their bones shattered under the continuous pounding of Lu Wei's hammer with a series of crackling sounds. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices, and broken flesh and internal organs kept spewing out. As a result of the powerful impact, these zombies were sent flying continuously, while the zombies behind them were bent on continuing their attack. Dazed by the sudden flight of his companion's corpse, he knocked down several walkers behind him. Lovey didn't stop her movements, however, and each time she was smashed the area was deeply dented. Lovey's bravery is unmatched as she takes refuge in the bloodlust skill, which boosts her combat power to the top in 40 seconds. Just as Suyu had taught her, she instantly turned the entire situation upside down with her wide-open fighting style. The scene, which was at a disadvantage, has gradually regained its balance. Suyu tightened his grip on the Overlord Bao, and with the 6-piece set of the chaser, he also stepped into the battlefield, no longer needing the tedious step of knocking an arrow. A blue arrow filled with magic power coalesced on the bowstring almost instantly. This magic arrow clearly contained unrivaled power. With the quivering of the bowstring, the arrows whistled out, and the sound of the breaking wind was shocking. Snap! Good arrows, Suyu exclaimed in his heart. This arrow not only accurately hit the mutant zombie's head, but also knocked the zombie back several meters with its powerful impact. The power swept through the area like a wild tidal wave, causing a sea of enemies behind them to fall back in defeat. Suyu's joining in instantly eased the originally tense battlefield situation, and the one man and one corpse quickly took control of the situation. Facing more and more zombies, Suyu skillfully struck, defeating them one by one with precision, the bodies piling up into a barrier. Not only did this create a unique passageway, but it also managed to block some of the walkers' path of attack. Theoretically, as long as Lu Wei can hold strong, it's only a matter of time before these walkers are eliminated. However, as strong as Lu Wei was, she simply couldn't resist without activating her bloodlust skill. The bloodlust skill is necessary to turn it on, which allows her to temporarily boost her combat power, but the skill only lasts for 40 seconds. Lovey, stand down. Suyu kept a close eye on the duration of Lu Wei's bloodlust until it reached 38 seconds. He then gave the order decisively. Upon receiving the instruction, Lu Wei quickly reversed the charge and returned behind Suyu without hesitation. Looking at the near-fire door, the doorway was clogged with walkers. Suyu gripped the Overlord Bao tightly. The full Bao was like the moon, and a deep black arrow whistled out with it. The arrow carried a strong aura of death, slamming the air around it and causing the originally quiet library to tremble. Even those emotionless mutant zombies stopped in front of this strong killing aura, as if they felt the powerful force contained in the arrows. Super Inquisitive Death's Arrow. It was powerful enough to chill any living being, and the arrow shot right in front of it with precision, aiming straight for the mutated zombie blocking the fire doorway. The moment the arrow pierced into the zombie's body, a powerful energy erupted. The black arrow shaft instantly blossomed into a brilliant blood-colored rose, symbolizing the passing of life and the coming of death. Boom! Although the damage of the ultra-inquisitive death arrow increases with distance, even though the target wasn't far away, the destructive power of the Death's Arrow skill was enough to wipe out nearly 100 zombies around them in one fell swoop, blasting them to slag. Seeing the surrounding zombies being cleared out, Suyu said softly, his gaze skimming over Lu Wei who looked powerless. Lu Wei, go back to the cultivation space. Only Lu Wei was badly injured, and under the influence of hunger, all her attributes dropped by 80%. For a while, she wasn't expected to be able to put up a fight. In the cultivation space, Suyu had long placed the capsule of all-purpose supplies gifted by Lu Tianlong for her to access at any time. If Lovey fell here, all her previous efforts would be for naught. In the next second, Lu Wei's body instantly disappeared without a trace like a collapsing mosaic. Before the surrounding zombies could react, Suyu utilized his superb agility and forced his way into the fire escape. He didn't have time to count all the loot he'd acquired, so he could only hastily stuff the items into his bracelet. After a few turns, he burst into an office on the second floor. Suyu panted heavily. The short tens of seconds had consumed him quite a lot. Chapter 82 Awakening Talent, Life Restitution. The office that Suyu was in was the safe house that Lu Tianlong had told him about, and it was very close to the passageway. That watermelon knife, so far, seems to have been worth every penny. As Lu Tianlong had said, there were very few zombies here. I should say, there weren't any. Suyu was not surprised. After all, most alpha-level zombies were not willing to let other zombies enter their territory. As a result, the silence here was so surprisingly deep that even the ticking of the clock outside the house could clearly reach Suyu's ears. Just a moment ago, that ultra-inquisitive death arrow instantly killed hundreds of zombies. Constant swipes of information poured into Suyu's ears, making him feel overwhelmed. Ding! Successfully kill mutant zombie LV5. Gain experience *50. Gold *5. Ding! Successfully killed mutant zombie LV6. Gained experience *60. Gold coins *6. Ding! Leveled up to level 8. Gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talented looting hands. Number of times remaining, 1. This strike raised Suyu's level to half of level 8. The chance of looting hands has been increased by 1 again. After Suyu thought for a moment, he added all 5 free attribute points he had gained to strength. With the help of the S-rank talent, Full Agility, his agility was also automatically increased by 5 points. In the battle just now, Lu Wei's condition was not ideal. Her body was colored in many places, and a few of the wounds were even so deep that she could see the bones. It was predicted that she would need at least 2 days of rest to gradually recover. Suyu realized that even the few pieces of equipment he was originally wearing on his body had varying degrees of breakage. The good thing is that there is a very good supply of good grade equipment, not only in a good variety, but also in a considerable amount. Even if this little ninny oohs and ahs randomly, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Suyu probed his consciousness into the bracelet and observed Lu Wei, who was feasting inside the cultivation space. Only Lu Wei was seen sitting cross-legged in the cultivation space, cradling a huge tomahawk steak in her hands, with a large bottle of fatty happy water hanging from her mouth. She nibbled frantically on the steak, as if eating meat was in her DNA. During the course of the meal, Suetsu was amazed to see, as Lovey fed, both scratches and bites gradually healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. At this rate, in another hour, she'll be back in the fight. Could Lovey have recovered by eating? Must have missed some message earlier. With questions, so Suyu searched for the information that had just been swiped from his bracelet. Sure enough, I figured it out from the screen full of messages. As it turns out, Lovey had surprisingly awakened a new talent in the process of eating after entering the bracelet. Life Restoration, a special ability acquired after a long period of constant eating. Utilizing the stomach to the extreme, it can quickly digest food and draw energy from it, effectively restoring wounds and replenishing stamina. Note, the effect is doubled when meat is consumed. It's almost as if a rat bites a cow and rejoices, genuine, rat food, bull. Suyu couldn't help but sigh, finally finding the reason for favoring meat. This Lovey, by all accounts, is a genius. Even Suyu was a little bit greedy for this talent, eating to regain his strength. Every time Lu Wei's strength increased a bit, the more feedback it gave to Suyu. While Lu Wei was still recovering, Suyu hurriedly checked the gains from the battle just now. Since the opening of the reinforcement system, the drop rate of items related to the reinforcement system has increased significantly. In this battle, he had obtained 2 more excellent grade strengthening stones. Compared to the normal grade, the excellent grade strengthening stone has a higher success rate of strengthening. As we all know, it's easy to get on top of this fortification stuff. Use it early and enjoy it. It's that straightforward. Daring to use excellent grade strengthening stones to strengthen +2 equipment. Looking at the entire post-apocalyptic world, it was considered a unique person. Without hesitation, he placed that strengthening stone, excellent, on the Overlord's bow, and a familiar system tone then sounded in his ears. Ding! Does it strengthen the top 10 famous bows Overlord bow +2? The current success rate is 50%. Warm tip, you can use a guaranteed talisman or a strong luck talisman to enhance the strengthening, and when the strengthening fails, the strengthening level will be cleared to 0. Direct reinforcement, Suyu said softly. It was worthy of being an excellent grade strengthening stone, and the success rate of strengthening from +2 to +3 had reached 50% now. Suyu remembered that the success rate of normal strengthening stones was only 20%. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the top 10 famous bows Overlord Bow +3. Without even looking at it, Suyu directly slapped another strengthening stone directly onto the Overlord Bow. The success rate of strengthening to +4 is only 30% now. It's already on the head. Whatever. If this enhancement fails, Miles will have to go back to the beginning. After the strengthened system beep ended, Suyu closed his eyes. With each reinforcement, he could feel the rush of adrenaline and the acceleration of his heartbeat. Suyu gulped. Direct reinforcement. Ding! Reinforcement is successful. There is a violent attack on reinforcement. Congratulations on obtaining the top 10 famous bows Overlord Bow +5. It's rare for this enhancement to actually have a blast. I don't know if it's the full luck that's working, or my own unique way of strengthening. Right after a flash of golden light, the Overlord Bow's overflowing light turned a deep yellow color. It looks extremely bright when the special effects are not turned off. Suyu couldn't wait to check the attributes of the Overlord's Bow, because once it was strengthened to +5, the equipment strengthened would receive an additional bonus. Top 10 famous bows Overlord Bow +5, mythical great equipment. The only equipment of the 10 famous bows of Huaxia. Legend has it that the bow and arrow used by the Overlord was said to be made from the tendons of a dragon it was obtained from, with extremely high power and accuracy. After undergoing enhancement, an increase in attributes is gained. Attributes, strength +20, +10. Passive skill, Renjie, increases bludgeon rate by 30%, +15%, and bludgeon damage by 100%, +50%. Active skill, Ghost Hero, summon the Overlord to help in battle. Each attribute inherits 80%, +20%, from the host. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 12 hours. Sure enough, the Overlord Bow's strength, strike rate, and strike damage increased in increments of 10% per level. As for the active skill, Ghost Hero, the summoned Overlord had its full attributes increased by 20%, which was the change brought about by +5. It's so exciting. When will I be able to loot a talent that is 100% successfully reinforced? It'll be awesome. Suyu clenched his fist and swung it excitedly. The attributes at this point are pretty amazing. Lone Wolf, rank 8, Strength 103, Spirit 67, Constitution 82, Agility 88. Suddenly, a mournful hiss pierced the quiet outside the house. Palpitating. Earlier, as soon as Suyu stepped onto the stairs, he could feel the oppressive and suffocating atmosphere that filled the air. He ruffled the curtains and looked out the window, only to see a small, scrawny walker. It was like a swift bolt of lightning, instantly tearing a huge mutated elite zombie into countless pieces. The skinny zombie then hung upside down by its legs in one of the corners of the hall, eyes tightly closed as if it had fallen into a deep sleep, as if nothing had happened. However, right at this moment, the zombie seemed to sense something and violently opened its eyes. Those eyes flashed with a demonic red light, and straightly stared at Suyu. Chapter 83, The Leeson Woman. One person and one corpse, just staring at each other for a long time. Time seemed to stand still in this moment. He knew full well that he was standing on the edge of that zombie leader's territory, and that the slightest mistake would attract unwanted attention. After several minutes of stalemate, the zombie leader finally slowly closed his eyes. Suyu gently restored the curtains to their original state, after he had quietly observed his surroundings. Throughout the space, white cobwebs were densely intertwined, giving a depressing and mysterious feeling. Countless cocoon bags, tightly wrapped in spider silk, hung in various parts of the space, unaware of what unknown fears were hiding inside. Hundreds of red-eyed spiders roamed around on the ground, walls, and above the cobwebs. They were only the size of kittens, and had black smoke surrounding them. Hanging there upside down was a young girl with a short profile and long chestnut-colored hair that hung to the ground. She looked to be around her early 20s. Her makeup was stunningly elaborate and she looked extremely sultry. Amazingly, 8 long spider legs suddenly sprouted behind the young girl. At the end of each leg, it transformed into a dagger with a cold green light. The name Lo Shin Woman originally stood for Lady Spider. She has a unique hobby of capturing men and sucking their blood. Rank 10, chiefly. Basic attributes: Strength 10 plus 5, Mental 10 plus 5, Physical 60 plus 30, Agility 80 plus 40. Talent 8 Spider Poison Claws. The poisonous claws behind the body improve bouncing and climbing ability, and attacks are increased by 50% plus 25% with the poisonous attribute. Moreover, it will ignore the terrain in the spider web area, and increase the speed of vigor recovery. Special talent, cannot be looted. Paralyzing Bite. All attacks of the Lotion Woman have venom attached to them. Poisoning the enemy. Poisoning reduces attack speed and movement speed by 25%, plus 5%, and attacks by poison units have a 50%, plus 25% chance to miss. and the effect lasts for 10 plus 5 seconds. Skill, puppetry, by manipulating the spider's silk. The Lo Shin woman can make puppets out of the units she defeats and make them fight for her through delicate manipulation. Extreme hunger, the lore master becomes extremely hungry for life, and this hunger dramatically increases her attack power and ability to draw blood. With the Knight's enhancement, the strength of this alpha-class zombie was already comparable to that of a Lord-class zombie. The plus sign that Tsuyu could observe represented the attributes that were added at night. Although the strength and spirit attributes were not high, with the Knight's bonus, agility was as high as 120 points. It was quite difficult to hit her. Her talents and skills were considered quite powerful when looking at a group of alpha-level zombies. Originally, the 120 agility attribute was already quite unbelievable. However, with the addition of the 8 spider poison claws, her bouncing power and movement speed went to the next level. Within the area of the spider web, she was able to ignore terrain obstacles as if they were flat. In addition, the paralyzing bite talent is even more powerful, not only reducing the enemy's attack and movement speed, but also giving the opponent a lost effect. Quite a good one to plunder, I have to say. The spider cocoons and hundreds of kitten-sized spiders hanging in the halls were undoubtedly under her control, becoming her handy puppets and her main means of output. As for extreme hunger, it makes up for her shortcomings in attack power while greatly increasing her ability to sustain combat. Sure enough, powerful enough. Tsuyu knew in his heart that this belonged to the same type as the armored giant zombie he encountered in the Star City Mansion Phase 3. This type of zombie, with its physical capabilities approaching the limits of humanity, will evolve into an existence beyond the norm once it breaks through. And now he had the lore master in front of him, who seemed to be even harder to deal with than the mighty armored giant Walker. Even the heavenly soldiers of the Whitehead family, who came to crusade, couldn't take half the advantage. However, the fact that such a powerful zombie was silent in the post-apocalyptic world was strange. Thinking back to his previous life, the Siamese zombie Leo, Yossi, who hid in the downstairs bathroom, evolved into an alpha zombie, and probably defeated this Lo Shin woman. If you want to play it safe, you should wait until the next day, when the Lohengrin's attributes have been lowered, before engaging in a battle. However, at this moment, a man and a woman in the hall, 2 faint voices from human survivors, clearly reached Tsuyu's ears. Their names are Precious and Kung, and on the first night of the post-apocalyptic world, a starless night, the 2 finally settled down as a couple. Their levels weren't low, and it wasn't easy to rise to level 5 in a library with a large number of zombies. However, this afternoon, in order to escape from an elite-level zombie, the 2 of them mistakenly entered this place, and unexpectedly both of them were captured by the lore master. Ajin looked at Ah-Chang, who was also trapped by the spider silk on the side. The fear in her heart was hard to express. She said in a trembling voice, "Ah-Chang, I'm afraid." Although Ah-Chang was seriously injured in the battle with Luo Xinwen, he still tried his best to comfort her. "Precious, don't be afraid. Someone will definitely come to save us." He pushes through the pain and sends strength to his girlfriend. Precious nodded silently, tears still streaming down her face. "Well, Chang, it's so good to have you. I know you're the best for me. Actually, you had a chance to escape. There was really no need to be in danger just to save me." Ah-Chang felt remorseful. If he could have been stronger, perhaps the outcome would have been different. "Ah-Chang." Precious's eyes were red and her voice was tinged with trembling, and all of a sudden her pupils dilated, as if she had been startled by something. "What's wrong, baby?" Ah-Chang just opened his mouth, but behind him came a cold into the bone marrow of the grim cold. Lo, is Lo new woman. Precious eyes widened, only to see that the Lo new woman had silently approached Chang at some point. When Precious voiced a reminder, Kung's body instantly stiffened and he couldn't move. In the course of half a day, he had witnessed several dying survivors being sucked into a human stem by the Loxian woman. Was it his turn this time? Kung twisted his own head warily and saw the face that terrified him. Those blood-red eyes were staring at themselves dead in the face. Suddenly a wet tongue licked up, and with bloodshot eyes, a sudden burst of light erupted, and a voice that sounded as if it carried some sort of magic. "Little brother, is sister pretty?" Kung, who had been trembling in fear a moment before, was at this moment firm-eyed and calm. He spat contemptuously at the Loxian woman next to him and cursed, "Loxian woman, you ugly, crawl, for me." Before the words left his mouth, the long tongue, like a knife, stabbed into Ah-Chang's brain. Chapter 84, The Wrath of the Queen of the Sea. The originally full-faced Loxian woman. At this moment, her face was green and looked particularly ugly. In her previous life, the Lorax had always been unconcerned about the questions and taunts of others. Whether it's that she's not competent enough or not educated enough, she laughs it off because she's a maverick by nature. Being such a girl, it's not easy to find a rich girl. However, She was born in a highly technologically advanced era, which gave her more opportunities and possibilities. This face, but she spent a lot of money to fix up the hex tech from the kimchi country. Therefore, the only thing she can't tolerate is people pointing out her looks. From the beginning to the end, what she couldn't stand the most was those sweet and loving young couples in front of her, especially those seemingly unbreakable and simple love. In her previous life, she had always seen making money as the primary goal of her life, and it seemed to have become instinctive in her bones. So, love and all that, it's all crap. Even after turning into a zombie in the post-apocalyptic world, this notion of hers has not changed. The lovelorn woman had intended to provoke the young couple into seeing the fragility of their relationship. However, to her surprise, the man showed no mercy and even called her ugly. Kung, what the hell have you done? Lorax, I want your life. Precious stared wide-eyed at her boyfriend. Kung, a bloody hole appearing at his temple, his hands hanging down helplessly. In that moment, her eyes reddened. Kung's tragic death and that dying resilience instantly dashed all hope in her heart. Subsequently, countless spider threads pierced into Ah Chang's blood hole, and blood was rapidly drawn away from his body. Amazingly, Kung's eyes, which had been closed, seemed to come back to life. He mechanically twisted his body and let out a voice that seemed to come from another world. Sister Lo, you're so beautiful. I like you so much. That voice, that movement, exactly mimicked the way Kung looked when he was alive. Little brother, your girlfriend is still around. This is not good. Is it? Why are you undressing her? That dead-eyed airfield. How can she have a better body than Sister Lo? Little brother, you sure are like a male dog that likes to lick all the time. If I'm a male dog, what are you, eh? Little brother, you're so capable. Your girlfriend is still watching. I really can't do anything about it. Just this once. Next time don't do such excessive things to Sister Liao. Let's show you what I'm more than capable of. Wow, little brother. Your skills are really hard and big enough. Giggle. Do you like it? Love it. I just love the ones who are good at what they do. The lovelorn woman directed her own play in front of Precious. In the next moment, under the manipulation of the lovelorn woman, she actually did NTR in front of Precious. You poisonous woman. The new woman. You've gone too far. Precious hissed helplessly from the sidelines. But it didn't half work. Next, the entire space was filled with Precious's helpless tirades, and the frantic wailing of the Lo Shin woman. Poof! After a mournful scream, Ah Chang's body was completely drained, and his parched body collapsed helplessly to the ground, and the lovelorn woman burped contentedly, her eyes full of disdain and arrogance. Jin's tears had dried up and her voice was so hoarse that she could barely make a sound. She looked at the Loxian woman with an expressionless face, her heart filled with despair. Missy, try this big guy later. He's awesome. The Lothario smiled teasingly, pointing her finger towards the corpse of a mutated elite zombie that she had just brutally murdered. Something as thick as an arm would kill you. I'm afraid. Precious gritted her teeth in pain. You disgusting. I'm going to kill you. The lovelorn woman was in no hurry to enjoy Precious' body. She was more addicted to the torture. The fear that showed on people's faces and the screams they let out were the only source of joy she had had since becoming a zombie. Just then, Suyu appeared with Lu Wei. Hey, that plastic surgery freak. As soon as the words fell, a blue crystal arrow pierced through the silence of the hall. Aiming straight for the Loxian woman's flickering green fluorescent stone tits, the arrow gently touched the spider silk in flight, immediately drawing the Lorelei's attention. The distance was too close, and Suyu struck suddenly. Even if she had 120 points of agility, it was absolutely impossible for her to dodge this arrow. However, just in the nick of time, dozens of small spiders emerged and stepped forward, blocking the arrow's path. However, Loxio clearly underestimated the power of Suyu's arrow. With a 45% blitz rate, it's not unusual for a blitz to occur. And with double strike plus dance of death plus 250% bludgeoning damage, and all those equipment and titles that increase damage, the power is instantly increased to the extreme. The little spiders scattered in all directions in mid-air, blossoming into brilliant fragments like a brilliant fireworks show. After killing a dozen or so small spiders, the arrows gradually became weak in power due to their descent. The vast majority of the damage, though the vast majority of the damage is shared by the little spiders. Then, an arrow was precisely lodged in the Loxian woman's thigh. Her blood-red eyes instantly flashed with intense killing intent that was chilling. The Lothario sneered mockingly. Oh, another pair of playthings. Obviously, Suyu and his team of plastic surgery monsters have touched the backbone of the new woman, provoking her to a monstrous rage. Ding! Detected lone wolf encountering the leader of the mutated zombies, triggering the hidden quest, Wrath of the Queen of the Sea. Question description. Before she became a zombie, the Lohengrin was a sea queen of sorts. She was engaged, in love, and ruthlessly dumped her ex-boyfriend. She hid her engagement to a rich young man from her boyfriend and sent him to the police after it was revealed at the engagement party. She has to be admired for manipulating 5 human quality males with 5 fingers. This woman, the best of the best among men, is a top player in playing with emotions. When the end times come, she happens to be dating a lawyer boyfriend in the library. Quest requirement: kill the leader of the Lonu woman mutant zombie. Quest reward: gold * 1000. Reputation * 1000. Experience * 2000. Strengthening gift pack * 1. Task limit: 4 hours. Quest penalty: failure of the quest or abandonment of the quest will result in automatic teleportation out of the Star City library, as well as a level reduction of 1. Ding! Do you want to take the mission? The opponents are too powerful. We strongly recommend choosing no. Suyu had anticipated that it was impossible to face such a powerful zombie without a corresponding mission. Take the mission. Suyu knew that against such a zombie, he had to fight quickly. This zombie had nearly 100 minions alone, so if it took too long, it would definitely be too much to handle. Little brother, run! This zombie is too powerful. Precious warned him with a palpitating heart. This zombie is too powerful. Even though Suetsu managed to launch a sneak attack and hit the Loxian woman, Precious was still skeptical of Suetsu's strength. Unexpectedly, Precious was deadlocked by the spider silk of the Lo Shin woman and instantly lost her movement. Her life and death were uncertain. Summon the Overlord, protect Lu Wei and attack together. Suyu didn't have time to care about her death and shouted. The Overlord summoned after the +5 of the Overlord Bao was exactly the same as Suyu's base attributes. Overlord, rank 8. Profession, Overlord. Strength, 103. Spirit, 67. Physique, 82. Agility, 88. As a tank profession, Lu Wei, who has the Berserker attribute guarded by the Overlord, couldn't be more appropriate. The Lothario had thought that Suetsu, who had heard the warning, would choose to retreat, yet he actually took the initiative to attack. In the next second, ignoring the terrain, she disappeared between the bookshelves and the stone pillars after a few blinks. Hundreds of small spiders came at Suyu's trio. It was only then that Suyu could see that this was no small spider. It's just an oddball monster made of human heads and limbs, pieced together with spider silk. Every face and every pair of eyes shone with a gut-wrenching gleam that made one's scalp tingle. Chapter 85, Looting S-Grade Talent. Paralyzing Bite. Due to the fact that the lore master was moving so fast, Lu Wei was soon unable to track it down. 2 huge hammers, only to attack frantically at a small spider on the side. Each time the hammer struck, a small spider was smashed to pieces. The number of these little spiders, however, did not seem to be significantly reduced by this, because, once one part is destroyed, the other body fragments are quickly reassembled under the pull of the spider's silk. Meanwhile, Overlord always guards Lu Wei's side, and with the same attributes as Suetsu, he has helped Lu Wei out of danger many times. And Suetsu began to work in tandem with Lu Wei, eliminating the small spiders with precision. In this 3-person squad, in the beginning, Suyu was in command, while Lu Wei became the main fighting force. However, it doesn't last long, as Lovey and Overlord are fighting and inevitably take some damage from the smaller spiders. At this time, their bodies suddenly flashed a light gray light, obviously hit by the paralyzing bite of the new woman. This 15-second long poisoning effect severely affects their attack speed and movement speed. The 75% chance of losing them is even more troubling. Gradually, the scales of victory seem to start tipping in favor of the Lorax. The Lothario was skillfully hidden in the ceiling, her eyes gazing teasingly at the 3 men who were fighting fiercely. In her eyes, these 3 guys who only knew how to use brute force were completely worthless. Only this man among them made her feel threatened. Not only was he the commanding centerpiece of the trio, he possessed unparalleled offensive power. He was incredibly agile, and each of his strikes was quite precise, causing the small spiders dispatched by the Lorelei to lose in droves. In desperation, the Lorax decided to take matters into her own hands. Once he was hit by himself, Suyu would be caught in a poisoned predicament, with his movement and attack speed drastically reduced. At that point, taking him down was easy as pie. Just by subduing this man, the remaining 2 must not be able to withstand their own rounds of attacks. Once they succeed in controlling these 3 people, they will become their puppets. Men, especially such powerful men, have a stinking problem. That's like being headstrong and trusting only your own judgment in everything. That's why it's so conceited to think that you're strong enough to not need the protection of others. The Lothario's agile figure traveled through the room, and in the blink of an eye, she floated to the bookshelf beside Suetsu. A breath later, she had appeared on the ceiling above Suyu's head. The smile on the Lovelace's face grew even wider as she watched the man beneath her go unresponsive, further confirming her thoughts. She was contemptuous, nothing but an incompetent man, clumsy to the core. At this moment, the break in Suyu's head was obvious. The Lothario laughed in her heart. This time, You will definitely be in my palm. In an instant, the 8 spider poisonous claws behind the lore master's back bloomed with an eerie green light. The poisonous claws seemed to be psychic, precisely blocking all of Suyu's escape routes. In the twisted circumstances of her life, she was influenced by her parents and had a knack for playing with men. How many heroes and heroines had fallen under her charm? Today, another man is about to become her plaything. At this moment, the mid-air Precious slowly woke up, and the scene in front of her made her shiver. Watch out, Precious shouted as hard as she could, but in her heart, she knew that it would be nearly impossible to avoid the impending danger in this short distance. Just in that nick of time, a woman's wail pierced the air and echoed throughout the hall. Just a moment ago, his own 8 spider poison claws were about to stab into Suyu's body. Suyu slightly raised his head, his body twisted around at an incredible angle, and the overlord bow in his hand was aimed at the Loxian woman in front of him. Holy arrow slaughter, only to purge the world of all darkness. In mid-air, the Loxian woman had nowhere to run and was forced to become a living target for Suyu. Under the armored giant king's talent, true, shocking heaven and earth. Chance to trigger 100%. 0.1 seconds of pause time on hit, jamming the lore master into a PPT instantly, and 20 consecutive crystal arrows in 3 seconds will all be poured onto her, and the bludgeoning rate of each crystal arrow shot was already as high as 70%. She instantly stiffened in mid-air, knocked back several meters by the powerful impact of the holy arrow slaughter, and was finally gently caught by the spider web behind her. Ever since Suyu obtained the true sky-shaking talent and combined it with sacred arrow slaughter, the area above his head had become a forbidden zone that no one dared to enter. Anyone who dares to trespass on this restricted area will be devastated. Watching the Loxian woman fleeing in a mess, Suyu once again aimed and shot his attacks, without missing a beat, each strike accurately hitting the target. Despite the fact that Luo Xinwu possessed a staggering physical quality of 90 points, she still suffered great damage under Suyu's overpowering attack. The Loxian woman, who was covered in arrows, was like a hedgehog at the moment, hiding her form and curling back into the ceiling. The strike from Swatoshi just now shot arrows all over the Loxian woman. She looked at the 3 broken 8 spider poison claws, her heart filled with horror. Suyu's strike just now caused her vitality value to plummet. If she didn't possess the knight's enchantment, she was afraid that Suyu wouldn't even give her a chance to escape. Since evolving into an alpha-class zombie, she had never suffered such a huge setback. As an alpha-level zombie, it counts as having some intelligence, but she couldn't for the life of her understand how exactly Suetsu had sensed her presence. In fact, it all came down to Suyu's deathmark skill. From the moment they first made contact, Saboshi had quietly marked the Lohengrin. Her every subtle movement could not escape Suyu's close surveillance. Moreover, thanks to the gain effect of the deathmark, Suyu's movement and attack speed had been significantly increased, and it was comparable to that of the Loxian woman. When the new woman reappeared in Suyu's line of sight, she happened to step into the coverage area of the looting hand skill. Taking advantage of the gap after the holy arrow slaughter attack, Suyu decisively used the hand of plunder. Plastic surgery monster, your talent is good. Give me just the right amount. Suyu's sentence plastic surgery monster increased the collapse by 10%, pulling the original 90% probability full at once. Ding! You have used the hand of plunder on the lore master mutant zombie leader. Current collapse, 45%. Weakness, 55%. Current looting success, 100%. Talent looting success. Due to the 8 spider poison claws being a special talent, it cannot be looted. Second talent looted successfully. Remaining times, 0. Ding! You have acquired the S-rank talent, Paralyzing Bite. Talent level, S. Paralyzing Bite. All attacks have venom attached to them. Poisoning the enemy. Poisoning reduces attack speed and movement speed by 25%, and the poison unit has a 50% chance of missing when attacking. The effect lasts for 10 seconds. Suyu happened to not have this kind of talent, which could increase the negative effects of the enemy, though it is slightly less effective than the A-rank slowing talent, but it can't help that it's large. One talent stacks 3 different debuffs at the same time. What else do you need? Chapter 86, Killing the Lore Master. Swipe again. Suyu's set of moves was perfect. Since the talent was already in his hands, Suyu shrugged it off and went all out. The Lorax was currently hiding in the corner, where 5 other tortured survivors were trapped, perhaps having endured too much pain for too long. Their eyes had become hollow and helpless, as if they had accepted their fate. Perhaps in their minds, death is instead a relief. She relentlessly plunged the remaining 5 8 spider venomous claws into the brains of those survivors at the same time. Fueled by the toxin, it was as if they were seeing the best of the world, and a long-lost smile appeared on their faces. That's the recovery skill of the Lore Master, Extreme Hunger. This skill allows the Lore Master to increase her attack power by 100% for 5 minutes, and the attack comes with a blood-drawing effect. Her 3 broken 8 spider poison claws were growing new bones visible to the naked eye, radiating an even more dazzling green glow. The Lothario craned her neck, her joints making a clicking sound. But what's the point? The Lothario obviously hadn't been able to comprehend the meaning of Suyu's words, but she heard the harsh words, "plastic surgeon," loud and clear. At this moment, the battle situation was drastically changing as the effects of Lu Wei and Overlord's poisoning wore off. The Luo Xin woman was surprised to find that the poisonous techniques that originally belonged to her seemed to have lost their effectiveness at the moment. On the contrary, Lu Wei and Overlord, they were getting stronger and quickly regained control of the battle. Under the continuous attacks of these 3 people, there were now very few small spiders left of the originally huge number of small spiders. The Shinigami were furious, manipulating an army of dozens of complete cadavers as puppets. There are both human corpses and zombie remains. These dry corpses, driven by the Loxian woman, frantically attacked towards Suyu's trio. However, in Suyu's eyes, this was nothing more than the enemy's dying struggle before death. With their respective attributes and abilities, the duo of Lu Wei and Overlord did not need any additional instructions from Suyu at all. A horse met the first wave of enemy attacks and easily blocked them. Without the interference of the paralyzing bite, everything seemed to become easier and more enjoyable. When the Loxian woman was about to launch the second wave of attack, Suyu's arrows seemed to have a spirit and kept shooting at it. Since she had once experienced the power of Suyu's arrows, the Loxian woman didn't dare to take it lightly and could only drag her newly recovered body around to dodge. However, despite the Lohengrin's best efforts, more than half of the arrows still hit her accurately. Each hit was accompanied by a 0.1 second stun, making it incredibly difficult for the Loremaster. And after being hit with an arrow, the Loremaster took it upon himself to reduce his movement speed and attack speed by 25%. The Lorax visibly felt the heaviness of her body, and movement became more and more difficult. Even the puppet she manipulated was constantly ghosted in place due to the 0.1 second lag. In the face of Suyu's amazing strength, the arrow could even shoot through the bookcase and straight into the reinforced concrete. The predicament before her made the Loremaster feel desperate, and she knew she had to act quickly, so she accelerated her escape, carrying the last of her rations, precious, on her spider silk, and hurried toward the passages of the museum. At this moment, she has no time to manipulate those puppets, not to mention the opportunity to look back at Suyu's extraordinary means. She knew deep down that once she was slightly distracted, she would fall into Suyu's killing moves. The strength of the man in front of her was completely beyond the Loxian woman's expectations. Under Suyu's continuous attack, the Loxian woman was like a lost dog, retreating step by step, and Precious, who was hanging in midair like a balloon, witnessed the windy situation on the field and was shocked. She was high above the ground, looking down on all of this like a god, and the movements of the 2 men were all in her line of sight. The movements in Suyu's hands were incomparably precise, without a hint of redundancy. No matter where the Lorelei was hiding, he could always pinpoint her location, and every time Loxian's attacks were easily dodged by Suyu, rendering them futile. The more Precious reads, the more incredible it becomes. She gulped. The last few days of post-apocalyptic experience had given her a lot of insight. In her opinion, it was already the limit for ordinary people to fight against elite zombies one-on-one. However, this man was fighting against an alpha-level zombie, and the other party also possessed the knight's full enchantment, and his strength was no longer inferior to that of a lord-level zombie. How was he able to be so calm? In Precious's mind, a name suddenly surfaced, Lone Wolf. Could he be Kung's idol? The man known as the strongest man in China? I heard Kung say that in the whole blue planet. I'm afraid that only Lone Wolf can defeat the new woman. Just as Precious was thinking about it, the severely injured Loxian woman had silently closed in on her. The Lothario seemed to have gotten over Swatoshi's attack, and now she viewed Precious as the last straw that would suck the life out of her. Eat you and I still have a comeback. An 8-spider poisonous claw was inserted into Precious' brain, and under the paralysis of the poisonous claw, she did not feel any pain. Instantly, the figure of Chang appeared before her eyes, as if gently beckoning to her. Stinky man, I'll be back. It was then that Precious cracked a smile at the lovelorn woman in front of her. The Lothario was a bit surprised. She didn't understand how a person who was about to die could still smile so brightly. In the last moments of her life, Precious seemed to see a dark red arrow of discipline. Suyu's arrow of punishment, in its fully stored state, carried an astonishing amount of power, instantly restoring Precious to her senses. Immediately afterward, his arrow shot with precision into the face of the Loremaster, which had cost the Kimchi Kingdom hundreds of thousands of dollars to build, and nailed it deep into the concrete ceiling wall at the end of the passageway. Subsequently, Suyu's dense arrows poured down like a torrential downpour, completely drowning the Loxian woman. As she saw the life of the Loxian woman fading away, Precious finally closed her eyes in peace. and a new storm of swipes came before Suyu's eyes. Ding! Successfully kill Loxin Woman, Mutant Leader Zombie LV10. Gain experience asterisk 5000. Gold asterisk 500. Ding! Hidden quest, the Sea Queen's Wrath has been completed. Ding! Obtained quest reward, gold asterisk 1000. Reputation asterisk 1000. Experience asterisk 2000. Reinforcement pack asterisk 1. Ding! Leveled up to level 9. Gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talented looting hands. Number of times remaining, 1. The 5,000 experience points gained after killing the Loxian woman, plus the 2,000 experience points from the hidden quest, allowed Suyu to smoothly raise to level 9. There's even an extra chunk of experience. However, facing the current level of ordinary zombies, Suyu realized that his experience acquisition had become difficult. This upgraded experience beyond time was something Suyu had never felt before. Subsequently, Suyu did not move and packed up the treasure chest dropped by Luo Xinhua and disappeared at the end of the passage. Chapter 87, Skill Book, Soul Devouring Hand. After passing through the access door, Suetsu thoughtfully blocked it again, though he knew that it wouldn't be long before a new walker took over the territory of the Los. However, the zombies that were replenished, how strong they were, Suyu did not know. In order to make sure that his efforts would not become the fruit of someone else's victory, he decided to proceed with caution. Looking around, it turned out to be the museum's janitorial utility room, surprisingly peaceful and tidy in a non-apocalyptic way. Therefore, Suyu's arrival did not cause any commotion in the museum. At this moment, it has come to the early hours of the morning. The situation inside the museum, as seen through the claws of the silver bird, was quite intricate. Not only were there a large number of zombies, but they also revealed a vaguely powerful aura. Since a few of Suyu's powerful skills were still on cooldown, he decided not to explore further for the time being. The good thing was that the utility room appeared to have been temporarily inhabited by someone, and not only did it have a wire-framed bed, it even had a shower for bathing. Suyu casually grabbed a handful of supply capsules and gave them to Lu Wei. Next, Suyu had the moment he was most looking forward to, taking stock of the harvest. He found a table and laid out each of the things he had just acquired. One of them was a legendary treasure chest obtained by killing the lore master, as well as a reinforced treasure chest obtained by completing a hidden quest. However, under the rules of this post-apocalyptic game, Suyu also felt a hint of helplessness. Despite the fact that he managed to kill a mutated alpha-class zombie at night, the reward he received was no different from killing an alpha-class zombie during the day. The difficulty rises exponentially and the rewards remain the same, which is clearly the unique bad taste of the order. Saboshi looked at Lu Wei, who was gnawing on a bone and twisting her body in a Subject 3 dance. At this moment, he opened that legendary grade treasure chest. 3 capsules of supplies opened right up as an extra addition to the day. 2 excellent grade strengthening stones. There's also a legendary skill book. Soul Devouring Hands, General Purpose Class Skill. Weapon used, melee 2-handed type weapon. Grip of the Void. Grabs an enemy in front of you and draws in their blood breath, spewing the blood breath drawn in and then flinging them away, which can deal damage to enemies behind them while increasing the caster's power by 30% for 10 seconds. Grab Ruling, can grab enemies in a defense state, but is ineffective against a few enemies. Hiss. Suyu sucked in a breath of cool air. What a strong skill. The name reminded Suyu of a certain comedian's famous stunt years ago, the milk-grabbing dragonclaw hand. Playing is fun. Fooling around is fun. This skill was absolutely divine for melee combat. Not only does this skill deal decent damage, it also comes with a variety of effects such as bloodsucking, ranged damage, control god skills, and even the ability to add power to yourself. What's even more rare is that it doesn't have a long cooldown. This was something that Suyu would inevitably not be able to use after choosing the archery profession, but Suyu understood that it could definitely fetch a good price. Just as Suyu was about to take the skill book back into his bracelet, he happened to see Lu Wei next to him. She stopped the movement of her hand and put her small hand in front of Suyu, looking straight at him. Is it hard to believe that you want this? Suyu revealed some surprise. The last time he saw her take such initiative was when she wanted the Wu Tai hammer. Lovey nodded gently. Although Suyu was a bit reluctant, he still handed the skill book to Lu Wei. After all, Lu Wei wasn't like that drag queen Lu Ruyan. Every point she gained in strength was a point more helpful to herself. Could a summon really acquire the skills of a survivor? This was a path that Suetsu had never envisioned. It was just as well. Now that his own fighting strength exceeded Lovey's by too much, Lovey doesn't happen to have a sufficient number of skills to make her always look a little out of her depth in battle. And something always seems to be missing. And with this new skill, Lu Wei would be able to gradually close the distance with Suyu without falling too far behind. Receiving the skill book, the originally expressionless young girl tilted her head and actually gently moved the corners of her mouth. She seemed to be conveying her joy to Suetsu in her unique way. So you even felt that even in the face of a delicious roasted whole lamb, Lu Wei had never shown such pure joy. Ding! Congratulations to Lu Wei for successfully learning the skill Soul-Devouring Hand. Next, Suyu set his eyes on the enhanced treasure chest obtained through the hidden quest. Reinforcement chests, as the name suggests, produce reinforcement-related items, such as strengthening stones, various strengthening charms, and even auxiliary skill books related to strengthening. This special type of treasure chest can usually only be obtained by hidden quests and hidden copies. However, considering that the Overlord Bow has currently been strengthened to level 5, the success rate of continuing to strengthen it upwards will gradually decrease. Most importantly, at this point, if the reinforcement fails, the equipment will be at risk of breaking. At this point, if one wanted to continue upward strengthening, one could only dare to continue upward with the support of a guarantee talisman, or a must-become talisman. 2 excellent grade strengthening stones and 1 legendary grade strengthening stone. Also, in addition to the 2 guaranteed talismans, there was actually a must-complete talisman. Usually, these types of treasure chests were set to guarantee 3 items, but Suyu opened 6 at once this time. The order would probably be in tears if they saw it. In the post-apocalyptic environment, every must-become talisman is especially precious. Must-succeed charm, mythic grade consumable, used for equipment enhancement. After using it, equipment enhancement will surely succeed. It disappears after use. Must become a talisman. As the name suggests, once any equipment is blessed by it, it is bound to be successfully strengthened regardless of the type of strengthening stone used. So you looked at what was left in his hands. 3 excellent grade enhancement stones and 2 fine grade enhancement stones. Add to that 3 guaranteed talismans, a strong luck talisman, and a surefire success talisman. And it's still not a rush? Of course it's not flushed. The damage he currently dealt was more than enough for all situations. And even if he could rush to +7/+8, it might not bring much of a boost. What's more, without the certainty of rushing to +10, too many thoughts are just adding to the trouble. 10 years have endured through this. Can't we survive this moment? Well, let's stop here for now. Take an early rest. There's still a tough battle to be fought tomorrow. Suyu whispered softly to himself, and after arranging everything, he fell into dreamland with peace of mind. It was at 12 o'clock noon on the 6th day of the apocalypse that Suyu slowly woke up. His sleep was extraordinarily peaceful with Lovey watching over him. Today's goal was clear, to go deep inside the museum and arrive at the special exhibition hall where you can trigger the hidden profession quest. Last night, Suyu had already gained an in-depth understanding of the museum's construction layout through the map behind the utility room. Open the door. With everything ready, Suetsu said softly to Lu Wei, who was standing in front of the door. The 80-pound sledgehammer. Then, slammed into the door lock, instantly breaking it open. The sudden loud noise attracted countless zombies, who flocked towards the door. Fire in the hole, said Suetsu, with a quick eye, throwing a large baiting jug in his hand at the gate with precision. This action immediately triggered a commotion among the zombies. Where had they seen such a battle? The pot of temptation was worth a lot of money, and probably only someone as atmospheric as Suyu would dare to act like this. In an instant, those zombies began to have a clear reaction, their eyes glowing as if they were hungry wolves staring intently at the baiting pot. And the herd of zombies behind them also seemed to sense the strange aura and began to surge forward regardless. Chapter 88, Playing Sneak Attack with Me? In a horrible silence, only the low growls of the walkers could be heard as they approached in packs. Suddenly, in the midst of this dead silence, an arm intertwined with crimson and black reached out from the void and tightened its grip around a zombie's throat. It's Soul Eater, a skill that Lovey just acquired. Although the zombie had lost the sense of pain and wouldn't feel fear, the power of the Soul Eater's hand was too much for this zombie to resist. Its struggle seemed so feeble, its limbs flailing helplessly in the air as it tried to break free of the large hand. But no matter how much the zombie struggled, the hand tightened around its throat like an iron vice. The large hand was like a bottomless black hole, constantly sucking out its life force. The zombie's body began to become weak, and its originally hideous face became agonized. Although it couldn't cry out, the pain seemed to be transmitted through its expression. The blood in its body boiled as if it was about to break out. In the next moment, that blood literally erupted from every pore of the zombie, forming a blood-colored fountain. This powerful impact knocked the zombie straight back, and the group of zombies behind it were also affected and fell down. For a while, the air was suffocatingly thick with the smell of blood. What a dominating skill! In terms of power, damage is calculated using the strength attribute. At the moment, Lu Wei was surrounded by a golden aura, clearly a power gain effect. However, the zombies behind them quickly filled the void, charging at Lu Wei with even more ferocity. Luckily, Suyu was prepared for this, and he shot the long-stored punishment arrow, hitting the enemy hard. Since having the Soul Eater's hand, Lu Wei's combat power had skyrocketed. As the saying goes, one man can do anything. After a long time of killing, a large number of zombie corpses had piled up at the entrance, one layer stacked on top of the other, almost completely blocking the exit. The corridor outside the door had also long been filled with zombies that had come sniffing around, roughly estimated to be in the thousands. They were still desperately pushing their way in, and it was absolutely impossible for Suyu and Lu Wei to break through head-on from here if they wanted to. However, this seemingly desperate situation was actually part of Suyu's plan. He purposely attracted these walkers in order to get out through the other place. Suyu had already memorized the layout of the museum in his mind, where the load-bearing walls were and where the partition walls were, clearly presented in his mind. Lu Wei, open the wall. Suyu closed the main door and gave an order to Lu Wei. Without hesitation, Lovey aimed at the side wall and slammed the 80-pound sledgehammer in her hand. Instantly, the wall was broken open, revealing a hidden space. This is none other than the museum's equipment room, with equipment and instruments of all sizes. This equipment room is in a secluded location and is generally hard to find, making it one of the more secretive places in the museum. What met his eyes was a shocking scene, like a Shura hell. In front of them, there were at least hundreds of bodies scattered about, both human and zombie. They were all brutally cut into pieces, with neat cuts, obviously the work of a sharp instrument. In a corner of the equipment room, a woman was securely bound to a chair. She kept letting out mournful whimpers, and by the sound of it, she had turned into a zombie. After Suyu approached, he saw a female zombie wearing a museum deco persuasion. Her eyes were covered by a blindfold, her mouth was gagged with a gag ball, and her limbs were forced apart by thick ropes, and covered in tattered clothes, with small, used umbrellas scattered on the floor. Clearly, this walker had suffered inhuman treatment, and the work tag hanging around her neck shows that she was a good-looking woman when she was alive. In this post-apocalyptic world, perverts are everywhere, and they not only challenge the bottom line of humanity, even on the walkers, they rampage and have fun. In the corners, even a dozen or so pretty-faced female corpses were found, neatly arranged but naked. They've all suffered ungodly crap, without exception. Suyu carefully observed and realized that some of the traces had not even had time to dry out yet. For the weak in the last days, death sometimes seems to be a relief. However, Suetoshi also understood that this point of view was not entirely true. Surprisingly, even with the help of the white and silver bird's claws, Suyu had not felt any abnormalities from last night until now. Obviously, there must be some secrets hidden in this equipment room. Suddenly, Suyu was keenly aware that a silhouette had quietly swept past behind him. On second thought, he calmly said to Lovey, "Lovey, let's go." The moment he turned around, suddenly, a ferocious roar came from overhead. "Jia Jia, want to leave? Brother Tai, I'm going to send you to the west today." Only to see a short man leaping down from the overhead shelves, a fine-grade quality horizontal sword clutched in his hand, slashing harshly at Suyu's head. A blinding white blade light flashed on the blade. This was the universal skill for melee combat, half-moon bending blade. The attack range of this move far exceeded the horizontal sword itself, making it impossible to defend against. Change someone else. I'm afraid I've long since panicked at the sudden attack. That man had also relied on this skill to repeatedly kill his enemies with confidence. As long as he killed Suyu, he would add another cute little loli to his beauty icon. He noticed that the weapon Suyu used was a bow and arrow, and at this distance, even a god would have trouble rescuing him. However, Suyu was not flustered, and with a light sideways movement, he skillfully avoided the blade. Suyu even grabbed the man's wrist with one hand and slammed it into the ground. The man's eyes were blinded, and blood quickly gushed out from the top of his head. Boo! With his bare hands, Suyu smashed the man's head. Playing sneak attack with me. A bit interesting. Suyu suddenly felt a loosening in his hand, and the man he was originally holding onto suddenly disappeared. It turned out that the man had activated his gale steps, forcing his figure to be hidden. Jia Jia, Brother Tai is very angry, and the consequences are serious. Suyu shook off the blood in his hand and looked towards the man who was scurrying around the equipment room after hiding his form. Long before the moment of contact, he had marked the man for death. Promote evil and punish good. LV6. No profession. S talent, Master of Reinforcement. Promoting evil and punishing the good was, as the name suggests, not a good thing even before the end times came. Let's put it this way, a criminal law book in which he has committed all but the cover. However, his ability to pay money has allowed him to escape due sanction time and time again. By the end of the world, such antisocial personalities will pose a great threat to others, whether they turn into zombies or continue to be human beings. But, then again, the man can't. But the talent still smells pretty good. Suyu laughed lightly, and in his heart, he said that it was so close. It's a good thing I didn't kill my opponent in the first place, or I would have lost a lot of money. This is one of the most lucrative talents in the post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 89, Looting S-rank talent. Reinforcement Master. When he had just awakened his talent, there was still some small excitement in his heart when he punished evil. After all, it was an S-rank talent, and it sounded high-end. Thought I could make it to the top of my life again in the midst of the end times. However, from the beginning of the end times until now, this talent hadn't brought him any real help. If it hadn't been for the rules that were publicly reinforced by the Orderer last night, punishing evil might have completely forgotten that the gift existed. After all, not everyone had full luck like Suyu. Ever since he awakened his talent, he hadn't popped a single strengthening stone until yesterday. However, due to the lack of legendary grade equipment, he also had no items that could be strengthened. He took advantage of the museum's events and heavy foot traffic to make his move. Yes, it was the same organization that Suyu had seen in the Star City Hospital earlier. At that time, Yanking Evil and Punishing Good was leading a group of henchmen to stampede in the museum. Preparations were made for a large-scale burglary operation in an attempt to steal national treasures and ship them out of the country. This puts him in a very unfavorable starting position. However, there are always two sides to things. Those who survive the harsh environment of a museum are able to grow up faster than those who grow up in a greenhouse. They were able to immediately and truly feel the cruelty of the end times. When his companions around young evil punishment turn into zombies, he quickly hides in the equipment room, thus surviving the initial purgatory-like post-apocalyptic scenario. After that, he uses the equipment room as a base and starts hunting walkers. Once he finds any survivors, he pretends to invite them to the equipment room and then decapitates them. The horizontal swords in the hands of Yanking Evil and Punishing Good, the equipment on his body, and the skill books were all taken from the other survivors. Suyu failed to notice this, mainly because he was equipped with a special piece of equipment, the Cloak of Concealment. This piece of equipment had no additional attributes, but it was able to hide his figure and aura perfectly. It's not an exaggeration to say that most of the survivors in the museum, with the exception of the zombies, have lost their lives at the hands of the Punisher. His strength and cruelty were obvious. However, such people usually have an Achilles heel. It is that with more and more kills, it becomes extremely conceited. I don't know if this promotion of evil and punishment of good has hit his head, or if it's his own original strategy. The snakeskin walker all the time, in Suyu's eyes, was nothing more than a jumping clown jumping up and down. It's really Sukuin ringing the doorbell, the food is at home. In the moment when Yangwei punishment was about to approach Suyu, he unintentionally stepped on a woman's organ and made a faint sound. Immediately afterward, a bizarre arrow cut through the air, breaking the original tranquility. Yang Evil and Punishing Goodness was shocked to realize that it was as if the arrow had opened the eyes of heaven. Even though he had already utilized the blistering wind steps to disappear into the realm of invisibility, the arrow still accurately stabbed him where he was. He swung out the horizontal sword in his hand, trying to ward off the powerful arrow. Boom! With a shocking sound, the divine weapon he was so proud of was actually hardened and broken by the arrow. It's not over yet. The tremendous impact instantly broke his tiger's mouth. The arrow was much less powerful, but it still penetrated his left shoulder with precision. Yang Evil Punishment coldly smiled, obviously an extreme and ruthless character. As he endured the intense pain, he hastily ducked aside, biting his lip and gasping for air. He had thought that he wouldn't be attacked by Suyu again as long as he didn't make a sound in his stealthy state. However, he was wrong. As a matter of fact, there was no place to hide for those who were locked by Suetsu's deathmark. It's amazing how naive it is to think that you've accidentally made a commotion by promoting evil and punishing good. When we kill the man in front of us, we'll eat thee again. Looking at the items by his feet, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Damn, bit me in life, killed by me, and still won't let me go in death? Just in the next moment, an arrow shot out without a sound, and the duration of the blast steps just ended. Only the man named Yanking Evil and Punishing Good was firmly nailed to the wall. The young evil Punisher finally couldn't stand the pain and let out a loud hissing sound. Yanking Evil and Punishing Good gazed at the siblings in front of them, their eyes glittering with undisguised excitement. Although he had not been able to fully comprehend the current situation, his tone had softened significantly. Boss, you're bullish, so much better than me. The girl next to you, she's a walker, isn't she? I'm the backbone of the Black Death organization. Let me go. We're actually one of a kind. Our organization is spread all over the globe and will surely dominate this world in the future. In the next second, Suyu struck out. Ding! You used the hand of plunder on survivor, Yanking Evil and Punishing Good. Collapse before raising evil and punishing good, 50%. Weakness, 60%. Talent looting successful. Remaining times, 0. Ding! You have obtained the S-rank talent, Master of Strengthening. Good eye. I can tell right away that Lovey is a zombie. Noisy! Suyu coldly interrupted him. It's the Black Death organization again. The information that he had also seen last time inside Star City Hospital was just one more reason to kill him. An arrow went down, hitting the raucous mouth of punishing evil with precision. After the body bounced twice non-reflexively, it was completely lifeless. Facing this kind of enemy, Suyu naturally would not give him any possibility to struggle. Suyu checked the talent he had just acquired. Talent, Reinforcement Master, S rank. Talent level, S. Strengthening Master, experience summarized from years of failed strengthening. Can use multiple strengthening stones to strengthen at the same time, and the strengthening probability stacks. To put it simply, you can use multiple enhancement stones at the same time for enhancement. This means that even if you use the lowest grade of strengthening stone, if you have enough of them, you can still succeed 100% of the time. Only those who have experienced it know that reinforcement is undoubtedly a sinkhole in the end times. In the previous game, countless survivors suffered from reinforcement. With this talent, Suyu no longer had to fearfully estimate the success rate and worship heaven and earth. Suyu took out one by one the strengthening stones that he had harvested not long ago at the entrance of the utility room. 6 excellent grade enhanced stones, 2 fine grade enhanced stones, and a bunch of normal enhanced stones. The Riverside Delta was already a treasure trove of fortified items in Star City, and with Suyu's lucky attribute, it wasn't surprising that he obtained these fortified stones. That doesn't go up to plus 10? Suyu placed the strengthening stone, ordinary grade, on the Overlord's bow, and a familiar system beep immediately came to his ears. Ding! Does it strengthen the top 10 famous bows Overlord bow plus 5? The current success rate is 8%. Warm tips, you can use the Guarantee Talisman or the Strong Luck Talisman to enhance. After the reinforcement failure, the reinforcement level is cleared to 0, and there is a certain chance of destruction. Swatoshi counted the success rate. 102%. The extra 2%. Consider it a gift. It's just so posh and play it for real. 1,000 gold coins a time for reinforcement. I'm afraid that only Suyu has this ability. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Ball plus 6. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Ball plus 7. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Ball plus 8. The stones are all used up. And there's the must-become talisman. From his bracelet, Suyu took out the talisman that shimmered with golden light. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Overlord Ball plus 10. Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for becoming the first survivor in the post-apocalyptic world to reach full level of enhanced equipment, and obtaining the only achievement, qualitative change and quantitative change. World announcement coming soon. Chapter 90, The Ancient Greek God of Strengthening. In the next second, all the survivors on the blue planet received, to their dismay, a global announcement from the Orderer. World announcement. The Orderly reports. The Orderer reports. The mysterious hero from China, Lone Wolf, has once again demonstrated extraordinary strength in the cruel environment of the end times, becoming the first person to strengthen his equipment to full level, obtaining the world's only achievement, qualitative change and quantitative change, as well as a massive reward. You non-competitive guys, if you don't work hard, you won't even be able to afford a 79 gold coin eyebrow pencil. The Orderly reports. The Orderly reports. After 3 consecutive world announcements, this news was like a heavy bomb that instantly detonated the entire Blue Star. And all of this, from the launch of the reinforcement system to the release of the global announcement, surprisingly took less than a day. Most survivors have never even seen what a strong fossil looks like, even if someone had ever seen it. How many people could have legendary level equipment? Looking around China, the total number of legendary grade equipment at this moment is just over 100. And it's even harder to find it in those bullet-ridden countries. Although people have long guessed that the Lone Wolf of the Chinese identity, but this time, the order is officially a real hammer. Little brother Lone Wolf, is it you who came? Stinkypa has been waiting for you for a long time. I want to eat chicken. Chicken. The little fairy heard the orderer's announcement in her dying moments, and the corners of her mouth flowed out of the hala. Ashiba, if it wasn't for the fact that we're still a few hundred strengthening stones short, the protagonist of this world announcement would definitely be our great cold underworld kingdom. A talented teenager from the Kimchi Kingdom said angrily as he looked at the +4 katana in his hand. Little Lee, according to intelligence analysis, Lone Wolf should be in the area of central China. Hurry up and send someone to find him. The leader in military uniform, with a serious expression, walked out of the safe house and gave the order. Baka-chan, Chinese again? Why is there no sign of that kid? Shiraishi Hao, elder. It seems you need to go to Star City yourself. And Suyu in the Star City Museum, happy with the reward he just received. Received the quality variable into a reward, reputation asterisk 1000. Gold coins asterisk 1000. Bracelet storage space expanded to 3. 5 cubic meters. Acquired title, Ancient Greek God in charge of reinforcement. Ancient Greek God in charge of fortification, the world's only title, a permanent title, and the first survivor of the end times to reach a full level of fortified equipment. Attributes, permanent +1 to all attributes. 50% permanent increase in reinforcement success rate when carrying the title. So you knew deep down that I'm afraid that the achievement rewards this time couldn't be compared to those previous world-class achievements. Compared to those achievements that shook the heavens and earth, this one was nothing. But as small as a mosquito is, it's still meat. This permanent enhancement success rate increase would undoubtedly save him a large amount of strengthening stones. It's time to save and spend. Next, there was the +10 Overlord Bow. Top 10 famous bows, Overlord Bow +10, mythical grade equipment. The only equipment of the 10 famous bows of Huaxia. Legend has it that the bow and arrow used by the Overlord was said to be made from the tendons of a dragon it was obtained from, with extremely high power and accuracy. After undergoing enhancement, an increase in attributes is gained. Attributes, strength +20, passive skill, Renjie, increases bludgeon rate by 30%, +30%, and bludgeon damage by 100%, +100%. Active skill, Ghost Hero, summon the Overlord to assist in battle. Each attribute inherits 80%, +40% of the host. Duration 10 minutes, cooldown 12 hours. Leaving aside the Ghost Hero skill for the moment, let's say it increases strength by 40 points, 60% bludgeon rate, and 200% bludgeon damage. At this moment, Suyu was so excited that he couldn't help but want to shout. Who else? He retrieved Lubby safely back into space. And next, a task that required agile reflexes and parkour skills, was not his for the taking. Finding a gap, Suyu quickly left the equipment room. With the attraction just now, the vast majority of the zombies had already been lured by Suyu. With just a quick glance, he pinpointed the dynamics of the field. He shot an arrow to set the pace, followed by several arrows to clear a path for himself. The zombies didn't even have time to hiss before they fell under his arrows. Next, Suyu once again showed his excellent positioning skills and precise judgment. Inside this zombie-infested museum, he's always keenly aware of the safest paths to take. He uses his bow and arrows nimbly to create sound and skillfully uses the pot of bait to guide the walkers to move. His pace was light and athletic, as if he were traveling freely among the murals. Difficult maneuvers, children should not imitate. After shooting the other two zombies, Suyu turned nimbly and steadily entered the special exhibition hall. Unsurprisingly to him, a large number of zombies had gathered in the special exhibition hall. They have come together on the news as the end times are upon us. Together, we will appreciate the bronze ritual vessel, Hoi's tripod, which the Star City Museum has rented from an outside museum. This Hoi tripod, large, majestic and solemn, extremely exquisite craftsmanship. On both sides of the tripod, the words Ho and E are inscribed respectively, and the momentum exuded between the strokes is overwhelming. In front of the tripod, a breathtaking pattern of E shooting the 9 suns is carved, while at the back, a lifelike scene of eradicating the 6 evils is depicted. These two motifs aptly echo the inscriptions carved inside the tripod. The inscription details Ho Yi's heroic deeds, shooting the 9 days and eliminating the 6 evils. However, he was killed by his disciple Feng Meng's assassination with a peach stick, and was later named by Emperor Jun as the king of all ghosts. Zongbu's god. Ho Yi has 3 images, human, god and ghost. In life, he was a godman who was half god and half human, and in death, he became a ghost king who was half ghost and half god. When the end times came, a mysterious spell formation appeared underneath the tripod of Hoi, and a light blue light kept rotating in it. The glow was so striking that one could tell at a glance that something good must be hidden in it. The moment Suyu stepped into the special exhibition hall, the scroll tightly hidden in his arms seemed to produce a subtle sensation. This is the unknown scroll that came from the hands of Lu Tianlong of the Nocturnal Star City. Unknown scroll, legendary scroll, a magical scroll that can only be opened by someone who knows how to use it. This, in turn, was the key to opening the duplicate. Once the person holding the scroll stepped into the spell, he or she could be led to the transferred duplicate. It has to be mentioned that the drop chance of this scroll is extremely low. Suyu and Lu Wei had killed nearly 100 zombies here to say the least, and hadn't even popped out a scroll. The moment they saw Suyu, the zombies in the special exhibition hall turned towards him in unison, with a horrifying blood-red glint in their eyes. However, in order to enter the replica, these walkers must be dealt with first. Although Suyu had the ability to easily resolve these zombies with the ultra-inquisitive Death God's arrow, however, he decided to keep these powerful skills for the next transfer copy. Therefore, before the zombies made their move, Suyu had already made his move as planned. He pulled back his bow and shot out an arrow, the dark red arrow of punishment going straight for Hoi's tripod. The bulletproof glass shield that originally protected Hoi's tripod shattered instantly under the arrow strike. A piercing alarm sounded throughout the special exhibit hall. That always invincible arrow of punishment, the moment it touched the tripod of Hui, surprisingly did not stir up half a ripple. The huge arrow instantly turned into countless fragments. Not even a single sound of impact was emitted. It's time to eat. As soon as the words fell, Suyu quickly pulled out a pot of enchantment from his bosom. Without hesitation, he stomped on the heads of the zombies and kept tossing the pot of bait, like a swashbuckling artist. Finally, he managed to step into the teleportation spell, and the moment they entered the spell, it was as if the zombies around them were frozen, and time stood still at that moment. Ding! Lone Wolf is in possession of the unknown scroll. Will you accept Ho Yi's call to open the trial? Chapter 91, The First Trial, Shooting Heroes. Ding! Lone Wolf has been detected carrying an unknown scroll. Will he accept Ho Yi's call to open the trial? Accept! Suyu looked at the unknown scroll in his hand, which was gradually fading away, and opened his mouth. Lone Wolf has accepted Ho Yi's call and is about to begin the trial. Subsequently, the world before Suyu's eyes changed from white to blue, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. He felt himself getting lighter and lighter, as if he were floating in the air. A halo of light flashed and he reopened his eyes to find himself standing on a platform in midair. The stone path stretched straight beneath his feet, the end of which was hidden in a mysterious stone door. The first fan is red, the second is gold, and the third is black, just like the symbol of Hoi's three states of being human, divine, and demonic. This was somewhat similar to the environment Suyu was in when he awakened his hidden profession before, but it wasn't exactly the same. The previously awakened necromancer, Suyu only had a black stone door. You only need to complete one trial to successfully obtain a transfer scroll. A fine thought appeared in Suyu's mind. It's hard to believe that this transfer task is required to pass 3 trials? If you're here, you're here. Without hesitation, Suyu walked forward and placed his hand on the first bright red stone door of the Gate of Man. In an instant, a message came simultaneously to his ears and in the panel of his bracelet. Congratulations to survivor Lone Wolf for successfully opening Hoi's first trial. The first trial, Shooting Heroes. Trial description: Hoi is a mighty archer with a red bow. He has gone through thousands of years of trials and tribulations, and has not only honed his archery skills, but also forged his will to persevere. In the past, he assisted Emperor Yao and shot down the 9 suns alone, bringing life back to the earth. Requirements: in this mysterious trial, you need to follow Hoi's example and use the temporary equipment archery bow to shoot down the 9 suns, but you need to leave 1 day in the sky to maintain the light of the earth. Trial limit: all equipment and skills will be disabled. The only way to pass this challenge is to rely on your archery and intelligence. Trial reward: archery bow, temporary equipment. Transformation fragment *1. Trial time limit: there is no time limit. However, keep in mind that the time inside the replica is different relative to the outside world. Trial punishment: if you fail to complete this trial, you will be trapped here forever, unable to return to the real world. Suyu was a bit confused. The information released by the system this time was completely different from what he experienced in his previous life. In my previous life, when I passed the necromancer, it was similar to an upgraded tower defense type of trial. This trial didn't have any equipment or skill limitations, and he experienced hundreds of failures, but ultimately completed the clearance successfully. As for this trial, from the system's description, there were numerous restrictions, and Suyu could not help but have some headaches. Suyu slowly pushed open the stone door, and the scene in front of him immediately changed. He found himself standing in a meadow at dawn, surrounded by a light morning mist. The grassland took on a yellowish color, and due to the fog, Suyu was unable to see the details. However, he could clearly feel the dryness of the ground, and with every step he took, he could hear the crisp rattle of dead grass being broken. And on his back, the legendary divine artifact bow and arrow, the sun-shooting bow, appeared. Ahead, a group of people were staggering along, their figures looking thin and tired in the light of the dawn, as if they were a group of listless ghosts. Suyu immediately chased after them, but he didn't expect them to be the first to speak. It's almost here. You said the tallest mountain by the East China Sea is just ahead. Your archery skills are unrivaled in the world, and you hit 100 shots. You're our last hope. Suyu's brow slightly frowned, then noticed that he had already become the appearance of Hoi. After some conversation, Suyu gradually understood that the pattern of this trial was the same as the story that had been passed down for thousands of years. In the Far East overseas, in the deep waters of the sea stands a great magical tree called Fusong. The special thing about this big tree is that it has 10 three-legged crows perched on its branches, and they are the very same sun that people talk about. These 10 suns follow a regular pattern, rotating once a day, bringing light and warmth to all things in heaven and earth, and maintaining harmony in the world. However, The repetitive work day in and day out makes these 10 sons boring. Eager to experience new adventures, they decide to travel the skies together. However, such a decision had unintended consequences. 10 suns shone together in the sky, causing the earth to endure unprecedented heat. The forests were scorched, the earth became arid, and the grass and trees withered under the blazing sun. I don't know how long it took, but Suyu finally arrived at the edge of the East Sea. He ascended a lofty mountain, at the foot of which lay the boundless sea. Looking down on the crowd behind them, I saw them excitedly pointing to the east and shouting, "Look, the sun is out." At this very moment, 10 suns jumped out of the sea level at the same time, and they frolicked happily in the sky, but brought devastating disasters to the land of China. The temperature soared, and the earth glowed a dark red, like coals fresh from a blazing coal furnace. Ding! Trial countdown in 5 minutes. Restart the trial after failure. Suyu tightly gripped the shooting sun bow. The scene before him twisted and distorted before his eyes, as if the entire world was gradually disappearing in the rising water vapor. The red bow and arrow in his hand began to transform, and the entire bow and arrow was enveloped in a golden glow. An inexplicable familiarity welled up from the palm of his hand, as if some force was calling. To come to force, Suyu took a deep breath, concentrated, and slowly pulled back the bowstring. What a strong force! I can't believe you didn't even draw your bow? The archery bow is said to have a force of 10,000 pounds and a sharp arrow of 1,000 pounds. So it seems that I still underestimated you. He pushed again, but found that he couldn't even coalesce the arrow. Suyu could even hear the sounds of disappointment and complaints from the people at the foot of the mountain. It was inconceivable how Huang Ding, in his previous life, had passed this trial. "Kid, I will only teach you once," a low and powerful male voice echoed in Suyu's mind. It was Ho Yi's majestic voice. Suyu was not surprised by this. He calmly closed his eyes and let his consciousness become one with the voice. Immediately afterward, an image of Ho Yi shooting the sun with his bow and arrow appeared in his mind. Suetsu adjusted his breathing again, as if everything around him had disappeared. It was as if he saw Ho Yi practicing archery day in and day out over endless years, through 1,000 years of trials and tribulations. In the next moment, Suyu violently opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He tightened his grip on the shooting bow in his hand and bent it in an incredible arc. Suyu's movements were like flowing clouds in water, full of power, as if he was one with Ho Yi's heroic spirit. In an instant, a golden arrow coalesced and took shape in Suyu's hands and shot straight up into the sky. The sound of an arrow breaking through the air rang out, only to see the sky explode and a blazing ball of fire fall with it, transforming into a 3-legged crow. Without stopping for a moment, Suyu once again drew his bow and aimed at his target. The bowstring hummed and another sharp arrow shot out electrically, hitting its target again and striking down 2 suns. At this moment, only 7 3-legged crows remained in the sky, their red eyes gazing at Suyu. Suyu once again shot his arrow with force, and this time, he managed to shoot down 4 suns. The remaining 3-legged crows were so frightened that they trembled and rotated in a ball in the air. Suyu continued to shoot. The arrow accurately hit the target and the 9 suns disappeared one after another. The feathers fell in a flurry, while at the same time the light and heat of the 9 3-legged crows dissipated. The people at the bottom of the hill cheered as they saw this. Yes, yes, yes. Ho Yi said the word good 3 times in a row. You know, in the post-apocalyptic setting, Ho Yi's memory is that the last time someone passed the first trial, they practiced for 2.5 years. And this man in front of me, he managed to do it all at once. So you only felt a trance of consciousness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to the trial platform. In front of us is the golden stone door that represents the second trial of the Gate of God. Chapter 92, The Second Trial, The Way of the Sealed Gods. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for successfully completing Ho Yi's first trial. Rewarded, archery bow, temporary equipment. Transformation fragment *1. A pleasant beep came from the system, and at the same time, a blazing red divine bow appeared in Suyu's hand. However, Suyu looked at it and it wasn't as good as his own overlord bow. Along with the divine bow, there was also a bright and colorful transmutation fragment. Transmutation fragment, mythic grade item, exclusive fragment for transmutation, God of Zumbu. Collecting 3 shards can be synthesized into a transfer scroll. It can also be used directly, and the ability gained will be weakened. It seems that Huang Ding should have only passed the first trial. I can't imagine that the weakened God of Zongbu is actually much stronger than the necromancer. Suyu took a deep breath and tried to adjust himself. In the trials, time stands still, very different from the real world. So there is no need to worry about the passage of time in the outside world. Physical exhaustion is irrelevant at the moment, and food and water are not even a concern. Only by passing the trial can we return to reality. However, Suyu was well aware that this kind of trial copy was extremely difficult. More than 90% of the survivors had been permanently lost here, unable to seek either life or death. Therefore, maintaining a good mindset becomes paramount to passing the trials. Suyu put the transfer fragment into his bracelet and took big strides towards the golden stone door in front of him. Unlike the previous red gate of man, this stone door brought a warmth when Suyu touched it. Without hesitation, Suyu pushed open the door. The system beep sounded again, and instantly, he received a new message in his ear and the bracelet panel. Congratulations to the hero of sun shooting, Lone Wolf, for successfully opening Houyi's second trial. The second trial, the road to godhood. Trial description: there are some ferocious beasts in the world that roam the earth and do not want to return to the mountains and forests. In order to fulfill Emperor Yao's order, you must kill these 6 kinds of beasts and enter the way of God. Requirements: destroy the 6 beasts of Pillsbury, Chisel Tooth, 9 babies, Wind, Seal and Snake. The level and strength of these beasts will match your strength. Trial limit: all equipment and skills will be disabled. The only way to pass this challenge is to rely on your archery and perseverance. Trial reward: number of looting hands *1, transmutation fragment *1. Trial time limit: there is no time limit. Trial penalty: if you fail to successfully complete this trial, you will be permanently trapped here with no chance to return to the real world. Once you fail the challenge, this trial will immediately reset and you must start from the beginning. You need to kill 6 legendary beasts in a row. Of course, Suyu was well aware of the prestige of these foreign beasts. These alien beasts suddenly appeared in the 5th year of the end times, and were born as Lord-level alien beasts. By the later stages of the end times, the 9 infants and cultivating serpents among them even grew to become emperor-level foreign beasts. It is worth mentioning that at that time, there was a crusade against the 6 evils launched in the Huaxia region, in which Suyu was honored to participate. Only, at that time, Suyu was still just an insignificant little mage. The golden stone door blasted open, and the scenery in front of him once again changed radically. At the moment, there was only a blazing sun left in the sky, brilliant and dazzling. A sudden cheer came from behind Suyu, a warm shout of people seeing off Houyi, who was about to embark on a magnificent journey to get rid of the 6 evils. However, when Suyu took his first step, the voice behind him suddenly disappeared. This was the last human voice that Suyu heard in this trial. In the sky, a huge dark red mark was clearly visible, showing Suyu the way forward. His steps were firm and strong, each step full of strength and determination. Sprinting forward, striding toward the center of the Middle Kingdom, Suyu raised his head to look up at the sky. The sun and moon alternated, and the stars twinkled, as if he was witnessing an ancient and mysterious legend. If anything, the last trial tested one's strength and skill. This trial, then, tests one's fortitude and tactics. After 7 consecutive days and nights of arduous trekking, Suyu was guided to finally find the location of Pillsbury. Pillsbury, the leader of the Pillsbury beasts, was originally an immortal in the heavenly realm with a pure nature. However, after being killed, he was cursed to become a beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a snake, and his character became ferocious and he is addicted to eating humans. Rank, 10, chiefly. Basic attributes: strength, 80, spirit, 1, physique, 80, agility, 80. In the mythological story, Pillsbury was not a match for E and was easily killed by E with his bow and arrow. Now, at this point in time, with the attributes of Pillsbury, I'm afraid that even Lu Wei won't be able to beat him. The suffocated Suyu took his bow and shot an arrow, and despite the lack of the attribute bonus brought by the equipment, he still managed to kill it without any danger. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor Lone Wolf for killing Pillsbury's Pillsbury beast leader. The progress of the second trial is 1/6. What followed was another long rush. Subsequently, Suyu began a long journey, surrounded by emptiness except for the arrows in the sky. He traveled across the central plains and rushed to the swamps of the south, the green hills of the east, the mulberry forests of the west, and the murderous waters of the northern D. Kill Chisel Tooth Fey leader. Progress of the second trial is February 6th. Kill the Gale Fiend leader. Progress of the second trial, March 6th. Kill Seal the Ragged Beast Lord. Progress of the second trial is April 6th. Kill 9 Infant Beast Lords. Progress of the second trial is May 6th. So you gradually noticed that as the battle progressed, the level and quality of the foreign beasts were steadily increasing, making the battle ever more challenging. But the opponent's skill, talent, attack habits, Suyu still remembered clearly. Let's just say, the advantage is mine. The only regret was that Suyu's skills were banned and he could only watch those top talents without being able to do anything about it. I ask you how many sorrows you can have. Just like a group of eunuchs going to a greenhouse. At this moment, Suyu's gaze fell on the direction that the familiar arrow pointed to, which was the south. South again? Orderly. You screwed me, didn't you? Suyu gave an oral gymnastics to the sky. He was already speechless. Why didn't he take care of the repair snake along with him when he killed Chiseled Tooth in the south? It's time to walk and curse. During the trial, Suyu did not stop, but used this long period of time to utilize the sun-shot bow to the extreme. Every time he strung his bow and shot an arrow, every movement seemed to recreate Hoyi's heroic posture. Finally, he came to the shore of Dongting Lake and stepped into a lonely boat. Show Snake Fei Lord, Show Snake, also known as Boss Snake, settled in the Dongting Lake region. It has always lived by the water and fed on fishermen. The serpent in the saying "the heart is not enough for the snake to swallow the elephant" refers to the boss snake. Rank, 12, Lord. Base attributes, Strength, 120. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 120. Agility, 50. In the mythological story, he first shot the boss snake with an arrow, then chased it all the way to the far west and chopped it in two. The remains of the Baal serpent were transformed into a hill called Baaling. Nowadays, in the square of Baaling, a 5-story high giant stone statue of Hoi beheading the boss snake stands tall. Suyu's boat had drifted to the center of the lake, and at the moment, he was facing directly at the immense head of the boss snake, only to see it lifting up a huge wave like a mountain or an ocean and coming straight at it. Without the enhancement of skills, Suyu's arrows went back to the basics, concise and direct. He quickly drew his bowstring full and shot an arrow at the Baal serpent. The arrow was like a meteor streaking by, stabbing directly into the boss snake's tongue from below. He then fired 3 arrows in a row, each one aiming at boss snake 7 inches. One of the arrows went in whole, leaving only a bit of the feather at the end. However, even though Suyu's arrows were incredibly precise, in the face of such a huge boss snake, it was as if these arrows were just small thorns that gently pierced into its flesh, and did not play a substantial role. Swimming gracefully in the lake water, the boss snake quietly came close to Suyu and launched a fierce attack without warning. Its huge mouth bit down violently, instantly tearing the boat at Suyu's feet into 2 halves. Suyu reacted quickly and jumped up high to avoid the fatal blow. The boss snake opened its bloody mouth and stared ferociously at Suyu, looking like it was going to swallow him in one gulp in the next second. Suddenly, Hoyi's calm and powerful voice echoed in the air. "Kid, it's a pity, let's do it again." In the next second, a bright red coloring the whole Dongting Lake. Even the surface of the lake has become calm. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor, Lone Wolf, for killing the Snake Lord. The progress of the second trial is June 6th. Chapter 93, the third trial, King of 10,000 Ghosts. Good boy. It seems that I have underestimated you. Hoi in the void closed his eyes. Every subtle movement of Suyu's previous shooting of the cultivated snake was like a slow-motion camera. Only after he had fully comprehended the mysteries of it did he open his mouth slowly. It turned out that at the moment when Suyu was about to be devoured by the cultivating snake, he followed the open mouth of the cultivated snake and deftly pulled the shooting bow in his hand in a staggering arc. Even the lofty Hoi could feel the powerful force contained in that arrow. The arrow, like a cannonball coming out of a cannon, swiftly shot deep into cultivating snake's throat. After getting rid of the blockage of the Shio snake's hard scales, this mighty and unrivaled arrow pierced into its most vulnerable part, its heart, without any obstacles. This was a battle strategy that had been profoundly realized only after paying the sacrifice of nearly 1,000 men in the battle of rounding up the cultivating snake in his previous life. Ding! Congratulations to survivor Lone Wolf for successfully completing Hoi's second trial. Reward, Transmutation Fragment *1. Number of looting hands *1. When Suyu heard this familiar voice again, he felt a sense of being a world away. He had no idea how much time he had spent in this trial. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself back on top of the platform. Through the black stone door not far away was the last trial. That's the third trial of the Ghost Gate. Suyu carefully put the transfer fragment into his bracelet. As he walked, he muttered to himself, pondering the challenge of the final weight. Strength, perseverance, so what exactly will the final weight be? For an ordinary person, I'm afraid that just passing the first 2 trials would have already exhausted their hearts. However, at this time, Suyu had a firm gaze and a steady pace, with no intention of retreating. If the red door of man is room temperature, the golden gate of God is warm. In contact with the black ghost door, Suyu instantly felt a piercing cold. This is the breath of death. Let him shudder. Immediately after that, the system's beep and the bracelet's panel sounded almost simultaneously. Congratulations to survivor Lone Wolf for successfully opening Hoi's third trial. The third trial, King of all Ghosts. Trial description: the Great E was betrayed by his disciple Feng Meng, and the cycle of fate led to him being ordained as the god of Zongbu after his death, becoming the supreme being in charge of all ghosts. Trial requirements: in this trial, you need to dodge Feng Meng's pursuit, and the system will rate you in real time based on your combat performance, and you will only be considered to have passed this challenge if your rating reaches a C grade or higher. Limitations of the trial: there are no limitations on equipment and skills, so you can show your archery and wisdom to the fullest. but please note that you only have 10 arrows. How to use them wisely will be the key to your success. Trial reward, transition fragment *1. Trial time limit, there is no time limit. Trial penalty, if you fail to complete this trial, you will be trapped here forever, unable to return to the real world. Once you fail the challenge, this trial will reset. Now it's time to use your archery skills and wits to make a splash in this game of life and death. The black stone door opened, and Suyu was currently in the middle of a lush jungle. Trees towered all around. The ground was covered in dead grass, and the sunlight could not penetrate the dense foliage. At the moment, he stood within a blue spell formation, and 100 meters away, a man holding a bow and arrow was confronting him. Suyu understood that once he stepped out of the spell formation, the trial would officially begin. This trial is a plot kill, though, and the system evaluates his performance based on how long he survives and how much damage he does to the enemy. Suyu didn't move and quickly checked the status of the other party. Feng Meng, rank, occupation, Godslayer. Basic attributes, talent, skills, good lord. Feng Meng's level had already exceeded Suyu's by too much, and other than knowing that his profession was a Godslayer, he knew nothing else. Kid, here's a reminder, try to live as long as possible. The towering Hui spoke. What if I say I killed him? The corner of Suetsu's mouth quirked. Kid, you are also too naive. Hui was choked by Suyu's words. Even though Suyu had passed the first and second trials with only a single life in the district, but Feng Meng's strength, he couldn't be clearer. Feng Meng had learned almost all of his skills, and his strength was not in any way below his own. Suyu's words were not empty words. If all of Suyu's equipment and skills were banned, he didn't have the capital to say such big words. Despite facing an unknown enemy, Suyu was still full of confidence at the moment. As he took his first step, Feng Meng's first dark arrow shot out. Good you old six. When Suyu heard the sound of the bowstring, not only did he not retreat, but he advanced against the arrow. The overlord's bow in his hand had long been hungry and thirsty, and he shot an arrow as well. The two arrows met in the air, forming the shape of the word human, and then fell to the ground together. Current rating, D. This meant that even if Suyu did something random in the later trials, he would be able to pass. Luck, Feng Meng growled in a low voice for the first time, thinking that the arrow was just a coincidence. You know, how many challengers fell to his first arrow? However, Hou-yi, a bystander, was stunned by the scene before him. Why didn't Suyu choose to retreat, but took the initiative to meet the battle? Did he really want to kill Feng Meng like he said? No way, absolutely impossible. Among the survivors, Feng Meng's strength is on the level of an emperor. How can a mere human beat the Kingslayer? But when Suyu's arrows met Feng Meng's arrows perfectly for the 10th time in a row, this had already surpassed the realm of technique and was more like a provocation. Every time the arrows met, it was like Suyu was stepping closer to Feng Meng. This subdued attitude undoubtedly brought unprecedented pressure on Feng Meng. Current ratings, C, B, A. To be able to continuously fight Feng Meng with 10 arrows, only E could do it. In stark contrast to Suyu's cool composure was the growing anger on Feng Meng's face. Back then, Feng Meng learned archery from E. After learning Yi's skills, he had learned archery from E, and when he had mastered all of Yi's skills, he thought that there was no one else in the world who could beat him, and even killed E for it. But now, faced with Suyu's archery skills, he began to doubt himself. The frustration in his heart caused Feng Meng's mind to gradually become unbalanced. He began to get upset and unconsciously cursed under his breath. His anger and pressure was at its peak at this moment, as if it would explode at any moment. As an onlooker, Hui couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this teenager's archery skills were terrifying to the extreme and had surpassed his own. However, Suyu's arrow pouch was exhausted with only 10 arrows left. Feng Meng, however, still had an arrow on the bowstring, aiming at Suyu's throat. He mockingly looked at Suyu's empty arrow pouch, the corners of his mouth rising in an evil smile. Go to hell, bugbear, he sneered. At that very moment, a dark red arrow suddenly coalesced out of thin air on Suyu's overlord bow. Arrow of discipline. Although the effect of his chaser's 6-piece set had been imprisoned and he could only use 10 arrows, this did not affect his other skills. Those skills are still there, and he can still coalesce arrows automatically with them. How is this possible? Feng Meng's eyes glazed over. Back then, the Master Hui had performed the rodent arrowhead method and clenched the last arrow he shot with his teeth. Why doesn't this man speak of martial virtues today and produce an arrow out of thin air? The arrow of punishment hardened and swallowed Feng Meng's last arrow, shooting Feng Meng, affected by Suyu's newly acquired S-rank talent Paralyzing Bite. Feng Meng's body emitted a light gray glow, reducing Feng Meng's attack speed and movement speed by 25% within 10 seconds. Current rating, S. After Feng Meng was hit by the arrow, he put away his bow and arrow and pulled out a peach wood stick from somewhere. Recalling that unsuccessful sneak attack back then, he switched to using a peachwood stick to surprise attack from behind, and a muffled stick resulted in Hoi's life. It is often said that ghosts and demons are afraid of mahogany. Perhaps it is because that who was honored as the Lord of all ghosts, also died under the mahogany. In that case, Feng Meng should be considered the grandfather of thieves. He skillfully dived into the shadows, aiming at Swatoshi's back and preparing to launch a surprise attack. However, Suyu was unconcerned and easily opened his overlord's bow as if everything was under control. Even if you still have arrows, there's no way you can hit me. Just as Feng Meng moved at an amazing speed in the darkness, his figure became like a ghost in the darkness of the night. Chapter 94, Looting SSS Grade Talent. Self-realization Extreme Intent. Feng Meng, whose condescension does not allow for failure of any kind. However, in the very next moment, Feng Meng's hair suddenly turned silver white, and his body was enveloped by a silver white aura. Self-existent extreme intent? Kid, it looks like the battle is over. The god's perspective Hoi's tone didn't feel sorry for Suyu. For Hoi, it was already a satisfaction to see Suyu hold out until now and receive an S-rank rating. In Hoi's perspective, when Feng Meng displayed the gift of self-effacing extreme intent, the battle already had an outcome. It should be known that both Feng Meng and Hoi, they both managed to awaken this talent only after thousands of years of day and night trials and battles. The Suyu in front of him, even if he was stronger, even if he was more powerful, when confronted with this kind of talent that transcended instinct, whether or not all the subsequent attacks would hit Feng Meng was unknown. Self-existing extreme intention, the ability to separate the body from the consciousness so that all parts of the self are able to perceive danger around them beyond instinct, thus eliminating the need for the brain to make a thought before acting. Even in a submerged state, a silver-white residual shadow could appear behind Feng Meng. His positioning was so exquisite that even Suyu realized that his stance was vastly different from Feng Meng's. Feng Meng's pair of deep blue eyes locked onto Suyu, and inwardly he was calculating how to brutally wring off his head. For the first encounter, he even offered the peachwood stick he used to kill Hoi, showing the importance he placed on Suyu. Instantly, Suyu felt the intense killing aura on all sides, but his eyes never left Feng Meng, and his face was even more fearless. Feng Meng was confused as to why the man in front of him suddenly closed his eyes tightly. Does he know he's outmatched and is deliberately showing weakness? Or has it gone wildly out of whack? Suyu was a madman, and he knew deep down that a normal fight would not be able to harm Feng Meng at all. In that moment, it was as if he had witnessed every moment of being in the trial. He savored every fight, every strike. At first, he could still feel Hoi's shadow, but gradually, this shadow was replaced by his own image. Immediately afterward, Feng Meng began to move, quickly rushing forward and raising the peachwood stick in his hand. And Sotsu? In the face of this overwhelming killing intent, Suyu was as steady as a mountain. The peachwood stick fell violently, aiming straight for Suyu's head. Suyu slightly sidestepped his head, and the peachwood stick did not give him a fatal blow, but instead slammed heavily on his shoulder. Even though it did not hit the vitals, the power of this stick should not be underestimated. The hunter's shoulder pads were nearly shattered by the blow, with only 10% of their durability remaining. If Suyu didn't possess a notable physical attribute, I'm afraid that his shoulder blade would have been shattered. This was Suyu's best attempt at dodging, and it was also the first time he had been truly injured since he was reborn. The battle is over. Looks like it's over. Feng Meng in God's perspective Hoi pronounced in unison. Feng Meng was quite relieved after the hit. It seemed that the man named Lone Wolf in front of him was finally at his wit's end. However, the very moment Feng Meng dropped his guard, Suyu steeply opened his eyes and forced himself to endure the sharp pain on his shoulder. Immediately afterward, the Overlord's bow was drawn to its full string. This turn of events took Feng Meng by surprise. He completely did not expect this kid to still have a backhand. How is this possible? The two exclaimed in unison. The distance at this point was so close that even if one possessed the self-existent extreme intent, it would still be difficult to dodge this fatal blow. Holy arrow slaughter. 20 arrows, as if they were given life by Suyu, were like a group of angry cannonballs, whistling and rushing towards Feng Meng. The arrows danced in the air, spinning and twisting as if mocking Feng Meng's helplessness. With the Overlord Bow's 60% strike bonus, and Holy Arrow Slaughter's own 25% strike bonus, almost every arrow carried a deadly blast. Under the slowing effect of the S-rank talent Paralyzing Bite, Feng Meng's movements became clumsy, his stride became heavy and his walk stiff. At the same time, the powerful stopping effect of True Shocking Heaven and Earth swept in. It made Feng Meng's body feel as if it was stuck in a quagmire, and even the most basic escape became out of reach. Just like that, Feng Meng's entire body was pierced by arrows, anger and pain mingling on his face. Third trial current rating, SS. He tilted his head to the sky and cried out in indignation. You old undead, just how many more tricks are you hiding that you haven't taught me? He mistakenly thought that Hoi was in the dark, But he didn't realize that Hou-yi was equally confused. With the aid of a number of talents and equipment such as Double Strike and Dance of Death, Feng Meng took a lot of damage. At this moment, Feng Meng's inner defense had collapsed. Right at this moment, Suyu quietly executed the Hand of Plunder. Despite not being able to peek at Feng Meng's talent, Suyu knew deep down that the talent possessed by this ancient Chinese powerhouse was by no means idle. Ding! You used the Hand of Plunder on Feng Meng. Current collapse, 50%. Weakness, 15%. Current looting success, 65%. Talent looting success. Due to the fact that Arrow without weakness and Arrow of Godslayer are special talents, they cannot be looted. Third talent looted successfully. Remaining times, 0. Ding! You have obtained the SSS rank talent, Self-Sustaining Extreme Intent. Talent level, SSS. Self-contained extreme intentionality technique, then the ability of perception can be greatly enhanced. By consuming energy value, both perception and perception range can be improved again. At the same time, this talent allows the body to be separated from the consciousness, and the body parts are able to perform conditioned reflexive movements without the need for the brain's command, maximizing the speed of movement and the ability to react. A looted SSS ranked talent, and it's actually the third highest ranked talent? The first two talents, Arrow without false shooting and God-slaying Arrow, are not ordinary people just by their names. Suyu didn't dare to imagine just how powerful these two talents were. Since having the gift of the looting hand, this was the first time he had encountered the same SSS ranked gift, and the first time he had attempted to loot it. In that moment, his perception was even more powerful than it had been after using the silver bird's claw. Old Inbi, you're relying on this talent to fight me, aren't you? Suyu said indifferently, then instantly turned on the self-embracing extreme intent. The fact that Suyu's hair was turning white to the naked eye was the gift of self-existent extreme intent at work. However, the drain on energy is also extremely rapid. Accompanying this was a significant increase in perception, causing Suyu's insight into his surroundings to reach an unprecedented level, and he finally comprehended the mystery behind Feng Meng's powerful perception. Obviously, Feng Meng's 100 shots and his subtle positioning were all thanks to this talent. What have you done? Feng Meng's heart was incomparably shocked as he realized that the talent he had always relied on was actually gone. Third trial current rating, SSS. Suyu coldly spoke. The rating has reached SSS level this far? I wonder what the rating will become if I kill you. As soon as the words left his mouth, he summoned Overlord and Luwei. Looking at the scene in front of him, Feng Meng's face turned blue. So this man still had a backhand? Chapter 95 Inheritance from the Ancient World. But that was no longer the point, the talent had been plundered. He summoned Overlord and Luwei simply to speed up the process of the trial. Since the loss of the self-possessed extreme intent, Feng Meng's Peachwood stick was no longer any threat to Suyu. The ensuing battle was intense, but it didn't matter to Suyu. Suyu's Ultra Reaper arrow, which had been brewing for a long time, finally killed Feng Meng. At the end of his life, Feng Meng's face was left with deep anger and fear. It gave his already ugly face a deformity, putting away the Overlord bow. At this moment, Suyu's mood was incomparably comfortable. It was as if all the stress and repression had been completely released. In God's view, the orderly seemed to be schizophrenic, as if it was being artificially manipulated. Excitedly looking back at the battle that had just taken place and muttering to himself, "What's going on? What's the point of calling me over? This is the strongest transfer copy in the Huaxia region? What exactly is the rating of this trial? SSS? But the strength he has shown has long since far exceeded the SSS standard. Do you know what you're talking about? Beyond SSS rank? Surpassing the SSS grade? You know, the evaluation requirement for SSS rank requires survival for more than half an hour. Half an hour? Not only did he survive for 30 hours, he also killed the guard boss. What did you say? The guard boss was killed by him. But the highest rating for this trial is only SSS. Give him an SSS rating. Also, he needs to receive an ancient inheritance for killing the guarding boss." After a deep voice from the orderer, the dust settled. After Suyu killed Feng Meng, he waited for a while before hearing the system beep. Ding! Lone Wolf has survived the trial for 30 hours and has earned an SSS rating. Ding! Lone Wolf has dealt more than 10% damage to Feng Meng and has been rated SSS again. Ding! Lone Wolf's overall performance in the third trial is rated SSS. Ding! Congratulations to survivor Lone Wolf for successfully completing Hou-yi's third trial. Receive a reward, Transition Fragment *1. It seems that just knocking out 10% of Feng Meng's life is enough. Even if we kill him, the rating will only be SSS. Suyu muttered softly, reacting to the system beep. This isn't a personal issue against Suetsu. The rating is at SSS level because that's the upper limit of the trial. When designing this trial, it was never expected that anyone would be able to truly defeat Feng Meng. After all, this ancient powerhouse was so powerful that it could be compared to an emperor-level zombie. Suyu looked at the last transfer fragment that appeared in his hand, and in the bracelet, the temporarily acquired artifact, the archery bow, had disappeared. In an instant, the three mythic grade fragments merged with each other, transforming into a crimson scroll that exuded a mysterious and majestic aura. Transition Scroll, Zongbushin, a super god grade item. When level 10 is reached, it can be opened to automatically transfer to the hidden profession Zongbushin. Note, this scroll is bound, non-tradable and cannot be dropped. How do you say it? It's almost like Emperor Qin Shi Huang knocking on the door winning, to the house. In his previous life, the necromancer profession that Suyu obtained was only at the level of a legendary scroll. The level of Zongbushin was actually the highest super god level. In Suyu's perception, a hidden profession at the super god level. Its rarity was feared to be even rarer than the possessors of SSS-ranked talents in the entire blue planet. Unfortunately, since the system has not yet opened up the transfer function. Moreover, Suyu's level had not yet reached level 10, so he was unable to transfer for the time being. Looking around, it was strange that Suyu did not leave the trial site after successfully killing Fengmeng, but instead teleported back on top of the platform once again. What's going on here? In Suyu's perception, after completing the trial and obtaining the transfer scroll, the trialist should be teleported out. But this time, it actually came back to me? It's not stuck, is it? This is if I'm really stuck in a bug. Or else I could write a reborn for 10 years and stuck for 10 years. 10 years later I'm invincible light novel. This is not a reboot. So you hurriedly checked the quest information on the bracelet, only to find that the trial quest was actually labeled with unfinished matters after it. It seems that it doesn't end there. Right at this moment, a beep suddenly came from the system, which made Suyu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for completing Houyi's summoning and killing Fengmeng. Over completing the triple trial, please continue on to meet the ancient inheritance. By now, the three stone doors behind them had merged into one. It formed a stone door that was golden on top, red in the middle, and black at the bottom. It is carved with three images of Houyi, a god, a man and a ghost. It bears a striking resemblance to the famous Mwangwi Pali paintings in the Star City Museum. Ancient inheritance? Suyu gazed dumbfounded at this. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and gently placed his hands on top of the stone door. The three sensations of fire, warmth, and ice intertwined into an ode to nature. Coming at Suyu in turn, the door flicked open in Suetsu's hand, and he stepped into a hidden cave with a firm pace. The cave was a practicing room that was empty, except for the walls that were covered in mysterious murals. In the center of the room lay an ancient red longbow. At a glance, Suyu recognized that it was the sun-shooting bow that he was once familiar with. However, this bow was nowhere near as good in his eyes as another overlord bow of his own. He wasn't much interested in that, but his eyes were captivated by the frescoes on the walls. In the next moment, Suyu was greatly shaken. It was as if the originally silent murals were infused with life and turned into an animation that began to vividly tell an ancient story. Hou-yi, formerly known as Yi, is a character in ancient Chinese mythology. He had the triple identity of man, god, and ghost, being a half-god, half-human godman in life and becoming a half-ghost, half-god ghost king after death. He once assisted Emperor Yao to shoot down 9 days, leaving only 1 day, so the folk legend of Houyi shoots the sun has been passed down. He rid the world of the 6 evils: chisel teeth, 9 babies, great wind, sealing ministers, and cultivating snakes, defeated the Yellow River waterbow, which was causing chaos on the other side of the river, and rescued the god of Luo. However, he was eventually killed by his disciple Fengmeng, who assassinated him with a peachwood stick. After Houyi's death, he was named by Emperor Jun as Zongbushin, the king of all ghosts. At the end of the mural, a text was revealed, making Suyu understand the reason for coming here. After Houyi's death, his soul was sealed in the tripod of Houyi, which became the source of this trial. All challengers need to face the triple trial: Shooting Heroes, Path of the Sealed God, and King of all Ghosts. These trials correspond to the most legendary deeds of Houyi's life. Only by perfectly passing these threefold trials can one inherit Houyi's power. And Suetoshi, apparently, has done just that. Can I really inherit Houyi's legacy? Suyu had doubts in his heart, witnessing the evolution of all this. He slowly walked towards the center of the practice room, where the archery bow was placed. Without hesitation, Suyu placed his hand on this legendary divine bow. There was a flash of red light. According to the laws of the end times, this kind of light could only be blossomed by super god level equipment. Chapter 96, King of Bows, Houyi Sun Shooting Bow. Suyu felt endless power surging from the sun-shot bow, a feeling so intense that it was like swallowing an entire tube of mustard in one gulp, the stimulation going straight to the top of his head. He saw the color of the bow begin to change, from red to gold, to purple, blue, and finally green. In the end, The sun shooting bow returned to Suyu's hands. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor, Lone Wolf, for completing the ancient legacy and inheriting Hou Yi's power. Ding! Hou Yi's trial has been completed. He will be teleported to a random safe zone in 60 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to Lone Wolf for obtaining the legacy reward, Hou Yi Sun Shooting Bow. Reward experience * 10,000. Gold * 5,000. Reputation * 5,000. Ding! Leveled up to 10. Gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talented looting hands. Number of times remaining, 1. Ding! Lone Wolf has reached level 10. Due to not completing a transfer, he will not be able to continue upgrading and all experience will be accumulated. Ding! Lone Wolf has reached level 10. His body has gained antibodies, and can only be infected by the zombie virus when his body is severely injured. A series of system beeps rang out, and Suyu finally completed the inheritance. In the next moment, his eyes shifted and he was already back in the surveillance room of the Star City Museum. At this time, the time in reality was still the afternoon of the 6th day of the end times. Although time had not changed as a result of his experience, Suetsu's heart was filled with emotion. However, the zombies that had been besieging had disappeared, so the place was safe for the time being. After completing the trial, he gained 10,000 experience points, directly raising his level to 10. As the system tone said, the channel for leveling up would be temporarily closed until the transfer was completed. However, tomorrow, when the transfer function reopened, Suyu would be able to immediately open the scroll and successfully complete the transfer. After that, the level cap will open up. However, the rewards that come with it don't seem to be as expected. In addition to the usual rewards of gold, experience and reputation, only one Hou Yi Sunbow seems a bit thin. Suyu was filled with confusion, and questions could not help but arise in his heart. Is this even a reward for the inheritance? Just this? He opened the attribute panel and took a closer look, only to find that there was no change from before. In desperation, he turned his attention to the bow and arrow in his hand. Suyu gazed at the Hou Yi Sun shooting bow in his hand. Originally the super god level divine bow had been reduced to an excellent level, but even so, it still maintains a decent look and feel. Above the bow, 10 notches were conspicuously carved. The first of these alcoves was glittering with bright golden starbursts, while the remaining 9 were empty and should hide some mysteries. Bao King, Hou Yi Sunbow, excellent level equipment, power ceiling in progress, evolvable, one of the 10 great artifacts of the flood, the crown of the 10 famous bows of China, unique equipment, can only be used after inheriting Hou Yi's legacy. Equipment has been recognized by the owner, Lone Wolf, cannot be traded, cannot be dropped. This bow is made from extra heavenly metaphysical iron refined in the fire of the 9 underworlds, while the bowstring is made from the sinews of the divine dragon rolled together. The arrow shaft is made from the essence of sacred wood and the arrow feathers are taken from the feathers of the phoenix. It was named the King of Bows because Hou Yi once used this bow to shoot down the 9 days. Attributes: Strength +1, Spirit +1, Constitution +1, Agility +1. Active skill, Chaos, can devour other equipment and evolve to unlock new abilities. If you devour the top 10 famous bows, you can directly obtain the corresponding attributes and skills. Passive skill, Awe, the King of Bows is out, and all bows are hidden. When equipped, reduces damage by 80% when attacked from a bow. So inheriting Hou Yi's legacy means obtaining a sun-shooting bow? Devouring it? Let me see how strong you really are. Suyu quickly took out those excellent great equipment from his bracelet and looked at the equipment piled up like a small mountain in front of him. Suyu didn't hesitate for half a second, choosing to let them be devoured. Shooting sun bow. Did you see that? This is all the rivers and mountains that I have fought for you. The moment it came into contact with the sun shooting bow, it transformed into a vibrant green energy that merged into the sun shooting bow. That's really ruthless. My bracelet was almost emptied by you, and you devoured more than 30 pieces of equipment in one breath. Suddenly, a mechanical beep sounded in Suyu's mind. Ding! The energy devoured by the shooting sun bow has reached its upper limit. If you want to break through this limit, you must devour a specific piece of equipment. Suyu frowned slightly, speculating in his heart. Specific equipment? It can't be that you want to hit my overlord bow, right? With a few moments of hesitation, he slowly took out the overlord bow as well. Ding! Is the overlord bow being used to strengthen the sunshot bow? After strengthening, the overlord bow will disappear. Yes, Suyu took a deep breath and made a decision with a firm gaze. The top 10 famous bows overlord bow in his hand instantly transformed into a bright golden ball of light, and then completely disappeared into the red body of the sun shooting bow. With the complete disappearance of the overlord's bow, the third notch of the shooting sun bow was also perfectly filled, glittering with a dazzling golden light. Ding! The sun shooter bow has successfully devoured the top 10 famous bows overlord bow, and has now evolved into a fine grade equipment. Suyu couldn't help but take a deep breath after hearing the system beep. His inner excitement was hard to describe. Bao King, Hoi Sunshot Bao, the 4 main attributes have become +3, and a brand new skill has been unlocked, but it has become 2 stars after the name. Overlord Bao inherits all the attributes and skills of the Overlord Bao in its +10 state, and can switch the Sun Shooting Bao to the Overlord Bao form, catalyzed by Suyu's intention. The Sun Shooting Bao gradually morphed, and eventually took on the same shape as the Overlord's Bao. It turned out that the third notch on the archery Bao corresponded to none other than the Overlord Bao. The archery Bao is ranked first, and the Overlord Bao is ranked third. So that's how it is. This kind of growth equipment is as scary as it gets. For each handful devoured, the attributes and skills gained were able to take effect at the same time. Lovey's talent, Titanic Power, allows her to wield 2-handed weapons. So that's awesome, right? After possessing the Shooting Sun Bao, Suyu, this was directly 9 more weapon grids than others. Just tell me if it was outrageous or not. When the top 10 famous bows are collected, the picture is too beautiful to imagine. This feeling of winning was not enough to describe even Qin Shi Huang. It had to be at least his grandfather's generation. Speaking of which, this Sun Shooting Bao, it's really perverted. It's kind of similar to my Hand of Plunder. Suyu couldn't help but sigh. However, it is easier said than done. The 10 famous bows of China. Even the reborn Suyu had only heard of a few of them. However, Suyu did remember the first martial arts conference that would be held soon. In his last life, due to his lack of rank and strength, he could only watch as a spectator. However, this time was different. Not only was Suyu going to compete, he was going to go for the title. Because the ultimate reward for the champion was to be able to choose his own equipment, and that person chose none other than the top 10 famous swords. Putting them away, Suyu took a deep breath and decided to take a rest first. In the final battle, Suetsu fought Feng Meng for 30 hours. Although the body did not feel exhausted during the trial, the spirit had long been exhausted. That's it. Rest first. Tomorrow is the last day of the novice protection period. Use your current attributes and equipment to your advantage and destroy as many zombies as possible. Suyu said to himself that after tomorrow, the intensity of the zombies increased, so he decided to spend the last day all in the museum. Chapter 97, Material Capsule Sale. The 7th day of the end times, 12 o'clock noon. Suyu woke up from his return to sleep, his eyes finally opening. Only 6 hours remain until the end of the novice period. He turned his head sideways and his gaze fell on Lu Wei beside him, who had reached level 7 at this moment after last night's evolution. At the same time, the zombie level in the museum is generally raised to level 7, and Suyu's level was stuck at level 10, right on the threshold for gaining benefits. It's just the right opportunity to press experience and brush up on the zombies. So the time is now. Since he had acquired the talent of self-contained extreme intent, he no longer needed to use the silver bird's claw to enhance his perception. As long as he was willing, when he turned on his self-existent extreme intent at full load, his perception range could even cover the entire museum. Only that the ensuing depletion of his energy value would be quick, and he was currently slightly short of spirit value. When they had been working all day, they had finally wiped out the zombies in the museum. Pretty much. At this point, Suyu's experience value was already enough for him to advance 2 levels. However, there was nothing particularly rewarding in terms of equipment. After all, zombies above the alpha level were extremely rare and could not be found. The kills were all normal and elite zombies that didn't pop out anything good. In terms of prop consumables, there are quite a few strengthening stones out there. Since the archery bow is only of fine grade, it cannot be strengthened with enhancement stones. Thus, Suyu strengthened Lu Wei's legendary mask to +10 in one breath. There were no blitzes this time around, and the 10 enhancements cost 500 gold coins. It made the amount of gold coins in Suyu's bracelet a bit stretched. Masquerade Mask +10, legendary equipment. It is said to have been passed down from ancient battlefields, and its successive owners have loved to hide it from the world. Attributes, Strength +10, Constitution +5. Special passive, when worn, you may choose to hide your profile unless your opponent is 3 levels higher to be seen. There is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the people. This is a truth that Suyu deeply understands. If someone who also had the same opportunity as him, with a level 3 higher than Lu Wei, recognized the identity of the zombie Lu Wei, it might cause quite a commotion. Just before nightfall, Suyu accidentally met the Nocturnal Star City team led by Lu Tianlong at the entrance of the museum. Ever since he resolved Huang Ding's group, Lu Tianlong had been sitting firmly in the position of team leader. This time, Suyu did not hesitate and chose to fight alongside them, successfully breaking through the siege and returning to the concert hall. Upon returning to the safety of the place, the long period of tension and vigilance instantly dissipates at this moment and everyone is immersed in an atmosphere of relaxation. Some began to play the piano. as if to tell of their inner joy and contentment. The piano is accompanied by a gentle dance, which is light and joyful, releasing the joy of victory in the Great War. Others were more sensible, pulling supplies from their supply capsules and silently replenishing their strength, or sharing and exchanging loot, waiting for the night to fall. At this moment, Suyu, who was dressed in black, walked in, living up to his reputation as a man who brought his own focus every time he appeared. Even though Suyu had already hidden the sharpness of his pursuer's suit, those who knew how to be connoisseurs were still able to tell at a glance that these equipment were by no means extraordinary. But the face of the Bakuro mask, which makes his face more mysterious, just like the god of death, let a person cannot help but feel a chill. His eyes are deep and cold, as if able to see through the heart. Vocal, handsome, the words immediately resonated with the people around them, who consciously made way and nodded their heads in agreement. Lu Tianlong also came forward with a happy face. He looked at Suyu and cackled. Tai Zi, old sister, we finally made it back in time. That's really not just a nonsense statement. A group of nearly 200 men killed too many people along the way. However, going too far behind enemy lines, they are attacked by an intense zombie attack and get into trouble. After a full day of fierce fighting, the situation was precarious as night was about to fall. If it wasn't for Suyu's timely appearance that turned the tide of the battle, it was feared that the entire army would have been wiped out. However, Suetsu did not personally charge into battle in this battle, but stayed in the rear for accurate bow and arrow shooting. In contrast, Lovey performed valiantly and drew the crowd. Suyu looked around at the noisy crowd, steadily walking towards the so-called main stage. When you say main stage, it's really a trading area within the team. Everyone gathers here and trades using the primitive method of bartering. Suyu had calculated early in the morning that although he didn't have a low burst rate, he was still by himself in the end. For example, if it wasn't for the useless scroll obtained from Lu Tianlong, this trial trip wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Despite their low burst rate, there are a lot of them. Suyu was curious in his heart as to what other treasures were hidden in the group's bracelets. Even if the items in their hands weren't worth much, most of the 200 people in the group in front of them were around level 5, and the amount of gold coins in their hands was quite substantial. And what are they missing the most? It's not equipment or props, it's supply capsules. Suyu saw that any one of their material capsules could be exchanged for all the gold coins in one's hand. After today's battle, most of their supplies were depleted. While Suyu had accumulated thousands of supply capsules in his hands, these compact capsules didn't take up much space. But for Suyu, they were consumed at a much slower rate than they were acquired. At a time when the safe zone had not yet been activated, people were ignorant of the specific uses of gold coins. Suyu could completely exchange these material capsules for the gold coins in their hands, thus preparing them more adequately for the next battle. Lao Tai, what's going on with you? Lu Tianlong looked at Suyu with a face full of surprise. Old brother, I'm not doing business here. Can you help me yell a couple times? Suyu smiled and handed him a supplies capsule. As she spoke, Lu Wei quickly pulled out a clean white cloak and laid it flat on the ground. Immediately after that, Suyu took out a large number of supply capsules from his bracelet. Seeing this, Lu Tianlong was so happy that his mouth couldn't close. He shouted at the top of his voice, Tai Zi, leave it to me. I promise to arrange it clearly with you. All eyes looked toward me. I announced something. As soon as the words fell, the originally noisy scene immediately quieted down, and the eyes of the crowd focused over to see which idiot was yelling. Thanks to Lu Tianlong's assistance, it really was twice the work with half the effort. Suyu nodded slightly. Seeing the atmosphere thickening, he took a deep breath and prepared to start his performance. Are you guys still struggling with the scarcity of supply capsules? Still feeling helpless about fighting walkers for nothing? In order to solve everyone's troubles, I'm willing to share my supply capsule and trade it with you. Whether it's gold coins, equipment or props, I'm here for it all. Last chance, number 998, just 888, you guys, moved? Chapter 98. What? You only have 230 gold coins? No problem. I'll give you a roasted fish for 3. This is a good deal. But, to compensate for my hard work, it's not too much for me to charge you an extra 30 gold coins, right? Oh, only 190 gold coins left? What? You still have 2 bottles of potions. That's a bargain. Consider it a small loss on my part and I'll give you 3 capsules. 60 gold coins? This is too little. Why don't you join those brothers just now and put together an order? It might be more cost effective. Do you still have skill books? Bring it to me and I'll take a look. Well, this skill book isn't too valuable. Count your 5 capsules. Without too much publicity from Suyu, the material capsules seem to carry incredible magic power for these people. Swatoshi's capsule store is going very well. There was a huge crowd and the line stretched on and on. One by one, they lined up and scrambled to be the first to buy. and Lu Wei stood behind her carrying 2 sledgehammers, maintaining the order of the scene with Lu Tianlong. Su Yu, on the other hand, sat leisurely on a small horse zipper and earned a small amount of money with a smile on his face. It is said that the businessman is not treacherous, but Su Yu, as a people's entrepreneur, the price is not indiscriminately marked. Inside the soon-to-be-open safe zone, the supply capsules are clearly marked with a price tag of 100 gold coins each. Not only are these capsules limited to a daily supply, but they are also monolithic in content, being boxed lunch kits with a variety of flavors. More importantly, you have a pick. He has a wide range of goods, from the 8 major cuisines to beer and barbecue. Although the prices of his goods varied, they averaged out to 100 gold coins apiece. Swatoshi sells cheap. What is this called? It's called a favor. Swatoshi sells expensive. What's this called? It's called an accident. With Suyu's strength, it was clear that he could have grabbed it, and still he didn't bully anyone. Is that a problem? There's no problem. Suyu's mouth broke into a smile as he watched his gold coins rubbing up. In just half an hour, Suyu had exchanged more than 400 capsules for more than 20,000 gold coins, equipment, props, and even collected a skill book. It was said that there was no such thing as a crooked businessman, and for the first time, Suyu experienced the joy of making money. It made him want to be the middleman and make the difference. Hey, do you want this? 1,000 capsules. As Suyu was closing his stall, a man filled with a solemn intent pulled out a dark scroll. The whole room fell silent. Suyu's eyes, tightly locked on that ebony scroll. The scroll appeared a bit old, even with some mottled blood stains, like ancient bamboo slips that had just been stolen from a museum. Suyu could tell at a glance that this was the opening scroll of the hidden copy. Unlike the previous copy of Star City Hospital, that one was more of a battlefield, a battle royale game full of squad competition. The hidden copy in this reel, on the other hand, emphasizes more on fighting zombies. However, this kind of scroll was extremely rare, and even in the almighty auction house, it was not often seen. Despite the excitement within Suyu at the moment, he still tried to calm his emotions. Keep in mind that 1,000 supply capsules is by no means a small amount. Hey, 1,000 capsules. For this crap scroll, our team lost a dozen brothers. The man's name was Black Dragon, and he stood out in the crowd as he wore a loose hitch of excellent level equipment. However, he was not a member of the City of Night Stars. As soon as the words fell, a large group of people immediately gathered aggressively. Obviously the same team he was talking about. As outsiders, they had arrived here not long ago. Lu Tianlong, despite having suffered a loss before, was still overflowing with holy motherly heart and accepted them unsuspectingly. However, this group is only here temporarily and does not interact or move together with the locals. Despite the heavy murderous aura emanating from them, which was intimidating, both sides kept a sufficient distance from each other and were at peace with each other. As Suyu continued to take out capsules of supplies from his bracelet, new ideas began to sprout in their minds. This was the first time they had taken the initiative to trade with the people of the City of Stars. 1,000 pieces is not a small amount, Suyu said lightly. How about 800? The Black Dragon also understood that Suyu might no longer have that many capsules in his hands and made a compromise. 600 pieces. Seeing that Suyu was in deep thought and delayed in responding, the Black Dragon once again gave in. 500 pieces. This is already my bottom line. If you can't come up with that much, it's fine to offset it with equipment. Black Dragon took a step forward, urging Suyu to answer as soon as possible. The two fell into a protracted stalemate before Suetsu finally broke the silence. I happen to have a piece of fine-grade equipment on hand. I wonder how many pieces I can convert it into. The Black Dragon looked a little stunned when he heard the news. He could never have imagined such a good thing could happen. Swatoshi handpicked that pair of obsolete shoes from Lu Wei's arsenal. The boots were gaudy in appearance, with the red leather glistening while emitting the blue sheen characteristic of fine-grade equipment. It was the pair of life remover that Suyu dared not use. The super rocket boots that were jokingly called Russian roulette. A failure rate of up to 1/6 makes it a real nice to have. Starting it up is like a big gamble between life and death. Sometimes it will explode instantly. Sometimes it won't stop at all. And the most dramatic is that it will spiral into the sky and die on the spot. This kind of good stuff, of course, should be put to good use. Black Dragon's eyes widened, his gaze staring straight at the equipment in Suyu's hand, his inner excitement surging like waves that were hard to hide. His voice was filled with surprise and greed. This equipment is too good. This one is good for 200 capsules. Are there any others? He had only expected Suyu to take out a few pieces of excellent grade equipment. Yet now, Suyu was striking out with fine grade equipment. It made him start leonizing the man. Greedy for more. Suyu's brows frowned slightly. He wasn't thinking about the price, but he was dissatisfied with the other party's insatiability. If it wasn't for the fact that the exchange of scrolls hadn't been completed yet, and he was worried that his hasty move would cause the scrolls to be recycled by the system. He would have taken action long ago. On the sidelines, Lu Tianlong observed the stalemate and finally decided to intercede. Elder brother Black Dragon, this fine grade equipment is not often seen. How about giving me face? Or how about offsetting 400 capsules? Good. 400 is 400. Surname Lu. Today is considered to give you face. In the end, Suyu obtained this precious scroll in exchange for 100 supply capsules and super rocket boots. Copy, typing Ancient Street, legendary consumable, single player copy. Once a player's level reaches 10, they will be able to open this copy in Star City's typing Ancient Street. Suyu quickly swept a glance, and without moving, he put it into his bracelet. The location of Star City's typing Ancient Street was not far from Star City's safe zone, so it would be a good idea to go there first thing in the morning. He and Lovey walked over to the corner and enjoyed the day's dinner. The Black Dragon can't help but show off his super rocket boots. At this point in time, the clock is pointing exactly at 6 p.m. Suyu had been waiting for a long time, and just at the moment when the novice protection period ended, he opened the transfer scroll, Zongbu Shin. In an instant, the system beep sounded. Congratulations to Survivor Lone Wolf for being the first person to complete the transition in the end of the world, and obtaining the unique achievement, Leader of the Way. World announcement coming soon. Chapter 99, Transferring. Zombie God. Announcement or not, Suyu was already too lazy to think about it. In his last life, even Huang Ding, who had only gotten 1/3 of the shards, was able to engage himself fiercely. And in this life, not only did he obtain a complete transfer scroll, he also inherited Hou Yi's supreme legacy. He was eager to see what the legendary full-bodied Zongbu Shin was really like. Occupation, Zongbu Shun, a mysterious being in ancient Chinese mythology, the supreme lord who commands all ghosts in the underworld. The god Zongbu was Hou Yi of the Arigato kingdom in the Xia dynasty, who had brought life to the world by shooting down 9 suns with his arrows. After Hou Yi's death, he was named Zongbu Shen by the Emperor of Heaven for his contribution to the world. Attribute, whenever you upgrade, you will gain an additional 5 points of strength and 5 points of agility in addition to the regular 10 free attribute points. Skills, when you raise your character's attributes to a specific value, you will automatically unlock the skills of the corresponding Zumba god. Ding! Your power attribute has now reached 80 points. Unlocking a new skill, Explosive Spark. Explosive Spark, when you successfully kill an enemy with the archery bow, it will deal explosive damage to surrounding enemies. Ding! Your spiritual attribute has now reached 80 points. Unlocking a new skill, Manipulating the Dead. Manipulate the Dead, enables you to control dead units to fight for you. Manipulated units are invincible but can be harmed by dispel skills. Ding! Your physique attribute has now reached 80 points. Unlocking a new skill, Shield of Lightlessness. Shield of Lightlessness, use the power of death to create a shield. Once the shield is broken, the damage it takes will be returned to the surrounding enemies. Ding! Your agility attribute has now reached 80 points. Unlocking a new skill, Silence. Silence, enables you to move to your opponent's side or even further away at a speed that is hard for them to notice, with the speed and distance traveled varying with the amount of energy spent. Hiss! Even the well-read Suyu couldn't help but be staggered by it. During his 10 years in the end times, he had never heard of such a bizarre profession. This position is worthy of the name, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it God. After completing the transfer to become a level 10 professional, the free attribute points of an ordinary non-hidden professional were raised from the original 5 points to 10 points. Even in the hidden professions, the additional attribute points gained never exceeded 5. Taking the necromancer that Suyu obtained in his previous life as an example, each level only increased the spiritual attribute by 2 points. While Zongbushin increased 5 points of strength and 5 points of agility, each level of boost was equivalent to 2 levels of boost for an ordinary person, and the 4 basic attributes, all of which had reached 80 points, had allowed him to unlock 4 brand new skills at once: Exploding Sparks, Manipulating the Dead, Shield of Lightlessness, Silence. Suyu Edwan looked at the skill descriptions and clearly felt that these skills were by no means extraordinary, and he inwardly jumped at the chance to try them out. At this point, he had reached level 12 and had 2 more chances at the looting hand. With the upgrades, equipment and talents, Suyu's panel attributes had reached an outrageous height. You could say it's outrageous his mom opening the door for outrageous. Outrageous to the core. Base attributes: Strength, 127. Mental, 81. Physical, 86. Agility, 122. This was still the case when Suyu had 20 free attribute points and used after he had risen to level 12. Even though the current spirit value is already as high as 81 points, with the increase in the consumption of energy value by skills and talents, in the end, he decided to add all of his remaining attribute points to spirit. Just as Suyu was immersed in the study of professions and skills, the tranquility of the dark night of the Blue Star was suddenly broken. World announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf, who stood out in the post-apocalyptic world, made another achievement and became the first person to reach level 10 and complete the transfer. He was the first to reach level 10 and complete the transition. He was awarded the world's only achievement, Leader of the Way, and received a huge amount of rewards at the same time. Does the rise of the lone wolf mean the end of the other survivors? Is there a powerful force that can stop Lone Wolf? The world needs more heroes. Come on, you fine dogs. How dare you? It's this damn lone wolf again. I swear to God, when I catch up with you, I'm going to kick your ass so hard with my boot. A Lighthouse Nation survivor whose biological sex was male, psychological sex was female, and sexual orientation was female complained viciously. There's no way around it. The land of the free lighthouse has as many as 100 genders. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Ashy Bar. Level 10? Transfiguration? Investigate carefully for me. This person called Lone Wolf must be a descendant of our great cold underworld kingdom. A person from the Pickle Country yelled frantically. Shao Li. The Black Death organization has begun to infiltrate everywhere. We must act quickly. Find Lone Wolf and make him work for us. This is an order. The leader, who was dressed in military uniform, walked out of the safe house with a serious expression and gave the order to Little Li. Maka Baka. The fairy made her last sound, sleeping peacefully. For his part, Suyu calmly collected his reward. Received the Leader of the Way achievement reward, Reputation *1000, Gold *1000, Bracelet storage space expanded to 4.5 cubic meters. Received the title, N times Leader. N times Leader, the only title in the world. A permanent title, the first person to reach level 10 and complete the transition in the N times. Attributes, permanent +5 to all attributes. 10% attribute suppression will be applied when engaging someone after carrying the title. The attributes attached to the two recently acquired titles, Leader of the End Times and Ancient Greek God of Strengthening, are not impressive. Compared to the Enterprising Man +10 to all attributes gained from killing a Lord-class zombie, their value was not even worth mentioning. He snapped to the realization that the normal course of the game should be to first perform a transfer and accumulate enough equipment before daring to challenge the alpha-level boss. Well, it seems one is too Versailles. Suyu gently picked up a freshly brewed pot of Longjing tea and looked around. Everyone listened to the world announcement 3 times in silence. With the gift of self-existing extreme intent, he found that he could easily catch the sounds around him. No matter how small they were, they could not escape his ears. Some of them wanted to have monkeys with Suyu. Some wanted to worship Suyu as their teacher. And some wanted to worship Suyu, and their praises were overflowing. Just then, Black Dragon's right-hand man returned with his team. An incredulous look appeared on his face as his gaze landed on Suyu. Then he reported to the Black Dragon in a low voice. Swatoshi looked to the deputy. Lawful eyes? Chicken. LV7. No occupation. S-rank talent, Dharma Eye. Dharma Eyes. This was an extreme talent that was able to see into the essence of things and see through the weaknesses of opponents. It seems that the secret of himself and Lovey is about to be revealed. However, Suyu didn't care. The value in the hands of this group of people had already been completely squeezed out of him. It's time to put them to their final value. My Nima. Why the lone wolf again? Let us get a piece of the pie too. Black Dragon's cry broke the original tranquility of the concert hall, drawing everyone to cast their gazes at him in unison. He then turned his head and showed a deep and wicked smile to Suetsu and Luwei who were in the corner. The Black Dragon spoke up. Mr. Solitary. MS. Zombie-like. Do you agree with what I'm saying? Instantly, the entire room was in an uproar. At this moment, Lu Tianlong looked at the awkward scene and walked up to the crowd, facing the Black Dragon directly. Elder brother Black Dragon. Are you kidding? Taizi's personal information is clearly that of a roadrunner. And just like you, he's level 7. So how can he be a lone wolf? He paused and continued. Furthermore, Big Sister Lu Wei is fighting alongside us today, killing zombies together. How could she possibly be a zombie? Why don't you take off your mask and let everyone get a glimpse of the real thing? The hall fell into a silence, so quiet that only the sound of Suyu making tea and pouring water could be heard, which seemed to be adding a bit of weirdness to the tense atmosphere. Chapter 100. Lu Wei's identity is revealed. Shoo, did Lovey girl cover her face because she broke her face? I was just about to say, I saw Lovey's mouth when she was eating earlier. It really is like a zombie's. Right in front of the museum, I saw her get scratched by a walker with my own eyes. I had thought I was wrong. Ah yes. You guys look at her skin. Look at the way she moves. The more you look the more she looks like. Have you noticed? She doesn't have a bracelet. In the midst of the crowd, there was a sudden gasp of surprise, and gazes turned to Lu Wei. Her pearl-white arms were empty, and where they should have been wearing a bracelet, now there was nothing. Bracelets. That's the symbol that everyone has on them after the end times. The bracelet, unless dead, will never disappear. Even though his hands were cut off, the bracelets appeared on his ankles. When all the limbs are cut off, the bracelet reappears around the neck. If the neck is cut, nonsense. If you cut the neck, won't the person die? The last sentence from the crowd was like the final stamp of approval for Lovey's identity. Everyone present subconsciously touched the weapons in their hands, their fear stemming from an instinctive reaction to the zombies. Suyu didn't say a word, which was considered as acquiescence. All those present have a part to play. Black Dragon announced in a loud voice, kill the zombies, capture the lone wolves, and force them to hand over all the items they have on them. Right, riches and riches, maybe you and I will be the next ones on the world announcement. Guys, someone else chimed in, kill the walker, catch the lone wolf, kill the walker, tackle the lone wolf. The Black Dragon had long ago infiltrated his men into the crowd, and the crowd was chanting slogans one after another. Suyu wore a smile on his face. These people in front of him, I don't know where they got the guts. How dare you make a move after learning you're a lone wolf? Pretty good. Anyway, the things in this group of people's hand rings have been drained by Suyu, so let them play their last bit of value and be a wave of leaks. Suyu's stern eyes swept across the entire concert hall, then sipped the last cup of tea. Do you choose to surrender on your own? Or do we do it ourselves? There are fully 300 of us. There is absolutely no way you can resist. Black Dragon took a big step forward and stopped 30 meters away from Suyu. He knew that the maximum range of an archer was 30 meters, so as long as Suyu made a slight movement, he would be able to respond immediately. Swatoshi took the lead. He deliberately slowed down and shot an arrow lightly. Black Dragon saw it for what it was. Just as he activated his super rocket boots and prepared to pull away for a moment, quietly, Suyu used the skill he had just acquired and transformed into an invisible shadow, instantly disappearing from the crowd's view. In the next moment, Suyu had appeared behind the Black Dragon, his large hands tightly pressing down on his shoulders so that he could not move. The Black Dragon's eyes widened in terror, and he could only watch as the arrow rushed straight into his face, but he was powerless to resist. The moment the arrow was about to hit, he was shocked into incontinence and his pants were wet. Boom! Explosive sparks. That arrow of Suyu's came with the skill, explosive spark, only to see the Black Dragon being killed in an instant, blooming a black lotus flower with a deathly aura. Within a few meters of the surrounding area, a huge crater appeared. The whole body equipment is damaged. Only the pair of red flirty super rocket boots fell into the crowd. Even though the blast did not do any substantial damage to Suyu, he opened the shield of lightlessness. Nothing else, just didn't want to get dirty from the blood and tissue splattering out of the Black Dragon's body. Elegant. It's just too elegant. In a split second, Suyu displayed 3 Zongbushin skills: silence, explosive sparks, and shield of lightlessness. The power of these skills was so great that it exceeded his expectations. The silence skill allows Suetsu to move instantly, getting close to or away from his target no matter where they are. However, this skill consumed quite a lot of energy, and just a distance of 35 meters made him consume nearly a third of his energy value. The explosive spark is somewhat of a simplified version of the Ultra Reaper's arrow. Despite its small range and power, its relatively short cooldown makes it another ranged damage skill in addition to punishing arrow. However, Suyu's thunderous strike did not cause panic, but instead ignited their desire to kill. Under agitation, 1 second Suetsu was the object of companionship and admiration. In the next second, however, he transformed into a walking storehouse of supplies and armory, attracting the greedy eyes of the crowd. Everyone longed to take Suyu under control and loot the wealth in his bracelet, for the endless glory and wealth was beckoning them. Coupled with the difference in numbers between the enemy and us, as Black Dragon said, 300 men against 2, the advantage is mine. How can I lose? After Black Dragon's death, Chicken quickly took command. Everyone go all out. Suppress the lone wolf. They sent nearly 100 people to surround Lu Wei while the remaining 200 faced Suyu directly, ready to launch a fierce attack. For Lu Wei's side, Suyu had no worries. With Lu Wei's strength, she could deal with those people with ease. Kill the zombies and capture the lone wolf. People's emotions grew more and more frenzied. Intense long-range firepower poured down on Suyu like a torrential downpour. However, Suyu was not afraid and steadily withstood all the attacks with his shield of lightlessness. This seemingly weak black shield displayed amazing defensive power, and Suyu was under the effect of the shooting sun bow passive skill, reduced the enemy's bow damage by 80% and hardened against a full round of long-range attacks from nearly 100 people. Melee charge. Quick battle. See how my arrow breaks his shield. With his S-rank talent Eyes of the Law, Chicken could tell with a single glance that the shield of lightlessness was nearing depletion, and he announced loudly. In an instant, a group of warriors with long spears and short swords swarmed up and attacked Suyu together. Chicken, who was commanding from the rear, aimed an arrow at Suyu and shot an arrow with a sly smile on his face. You're an archer. Without your life-preserving shield, let's see what else you can do to fight against us. Accompanied by the cracking sound of the bow and arrow, the shield of lightlessness shattered in response. However, the scene he was expecting of Suyu being hit by the chaotic swords did not happen. Instead, as the shield of lightlessness shattered, everyone within a 10-meter radius took counter damage from the shield of lightlessness. This sudden counterattack caught the crowd off guard, and they were sent flying into midair before falling heavily to the ground, their bodies convulsing violently. In an instant, their life signs completely disappeared. With blood, internal organs and organ tissues scattered all over the place, Chicken's eyes widened in shock, obviously not anticipating such a situation. However, he didn't give up and still drummed up the crowd to continue the attack. Chapter 101, Looting S-Rank Talent, Hocus Pocus. Offense, attack, he must be out of skills. Chicken hissed loudly, continuing to energize the crowd. Kill the zombies and capture the lone wolf. People knew that once they made their move, there was no more room for retreat. The crowd, which had been slightly retreating, regained its courage to attack. Led by Chicken and his cohorts, they trampled over the bodies of their companions and quickly filled the gaps in the line. The offensive and defensive characteristics of this shield of lightlessness once again surprised Suyu. What a domineering shield of lightlessness! Facing the incoming crowd, Suyu was fighting and retreating, and finally released a move he hadn't used yet, manipulating dead bodies. Ding! Based on the strength of the dead body during its lifetime, the current number of manipulables is 6, and the duration is 60 seconds. In the midst of the crowd, suddenly, one by one, the bodies that were thought to be dead stood up and turned crimson. Their forms varied, some with mutilated limbs, some with disappearing heads, some with missing arms, as if they were being manipulated by an irresistible force. These dead corpses, led by Suyu, joined the battle again like ghosts. Their movements were stiff, but they carried an unspeakable ferocity and cruelty. This group of undead, slaughtering their way through the crowd, they ignored pain and were immune to all damage. Their figures loomed in the rain of blood, each swing bringing up a wail. Those terrified faces, those helpless eyes, all turned into pieces of blood mist under their attacks. Faced with such a scene, people cried out in horror. What the hell is this? How come they can't be beaten? The appearance of the dead bodies instinctively struck fear into the people, and they began to surround them, trying to destroy them with various weapons. However, no matter what kind of weapons they used, they were unable to do any damage to this group of invincible dead bodies. In fact, the strength of these dead corpses was not outstanding, and individually they might be only slightly stronger than ordinary zombies. Even if 6 of them were gathered together, their power would only be comparable to an elite zombie. However, the most powerful thing about them was that invincible attribute. Since people had not yet mastered the transmutation skill, they could not use skills such as dispel or divine healing to deal with these dead bodies. This fear of the unknown stresses the mind and torments the heart. Can manipulate both walkers and dead bodies. Is this lone wolf still a human being? Many people had already begun to have their hearts shaken. Suyu and Lu Wei had killed nearly 100 people on the other side with astonishing speed and power in just a few moments of illumination. What was even more terrifying was having to face this invincible group of dead bodies that existed in general. And every second of the minute that the dead bodies lasted was filled with torture and struggle. After experimenting with his skills, once Suyu got serious, his opponent no longer had any room to fight back. Brothers, don't stop, let's drum up. As soon as Chicken's words fell, the bowstring in Suyu's hand quickly quivered, and 2 cold arrows cut through the air and flew toward Chicken at an astonishing speed. Chicken did not realize that the danger had already come, only to hear the whoosh sound. The arrow hit the target accurately. One arrow broke his arm and another pierced his thigh. The grouse was overwhelmed by the sudden, sharp pain, and he howled in agony, his face as pale as paper. The power of the arrow was so great that blood flowed from the wound, staining his clothes red. His arms and thighs almost broke under the impact of the arrows, and the intense pain was too much for him to bear. Chicken writhed in agony, but the excruciating pain had caused him to pass out. Ding! You used the hand of predation on Survivor, Chicken. Chicken's current collapse level, 40%. Weakness level, 60%. Talent looting successful. Remaining times, 2. Ding! You've acquired the S-rank talent, the Eye of the Law. Talent, Eyes of the Law, S-rank. Talent level, S. Dharma Eyes, one of the so-called 5 eyes in Buddhism, capable of seeing reality and immune to skills such as charm and hypnosis. By pouring spiritual energy into your eyes, you can expose the enemy's weaknesses and gain 50% extra damage bonus. Among the slew of S-rank support talents, this talent was recognized as quite top tier. In the future, you won't have to worry about not being able to find your real body when you're fighting a character from the doppelganger system. And with weakness exposure, it allows one to quickly find the enemy's weaknesses and add extra damage output. With these superb talents by his side, Suyu was full of confidence in the face of the newbie period that was about to pass. The crowd in front of us, though, wasn't so happy. After seeing all of Zongbushin's skills and obtaining the desired talent, Suyu focused on playing support for Lu Wei. As Chicken fell to the ground and did not wake up, the crowd lost its command and also began to fall into chaos, as if a group of headless flies were scurrying around. As long as someone takes the lead and flees, the others will follow blindly, no longer able to make any waves. However, Suyu had already made his move, so he would not let this group of people escape easily. The concert hall is wide, but entrances and exits are few and far between. With the help of the gift of self-realization extreme intent, his eagle-like sharp gaze swept through every corner, leaving everyone with nowhere to hide. Every time Suyu made a move, there was always one person who fell to the ground and wailed in pain. However, he did not lay down a deadly hand, as killing did not bring any benefit to Suetsu. When it comes to killing, Lovey is the professional. Under Suyu's tutelage, Lu Wei's methods became more and more severe, and her movements became more and more precise, as if every strike was for the most perfect kill. However, right at the last minute, those in deep despair decided to let go and launched a final counterattack on Lu Wei. They stepped up and were fearless in trying to reverse this. In the face of the crowd's counterattack, she lightly made a shocking strike and it sent them flying. Those who recoiled tumbled through the air, and before they hit the ground, Lu Wei quickly unleashed the Soul Eater. As the Soul Eater's hand was unleashed, the life force of those who recoiled rapidly drained away. Lovey was like a reaper, relentlessly harvesting the last wave of leaks. Ding! Lu Wei kills survivor LV5. Gaining evolution points *50. Ding! Lu Wei has killed 500 survivors. Her rank has been promoted to chief. Suyu was brushed off by Lu Wei's consecutive kills as he quickly scanned the battlefield. Countless lives had faded away in the battle just now, and right in front of him, the only survivor, Lu Tianlong, was struggling to get up from the pile of corpses. At some point, he put on a pair of super rocket boots on his feet. He quickly activated his boots, and the propulsive power of his boots erupted violently, and he sprang into the sky like a bolt of lightning, instantly escaping the death-filled nocturnal Star City. That speed was so fast that even Suyu couldn't catch up. However, just moments before the acceleration effect wore off, the super rocket boots suddenly malfunctioned. Carrying Lu Tianlong straight into the sky, it triggered a deafening explosion. The flames rocked the city. In a matter of 10 minutes, everything happened in an instant. From the concert hall, full of life, to the battlefield, which had once again fallen into dead silence, Suyu stood on top of the ruins with a deep gaze. He knew in his heart that the end of this battle did not mean that true peace was imminent. World announcement. Survivors, I missed you all. The fun and relaxing newbie period is over. Welcome to the real post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 102, Welcome to The End Times Season 1. It was at the moment Lu Tianlong exploded that the Orderer's world announcement slowly appeared. Most of the survivors from Huaxia had returned to the shelter, and everyone was carefully counting the day's harvest. Over time, the concept of a protected period for newbies has been thrown out of their minds. However, at that very moment, that familiar system announcement rang out right on time. World announcement. Survivors, I missed you all. The easy and enjoyable newbie phase is now a thing of the past. Welcome to the real end times. This time, we will bring you the following update, which is fairly simple. First, all zombies will receive epic enhancements to their various attributes, and their activity, mutability, evolutionary speed, and nighttime attributes will receive an overall boost. Second, every 7 days, the zombie hordes will launch a large-scale attack on human gatherings, known as a zombie wave. Third, when the number of walkers in an area decreases, the system will randomly drop new walkers. Fourth, a new level cap has been opened, and survivors can go up to level 60. Fifth, a new map system has been opened, and explored maps will appear in each hand ring. Sixth, safe zones are fully open and set up on a city-by-city basis, within which various amenities, such as stores, auction houses and dueling arenas, can be found to satisfy a variety of needs. Seventh, the transfer system is activated. For more experience and challenge, at the warrior, mage and Taoist totems in the safe zone, players can make transfers. Also, transfers can be realized through the profession scroll. Eighth, the leaderboard system is online. In order to incentivize players' growth and competition, we have opened up the battle power list, prestige list, and divine soldier list on a country/region basis. All players on the list will receive generous rewards. Ninth, new copies in Battlegrounds are open, and more stationary copies in Battlegrounds have been added to provide more excitement and challenge for survivors to explore on their own. What do you care if you don't understand? Just do it. Welcome to the first season of the End Times. The bracelet's original light blue panel had now turned a deep black. Lines of blood red text, cold and unforgiving, were chilling, though the order's tone remains cynical. The brutal nature of the end times had begun to creep in. Suyu knew deep down that the information the Orderer had just revealed was only the tip of the iceberg of the rules of the first season of the end times. With the release of the world announcement, the entire blue planet is undergoing unprecedented and dramatic changes. After 7 long days of bullying, the zombies are finally looking forward to the light of day. The fortunes of these zombies have changed forever, evolving as far as the eye can see. In an instant, their various attributes surged by 50%, and at this time, when China was at night, the attributes of all the zombies were once again boosted. The normal level zombies from before were already close to alpha level in strength with the enhancement of the darkness. That's not all. A large number of ordinary zombies began to mutate. They are no longer the lowly creatures that only wield sharp teeth and claws. At this moment, the sleeping beasts within their bodies were awakening, as if they had broken free, shedding the shackles they once held, and leaping to become the new masters of the blue star. Those with superior strength will have their limbs become unusually solid, transforming into berserk zombies with incredible destructive power. Those that stand out mentally are the specialized zombies that mutate into such things as toxins, curses, and elemental powers. Those with a decent physique will increase in size significantly, transforming into armored walkers with hardened skin. The ones with outstanding agility shrink dramatically in size to become phantom zombies that kill without being seen. In the next moment, all the zombies on the blue planet let out a heaven-shaking hiss together, causing palpitations. Since this moment, the blue star has been cut into bright day and gloomy night. Under the shelter of the sun, the survivors take on the guise of hunters and fight against the growing legions of zombies. And when night falls, the zombies become unusually active, and the hunters turn into prey to be slaughtered. And, of course, there's that gut-wrenching, horrifying zombie that only appears after sunset. In order to survive, everyone must give everything they have until the shimmering light of the morning sun floods the earth once again. Not far from the Star City Plaza, the violent shaking of the ground was accompanied by rumbling sounds as if it was an earthquake. Suddenly, a piece of ground rises up and turns into a safe zone for the city. All the people within the boundaries of Star City received the map of the post-apocalyptic Star City in their bracelets with the coordinates of the points of the safe zone, which was at least temporarily a zombie-free clearing. At the same time, the temperature plummeted, and the climate throughout the blue planet became extremely harsh. The average daytime temperature is in the high 40s, while at night it plummets to -20 degrees. The climate will become harsher and harsher as time goes on. However, ordinary clothing wears out quickly in a post-apocalyptic world. Only post-apocalyptic gear can withstand the cold or the heat. All of this suggests that in order to survive, you have to destroy the walkers and get the necessary supplies and equipment. Suyu double-checked to make sure that this was no different from his previous life before closing the panel. In fact, Suyu had long since taken them to heart. In the last 10 years of the post-apocalyptic world, the environment was deteriorating day by day, and it was in this environment that he gradually grew up. Lu Wei has been promoted to the alpha level, and according to the laws of zombie mutation and evolution, she has at least the potential of the Lord level. Suyu glanced back, only to see the little lowly chewing on a boneless phoenix claw. Just now, Lovey managed to advance before the end of the novice period, although the full attributes were increased by 10 points. Other than that, no other special abilities were gained. Had Lu Wei lost the chance to continue evolving after becoming her slave? Just as Suyu was thinking, Lu Wei's body suddenly began to tremble violently and emitted the characteristic gasping sound of a female zombie. Surprised, she didn't disconnect from Suetsu. Suyu could clearly feel that the power of humanity within Lu Wei was fighting fiercely against the zombie virus. It took a while for Lovey to calm down. She nibbled on her phoenix claws as if nothing had happened. The system suddenly rang, ding. Since Lu Wei has been promoted to the alpha level, her strength has exceeded the preset range, and she cannot continue to enhance her attributes, complete her mutation, or enjoy the darkness bonus. Immediately after, the system issued another prompt, ding. As compensation, Lu Wei will receive the talent Berserker's Blood and can choose to change her profession to the warrior profession. Suyu was not surprised by what the system said. In fact, when Suyu performed the transfer just now, he noticed that there was no transfer option in Lu Wei's status bar. With the compensation, being able to do a transfer would totally set her up with a profession that fits her better, which is undoubtedly a lot dickier than the system's random mutation evolution. Berserker's Blood, Lu Wei transforms every bit of trauma and pain she endures into a boost in her own strength, gaining more attack speed and resistance as more blood is lost. Hiss. Suyu saw the talent and already had a plan in mind. Chapter 103, the first of the 3 lists. Lu Wei's kind of savagely growing strength attribute, which fit perfectly with her talent, made Suyu's mind instantly conjure up a profession, Berserker. It is said that those who choose to become berserkers are willing to make deals with the spirits and sell their souls in pursuit of greater power. They were no different from normal people on weekdays, but once they became angry or agitated, their eyes would turn red in an instant, and they would increase their attack speed and power to the extreme. However, their spirits are quite fragile, and once they break down, they may even be controlled by demons and gods and fall into madness, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. It was later evaluated that in a state of madness, the berserker was the strongest among all warrior professions. However, Suyu didn't have to worry about Lu Wei at all. Even in a state of madness, Suetsu was able to utilize his gift of absolute enslavement to easily control her body, make her like a puppet on strings and manipulate her every move. However, Lovey's upgrade process is limited by the zombie mechanic, and can only be accomplished by killing enemies or automatically upgrading at night. At the current rate of progress, it will take a few days to get to level 10. Subsequently, Suyu focused his attention on the newly appeared leaderboard system on the bracelet panel. The moment he had just opened it, the beeps kept ringing. Congratulations to the survivor Lone Wolf. With 9,527 battle power value, he is at the top of the battle power list of China region. Please choose to hide his name. Congratulations to survivor Lu Wei. With 888 battle power value, she is ranked 4th in the battle power list of Huaxia region. Do you choose to hide your name? Congratulations to the survivor Lone Wolf. With the fine-grade equipment Bao King Hui Shooting Bao *, he has been honored to be ranked 1st in the Chinese region's Divine Warrior list. Please ask if you want to hide your name. Congratulations to Lu Wei. With the legendary equipment Masquerade Mask plus 10, she was honored to be ranked 2nd in the Chinese region's Divine Soldier list. May I ask if she hides her name? In other words, on the battle power list, Suyu rode to the top, while Lu Wei was in 4th place. Then look at the top 10 divine weapons list. In addition to the shooting bow and camouflage mask, Suyu's hunter suit ranked 3rd. Suyu and Lu Wei, two people even steadily occupy the top 3 seats. Suyu and Lu Wei even held the top 3 spots, all unhidden. Suyu opened his mouth. We're a man of honor. What's the point of hiding? Setting is successful. The leaderboard name is no longer hidden. Battle list. 1st place, Lone Wolf. Level 12. Profession, Zongbu Shun. Battle value, 9527. 2nd place, Wang Chang. Level 8. Occupation, None. Battle value, 985. 3rd place, Nameless in White. Level 8. Occupation, None. Battle value, 911. 4th place, Lu Wei. Level 8. Occupation, None. Battle value, 888. Please note that the battle power values in this list are derived from the system's comprehensive assessment based on an individual's level. Attributes, occupation, equipment, talents and skills. Prestige list. 1st place, Lone Wolf. Reputation value, 11510. 2nd place, Wang Chang. Reputation value, 1210. 3rd place, White Nameless. Reputation value, 1085. 4th place, Scattered Soldiers. Prestige value, 1077. Please note that the reputation values in this list are derived from the system's summary statistics of the reputation values acquired by all people, including the reputation values that have been consumed. Soldier list. 1st place, Bao King Hui Sunbo. Grade, Fine Grade. Equipment score, 4396. Holder, Lone Wolf. 2nd place, Masquerade Mask plus 10. Level, Legendary. Equipment score, 365. Holder, Lu Wei. 3rd place, Chaser's Suit. Grade, Fine Grade. Equipment score, 355. Holder, Lone Wolf. 4th place, Ghost Head Staff plus 7. Level, Legendary. Equipment score, 300. Holder, Wang Chang. Please note that the equipment ratings in this list are derived from the system's comprehensive assessment based on the equipment's rarity, attributes and skills. Next, Suyu began to receive system prompts one after another. Leaderboards are updated instantly, and you can earn a certain amount of gold and experience every day if you can stay on the list for 24 hours. These were quite substantial, even enough to support a team's daily expenses in a post-apocalyptic world. People sit at home and money comes from the sky. I can't imagine that Suetsu has achieved wealth freedom here. How? For Suetoshi, it could only be described as unexpected. Whether it was the battle power list, the prestige list, or the equipment list, Suyu was leading like a fault. A far superior value, nearly 10 times that of 2nd place, especially the battle power heavenly ranking. One should know that the first person in the entire end times to have a battle power of over 10,000 was only reached a year after the end times. Suyu, on the other hand, had completed the journey that others needed a year to complete in just 7 days. Although battle value is a quantifiable value, it does not fully represent a person's strength. It was like more than a dozen top battle power experts joining hands. although they could compete with Suyu in terms of battle power value. Like, do you think 10 3-year-olds can fight as well as a 30-year-old adult? While a child may have a higher battle value than an adult, the adult has far more experience, skill and physical fitness, and therefore has a greater advantage in battle. Interestingly, when the Chinese checked the leaderboards, they were not surprised by Suyu's domination of the list. After all, Suyu had already been on the world announcement for 5 whole times in a row. The name Lone Wolf has long been known in China. However, his profession attracted a lot of attention, and naming a profession after a god was awesome just thinking about it. What's more surprising is that Lone Wolf was the first one to strengthen his equipment to full level. However, his full-grade equipment was not visible on the Divine Soldier list, and only a fine-grade bow belonged to him. Only, the equipment rating of the archery bow was a bit ridiculously strong, even 10 times higher than a fully reinforced legendary grade weapon. Those who often play the game can tell at a glance. The weapon dares to name Bao King. Must be unusual. After Suyu made his information public, people realized that both the Zongbushin and the Hoi-Sun shooting bow were related to Hoi, a deity in Chinese legend. Combining Suyu's occupation and equipment information, the two major organizations above and below ground in China finally locked onto his location. However, Suyu didn't care too much about having his information checked. In his new life, all he had wanted was to decapitate his girlfriend and destroy the Whitehead family. Now, when he had stepped on Whitestone Manor with his own strength, he was still afraid of a king himself came to the Bronze Bureau. What's the point of covering up and pretending to be a pig in a poke? It's still not clicking and killing? Just as Suyu was about to find a shelter to prepare for sleep, Suyu was keenly aware that the ground was vibrating regularly. He quickly opened his bracelet and realized that the map showed a huge red dot of light moving toward him. The corners of Suyu's mouth rose slightly. Looks like it's coming to life tonight. Chapter 104, Star City Moving Castle. The marked point that appeared on Suetsu's map was a striking, red money bag pattern. As Suyu's gaze moved with it, he saw the familiar, huge moving castle. The castle, carried by the dragon turtle, the divine beast of China, was slowly making its way through the streets of Star City, one small bungalow at a time. It doesn't seem to have a specific destination, just wandering around the city. People can easily enter this magical moving castle by touching the mechanism under the feet of the dragon turtle. This design skillfully integrates the cultural elements of China, giving the castle a distinctive national character. And in the land of Sakura, the one who carries the moving castle is the well-known Kawakiri. In the lighthouse state, on the other hand, it is carried by advanced mechs. This moving castle is a unique symbol of each city and features a post-apocalyptic hidden mall inside. Compared to the stores set up by the system and the safe zone, the stuff here is unique, and the items sold are of better quality and rarer. Good luck! I didn't expect the Star City moving castle to be here. Considering that the night was late and the strength of the zombies had increased greatly, Suyu quickly put Lu Wei into the cultivation space of his bracelet. It really wasn't safe to move with her on a night like this. With Suetsu's superior agility and silent skill, he quickly left the Riverside Delta. Despite Suyu's repeated attention, his actions could not be hidden from the zombies. They hissed and madly lunged towards Suyu. Today's zombies are unusually active, and the commotion quickly attracts the surrounding zombies in ever-increasing numbers. Suyu knew that now was not the time to get attached to the battle. His main task tonight was to enter the moving castle. However, as he approaches his target, he is surrounded by a large number of walkers and he has to rely on the only large tree behind him as cover. I'm sorry, I've slipped away. Suyu once again performed silence, quietly got rid of the siege of the zombies, and deftly dived to the feet of the dragon turtle. In the next moment, he lightly touched the totem under the feet of the dragon turtle, leaving behind a sprightly back that blended into the deep night color. The zombies, however, immediately sensed his departure and turned to attack the dragon turtle, only to be shaken by the dragon turtle's giant feet and fly apart. Suyu was finally teleported into the interior of the castle without any danger. Presented in front of Suyu's eyes was the moving castle that he was all too familiar with. In his previous life, this castle had been a regular destination for him, having visited at least a dozen times. Yet at this moment, the castle seemed unusually quiet, even with a hint of eeriness. The walls around them and the floor beneath their feet were broken to varying degrees, and this was by no means the condition that a moving castle should be in. The ground was strewn with dripping blood, forming a straight line that led deep into the castle. Apparently, Suyu was not the first survivor to come here. His footsteps were steady on the wooden floor, each echo rippling through the empty hall with clarity and force. As he was about to step into the hall in front of him, a cold aura of death instantly hit him. Ding! Warning! The Star City mobile castle has been invaded by zombies. Please destroy all zombies in the castle and restore the normal operation of the mall. Mission description: a fleeing team has been forced into the Star City moving castle. Unexpectedly, There was a traitor in the crowd who took a chance and hid the fact that he had been bitten by a zombie. After he was zombified, he quickly infected the squad. The remaining members. Mission requirement: completely eliminate all the zombies in the castle and ensure the safety of them all. Current progress 0/12. Quest reward: gold * 500. Reputation * 500. Experience * 1000. Task limit: 2 hours. Quest penalty: failure of the quest or abandonment of the quest will result in automatic teleportation out of the hidden room, along with a level reduction of 1. Ding! Do you want to start the Activate Mobile Mall quest? Once the quest is opened, other survivors will not be able to enter the group. This is a difficult mission and grouping is highly recommended. Open the mission. Before the system beep ended, Suyu immediately nodded his head and replied. The rewards of the quest were evenly distributed after the group was formed, and he didn't want others to get a piece of the pie. Ding! Only one person has been detected within the mission boundary, triggering a hidden mission reward. After completing the Activate Mobile Mall mission, all stores, malls, and duplicates within Star City can permanently enjoy a 20% discount on all purchases. 20% off. What's the concept, man? In the future, just going to be a dumpster. Can make a pot full of money now. Suetsu immediately summoned Lu Wei and leaned against the wall, moving forward cautiously. A walker suddenly emerged from the shadows in the otherwise empty hall, only to see that the zombie lunged at him and pushed right into Suyu's face. Under the cover of darkness, the strength of the evolved ordinary zombies could not be underestimated, and their strength was comparable to that of the alpha-level zombies in the novice stage. However, under Suyu's eyes of heaven, he immediately saw that the zombie had a green light spot on each knee, which was its weak point. Needles don't poke. Suyu aimed at the target and quickly shot 2 arrows, hitting the zombie's knees. The moment it was about to hit, the purple figure flashed continuously in midair, turning into a shadow. He skillfully dodged the fatal 2 arrows aimed by Suyu. In the next second, it looked like the sharp claws were about to slit Suyu's throat. At such close range, even if Lovey wanted to help, she couldn't do anything. However, in the nick of time, Suyu appeared unusually calm. By virtue of the realm of self-existing extreme intent, he allowed his body to transcend the constraints of his mind and make precise judgments in advance. Just like the active braking function of a car, he performed the skill silence in the nick of time, moved back half a step, and successfully dodged the fatal blow. As Suyu skillfully dodged, his attack followed him. Without hesitation, the arrow shot into the back of the zombie's heart, piercing straight through its heart. In an instant, a black lotus flower symbolizing death bloomed inside the zombie. Mission progress, 1/12. I didn't realize that just solving an ordinary zombie would require the use of 2 skills, Suyu exclaimed. He then scrutinized the zombie's attributes. Mutant zombie, LV8, assassination, talent, invisible predator. Base attributes, strength, 30, spirit, 10, physique, 35, agility, 60. So it's a zombie of the assassination department. Out of respect. It seems that you're the one who is unlucky, Suyu said slowly after carefully observing. This type of assassination zombie especially likes to lurk in the shadows and is extremely patient. Even if its opponent is seriously injured, it can be composed as long as it has not stepped into its attack range. But once the enemy is in its attack range, it quickly leaps up and kills them with a single blow. Moreover, all the zombies nowadays have been strengthened for the first time in history, coupled with mutation, evolution, and the knight's enchantment. Their strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Fortunately, although this zombie had completed its evolution, it was still only at the ordinary level. It is also Suyu. In the case of ordinary people, I am afraid that they would have already died. The situation would undoubtedly be even more dangerous if they encountered an elite-level assassination zombie. No, you killed Big Stink. You pay. A heartbreaking cry suddenly echoed within the dome of the hall, making one's scalp numb. Chapter 105, Rotten Intestines. That voice just now was undoubtedly the final boss that Suyu needed to face. The big stink in its mouth was the assassination zombie that Suyu had killed earlier. But after the sound rang out, the zombies that were originally lurking in the shadows seemed to have gotten a signal and rushed out in a swarm. Crap 2 relentless, armored zombies, cursed zombies, and a berserk zombie. Suyu was a little nonplussed when he saw the hordes of zombies attacking. This hall wasn't small, but it was a bit cramped for an archer like him who liked to walk. However, the good thing was that with Lu Wei's top in front of him, Suetsu wouldn't need to walk deliberately. Lu Wei used her soul-thirsty hands skill to instantly restrain a few zombies that rushed out. Just at the perfect moment when all the zombies were lined up in a straight line, Suyu shot a precise arrow. That dark red arrow of punishment was at just the right angle, even though the armored walker stood at the front of the herd as a meat shield. But under Suetsu's dance of death talent, the defense was useless, and it took the brunt of an arrow through the heart. Subsequently, the crowd of zombies behind it were also affected. The cursed zombie's head was penetrated by an arrow, and green viscous venom spewed out from the wound. The ordinary zombies that hid in the back were even more vulnerable as they had not evolved. Suyu managed to kill 5 zombies in one strike. At that moment, a low roar came from the shadows. "Kill that man! Avenge Big Stink!" Several green clouds of poisonous mist fell from the sky, enveloping them all. The remaining zombies became more frenzied, as if they had received some sort of instruction. They directly bypassed Lu Wei and attacked Suyu. "This is the end of the world I'm familiar with," Suyu said with a smile, and the 2 enemy seduction pots in his hand were released at the same time. The temptation offered by the pot of temptation can be much stronger than humans. Their bodies visibly stalled, and they lunged at the back of the baiting pot, which happened to be the target of Lu Wei's attack. Several zombies were sent flying under Lu Wei's concussive strikes, and in mid-air, they were directly killed by Suyu point by point. The berserk zombie that belonged to the elite level was relatively less affected by the pot of enemy envy due to its higher level. However, its body still twisted involuntarily. It was this tiny movement that caused the berserk zombie's body to experience a very short stagnation, allowing Suyu to find an opportunity. A set of holy arrow slaughter, combined with the true shocking and paralyzing bite talents, successfully hit the slow and hard effect, making the zombies unable to move. In the end, the unresisting zombie was killed by a single blow. Mission progress, November 12th. In just less than a minute, Suyu had already managed to eliminate 11 zombies. It was clear to him that the one remaining zombie was the enemy that was emitting a low growl from the shadows. If anything, the group of zombies that had just been killed was already at the elite level. There was no doubt that the remaining one was able to speak human language and give them orders, apparently reaching the level of an alpha. The alpha level in the darkness of the night. If it evolved again, its power was so strong that its strength could be even better than the armored giant king that it had encountered before. Just as Suyu was looking around for signs, a heart-shattering roar came violently from high above the castle. In the next instant, the poisonous fog filled the room, and the entire hall was enveloped in a layer of dense green smoke. A large, bizarrely shaped zombie descended from the sky into the center of the hall. That huge body caused the dragon turtle to pause for a few seconds. Instead of calling it a zombie, it was a giant sewing monster. The monster was a humanoid creature pieced together from countless pieces of corpses and stitched together with twine. Various human organs are spread all over its body, which is creepy. Rotten Gut Zombie Leader, the masterpiece of Dr. Ishii of the 731st. Rotten Gut and his brother, Rotten Face, vowed to destroy all Chinese as a way to please their father, Dr. Ishii, and to avenge their dead puppy. Rank, 12, chiefly. Basic attributes, Strength, 10 plus 10. Mental, 80 plus 80. Physical, 125 plus 125. Agility, 10 plus 10. Talent, Poison Fog Cage, envelopes the combat area in a poisonous cage. Increases Rotten Gut's damage by 50% plus 50% and recovery by 50% plus 50. And the size of the cage decreases over time. Special talent, cannot be looted. Corrupted Skin, Rotten Gut is immune to all poison damage, and when attacked, reduces the opponent's attack speed and movement speed by 25%, while taking poison damage for a duration of 10 seconds, with poison damage stacking. Skill, Poisonous Spore, release poisonous spores to attach to random targets. The spores explode after 5 seconds, dealing massive damage to nearby units. Evil Breath, casts an evil plague on the target area for 10 seconds. This plague causes infected targets to vomit and remain uncontrolled. Poison Gas Chamber, the ultimate killing move. Concentrate all your strength to release a fierce poisonous gas from your body, dealing huge amounts of poison damage to all enemies. That's a good attribute, even for the heaven-defying Suyu. The average of his 4 major attributes was just a little over 100. However, the Rotten Gut in front of him had a spiritual attribute as high as 160 under the Black Knight's enchantment, while his physique had even reached an unprecedented 250. It's still that much better than Lovey, but it's also, apparently, an extremely biased character. This guy relies heavily on talent skills and poison damage, which perfectly fits the intensity criteria for this guard boss. That explains why it's been given such a generous hidden bonus. It's no exaggeration to say that it would take an elite team of at least 25 people to successfully kill this walker. Moreover, the battle must be fought during the day, and it is only through close teamwork that they can be killed. As far as Suyu knew, in his previous life, it was the team organized by the Whitehead family that had successfully defeated this boss, thus continuing to build up a reputation in Star City. However, for Swatoshi, when he saw the words 731, he had already foreseen the death sentence of the rotten intestines. Rotten Gut clutched the body of Big Stink with both hands and muttered under his breath. In the next moment, it actually shoved this corpse directly into the huge mouth of its abdomen. The pair of huge incisors bit down hard on Big Stink's waist, effortlessly swallowing him whole, accompanied by the foul-smelling blood splattered at the corners of his mouth. Then, it let out an earth-shattering roar. I'm sure he's the son of a Sakura war criminal, and he's so disgusting that he opened the door for me. Then, Rotten Gut began to step closer to the Suetsu and Lu Wei in front of him, through the eyes to the sky. This guy is emitting green spots of light all over his body. Could this be his weakness? Nope. Upon closer inspection, Suyu was amazed to find that rotten intestine, the sewing monster, actually had 5 brains and 7 hearts. What do you care? Just do it and be done with it. Suyu's Ultra Reaper's arrow started, and a large arrow was shot directly at Rotten Gut's chest. Surprisingly, the expected explosion did not occur. The moment the arrow hit the Rotten Gut, the stitches suddenly split open. The arrow went through the body, only to trigger an explosion behind it. Chapter 106, Looting S-Rank Talent. Corrosive Skin. The explosion triggered by the ultra-inquisitive death arrow didn't cause much of a ripple, leaving only a small dark-colored blast mark on the wall. In the face of such a result, Suyu was not shocked. In the midst of the end times, anything is possible. Without hesitation, Lovey rushes forward and swings her hammer to pummel Rotten Gut's knee. However, Rotten Gut's body was not made of bone, so the hammer seemed to hit cotton, and its knees bent backward. But soon it was like memory metal and returned to its original shape. The full force attack just now didn't have the desired effect. Instead, a highly poisonous spore appeared above Lu Wei's head. It took time for rotten intestines to release their skills, and Suyu was waiting for this opportunity. In the next second, Suyu tightened his grip on the archery bow and concentrated on his target. The red bowstring was pulled to its limit, instantly coalescing into a white-hot arrow. Like a discharged cannonball, the arrow shot towards a seemingly irregular, flowing heart in the middle of Rotten Gut's body. Since the skin here is one whole piece, even if Rotten Gut wanted to crack the body, he couldn't. Its agility wasn't high, and the Rotten Gut couldn't avoid it in the face of the incoming arrows. Subconsciously, Rotten Gut used his hand to cover it. Unexpectedly, the arrow passed through its fingers and pierced directly into its body. The arrow plunged directly into the body of the rotten intestine, leaving only a tuft of feathers at the end. Despite his opponent's power, Suyu's powerful talent was by no means a joke. It's worthy of me. Suyu released an arrow with incredible power, aiming straight for rotten intestine's heart and piercing it. It was not red blood that flowed from the wound, but a green viscous substance accompanied by green gas. Apparently, these are deadly and highly toxic ingredients. Despite the heart's unruly flow within the rotten intestine, Suyu still observed a hint of a pattern. However, but just at the moment of hitting the target, Suyu felt a sign of poisoning. Under the effect of the boss rotten intestine's natural ability to corrode the skin, Suyu's movement speed was severely limited, and every step seemed to be as difficult as being stuck in a quagmire. At the same time, the poisoning effect caused his vitality value to gradually decrease. What's worse, the corrosion of the skin also made the rotten intestines immune to the effects of Suetsu's paralyzing bite. What a dominating talent! The Rotten Gut reared its head and roared as several basketball-sized balls of green fell from the sky. When it landed, it exploded and the plague spread, compressing the space around Suyu and Lu Wei. Suyu dodged nimbly from a distance, easily avoiding the plague infestation. Nearby Lovey was not so lucky, as the highly toxic spores exploded overhead. While his blood was dropping, he was blocked from view by a poisonous fog in front of him and inadvertently stepped into the plague. In an instant, Lu Wei was infected with green poison, her life force fading rapidly, her body vomiting uncontrollably, and she clearly needed some time to recover. 731's biochemical weapons are really disgusting. Suyu couldn't help but spit. However, he wasn't worried about Lovey's well-being. Lori has the talent of Berserker's blood. The lower the life value, the higher the resistance. Suyu's right hand gripped the bowstring tightly, each pull causing the arrow to almost turn into a residual shadow. He performed a round of blistering shots. 10 arrows shot out in succession like a torrential downpour. Rotten Gut had nowhere to hide, and although he quickly grabbed the armored zombie corpse beside him and blocked it in front of him in an attempt to fend off Suetsu's attacks, he was still struck by several arrows. One of the arrows hit the brain squarely, while the other pierced right through the heart. The real damage done by Saboshi makes Rotten Gut bitter. Rotten intestines current collapse, 5%. Weakness, 30%. With only a 35% chance of looting, you can't take a shot yet. But things aren't looking good for Suetsu either. With the counteraction of corroding his skin, this kind of beating that hurt the enemy 1,000 times and harmed himself 800 times caused his vitality value to drop rapidly, visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, the toxin doesn't last very long. Suyu hurriedly took a small red vial to barely curb the continuous decline in vitality value. Lu Wei, turn on bloodlust mode and attack with all your might. Seeing that Lu Wei had regained her sanity, Suyu immediately gave the order to attack. The only way to effectively limit the enemy from unleashing its skills is to tire it out. Lori was feeling angry about the food she had just spit out, and the person in front of her who started it was making her even more furious. Lui's body trembled violently and activated the bloodlust skill. Her anger filled her attack power to the extreme. Even though her attacks couldn't do much damage to the rotting gut, Lui's overpowering offense made it keep fighting. Good lord! In a fit of rage, Lovey attacked while vomiting. In the form of a jet fighter. It can be described as physical output plus magic damage, spraying rotten intestines all over the body. Interestingly, the combination of Berserker's blood and bloodlust provides a clever balance of blood-drawing effects with the effects of the opponent's toxins. The duration of bloodlust is 40 seconds. However, after 40 seconds, Lovey will enter a state of starvation. Suetsu only had 40 seconds. Suetsu shrouded himself in the shield of lightlessness, and all damage could not come close until it had broken. At this moment, the arrow in his hand flew out, aiming precisely at Rotten Gut's weak point. As time passed, the weaknesses on Rotten Gut became less and less, and Suyu's success rate of looting climbed. Shameless Chinaman pig! Rotten Gut roared angrily as two large mouths suddenly opened on its chest and back, devouring all the poisonous gas and plague around it. At the same time, the surrounding poisonous fog cage was also shrinking. Suyu had to press closer. He knew that beyond the cage was a dangerous no-go area. Suyu understood that the next move would be its ultimate killing move, the gas chamber. At the moment, no matter how much he and Lu Wei attacked, Rotten Gut ignored them all. Lastly, I'll give you some extra yardage. Suyu was waiting for this moment. Manipulating dead bodies. Ding! Based on the strength of the dead body during its lifetime, the current number of manipulables is 1, and the duration is 60 seconds. Immediately afterward, Rotten Gut's movements were abruptly interrupted, only to see its belly violently churning, a creature tearing wildly through it. Although Ragged Gut couldn't perceive pain, this sudden attack hardened and interrupted its skills. Hiss! With an ear-piercing sound of skin tearing, Rotten Gut's abdomen was forcibly torn open, and the huge body fell to the ground with a loud thud. The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. A puddle of green poisonous water gushed out from the wound, and the poisonous mist cage that had been gradually diminishing shattered instantly. Rotten Gut looked incredulously at Big Stink while the latter clutched a heart in his hand and crushed it hard enough to burst it and then broke out. Only then did Suyu realize that the big stink that he was manipulating had already been half melted by the venom in the belly of the rotten intestines. At this time, the duration of bloodlust had arrived, and Suyu quickly took her back into the cultivation space. The rotten intestine in front of him was dying, only the last heart and a brain were left, and Suyu could take its life at any time. Current collapse, 30%. Weakness, 90%. Current looting success rate, 100%. Talent looting successful. Since Poison Mist Cage is a special talent, it cannot be looted. Second talent looted successfully. Remaining times, 1. Your life has come to an end. Just as Suyu tightened his grip on the shooting sunbow and prepared to unleash a fatal strike. Ding! An additional person has been detected within the mission boundary. Cancel the hidden mission reward. Chapter 107, The Ikuin Family. Look! The poisonous fog has dissipated. We can go in now. There are still quest rewards. All come in and split the gold. Experience and reputation together. A middle-scored teenager whispered to his companions. That's right, the quest progress has been completed November 12th. The one that fell on the ground should be the boss. Hurry up. It only has one breath left. The backstrap pants followed closely behind and stepped into the hall. Whoa, as long as we kill this boss, we can get on the regional announcement and let the Ikuin family take the honor. With that, the third rapper followed suit. In addition to these three people from the Ikuin family, there was a group of people standing neatly outside the hall. It seemed that they had entered the mobile castle after Suetsu had started fighting. Only, after the battle opened, the entrance to the hall was tightly surrounded by a dense cloud of poisonous mist. That was both the boss's natural skill and the quest's boundary. One of the bold ones tried to touch it with his hand and lost most of his life instantly, and the others dared not do anything rash because of it. It wasn't until Suyu struck down the rotten intestines that this dangerous knot of poisonous mist was lifted and the others were able to enter safely. Among the group was a stout, bearded man who was clearly their leader. He looked around the hall at the battle, then waved his hand to stop his subordinates who wanted to join in. If you don't want to lose your life, stay where you are. Boss, isn't this a team quest? The boss is already very weak. Aren't we going in to get a piece of the action? The junior brother was confused by the boss's caution. Boss, that man is heavily armed. Why don't we go on him later? Another junior brother also stepped forward to propose, and he was followed by a few others, equally excited, with a greedy gleam in his eyes. It's really an old lady getting under the covers, giving the master a whole laugh. Who are we going to? The lone wolf big brother? The boss snarled. slapping the outspoken junior in the face. Unbeknownst to him, the slap saved his life. The hall echoed with the sound of a crisp slap, and a sharp red mark immediately surfaced on the little brother's cheek. Is it the lone wolf big brother? Is he, really, the lone wolf big brother I admire? Is this possible? The little brother's confusion and amazement overflowed. The words of the boss just now shocked him to the point that he almost forgot about his pain. Haven't you guys noticed? That boss is a true alpha level. In the darkness of the night, to be able to defeat an alpha level existence alone. In all of China. In all of Blue Star. Who else is there? The boss said seriously. Since he chose that name, it means he likes to keep to himself. Not only can we not go in, we have to help him block the people who want to go in. Would you believe that those mental boys who just went in there would have been killed in less than a minute? Boss is wise, the minions exclaimed in unison as they carefully guarded the passageway, concentrating on Suyu's next move. It's a treat to be able to observe an idol's battle up close and personal. I have to say, again, when you walk, some people get wider and wider while others get narrower and narrower. Just as Suyu was about to shoot rotten intestines, the system beeps suddenly sounded one after another, sending 3 messages in one breath. Not only did the hidden quest rewards go down the drain, but to make matters worse, there were 3 other people who would be splitting the quest rewards with him. Suyu's brow furrowed as he turned back to find a few young men peering surreptitiously at his movements. Summon Overlord, Suyu shouted, and then a majestic figure appeared in response. With his long sword in hand, Bully stood majestically in front of Rotten Gut to make sure he wouldn't get his head KD by the young men. The rotten intestines that had lost the talent of corroding skin were no longer a threat to Suetsu. As for Suyu, his face was grim, holding the shooting sun bow tightly in his hand. His gaze was stern as he walked towards those few spiritual boys, a heavy killing intent emanating from his body. The center-parted teenager at the head of the group, who had just heard the conversation behind him, did his best to suppress the fear within him, and resolutely greeted him with a respectful bow. Greetings, Big Brother Lone Wolf. We are the 2.5-year-old Ikuan clan that first arrived in Star City. Please rest assured that our Ikuan family has no intention whatsoever of competing with you for the boss. The backstrap pants and rapper followed suit, echoing in unison. Ikuan family? Suyu opened his mouth. How come wherever he went, he couldn't get rid of this group of people? The arrow in his hand shot out like lightning, striking the center-pointed teenager with precision, immediately followed by a popping sound. Explosive sparks bloomed out, instantly transforming into a demonic black lotus flower. Blood splattered and spilled all around. The 2 companions behind them were stunned. They hadn't anticipated that Suyu would attack so decisively. At the moment, they were covered in the broken flesh and tissue of their companions. After the explosion, the head rolled around a few times and finally came to rest at the feet of the 2 men. Despite the loss of life, the center-parted hairstyle still stands. Ding! The number of people within the mission boundary has been detected to have decreased by 1. The mission reward will be increased accordingly. Rule of the end times, forcing a quest or copy into a quest divides up the proceeds of those who came before you. Instead, kill your companion in a team copy or quest and enjoy the rewards alone. These backstabbing hooks can't be pursued by anyone else as long as they claim the other person died in the copy. Because in the end times, weakness is an original sin. What are you doing? The rapper cried out in panic, shivering as he kicked his companion's head away. His voice carried a hint of trembling, and he was obviously extremely frightened. However, this guy is an old rapper when he opens his mouth. Big Lone Wolf, I'm just a weed that accidentally disturbed you. I only implore you, old man, don't knock me down and grab me by the chicken feet. If it wasn't for the dying rotting intestine behind him that could die at any time, how could Suyu spare these people so easily? As soon as the words fell, an arrow flew and shot straight into the mouth of the rapper, sending him down to the underworld, and from then on he became a real underground rapper. We, the Ikuan family, don't cause trouble but we're not afraid of it either. Right now so many people outside are watching. Lone Wolf, if you dare to kill innocent people, I guarantee you will receive a lawyer's letter warning. The backpacker pointed to the crowd outside the hall, who instantly turned away by heart, pretending nothing had happened and whistling to hide their embarrassment. Fear that if I look at it more, it will explode. Thinking that his words had shocked Saboshi, the backstrap pants boldly stood up and stepped back with his shield in both hands. However, he suddenly realized that he was tightly trapped by an invisible wall of air and could not exit the hall's doors no matter what. He started to panic and was at a loss for words. Big deal. You kill the boss and I'll return the reward to you. Besides, with your strength, what's it worth to share a bit of my loot? Suyu lifted his hand again and fired another arrow. The moment this arrow touched the shield, the sturdy steel shield was as fragile as paper and effortlessly penetrated through. The backstrap pants looked at his chest incredulously as a white arrow went straight through his body. After a few agonizing convulsions, the life of the backstrap faded away. Ding, detected that there is currently only one person left within the mission boundary. The hidden mission reward has been re-triggered. Chapter 108, my name is Lone Wolf. Boss, fortunately you pulled me in time, or else I would have died. 2. The little brother covered the redness on his cheek and swallowed hard. Boss, where does it take a minute? From the time they stepped in until they all collapsed, not even 30 seconds have passed. Another junior brother also hurriedly agreed. Worthy of being my idol. Lone Wolf's maneuver is dope. The eyes tell me I can do it, but the hands say I can't. An archer-eyed what just happened inside from the bottom of his heart. Now you guys understand, right? The bearded leader said, his tone revealing his awe at Suyu's strike just now. Just now, Suyu struck decisively and ruthlessly, showing no mercy. Despite not having much contact with these three mental boys, they were all known to have thick skin. I can't imagine that the three combined wouldn't even survive a minute. Immediately afterward, Suyu's face sank as he looked around, his gaze like a knife. He gripped his archery bow tightly and stared at the crowd at the entrance of the passageway, fearing another accident. Under Suyu's forced gaze, everyone couldn't help but lower their heads and took 10 steps back. No one dared to meet his eyes. Remember, my name is Lone Wolf. A simple sentence was considered a complete indication of Suyu's position. In the past, Suyu couldn't understand the world, not because he was ignorant, but because he was too simple. However, after being reborn, he no longer pursues the vain image of a hero. What's all this talk about living for the destiny of all mankind? That's just a self-defeating fantasy. When he himself was falsely accused of being a traitor by the Whitehead family, not a single person was on his side. To put it bluntly, the person you once were was just a pawn in someone else's hands. But now, Suyu not only wants to be the chess player in control of the situation, he wants to subvert the entire chessboard. At this moment, Suyu was trying to spread his infamy from this group of people. If it can't be recognized, then let the ignoramuses tremble in fear before my power. Worthy of being my idol. The way he puts on a hard word is so charismatic. The little fanboy opened his mouth. As soon as Suyu's words fell, the system's beeps followed. It seems that it was the Overlord who killed Rotten Gut. Ding, successfully killed Rotten Gut. Chief Walker LV-12, gained experience asterisk 6000, gold asterisk 600. Ding, congratulations to the survivor Lone Wolf for completing the activation of the Moving Castle quest and obtaining the following rewards: gold asterisk 500, reputation asterisk 500, experience asterisk 1000. Ding, congratulations to survivor Lone Wolf, who has exceeded his quest and has been awarded the Star City Warrior Medal. Regional announcement coming soon. Star City Warrior Medal, special equipment. Does not need to take up equipment space. Once worn, you will permanently receive a 20% discount on all purchases in all stores, malls and duplicates within Star City. Suyu was filled with joy as a gleaming golden medal fell into his palm. The requirements for obtaining this medal are extremely stringent, and usually only those survivors who have done exceptional service to the city have a chance to earn it. In his last life, the one who won the most medals was a survivor nicknamed Hunjong, whose chest was so full of medals that he was blinded. The method of wearing the medal is very simple. Just like wearing a brooch, just gently pinned on the jacket, you will be able to enjoy the attribute bonus brought by the medal. Without hesitation, Suyu immediately pinned the medallion on his clothes. Right at this moment, all the survivors from the Star City of China received a regional announcement. At first, the people who received the news mistook it for another Lone Wolf World announcement, and they couldn't help but feel a little numb in their hearts. However, they were soon surprised to find that this time it wasn't a global announcement, but an announcement limited to the Star City region. Ding, regional announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has killed the boss of the Star City Mobile Castle and successfully activated the mobile mall. All survivors in the Star City area will receive a collective reward, N times survival gift pack asterisk 1. Ding, due to the Star City Mobile Mall being the first mall activated in Huaxia, within 24 hours, within the Star City area, the revenue gained from killing zombies is increased by 50%. This is a moment of glory for you. The future of Star City is brighter. This announcement was like dropping a heavy bomb, creating a furor in Star City. People were so surprised that they couldn't imagine that the Lone Wolf, who was famous in China and even in the whole Blue Star, had been hiding in the corner of Star City. Immediately after that, the Star City Hospital, Star City Mansion and other places, those people who had had direct or indirect contact with Suyu, as if they had comprehended what was going on, had expressions of sudden realization on their faces, and at that very moment, their bracelets flashed up at the same time, transmitting Suyu's generous gift. Even though this survival gift pack contains only an insignificant matter capsule and a normal level equipment, it is like a blessing in disguise for those budding babies who have gone through a tough time and are just getting out of the newbie phase. At this moment, all of them sincerely and from the bottom of their hearts felt admiration for the Lone Wolf. The crowd outside the door had long been aware of Suyu's true identity, so they did not feel a hint of surprise when they heard the news. Big brother Lone Wolf, please feel free to shop for goods. We'll be right outside to escort you, Cheeky Beard shouted towards the hall. Suyu turned around and nodded slightly, as if acquiescing to their arrangement. Worthy of being my idol. Even the silent look is so handsome, the little fanboy continued. After slaying Rotten Gut, the entire hall was refreshed as if nothing had happened. And at the innermost part of the hall, a row of exquisite rooms appeared openly, and there was the mobile shopping center. Speaking of the mall, this lined up in a row is somewhat like a school dormitory. Two stout, armored men stood on the left and right sides of the room. They were the guardians of the mobile mall. These armored men were as high as level 100, and their sole mission was to protect the security of the inner mall. He doesn't care even if you're inside a moving castle and urinating and defecating at will. However, as soon as anyone dares to cause any damage to these mobile malls, they will immediately show up and will not hesitate to issue hefty fines. A rich young man from a wealthy family spends his time here with his little sister. As a result, he couldn't change his foul mouth and spat inside the mall. This indecent act immediately drew the attention of the armored men, who quickly handed over a bill, surprisingly just to clean up his mouthful of spit. The bill lists up to a dozen items such as cleaning, labor, materials, transportation, labor and insurance. Even if you wanted to do it yourself, you couldn't. In the end, the bill came to a whopping 250 gold coins. No more, no less. Just enough to add up the price of the rich kid's gold coins and all the items he had on him. Richie Rich, it is said, ended up coming out wearing nothing but a bitter teal. Even if you tried to reason with someone, do you think the system would reason with you? Not paying the fine? That's simple. Just wipe it out. Even Suyu, who had changed into neat and tidy clothes, dared to step into it only after a careful inspection. As expected of my idol, having a cleanliness fetish is so charming. Ding, distinguished VIP customers. Welcome to Star City Mobile Mall. Chapter 109, 10 Famous Bows, Divine Armbow. Ding, valued VIP customer. Your exclusive shopping time has begun. You have 60 minutes to pick as much as you want. As the first VIP of this mall, you will enjoy the privilege of one free order and enjoy your shopping trip to the fullest. Good lord. Is there such a thing as a good thing in this world? Thinking back to those hard days in my previous life, it's no wonder everyone is so eager to be number one. A 60-minute shopping session is usually only 30 minutes for the average shopper. The medallion on Suyu's chest emitted a burst of light. We really are people with status. When Suyu stepped into the mall, the door behind him closed with a bang, isolating him from the outside world and creating an absolutely safe area. However, at this time, Suyu was not in a hurry to shop. The harvest from the battle just now had not yet been examined. He took a deep breath and began to scrutinize his new gift. Corrupted skin, talent level, S rank. Immunity to poison damage. When attacked, reduces the opponent's attack speed and movement speed by 25% while taking poison damage for 10 seconds. Stackable. Not bad. Immunity to poison damage. Moreover, when Suyu was attacked, regardless of whether the opponent was melee or long range, he would slow down plus be poisoned. Quite a practical defense talent. However, Suyu chose this talent not because he wanted to take the defensive route, but it was closely related to his next plan. Then, in the legendary grade treasure chest that Rotten Gut had popped out, Suyu carefully rummaged through it. Conqueror's chest armor, Conqueror's gaiters, fine grade equipment. Although they were plain in appearance and appeared to be just ordinary equipment, in reality, they had once belonged to a legendary warrior who had conquered the world. Attributes, Constitution +5, Agility +5, Damage taken reduced by 5%. Conqueror's set, 2-piece set, +2 to all attributes, increasing your chance of obtaining the Conqueror's set. It's okay, the warrior suit. Suyu threw it directly to Lu Wei. This is it. He proceeded to pull out a conical flask with a tightly corked top. The flask was filled with a bright red liquid that continued to bubble up in large bubbles. Rotten Gut's strong acidic blood, legendary quest item. This is a relic left behind after Rotten Gut's death, and it is rumored that its use may be found within the safe zone. As the name suggests, this is not a consumable item, but a quest item. Only, one bottle wasn't enough. The other bottle is still in the body of its brother. Rotten face. Only when both bottles are together can a mythic quest be unlocked. Suetsa took back the acidic blood of rotten intestines into his bracelet. He already had nearly 30,000 gold coins in his hand. And with the rotten intestines he had just killed and the rewards he received from completing the quest, the total number of gold coins had climbed to 30,535. Suyu originally held the idea of taking his chances and seeing if he could update his ring. After all, with the physical and mental attributes approaching the 100-point mark, the Ring of Vitality and the Ring of Energy were only excellent level equipment after all. The recovery capacity that is available has been a bit of a problem to keep up with. But now that there's a freebie, of course you have to pick the most expensive one. The mall panel displays 4 categories: material capsules, equipment, props, and other. The items inside were randomly refreshed based on the city they were in, and what the survivors had popped. In other words, Suyu had exploded mythic weapons and skill books. This meant that although the chances were very low, Suyu was indeed able to buy mythic ranked items. He sat in his chair and opened each category one by one as he browsed the mall page. Jump straight to the last page and look for the most precious items. The material capsule was directly skipped by Suyu. This kind of item was not something he lacked at all. At the end of the equipment column was a fine-grade gauntlet. The props column is the last one is the bailout charm. Inside the others was a fine-grade skill book. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's all this? There's not a single one of these that I can see. He closed the panel with a great disappointment in his heart, and the joy he had felt when he visited the store disappeared without a trace. Ding! Valued VIP customer. If you are not satisfied enough with the goods on this floor, you can spend 10,000 prestige value to open the second floor mall access. Do you want to turn on the privileges? Choose to consume 8,000 reputation or use the free offer? Crap! What does that mean? Going up to the second floor? Is this the VIP treatment? In his previous life, as an old driver of the mobile mall now, he had never heard of the existence of a second floor. Turn on permissions. Use 8,000 reputation. Suyu made his choice without hesitation. The waiver is certainly going to be used. And there's not a lot of places where prestige can be used right now anyway. Following the stairs that suddenly appeared, Suyu stepped onto the steps leading to the second floor. Sure enough, Heifer goes to the South Pole bull to the core. The decor on the first floor resembles a light vegetarian meal, with black, white and gray tones, like fungus with tofu. Stepping into the second floor, a strong atmosphere of luxury. As if in the Buddha jumps over the wall, this luxury cuisine cooking site. Even the operator's desk for selecting goods has been transformed into a massage chair and foot soap bucket that combines comfort and enjoyment. Looking around, bathtubs and waterbeds are readily available. The walls are full of small toys labeled with prices for their use. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this how rich people are treated? Ding! Distinguished VIP customers. All facilities on the second floor are open for you to experience 1 hour free of charge. If you want to continue this cozy feeling, just touch the bracelet at the door to renew the clock at 100 gold coins/hour, and you can continue your enjoyable journey. Suyu now could not wait to sit in the massage chair. Of course, not to enjoy the massage to come. With an excited heart and trembling hands, I clicked on the shopping panel. What heartwarming treasures are waiting for me inside the mall on the second floor of Let Me Conqueror. One click and the page unfolds. No need to flip. And the number of items is so few that it fails to fill even one page. However, each item is marked up quite a bit. If he didn't have the right to have his first order free, Suyu was afraid that he would have to struggle for a small half a year before he dared to come and spend money once. Transfer fragment, legendary item, exclusive fragment for transfer, Overlord. Collecting 4 fragments can be synthesized into a transfer scroll. It can also be used directly, and the ability gained will be weakened. Price, 200,000 gold coins. Current stock, 1. Must succeed charm, mythic grade consumable. Used for equipment enhancement. After using it, equipment enhancement will surely succeed. It disappears after use. Price, 500,000 gold coins. Current stock, 10. Top 10 famous bows, divine arm bow mythical grade equipment. Top 10 famous bows of China. Ranked 8th. The only equipment. During the Three Kingdoms period, the Prime Minister of Shu, Zhuge Liang, created the crossbow, which is rumored to be used by Yu Fei. Price, 1,000,000 gold coins. Current stock, 1. Is there any need to hesitate? When Suyu's eyes caught the words top 10 famous bows, his mouth was about to water. Do you want to buy the 10 famous bows, divine arm bow? Will you spend 1,000,000 gold coins or use the free shipping? Purchase. Use the waiver. Suyu opened his mouth. As soon as the words left his mouth, a pleasant beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Valued VIP customer. Your spending in our store reaches 1,000,000 gold coins. The second floor will be permanently open for you for free. In the very next instant, the top 10 famous bows that had been on his mind flashed out of Suyu's bracelet. 10 famous bows, God's Arm Bow, mythical grade equipment. Attributes, physical fitness plus 20. Passive skill, continuous crossbow, 10 arrows can be fired continuously without needing to be filled. Active skill, God's Arm, summon a divine crossbow turret to aid in battle. The turret is immobile and inherits 100% of the host's strength and constitution values. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 12 hours. Chapter 110 Vice Script, Taiping Ancient Street. Suyu decided to rest here for the night. This place was guarded by armored men and was absolutely safe. Although, the 50% gain bonus for killing walkers still smells good, but that was for ordinary people, and for Suyu, the ordinary zombies now were generally level 7 to 8. Killing them no longer brought any substantial gains for Suyu. In addition, several of his powerful skills were on cooldown and his energy was depleted, and Suyu dismissed the idea of going in search of a wild boss. Looking at the wide array of things in the room, I have to say that the person who designed this room knows how to enjoy it. When Suyu slowly woke up from his sweet dream, sunlight had already flooded the room. Time had skipped quietly through the night to the next morning. Suyu first went to the first floor of the mall and bought quite a few strengthening stones. Before being devoured by the archery bow, it was better to pull up the enhancement level of the divine arm bow. With the S-rank talent, Master of Strengthening, all probability is a cloud. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Divine Arm Bow plus 10. Top 10 famous bows, God's Arm Bow plus 10, Physique plus 20, plus 20. Passive skill, Continuous Crossbow, 10, plus 10, arrows can be fired continuously without needing to be filled. Active skill, Divine Arm, summon a Divine Crossbow turret to aid in battle. The turret is immobile and inherits 100%, plus 100% of the host's strength and constitution values. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 12 hours. Ding! Are you using the Divine Arm Bow to strengthen the Sunshot Bow? After strengthening, the Divine Arm Bow will disappear. Yes, the Divine Arm Bow in his hand instantly erupted with a brilliant golden light, transforming into a dazzling ball of light. The 8th notch of the archery bow was filled perfectly, and golden light flickered in it. Ding! The Sun Shooting Bow has successfully devoured the top 10 famous bows, God's Arm Bow. The current grade evolution progress is 50%, so you lovingly check the status of the Hoi Bow after unlocking a brand new skill. Behind the name of the equipment, there was indeed another star, Bow King Hoi Sunshot Bow. Divine Arm inherits all the attributes and skills of the Divine Arm Bow in its plus 10 state, and allows you to switch the archery bow to the Divine Arm Bow form. Hearing the system's prompt, Suyu softly muttered to himself, it seems that in order for the Shooting Sun Bow to evolve to the legendary level, we still need to find a top 10 famous bows before we can do so. Soon, the first martial arts conference will be held as scheduled, and he will have the chance to win his next 10 famous bows. Switch the Divine Arm Bow form. Suyu's voice fell. In the next second, the Red Sun Shooting Bow began to slowly transform its form, eventually coalescing into a crossbow. Despite its name, it is perhaps more aptly called a crossbow. This weapon is from the hand of Mr. Wulong during the Three Kingdoms period, and was once a divine weapon in the hands of General Yu. With a length of 3 feet 3 and a string length of 2 feet 5, the bow's range could be twice that of an ordinary bow and arrow. In the Cold War era, this was undoubtedly the pinnacle of man-portable weapons. Suyu gently raised the Divine Arm Bow. His fingers lightly touched it, and instantly, an arrow coalesced in the crossbow slot, ready to fire. However, within this mall, he didn't dare to easily try out the power of the weapon. Once the damage was done and the armored man was drawn in, he wouldn't be able to pay for it himself. When he stepped out of the door of the mall, the hall was silent and empty. On the 8th day of the end times, Star City is experiencing unprecedented madness. On this day, everyone's earnings from killing walkers are increased by 50%. Gold, experience, and even burst rates have been boosted. Such a perk is certainly much more affordable than the 20% off membership day at those snack bars. Although the zombies had received epic enhancements, they were, after all, zombies. Humans aren't stupid. Wheeling, tunneling, blitzkrieg, nothing Polish. As far as tactics are concerned, the country is known in the world to be able to fight, and there is always something for everyone. In this life, Suyu's rise undoubtedly broke the original historical trajectory, and the 3 major rankings changed hands as a result. And the gain effect that Suyu brought to Star City made the people of Star City one step ahead of other cities in general. However, for Suyu, these changes would not affect him in any substantial way. The post-apocalyptic world is supposed to be a world of strength supremacism. All the fear comes from the lack of firepower. Only when you are strong will you be able to fear the wind and the waves. Suyu gently closed the page of the leaderboard. Those names and rankings were already difficult to match exactly with his memories of his previous life. After leaving the mobile mall, Suyu took Lu Wei and made his way west. Since killing ordinary zombies no longer brought any profit, Suyu chose to avoid them as much as possible. Only in those cases where it was unavoidable did he step in slightly and send them on their way with ease. It's worth noting that the zombie properties during the day are only half of what they are at night. Often, they fell before Suetsu could even make a move. After a few hours of parkour and hacking, the two killed straight through the entire Mayday Avenue. Finally, before nightfall, we arrived at our destination, the ancient street of Taiping. Located within the old city area of Star City, this ancient street is known for its original street pattern. It is only 400 meters long and 7 meters wide, as a hot Netflix spot in Star City and a must-eat street on Dianping. The ancient street of Taiping was at the peak of the dining season when the end times came. Thousands of people poured into the small street. However, the extent of the tragedy of the situation can be clearly felt from the ruins and signs of disorganization scattered in the streets. However, at this moment, the entire street was permeated with an eerie dead silence in addition to the corpses all over the place. As Suyu slowly approached the pagoda of Taiping Ancient Street, a message from the system rang in his consciousness. Ding! We have detected copy, Taiping Ancient Street, in your bracelet, and your level has reached 10 or above, meeting the conditions for opening the copy. Do you want to open the duplicate? Without hesitation, Suyu replied, open the copy. With that, he took out the mysterious scroll from his bracelet. As the scroll silently disappeared, a swirling portal that shimmered with a ghostly blue light appeared in front of Suyu's eyes out of nowhere. Congratulations to Lone Wolf for successfully activating his copy of Taiping Old Street. This copy is a single-player copy, and the difficulty and rewards will be automatically adjusted according to your strength. You have the right to interrupt the challenge at any time and choose to teleport back to the start of your copy, subject to severe penalties. Then, Suyu walked into the portal. After a moment of immediate trance, Suyu slowly opened his eyes, and what came to his ears was surprisingly a few crisp cicada chirps. He looked around and realized that he was still in front of the pagoda of the old Taiping Street. This place was sort of a parallel space in the real world, only it had been deliberately processed by the post-apocalyptic system. Looking up, the sky was dark, surrounded by a thick fog of war, depressing and mysterious. Looking forward, he saw only a straight road stretching away. The streets were empty, dim light swaying in the mist, adding a touch of eeriness and desolation to the area. The air was surprisingly filled with the smell of explosives, and Suyu's visibility at this time was less than 30 meters. Chapter 111, Hungry Zombie Rats. Ding! Now releasing the Taiping Ancient Street copy quest. Taiping Ancient Street, legendary copy. Mission description: you are required to go deep into the ruins of Star City during World War II. It is rumored that during that dark time, the 731 unit conducted a horrific experiment at this site, causing countless innocent lives to be turned into zombie creatures. Mission requirement: completely remove these zombie creatures and bring peace and tranquility to this ancient street. Quest reward: gold * 5,000. Reputation * 1,000. Experience * 5,000. Legendary treasure chest * 1. Task limit: 60 hours. Suyu turned back, only to find that Lu Wei, who was supposed to be walking alongside him, had already returned to her cultivation space. He attempted to summon Lovey, but was unexpectedly met with an icy response from the system. Ding! This copy is a solo copy. You can't continue to add people. This system, it's a bit interesting, Suyu said to himself. According to the rules of the post-apocalyptic world, Lovey was supposed to be in the status of a zombie, not a human. However, this copy seems to be set up differently from the norm, and treats her as a person. Just as before, Lovey's name can appear on top of the leaderboards. In that case, in the martial arts conference at that time, this little loli would also be qualified to compete? That's just as well. After all, the reward for second place is quite enticing. Of course, all of this is an afterthought for now. The most important thing right now is to take the copy first. With a mission length of 2.5 days, plus an adaptive difficulty, it seems that this copy is quite challenging. Suyu quietly transformed the sun shooting bow in his hand into the appearance of the divine arm bow, and with a steady and powerful pace, he stepped onto the green stone path that had lasted for thousands of years. The streets around him were silent, only his footsteps echoing in the emptiness. As he walked past the first store, Suyu's footsteps suddenly lurched. His gift of self-contained extreme intent silently signaled the danger ahead. Looking up, the store's plaque had the words "Peaceful Granary" written on it. The handwriting was eloquent, but there was an ineffable aura of solemnity. Suddenly, the closed store door suffered a violent shock, as if something was trying to break free from its bonds. Strangely enough, the creatures didn't make the hissing sound characteristic of a zombie, but rather more like the grunting of some kind of animal. Subsequently, all the wooden doors and windows in the entire peaceful warehouse vibrated. Suyu realized that this time he would need to deal with multiple enemies at once. Just then, there were several loud bangs, all the doors and windows were broken, and a sharp squeak sounded from behind the door. Immediately afterward, 15 creatures about the size of a house cat swarmed out. Their eyes glared like copper bells, glowing with a scarlet spectral light. The limbs were strong and flexible, as if they contained endless power. Their tails are as hard as steel whips and can sweep across any obstacle. The most striking thing was the large incisors in their mouths that shone like metal, sharp and pointed. as if they could easily tear everything apart. This is Zombie Rats. Hungry Zombie Rat, LV 12, Talent, Spirit Teeth. Basic attributes, Strength, 30, plus 30. Mental, 10, plus 10. Physical, 30, plus 30. Agility, 60, plus 60. Even though the attributes were nothing compared to Suyu, it didn't affect their hunting in the darkness. In fact, the chances of zombification occurring in animals are extremely low. After all, with their numbers on the blue planet, it wasn't even an order of magnitude compared to humans. Conservative estimates suggest that globally there are 20 billion chickens, 20 billion rats, 2 billion pigs and 2 billion sheep, not to mention tiny insects like mosquitoes and ants. If animals were zombified at the same rate as humans, the human race would have suffered an extinction long ago. Therefore, the number of zombified animals is extremely rare, and tends to be those species that are those with great strength in their own right. Just like the fierce beasts such as giant snakes and giant birds that Suyu encountered in the second trial of Zongbushin, they actually end up as xenomorphs through constant evolution after zombification. The so-called opening a small turtle, evolution all by swallowing, said this is the case. Due to their extremely limited numbers, the strength of these zombified animals far exceeded that of human zombies of the same level. Only the intelligence is a bit worse. After all, they are still essentially just lower-class creatures. 15 zombie rats appearing at once. I'm afraid it's only something you can see in a copy. The leader, whose block was a circle larger than the others, was actually an elite-level zombie rat. Squeak! When the zombie rat issued a command, the other rats instantly scattered in all directions. A few rats nimbly leapt onto the roofs on either side, a few lying on the walls while the rest stayed on the ground, and together they launched a fierce attack on Suyu. Even without Lu Wei's assistance, the current Suyu was clear that he was not something this ordinary zombie rat could touch. Now, with the passive skill of the divine arm bow crossbow, you can automatically fill arrows. Simply add arrows manually after the 20 arrows have been shot out. However, for Swatoshi, there was no need to use 20 arrows for an average-sized battle. As a result, Swatoshi has sort of freed his left hand. You can even shoot with your right hand while fooling around with your left. As early as the zombie rat swarm emerged, Suyu did not hesitate to launch an attack. But this group of zombie rats were like loaches, except for the two killed by the arrow of punishment at the beginning. The other arrows, surprisingly, were all dodged by them. They jumped left and right in an irregular manner, with weird positions, and in the blink of an eye, they closed in on Suyu. Suyu didn't want to waste his precious skills here. He had prepared for this. Since the opponents are rats, or hungry rats, what works best against them? Food. Of course. Suetsu grabbed a handful of supply capsules left and right, and without hesitation, hit the switch and threw them all out. This can be all Suyu's collection. All kinds of imported food. Usually cannot afford to eat a little. The rich aroma of blue cheese, the distinctive flavor of canned herring, the exoticism of pickled puffins. In an instant, these legendary bioweapon-like delicacies come together in one place, only to see the zombie rats on the ground suddenly stop one after another. As if pulled by an invisible force, they covered their noses with their paws in disgust. The zombie rats that were nimbly weaving between the walls were the most miserable. They only felt the sky spinning, and they all lost their balance and fell down. One of the unfortunate zombie rats happened to fall into the cheese, and it struggled desperately to try to get out of its slimy bonds. Instantly, all the zombie rats were attacked with cheese. It was as if they were in a frenzy, jumping around, each step accompanied by vomiting, and the whole scene was chaotic. These lowly creatures only know how to follow their instincts and are inherently irrational. Suyu freed his left hand to cover his nose and raised his hand to shoot without hesitation. After a few minutes, a slight breeze blew through the scene and it was finally quiet. Current task progress is 15/1000. Remaining number 985. Chapter 112, Ambush from all sides. When the last elite zombie rat fell at Suyu's feet, his level managed to climb to level 13. The number of times the Hand of Loot has been used has increased by one more at this point. It's still good to be inside a copy. The zombie monsters I encountered were all level 10. So at least it didn't make me work for nothing. Suyu muttered to himself, but why the whole 985 right off the bat? 211 isn't so tough. His expression was a bit grave at the progress of the mission he had just received. The system of the end times seemed to be full of malice, and that adaptive strength seemed to be tailored to him personally. Is there any law here? What kind of law is this? Kill 1,000 walkers? Do you really think I'm a donkey in the production team? The answer is no. This is the end times and there is no room for bargaining. The 15 zombie rats that he had just killed, including that elite monster, surprisingly didn't even leave a bit of loot behind. However, Suyu was not surprised by this. He knew that in these types of copies, all the rewards and loot tended to be concentrated on the final few bosses. So, Suyu continued on his way, encountering zombie cats, zombie rabbits, and even a zombie-only cause on the way. However, he didn't come across any sign of a human walker. They significantly surpassed the zombie rats in terms of individual strength, but were far inferior in terms of numbers. However, relying on the gift of the Dharma Eye, the weaknesses of this group of zombie creatures were exposed. Even under the cover of night, these zombies still did not pose any substantial threat to Suyu. After some frightening battles, Suyu finally arrived at the center point of the ancient street of Taiping. This is a small square with a quaint theater built on the left side. From a distance, Suyu heard the sound of the prelude to the opera coming from the other side of the stage. That melody kept repeating itself, as if this good show was specifically waiting for Suyu's arrival. However, in the empty and silent streets, the accompaniment sounded eerie. Suyu understood that a real challenge was about to begin. The moment Suyu stepped into the square, the opera finally officially kicked off. On stage, dozens of carefully crafted Muppet characters vividly perform a great play. What is being staged at this moment is the legendary Battle of Geisha, the Battle of Chu and Han. In this ambush on 10 sides, it is the year the Han army for the king to lay a net. The battlefield of Geisha was filled with the sound of killing. The two armies fight to the death. On the banks of the Wu River over 400 years ago, the overlord was alone, fighting against the Han army. However, he ended up like a trapped animal and killed himself at the age of 31. Even the remains were divided among the 5 generals, Lu, Yang and Wang, failing to receive the respect they deserved. However, today, 400 years later, the play is staged once again in the ancient street of Taiping by the Shangjiang River, though it goes without saying that the audience understands who the play is aimed at. Instead, Suetsa decides to bring a fresh ending to Overlord, allowing him to be reborn in the annals of history. As the opera reached its climax, a pair of scarlet eyes began to flash around within Suyu's field of vision. They kept approaching from all sides, like an irresistible torrent. In the sky, a huge spider web opened quietly, echoing the horrible creatures on the ground. Suyu finally saw their true colors. It was nearly 1,000 zombified spiders, scorpions, centipedes, and vipers, and they were densely spread out in every corner. Despite the staggering number of these zombie creatures, Suyu realized that their basic attributes were not high, especially their physique, which was only 10 points, as fragile as paper. However, they invariably possessed a special talent, the poison attribute. Comparing me to the Overlord, it makes me somewhat flattered, Suyu responded in a calm tone, but his gaze was fixed on the approaching poison. But, Overlord, you're a little horny too, aren't you? As soon as the words fell, the god's arm bow in Suyu's hand suddenly shone with a bright golden light, and then transformed into the legendary weapon of the Hegemony King, the Hegemony King Bao. He raised the Overlord's bow and called out with great bravado, "Overlord, show yourself!" As he called out, the Overlord figure instantly appeared, mighty, with a long sword in his hand, as if he had traveled through a time warp from 1,000 years ago. Then, Suyu took out the capsule from his bracelet, a bottle of 82-year-old Feitian Maozi, half a bottle of Maozi down. Suyu only felt a burning in his throat. The action is a little drunk, but Suyu's brain is incredibly clear. As a summoned Overlord, you can't drink alcohol though. However, Suyu still poured the remaining half bottle of wine, slowly tipping it onto the ground from left to right. Come on, Overlord, let's get it together and get it over with. Bring this chaotic time back on track. Heaven will not allow me. I will go against heaven. As the words fell, the theater on the stage, coincidentally, ended its last round. It was as if those poisonous creatures had received some kind of order, and their movements suddenly became stiff. Immediately afterward, it was as if it was driven, madly rushing towards the two. Overlord's full attributes were 1.2 times that of Suyu's, and even though he was a tank profession, his attack power was extremely impressive. He unleashed his fearless charge and rushed like a bolt of lightning towards a giant snake in the distance, instantly sending all the enemies in a straight line flying. Afterwards, he used the breaking kettle and king's chop one after another, which were so powerful that the enemies fell wherever the blade energy went. Within just a few seconds, the number of zombie creatures decapitated by Overlord was surprisingly high at over 60. On the contrary, Suyu simply sublimated killing into an art. The dark red arrow of punishment was like a vanguard, instantly skewering the 10 zombie creatures into candy canes. In the next second, a black lotus of death instantly bloomed in the zombie group. Dozens of zombie creatures were on their backs, lifeless. Suyu's figure was like a ghost, moving freely between the zombie creatures. The arrows in his hand were like an endless rainstorm, shooting out one after another. The powerful skills of punishing arrows and explosive sparks alternated, creating a wave of deadly attacks. This battle across time and space. For a while, it was hard to tell the difference. Suddenly, dozens of spiders emerged from the sky. Their bellies flashed with a strange red light, taking advantage of the chaos to launch a suicidal onslaught at Suyu. Suyu's eyes were quick, and he raised his hand to shoot an arrow, accurately hitting the abdomen of one of the spiders. The spider didn't die immediately, but stopped instantly in mid-air. Immediately afterward, deafening explosions rang out, and the entire sky seemed to tremble. Red, acid-rotted liquid, splashing around. The 1,000-year-old lapis lazuli slabs were instantly corroded with countless tiny pits. You have been hit by the venom of a red-bellied spider. You've been hit by the venom of a red-bellied spider, and are immune to poison damage under the S-rank talent, Corrupted Skin. Suyu's heart rejoiced. If in last night's battle, did not plunder the corrosion of the skin talent, then I'm afraid this battle today is going to be pretty tough. With the gift of self-extreme intent, Suyu dodged left and right, easily defusing the red-bellied spider's suicidal attack. The Overlord, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. He didn't have the same talent as Suyu, and when the venom rippled through him, the surrounding poison came in like a tidal wave and surrounded him tightly. Eventually, drowned in the infinite swarm. Chapter 113. Is the copy easy or am I too strong? 2,400 years ago, the Overlord had cut his own throat in despair, but Suyu would never allow such a tragedy to happen again. At this critical moment, he quickly cast Shield of Lightlessness. A faint glow surrounded the Overlord's body, miraculously stopping his declining life value. In the next second, Suyu tightly gripped the Overlord bow in his hand and fully activated his big move Ultra Inquisitive Death Arrow. Above the bow, an aura of death quickly coalesced, forming an arrow that was as black as ink and exuded an overpowering killing aura. The arrows came out of the string, carrying a destructive power. Whistling and rushing towards the zombie biomass, a deafening explosion rang out, and the zombie creatures within a 10-meter radius were instantly annihilated in front of this powerful force. Even the originally sturdy spider web in midair was affected by the ripple effect and shook precariously. With this move, Suyu managed to solve more than 200 zombie creatures. After the Overlord escaped, he was sheltered by the Shield of Lightlessness and fought even more valiantly. These zombie creatures originally relied on toxins, but they happened to be restrained to death by Suyu. Even if there were a large number of them, they couldn't withstand the ranged damage skills that the two of them took turns casting. Each time they struck, they were able to decimate dozens of zombies. When the last Viper fell, the Overlord's duration just ran out. He completed his mission, holding a long sword, standing in the middle of the ancient city, gradually disappearing from Suyu's sight. Looking at the zombie corpses piled up in the grounds, Suyu felt a lot of emotions in his heart. He didn't dwell on it too much, his feet crunching on the corpse of the zombie creature as he moved on. At this point, the progress of the quest had come to 915/1000. It seemed as if victory was waiting ahead for Suetsu. The only thing that made him a bit regretful was that the combat power of these zombie creatures was relatively weak, and the experience value they could provide was minimal. 1 point of experience value each is only better than nothing. After a fierce battle, Suyu finally arrived at the periphery of an ancient building. In the wall outside the hanging of the Cultural Relics Protection Plate, clearly engraved with the Taifu's former residence for big words, which is the testimony of the former Taifu's noble residence. From the depths of the former residence, there was a sudden bark, interspersed with a low growl characteristic of zombie creatures. In this empty, deserted alley, the sound seemed particularly abrupt and creepy. Killing his way here, Suyu had had encounters with various zombified creatures along the way. Of those creatures that were familiar and had more contact with humans, only the zombie dog was absent. I said, why haven't I seen any zombie dogs? So it's here. Suyu lightly taunted a few words, striding within the former residence of Taifu. The moment Suyu stepped into Taifu's former residence, dozens of zombies suddenly sprang out of the dark mist, and a murderous aura flowed from them. The zombies were dressed in samurai attire, kimonos close to their bodies, but carried a striking red wound on their waists and stomachs, as if to tell of their former crimes. They have all completed their evolution and are not weak, but in Suyu's eyes, there was no difference between these people and those creatures outside. This was the first time Suyu had seen a humanoid creature in this copy. Although they were all made of humans, Suyu preferred to call them humanoids, not sure if it was an insult to the word creature. They surrounded Suetsu and lunged at him at the same time. Were they going to fight 1 out of 10? Suyu did not retreat but advanced, switching back to the god's arm bow. Suyu continuously pulled the trigger, and with each arrow, he was able to kill a zombie. After 20 arrows of continuous shooting, the ground was already strewn with zombie corpses. Suyu forcefully kicked over the corpse of one of the zombies, only to see that on the chest of its kimono, the words 731 were embroidered. Ding! Current mission progress, 999/1000. While filling the arrows of the divine arm bow, Suyu muttered to himself, what a beeping dog, to actually run into this kind of filth here. He appeared to be unprepared for the impending danger. Yet in reality, his heart was already tight as a string. Suddenly, a short but muscular zombie scurried out from a corpse behind Suyu like a ghost. The black devil claw that it stretched out with a stern killing aura violently stabbed towards the back of Suyu's neck. However, the zombie was shocked to realize that the man in front of him had disappeared without a trace in an instant. In fact, Suyu had detected the clues through the eyes to heaven early on. A zombie that has fallen to the ground, but the inside of its body is suddenly displaying a green weakness marker, obviously with the help of some skill hidden in it. At the moment Suyu was attacked, he used silence and moved behind the zombie. The zombie in front of us looks similar to the zombie named Big Stink last night. Suyu checked the zombie's attributes. Mutated elite zombie, LV12, Berserker, talent, rip wounds, so it's an elite zombie of the Berserker system. However, you don't have a chance. Suyu issued a death declaration for it. The moment the zombie heard the voice, it turned around violently and ran towards Suyu. Once it gets close, it will be a nightmare. Just as it came flying swiftly, so close that it could not be avoided. However, the elite zombies didn't realize that Suyu's head was a restricted area. In the very next instant, Suyu quickly raised his hand and holy arrow slaughter struck out. 20 rounds of arrows poured down on the zombie as coldly and mercilessly as if it were a raging wind and rain, and the zombie was about to be killed. The elite zombie unexpectedly turned into a ball of gas and bizarrely burrowed into another corpse. The corpse quickly dried up as far as the eye could see, and in the next second, an elite zombie, alive and well, burrowed out again. It seems that this zombie might have believed in Chun in his previous life and actually came back to life in full blood. Oh, the elite walker let out several low chirps in quick succession, a sound that usually only sounded when the canine sensed danger. At this point, the elite zombie's skills were exhausted and its fate was sealed. A blast of sparks easily kills it. Ding! Current quest progress, 1000. The copy quest has been completed. Obtain quest rewards, gold * 5000. Reputation * 1000. Experience * 5000. Legendary treasure chest * 1. It's already over. Suyu spoke. I can't imagine that this copy has become so easy, or am I too strong? At this moment, Suyu finally waited for the voice of the hidden boss, which was ghostly coming from the direction of the end of the ancient street. The burst of crying seemed to be mourning for the elite zombies Suyu had killed. Oh, my heart. Ding! We've detected lone wolf carrying acidic blood of rotten intestines. Do we activate the hidden boss? Rotten face? What's the point of asking? Activate the boss. Suyu's purpose of coming here was for the rotting surface. Chapter 114 Rotten Face Chief Zombie. In his previous life, Suyu had also challenged this copy and was naturally very clear about the doorways within the copy. However, at that time, Suyu was just a mediocre necromancer. According to the regular process of strategy, when Suyu killed the last elite zombie, the copy should be declared over. However, because Suetsu was carrying the strong acidic blood of rotten intestines, after killing the berserk zombie named Xiaobao, Suetsu was able to kill the zombie. It then triggers the hidden mechanism of the copy and awakens the hidden ultimate boss, Rotten Face. Even though Suyu hadn't fought Corrupted Face head-on, in the rumors among players, Corrupted Face was known as the ceiling among the alpha-level bosses. Oops, look at your color. You actually exploded something. Suyu kicked away Little Treasure who was curled up in a ball, only to see a special class of equipment appear underneath his torso. Xiaobao's ribbon, special class equipment. A silk ribbon. Despite its name, ribbon turns into a pink shirt on the player. One of those unmissable, solid tie pink colors. Even when wearing breastplate type gear, there was no hiding its unique color. Once you take off your coat, the dazzling tie pink color immediately becomes the center of attention. Suyu didn't have this special fetish, and he didn't hesitate to put it into his bracelet. This stuff has an extremely low pop rate, but can fetch a high price in the eyes of certain ex-fetish freaks. Leaving the residence of the former master, look to the left. A sewing monster, similar in appearance to a rotting intestine and made from a patchwork of rotting corpses and bones, was hovering at the end of the ancient street in Taiping. It's called Rot Face and is covered in maggots and surrounded by a large number of mosquitoes and flies. Carrion Face holds a huge hook in his left hand, while his right hand clutches a machete, obviously ready to tear its enemies to pieces and devour them in its belly, which became just the perfect nourishment for its growth. Rotten Face Zombie Chief, Dr. Ishii's masterpiece from the 731st. Rotten Face and his brother, Rotten Gut, vowed to destroy all Chinese as a way to please their father, Dr. Ishii, and to avenge their dead puppy. Rank, 13, chiefly. Base attributes, strength, 125 plus 125. Mental, 10 plus 10. Physical, 125 plus 125. Agility, 10 plus 10. Talent, carry and pile. Whenever the Rotten Face kills a survivor, it permanently increases its own strength. At the same time, this talent has an additional toughness boost. Special talent, cannot be looted. Splitting attack. When Rotting Face performs a normal attack, its attack will deal splitting damage to other enemies in a cone-shaped area behind the target, within a 3-meter range. Skill, Flesh Hook. Corrupted Face throws a blood-filled flesh hook at a designated target. Once the hook comes into contact with any unit, Corrupted Face will use the force of the hook to pull it to him and deal damage to him. Corruption. The Rotting Face releases a plague from its body, creating a toxic cloud that deals damage to both enemies and itself. Not only does the poisonous mist continue to deal damage, but it also slows the enemy's movement speed. Dismemberment, the ultimate kill move. Rotten Face tears into a unit, incapacitating it and taking constant damage. At the same time, Rotting Face will return 10 times the amount of damage in life. Unlike its brother Rotten Gut, Rotten Face possesses a decent strength attribute and focuses more on physical attacks, and it has the talent of Carry and Pile Up, which gives it unlimited growth possibilities. In time, when the number of survivors killed by the Rotting Noodle is large enough, it may even evolve into the legendary, all-powerful Rotting Noodle. Although Suyu was quite covetous of the potential of the Rotting Surface, he knew that this kind of talent that existed in novels, such as attacking permanently adds life and taking a beating fills up defense, could never be easily plundered by himself. But that's not a bad talent to have left. Normal attacks come with a splitting effect, so of course you have to take it. Suyu checked his status and found that there were not many skills he could use and his energy value was on the verge of being depleted. Without hesitation, he swallowed a bottle of Little Blue Bottle and quickly restored his energy. He was clear that due to the lack of energy value, he only had one chance to loot this battle. Corrupted Face had long since sensed Suyu's presence, and when he stepped within his guard range, Corrupted Face struck. Despite the fact that Rotten Face wasn't known for his agility, his attacks were exceptionally clean. It threw out the flesh hook with blood, aiming straight at Suyu's face. However, at the moment when the meat hook was about to hit, Suyu used the silence skill. He disappeared like a ghost from Meat Hook's attack, only to see Meat Hook brush his shoulders and steadily dodge the fatal blow. However, at the same time, there was also Suyu. He dodged the attack of the Rotting Face while quickly pulling the trigger. The arrow cut through the air like a meteor and shot at the Rotting Face with unerring accuracy. Rotting Face's huge body could not avoid it, and dozens of arrows hit all of them. Roar! Rotten Face let out a deafening roar, and unexpectedly, the guy actually laughed. Instantly, Suyu only felt a strong killing intent behind him. He looked back and realized that the meat hook, which should have missed, had stopped in mid-air, like a highly venomous cobra. It was staring at the back of his neck. In the next second, the meat hook came barreling in with a reaction speed that surpassed human limits. Suyu couldn't wait to think that the meat hook, which he had obviously dodged, would suddenly react in this way. With the terrifying power of Corrupted Face of up to 250 points, this strike, if it hit, would surely deal a heavy blow to Suyu. However, while Suyu's brain was still hesitating in making choices, it was already a bit late. However, the self-effacing extreme intent talent that Suyu possessed caused his body to react before his consciousness. He lashed out with one foot, his body shifting lightly sideways as the meat hook once again grazed his body and whistled past. A strike misses and meat hook locks in mid-air again. Suyu understood. Unlike the armored giant's ship anchor, this meat hook was clearly a locking skill. In the next second, Suyu opened his shield of lightlessness, not dodging and letting the hook hit him. The moment he was hit by the hook, Suetsu's shield of lightlessness. The moment the meat hook viciously struck Suyu, the shield of lightlessness instantly erupted into violent trembling, and it was considered to have barely withstood the blow. Immediately after, Suyu was like riding a speeding roller coaster, and the distance of several dozen meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. However, just a moment before he was about to reach Rotting Face released the plague within his body ahead of time. The 5-meter area centered on the rotting surface was covered by a layer of dark green toxic cloud in an instant. As the saying goes, it hurts the enemy 800 times and damages itself 1,000 times. The attack of the poisonous mist does not distinguish between the enemy and us, and inflicts damage on both sides at the same time. This is the skill set that Rotten Face is so proud of, Meat Hook and Rotten. It's a silky little combo that kills whoever it's named after. Looking at the enemies who were instantly engulfed by the poisonous mist, a wide smile appeared on Rotting Face's face. No one could last more than 10 seconds under his poisonous mist. Looks like we'll be able to harvest a little more power attributes this time. Chapter 115, Looting S-Rank Talent, Split Attack. 10 seconds later, Rotten Face's face began to look ugly. This Chinaman, why hasn't he fallen yet? Even with the carrion build-up, it could only barely hold out in the poisonous mist for 30 seconds with its enhanced toughness. But once 30 seconds passed, looking at the enemies still alive and kicking in the poisonous mist, Rotting Face's face turned green. This damn Chinaman dog. Isn't the blood a little too thick? What it didn't know was that Suyu's ears were constantly echoing the same system prompts at that moment. Ding! You've been hit by Rotting Face's rotting skill, and are immune to poison attribute damage under the effect of the S-rank talent, Corrupted Skin. Putting aside the toxicity, this high-temperature poisonous mist was somewhat like a sweat lodge. Of course, Suyu didn't come over to enjoy himself. Torture the rotting surface until it crumbles, and take its gift in one fell swoop. It's only Suetsu's plan. At this point, Rotting Face's blood value dropped to the warning line. It couldn't maintain it any longer and finally withdrew the poisonous mist. When the fog cleared, the man in front of him was leisurely getting high on melon seeds. Mr. Rotten Face, can you give a? I have to say, messing with people's minds. Suyu is a professional. Looking at the man in front of him who was alive and well, Rotten Face's intestines turned green with remorse. As it let out a low roar, dozens of zombies seemed to be summoned in some way. They lurched out of the black mist at the edge and neatly blocked the rotting surface. Right at this moment, Suyu turned to the rotting surface and quietly used the Hand of Plunder. Current collapse, 40%. Weakness, 70%. Current looting success rate, 110%. Talent looting successful. Unable to loot due to carrion pileup being a special talent. Second talent looted successfully. Remaining times, 1. Split attack. Talent level, S. Berserker Axe. When attacking with a melee weapon, the attack will deal half the original damage to other enemies within 3 meters in a conical area behind the target. Split arrow. When attacking with a long-range weapon, the arrow can be split into a number of arrows, up to a maximum of 10, as if scattered by the sky. The more arrows there are, the less damage each arrow deals. Note, talents are now turned off, but hosts can choose to turn them on or off as they see fit. It's almost like a chum-hum somersault. It's awesome. Facing dense enemies, he could quickly switch to splinter arrow mode and shoot an arrow that turned into several damage and cleared the battlefield. And once he encounters a single strong enemy, he can quickly adjust to single kill mode to maximize his output damage. For those enemies who are exceptionally cunning and flexible in their movements, the splinter arrow can be equally effective. Releasing the splinter arrow by surprise not only deals damage, but also effectively blocks the enemy's movement path. That talent is really good. Saboshi was instantly seated. Facing the raging horde of zombies, Suyu took a deep breath. Suyu decided to try out the new talent that he had just gotten his hands on first. He bellowed. Switch to split mode. Release 5 arrows. With his command, the god's arm bows crossbow slots. The originally ordinary energy arrow flashed with light. Suyu raised his hand and shot the blue-white arrow in the moment it detached from the crossbow slot. As if by magic, it changed into 5, transforming into a fan-shaped attack area that covered Suyu's front. However, it was not too skillful after all, and only 2 of the 5 arrows hit the zombies. A zombie was hit in the vitals and killed instantly, and another walker was shot in the chest and struggled a few times before climbing back up. Suyu observed the scene and understood in his heart that the power and accuracy of 5 arrows really couldn't be compared to a single arrow. 5 sticks won't do. Then 10, Suyu said, then once again shot arrows continuously. Even though the power of the arrows had diminished, their density had exactly doubled, which made it impossible for the zombies to escape. Suyu did not need to aim too much. Under such a dense network of firepower, the group of zombies had no room to maneuver and quickly fell. As our forefathers said, all fear stems from a lack of firepower. Suetsu said, the forefathers were right. However, to completely master the split arrow, you still need to practice hard. Just as Suyu practiced, the life-threatening rotting face suddenly reached out and grabbed a zombie. It didn't hesitate to stuff the zombie into its massive mouth and began to feast on it. As the rotting noodles continued to be chewed, a sound of muscles tearing and bones breaking came out of his mouth. That's its ultimate killing move, dismemberment. This move can be used not only against enemies, but also against friendly forces. The rotting surface, visible to the naked eye, returned to its peak condition, a realm where everything is alive and well. Since the talent was in his hands, Suyu didn't intend to circle the rotting surface anymore. Close split mode and summon Divine Crossbow Turret. This was the active skill on the Divine Arms bow, and it was the first time he had performed it. This skill was especially useful when facing a zombie like Rotten Face, who had low agility. In an instant, a huge crossbow cannon that was similar to Suyu's height appeared out of thin air beside him. In its strengthened to full state, the crossbow inherited 200% of Suetsu's strength and constitution values. Divine Crossbow Turret, LV-13, Strength, 284, Constitution, 252. Attributes, the crossbow cannot move while dealing 200% damage to buildings. Skills, Arrow of Armor Breaking, Arrow of Flame, Arrow of Ice, Arrow of Poison. Filling time, 30 seconds. So you can't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air at this. Hiss. What a strong skill. However, Each arrow takes 30 seconds to fill. This meant that within the 10-minute duration, Suyu could only shoot 20 times at most, though the crossbow has the same duration and cooldown as the Overlord. However, its potential in siege warfare should not be overlooked considering the extra damage it can inflict on buildings. However, these were not issues that Suetsu needed to consider at the moment. Flame Arrow. Suyu decisively ordered the crossbow to activate. Flame Arrow fires a flame arrow that deals additional fire damage to the target. Above the crossbow, an arrow began to slowly coalesce, surrounded by purple flames, as if a fire dragon about to emerge from its cage. Sensing the powerful threat, the rotting face charged towards the crossbow in a desperate attempt to destroy it, but Suetsu kept suppressing the corrupted face's alignment, making sure it couldn't get close to the crossbow. 30 seconds is a long time to say the least. Ding! The crossbow is locked on target. The moment the crossbow succeeded in locking onto its target, the flaming arrow, like an angry fire dragon, whistled out with spinning power and rushed straight into the rotting surface. The speed was so fast that it dazzled Suyu, making it almost difficult to capture its trajectory. Immediately afterward, the arrow of flame cut through the night sky like a meteor, and accurately pierced through Rotting Face's abdomen. Looking at it from the front, only a fist-sized crater is visible. However, when viewed from the back, the wound had expanded to the size of a basketball. The area around the wound was blackened by flames, and several purple flowers of flame spread out along the wound as if they were blooming demonic flowers. With this speed, I'm afraid that I won't even be able to dodge it by executing the ZZ Extreme Intent. Suyu opened his mouth. Suyu had planned to try out several other skills, but unexpectedly, after 3 arrows, Rotten Face finally couldn't take it, let out a heavenly roar, and was shot through the head with an arrow. Chapter 116, Mythological Quest, Good or Evil? Ding! Successfully killed Rotten Face, Chief Walker LV13. Gained experience * 6500. Gold * 650. Rotting Face's huge body was firmly pierced by several huge arrows, hanging above the pagoda of the old typing street. At this moment, a beam of slightly warm sunlight pierced through the pervasive black fog and spilled onto the land. Under the sunlight, the corrupted face of the corpse began to gradually disintegrate and collapse, and eventually turned into nothing. The black fog around them also slowly dispersed, restoring the original tranquility and beauty of the old typing street. Dawn. The power of the divine crossbow turret greatly exceeded Suyu's expectations, but the fact that it can be equal to the Overlord shows how powerful it is. However, it has an Achilles heel, it is immobile and takes too long to fill. This makes it would be useless in a pursuit battle. After Suyu witnessed the rotting surface dissipate, a legendary treasure chest appeared in its place. With the copy about to close, Suyu quickly picked up the treasure chest and headed towards the portal at the end of the copy. Next second, a trance flashed before Suyu's eyes, and when he reopened his eyes, he realized that he had returned to the end of the ancient street of typing in reality. The moment he stepped out of the copy, the residents of the entire Star City received a regional announcement. Regional announcement. Ding! Congratulations to Lone Wolf for successfully completing a copy of Typing Ancient Street. Now unlocking the single-player copy of Secrets of Typing Ancient Street. Anyone who has reached level 10 can enter this copy and explore. Ever since that night's battle, the name of Lone Wolf has been spreading in Star City. In Star City, Suyu no longer needed to hide and openly revealed his name. At least, that way, those who were unaware of the truth and tried to plot against him would be tempered. If a man is not ruthless, he can't stand still. In a cruel world, weakness only invites bullying. If it can't be recognized, then let the ignorant fear it. After the rebirth, the great revenge has been avenged, and there is a golden finger. If you still want to look back and shrink, then it is really the god cannot be tolerated. At this moment, everyone's bracelets sent out vibrations, and they all received the coordinates of the location of the copy. The announcement echoed in every corner of Star City, and some people felt proud and honored to be a lone wolf in Star City. But there are always unruly people who want to harm me. Some of the extra-legal zealots have already begun to make their move. At this moment in time, it had already unconsciously come to the noon hour of the next day. Inside the replica of Typing's old street, it is always shrouded in a heavy night color due to the black fog. After a whole night of continuous fighting, Suyu felt exhausted and hungry. So, without hesitation, he summoned Lu Wei. Now he was nearly depleted of energy and desperately needed to find a safe haven to regain his strength. After 2 short battles, Suyu walked faithfully towards a nearby building. He ascended to the 2nd floor and was surprised to find a hidden bar called the G-Spot Bar. Listening to the name, I wonder if the bar is decent. However, Suyu did not dwell on it too much as he easily destroyed the door lock, pushing the door open. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol and light smoke. Teasing paintings and photographs hang on the walls all around, each one seeming to tell a story of what belongs here. It's a haven for escaping reality. a paradise for self-indulgence. The end times are upon us and it's noon. The bar, on the other hand, was spared and survived intact because it happened to be closed for business at that exact moment. Today, it seems to be quietly renewing, in its own way, the splendor and vicissitudes of Star City before the end of the world. Suyu walked straight to the private room deep in the bar, leaving a capsule of supplies for Lu Wei to take care of the outside guard. I didn't realize that several rooms opened in a row, but they all reeked of the battles of yesteryear. Suyu was somewhat helpless. TSK. The pastimes of the rich are really so plain and boring. Finally, he stopped inside a relatively neat private room and took out the 2 legendary grade treasure chests he had just harvested. 2 elite level loose items, and a Conqueror's Handguard, all elite level equipment, were placed directly into Lu Wei's cultivation space. However, right now his own attributes are too high. Those 2 excellent grade rings could only barely restore 30% of Suyu's vitality and magic values for a whole night. They become like chicken ribs, tasteless and unappetizing. Give me a ring, Suyu spoke out. As soon as the words left his mouth, a ring he was all too familiar with appeared in front of his eyes. This ring has accompanied Suyu as a necromancer for 6 years, witnessing his growth and changes. Ring of Linglong, a legendary item. It is said to be a treasure scattered in the mortal world, and only those who are endowed with extraordinary abilities can perceive its glory. Attributes, Spirit +10, Constitution +5. Passive skill, Linglong Heart. When worn, it can reduce the cooldown time of all skills and items by 25%. Each person can only wear 1 Linglong ring. That's right, this Linglong ring is an excellent ring that is applicable to the whole system. It has the passive attribute of reducing skill cooldowns, which is extremely rare in all equipment. The value of a Linglong ring strengthened to its full level could even be comparable to mythic grade equipment. Back then, I wasn't able to strengthen you to full level, but today, you will have a new life. With those words, Suyu took out a large handful of strengthening stones from his bracelet. Ding! Reinforcement successful. Congratulations on obtaining Linglong's ring +10. Ring of Lingering +10, Spirit +10, +10. Physique +5. Passive skill, Linglong Heart. When worn, it reduces the cooldown time of all skills and items by 25%, +25%. Very well. Wouldn't it be awesome to carry 2 Ring of Lingering at the same time and reduce the CD by 100%? Suyu pressed down the excitement in his heart and gently took off the Ring of Vitality. Finally, his eyes fell on the last quest item. Rotting Face's Strong Acidic Blood, legendary quest item. This is a relic left behind after the death of the Rotting Face, and it is rumored that its use may be found within the safe zone. Suddenly, a system beep sounded. Ding! We have detected Lone Wolf carrying both acidic blood of rotten face and acidic blood of rotten intestines. Do we activate the mission? Good or evil? Activate the mission. Suyu nodded in agreement without hesitation. Good or evil? Mission description, Dr. Ishii, the culprit of the 731st, researched bacteria, experimented on living people and committed heinous crimes. After the war, he escaped trial as a war criminal under the patronage of the Lighthouse State. Requirement: bring the acidic blood of rotting noodles and acidic blood of rotten intestines back to the Star City safe zone to reveal the truth of this hidden history. Quest reward, Gold *1000. Reputation *1000. Experience *1000. Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade's blade, a legendary 2-handed weapon. After completing a series of quests, it was able to gradually evolve and eventually metamorphose into the most powerful mythic 2-handed weapon in the first season of the End Times, The Shadow's Lament. And it was for this weapon that Suetsu had come. To get Lu Wei a weapon that she could use before the first Budo tournament began. After organizing everything, Suyu, who had long been exhausted, casually dealt with 2 mouthfuls and fell into a deep sleep. I do not know how long. Suyu suddenly woke up. A fierce sound of fighting came from outside the door. Chapter 117, My Purple Bow. Suyu had long been accustomed to this situation. After all, it wasn't the first time he had seen this kind of situation. And with Lu Wei's strength, he should be able to handle it easily. Only this time it seemed a little too long. That's not true. Suetsu realized that Lu Wei had actually turned on bloodlust. This information passed through Suetsu's consciousness like an electric current, shocking him. Who, exactly, could have pushed Lovey to this point? Suyu had poured a lot of effort and resources into Lu Wei's cultivation. If she was killed in this battle, then all the effort would be for naught. What's more, how could he find another lowly with so much material to go on? It turned out that Lovey was facing a small team, a combination of 1 man and 4 women. The man's name was Short-Footed Tiger, short in stature but with an air of cunning and lewdness. The 4 beauties surrounding him, on the other hand, all had outstanding looks and hot bodies. The Short-Footed Tiger seemed like the male protagonist in a post-apocalyptic novel, carrying an overbearing and majestic aura that swept through the 4 directions. He was sitting on the couch in the card room, looking extremely cozy as he hugged his left and right, enjoying the gentle massages and cleansing pampering of the two women. Meanwhile, the two remaining beauties were engaged in a fierce battle with Lu Wei. I can't imagine that the other side has trapped Lu Wei with just two people. It was reasonable to say that Lu Wei's paper strength was an existence that was comparable to that of an alpha-level boss. It should have been fairly easy to deal with these few humans, yet it was not to be. After turning on bloodlust, Lu Wei's ability was boosted and she finally got out of the passive situation, only to see her take the opportunity to charge forward, catching shock strike and then soul-thirsty hands. This was a technique that Suyu had carefully taught her. Even if the other party reacted quickly and tried to jump away, it would be difficult to escape the fate of the soul-thirsty hand's tight squeeze on her throat. By all accounts, the average person nowadays, if other attributes are discarded, put all your points into physique. With a full set of equipment, it would be quite the limit to reach 100 points. Facing the fatal strike of Lu Wei's soul-thirsty hand, common sense deduced that any opponent would inevitably be seriously injured or even killed. However, the woman caught by Lu Wei did not appear to be crushed by her. It wasn't because her defense was superb, but in that decisive moment. Instead, the woman instantly ruptured like a fragile bubble with a soft pop and disappeared into thin air. The next moment, she appeared not far away. Her body was replaced by a small bear doll, causing the soul-thirsty hand to grab it. Little sister, no matter how many times you try, it's all for nothing. The short-footed tiger stared at the rise and fall of Lu Wei's chest with wide eyes and said teasingly. His tongue licked his lips, showing a hint of greed and malice, and the women on the sidelines began to chime in. It's a great honor for you to be chosen by your master, so don't resist. That's right, hurry up and join us. Master is awesome. It was clear from the tone of their conversation. They didn't really use their full strength in their encounter with Lu Wei, just as they were trying to brainwash them through their words. Shorty's gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, staring at Lu Wei without letting go. Suddenly, he broke out into a deep, eerie laugh, as if a golden light flashed in his eyes. It looks like he's about to get a powerful new addition to his harem team. This little loli, she's so hooked up and so lost, mustn't she be developed properly? In the next second, Lovey's body gave a wince. As it turned out, what the short-footed tiger had performed was precisely the hypnosis-type talent. Even Suyu, who could feel the chaotic messages coming from Lu Wei, had obviously been affected. Wake up, Lu Wei! Suyu gave Lu Wei the command to return to the cultivation space, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea without any half-response. Lovey, come back! Suyu shouted, releasing a strong killing intent that instantly filled the entire hall of the bar. This sudden release of a murderous aura caused the bodies of the few people around them to visibly stagnate. Suyu quickly scanned the man in front of him and immediately perceived the message. Dwarf, LV9, no occupation, B-level talent, mind control. This is the type of talent that is often needed to psychologically destroy an opponent and keep them under firm control. Then it will be physically tortured again and again to make it a complete slave. However, in Suyu's eyes, the group of women in front of him were not as attractive as the rotten intestines and rotting face. The short-footed tiger who was casting spells was also interrupted. He was holding a purple bow and arrow, and when he saw Suyu, he raised his hand and shot without hesitation. Cut. I thought it was such a marvelous character. It's just a mere fine-grade blue bow and arrow. Can it be compared to my legendary grade purple bow and arrow? The short-footed tiger's words were filled with contempt and mockery towards Suyu. The bow and arrow were incredibly valuable to him, and he sacrificed 20 or 30 female slaves to get it. At the moment, he was planning to look for new female slaves to replenish his ranks. Yet Lovey was the very first one he looked at. Shooting against people. Suyu had never been a wimp. If you're so good, can you shoot past Fengmeng? In the very next instant, Suyu also moved. The bow and arrow in his hand was like a bolt of lightning cutting through the air. Despite his posturing, Su is an amazing shot. The arrow he shot was like a descending blow, directly splitting the arrow shot by the short-footed tiger down the middle. Immediately after that, the arrow did not stop, but was like a meteor, precisely hitting the bow arm in the hands of the short-footed tiger. Even though the bow and arrows in the hands of the short-footed tiger were legendary-level equipment, they were as fragile as papier-mâché in front of the power of Suyu's arrow, and were instantly shot into two pieces. Ah, my purple bow! You actually shot my purple bow to pieces! The short-footed tiger roared loudly, his face full of rage. Suetoshi is a professional and doesn't usually laugh unless he can't help it. This sudden harmonic stunt made Suyu couldn't help but show a smile. Seeing this, the short-footed tiger was even more furious, and with wide eyes, he roared, "What kind of thing are you? How dare you shoot your tiger grandfather's purple bow to pieces?" His voice echoed over the bar like thunder. What a little mouth smeared with honey. Suyu's words fell, using silence, and came before the man. Immediately afterward, He tightened his one hand like an iron vise around the short-footed tiger's throat and easily lifted it into midair. It was so fast that everyone there didn't see it. At the sight, Shorty's female companion waved her small fists in horror. However, Suyu's shield of lightlessness was taken in its entirety. Just as short-footed tiger's life was about to hang in the balance and Suyu was about to pinch his neck, short-footed tiger tried his best to cry out for help. Third wife, save me. As soon as the words were spoken, a woman holding a staff was seen chanting a charm.